to Capcom Cup 11.
Oh my God,
we're gonna see a weight beat. This is it, the anticipation that we all been waiting for.
And there it is. Punk gets his retribution.
And that SPD, man up, perfect KO.
Oh, Shaw has it out.
The wake up OD.
Dragon Punch and Kusanagi. Two coming in there. You have it. Into Matsuzaki. We cast it.
The perfect KO. And Shuto now books his place to Capcom Cup.
Nash, that was so brave, and it doesn't matter because he gets clipped low. Noah the Prodigy, welcome to the Capcom Cup.
They try and get something. Here we go.
Oh, jump, jump.
Oh, he wants out.
Opera with the reset in grand finals.
The crash immediately. Tap on again. It's doing a ton of damage. Oh my God. I don't believe it, Logan.
I feel like there's beef all throughout this group. This is nuts. There's history all over the place.
Ladies and gentlemen, $1 million is going to be awarded.
The trophy along with a ticket to Capcom Cup 11.
ストリートファイター6、今年の世界最強は一体誰なのか。カプコンカップ11開幕だー。会場にお越しの皆さん、そして全世界で配信をご覧になっている皆さん、今年もこの大会がやってまいりました。会場の皆さん、すでにねたくさん来ていただいておりますが、みんな盛り上がってますか。今日から5日間は声が出なくなるまで盛り上がり続けましょう。今大会で MC を務めさせていただきます R と申します。よろしくお願いします。
同じく MC のライアン・ハーツと申します。この場にいられて非常に興奮してます。よろしくお願いします。
はい、今回はね全世界配信ということで、ライアンに英訳をねしてもらいながら進めていきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
はい。The show will be mostly in English, so I'll be taking care of the English side for those of you joining live in the arena and tuning in all over the world on stream.
そして、皆さんね、今大会注目は何といってもこの会場、ストリートファイターが生まれたこの日本を象徴する場所、両国国技館よりお届けしてます。
And of course, the focus of the event is, of course, this absolutely spectacular and stunning, beautiful arena, the Ryogoku Kokugikan, where amazing battles have taken place in multiple disciplines at different timelines of the planet. And it's here where we get to decide the world Street Fighter 6 champion.
そしてこのね両国国技館といえば数々の名勝負が繰り広げられてきた。それはこの格闘ゲームだけでなく、この日本の伝統である相撲の聖地でもあります。この両国国技館で今回ストリートファイターのストリートファイター6の世界一を決める戦いをお送りしてまいります。改めて会場のみんな準備はできてるか。
盛大な拍手お願いします。
さあそれではですね、今回行われますカプコンカップ11のご説明をしていきたいと思います。カプコンカップ11とはストリートファイター6の世界王者を決める年に一度のビッグイベントです。
And now for the tournament overview. It's time to talk about Capcom Cup 11, which is the annual event where we decide the Street Fighter 6 World Champion.
優勝賞金は昨年に引き続き100万ドル。
The first prize is exactly the same as last year. It is $1 million.
カプコンカップ11は本日から8日土曜日までの4日間、本日から7日金曜日までは総勢48名の世界から代表となったプレイヤーによるグループステージ、そして8日土曜日はグループステージを勝ち抜いた16名の精鋭プレイヤーがトップ16のトーナメントを戦い、カプコンカップ11の優勝者が決定します。
Capcom Cup will run for 4 days from today until Saturday the 8th. From today until Friday the 7th will be the group stages with all 48 players. And on Saturday the 8th, the group stage winners will take part in the top 16 tournament double elimination bracket to determine the Capcom Cup 11 World Champion.
さらに最終日の9日日曜日にはストリートファイターリーグワールドチャンピオンシップ2024が開催され、世界3地域の熾烈なリーグ戦を勝ち上がったチームが世界一の称号をかけて激突します。
On the final day, Sunday the 9th, Street Fighter League World Championship 2024 will be held, where teams that have won their regions from all around the globe will compete for the title of Street Fighter League World Champion.
ストリートファイターの世界チャンピオンを決めるノーミスで濃厚な5日間を配信をご覧の皆さん、そして会場にお越しの皆さん、存分に楽しんでいきましょう。
Let's enjoy these 5 days of amazing matches to come as the Street Fighter 6 Capcom Cup Singles and World Championship commence.
そして今大会のスポンサー様のご紹介です。この配信はスズキ株式会社ほかふもふのお店 NTT 東日本オフィシャル PC パートナーのガレリアオフィシャルモニターパートナーの MSI とご覧の各社の協賛でお送りしております。
And now let's introduce the tournament sponsors. The distribution is provided by Suzuki Motor Corporation and others. The event is brought to you by Fumofu's Shop, NTT East Japan, and the official PC partner is Galleria, and the official monitor partner is MSI. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors.
さあここでグループステージのグループ分けをご紹介していきたいと思います。グループ A から順に見ていきましょう。さあグループ A はフェノム、高村、ホットドッグ、サルバトーレ、板橋ザンギエフ、パンク。
Let's take a look at the group stage divisions. Group A will feature Phenom, Takamura, Hot Dog, Salvatore, Itabashi Zangief, and Punk.
グループ B はソルティキッド、サイアニク、エネル、グラントダカイ、JB, No Other Prodigy.
And Group B will consist of Salty Kid, Cyanic, NL, Grand Todakai, JB, and No Other Prodigy.
グループ C GG ハリベル、ジャビ M、カケル、ザンギエフボラード、デュアルケビン、トキド。
Group C consists of Gigi Halibel, Jabhim, Kakeru, Zangief Bolado, Jewel Kevin, and Tokido.
グループ D ブロスキ、ブレイブリー、VX バオ、ブラズ、アイドム、アウペラ。
And Group D consists of Broski, Bravery, VX Bao, Blaz, Idom, and Emperor.
グループ E ミスタークリブゾン、ダイバー、フード、ライムストーン、クリス CCH、メナ RD。
Group E features Mr. Crimson, Diver, Fudo, Limestone, Chris CCH, and two-time Capcom Cup champion Mena RD.
グループ F ビッグバード、オイルキング、シェン、ウリエル・ベロリオ、ジャック、レシャー。
Group F features Big Bird, Oil King, Zien, Uriel Velorio, Just a Kid, Leshar.
グループ G ジューシー・ジョー、キルズ・ユー、シャオハイ、カバー、ナックル・ドゥ、ネフュー。
Group G features Juicy Joe, Kills You, Xiao Hai, Kaba, Knuckle Do, and Nephew.
グループ H レックス、アングリーバード、ソウル、ラス、ジュニージョ・ラス、シュート、草薙。
And the final Group H features Lex, Angry Bird, Soul, Juninho Ras, Shuto, and Kusanagi.
以上、各グループのご紹介をさせていただきました。ここでグループステージのスケジュールをご覧いただきましょう。
So let's take a look at the group stage schedule.
48名のプレイヤーは抽選で6名1組の8グループに振り分けさせていただきました。 Day1 から Day3 の3日間でグループ内で総当たり戦を行ってまいります。
The 48 players have been randomly assigned to 8 groups of 6 players and will compete in a round-robin format for the next 3 days.
グループ内の順位決定方法については、同グループのプレイヤーマッチ勝利数、獲得バトル数による得失点差の合計、グループ予選の直接対決を制した結果にて、こちら優先となります。
Players will be ranked in order based on their number of victories, battles won, and the match difference, based on the results of their direct matches. The top 2 from each group will advance to the top 16 on day 4.
Day 4に進出できるのは各グループ上位2名のプレイヤー。トップ16のプレイヤーによるトーナメントマッチを行います。各グループ1位はウィナーズサイド、各グループ2位はルーザーズサイド。ウィナーズサイドで敗北した選手はルーザーズサイドへ行き、ルーザーズサイドで負けると敗退となるダブルエリミネーション方式を採用しております。
The first players will be on the winner's side, and the second place finishers from each group will be on the loser's side in the top 16. Players who then lose on the winner's side will drop down to losers, and losers' bracket losses will result in elimination from this tournament.
混戦となった場合は一つのバトルが命運を左右することになります。最後の最後までわからないプレイヤーの熱い戦いを皆さん一緒に見届けましょう。
Thanks for your patience. We now move into group introductions. Let's get the groups out here and meet the players. We don't know who's going to take it, but let's meet the players and start the tournament.
それではお待たせいたしました。まずはグループ A からプレイヤーの入場です。
And now it's time for the first of the 8 groups.
まずはノルウェーの怪力フェノ
Hailing from Norway, the one, the only, the moose, Phenom!
My pride is off the roof, I get that grind in. So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, stay back.
ブリュッセルの静かなるパカ高村
And hailing from Belgium, it's the Hawk, Takamura!
香港のアスキマケンホットドッグ
And the Infernal Hound from Hong Kong, Hot Dog!
ベネズエラの救世主サルバトー
And now it's time for the savior of Venezuela, it's Salvatore!
ぐるぐる剛腕大監督板橋ザンゲフ
And it's time for the world famous Zangief, the meal ticket, Itabashi Zangief!
Z アルファバンク
It's the Evo champion, the Street Fighter League champion, the Alpha Punk!
さあ各選手が この会場を一周しながら観客に手を振りながらこのステージの上に集まってきました。
Now all the players from Group A are on the stage as you see. The 6 members that are going to go head to head in our first group to open the tournament are on stage right now. I don't know who is going to come out victorious, but this is going to be one amazing sight to see.
さあご覧の6名のプレイヤーがグループ A トップ16トーナメントの座をかけて総当たり戦をこれより行っていきます。今一度大きな拍手をお願いします。
Two of these fine gentlemen will be moving into that top 16 where they fight for a $1 million first prize. Big round of applause to everyone in the arena. Give these guys a big round of applause here.
それでは選手の皆さんスタンバイをお願いいたします。
All players on standby right now.
そしてここからは試合の模様を熱く伝えてくれる実況席の皆さんにお渡ししたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
It's time to hand over to our wonderful and genius casters on the desk. Take it away, boys.
Ooh-wee, we are here. Welcome to Capcom Cup 11. Welcome to the legendary Ryugoku Kokugikan, where we've seen Street Fighter 2 tournaments in the 90s. We've seen legendary sumo wrestling matches. We've seen Kenny Omega, Okada, Ishii go to war in this very building. And now we are going to crown another millionaire, another legend in Street Fighter 6. Ringe Vicious on the mic. How you doing, fam?
Man, couldn't say it any better than you just delivered right now, because it is for that time that we've been grinding out every single event, weekend after weekend, hell, locals day after day, to crown our very next millionaire in the realm of Street Fighter 6. I am as excited as ever, as you can tell.
Most definitely, and we are starting it out with one of the most lethal groups possible, right? Group A, you saw the introductions, you saw how stacked it is, right? Players that are considered the best from all around the world are going to be in every single group, and we got, I think, some of the favorites here in Group A.
Oh yeah, there's definitely going to be history in the making. We already have one with Phenom coming into it. How many Capcom Cups does he have under his belt in terms of attendance? I do believe this is his 7th one going into it. Then his brethren, Takamura, coming in with his 3rd ever appearance. But needless to say, we've seen some very familiar faces, even foremost with Hot Dog, Itabashi, Zangief, and Punk as well. Plenty of accolades within those 3, but the new kid on the block, in my opinion, one to look after, the savior of Venezuela, Salvatore.
Salvatore, right? Only 23 years of age. Actually, the youngest player in this block, if you look at it. So yeah, definitely one of the newer kids on the block, but he's no stranger to the CPT, right? He's been one of the premier players in South America for quite some time. Venezuela in the building, and he's going to be looking to rep, and he's going to get a big chance to do it on the grandest stage against the best competition, and this is where the growth happens, right? And he's been steadily growing as a player, getting better and better with the exposure to this international competition that he's had from CPT, and of course, the group order today. Look at the matches that we're going to get. Phenom versus Takamura to start off. Hot Dog versus Salvatore. Itabashi Zangief versus Punk. Oh my goodness.
Jesus!
Phenom versus the Inferno Hound, Hot Dog, and Takamura versus Itabashi Zangief. You are kidding me right now.
I'm actually pretty glad that you memorized some of the nicknames, because the nickname they gave for Hot Dog, it just makes a lot of sense. I just thought he was the 29th Hot Dog of the pack.
You know?
To be quite honest with you. But
I thought you got the value pack.
Exactly,
you know what I'm
right?
saying? The
You know,
Costco
you can't be too safe with just an even number. You got to get the odd number. But all jokes aside, going into the matchups themselves, there is going to be a lot of cross-referencing going into it, and a lot of interesting matchups, most notably, as you had mentioned, Itabashi Zangief versus Punk. But for the meantime, we have a pretty good spread of Kami players overall. But talking about the accolades as to how they got there, you had seen the different routes, you had seen the premieres that they've gone to, the exact kind of like opposition they had to face through region after region. These guys had to go through the ringer of each of these single regions, and all of them are substantially leveling up.
Most definitely. I love the animated intros, by the way. As y'all probably know at home, I am quite the wrestling fan, and that's where I first got introduced to stuff like this, so I'm glad they're using it here as well. Phenom the Moose in the building, repping NIP on that Ken, and I mean, the Hawk Takamura as well.
That's crazy.
Most likely going to be responding with his own Ken. Two of the, I mean, I don't want to even just say most innovative players. Takamura is definitely one of the most innovative players. Phenom as well, but Phenom has somehow, I think it's due to his goofball personality, we were talking a little bit about this, has just flown under the radar, and I feel like gets left out of the conversation a lot of the time as one of the best players in the world, one of the most consistent players. You mentioned it, it's his 6th or 7th Capcom Cup. We've only had 11 of these things, you know what I mean? The fact that he's qualified for more than half of them is just a testament to himself.
Yeah, definition of consistency. Phenom is definitely that. And I kind of wonder why, you know, some people are just kind of like going past some of these players, kind of just brushing them off as like, you know what, they're a standard. I don't know how much damage they're going to do when it comes to cup time, but I guarantee you there have been already highlights popping up from this man Phenom and also some from Takamura. The fact that they have to face each other first is actually going to be a banger, right? The Moose versus the Hawk, that's some sort of different anime levels that I couldn't expect, but going into the matchup itself, we have seen, obviously, the Ken's Phenom also trying to downplay it. He actually cursed himself by interviewing a lot of the players here by asking who their top 5 was. Obviously, we're going to hear Ken through and through. So he did himself, you know, a disservice a little bit, but
he did.
More or less. He also has a chance to show off the Cammy.
Yeah, most definitely. That's a great point, right? Phenom does have the Cammy in his arsenal as well, an extremely powerful character, in my opinion. I just think she has all the tools that the system kind of really accentuates, right? Like the ability to have the punish counter off the dive kick, the way the frame data is structured in this game, and how people take their turns off of strings and pressing like a medium kick after a light string, right? She can just go into the dive kick, catch you on the recovery, get a full combo from it. So especially with the Ken on the table, and obviously Ken's love pressing the reversal crouch medium kick at 7 frames. Good range for the frame data on it as well. So I'm expecting the mirror to start, but I wouldn't be surprised by the Cammy, honestly.
I also wouldn't be surprised with the Cammy out the gate, but I am more concerned about the defensive aspect when it comes to the Ken mirror match. Like, who's going to get zany and wild first in regards to what the wake-up options are, what the defensive choices are going to be in between strings that are not necessarily true block strings, etc. That's one of the big key components, because if Ken locks you down in the corner, this has been a very pivotal talking point for every level of the FGC, specifically for Street Fighter 6. Like, what are you going to do once Ken knocks you down into this corner?
Yeah, 100% right. Then Ken, and just in general in this game, it can be very overwhelming in the corner, right? And you have a lot of defensive options at your disposal, considering the parry, the wake-up drive reversal, etc. But if your opponent has the read, I mean, you really straight die for making the wrong choice, right? So that's something that we're going to be keeping an eye on throughout the day, of course. The players' tendencies, what defensive habits are they looking for, who's going to be busting out with a lot of invincible reversals, who's going to try to play very disciplined. This is 2 out of 3 in the group stage. There's a milli on the line, so it's scary, right? Every mistake is amplified. So because of that, we'll see how it goes, man. Takamura, I think, tends to be the player that brings out the more unorthodox strategies between the two, right? Phenom, I think, is a very strong fundamental fighting game player at this point. He's extremely good at whiff punishing. His reactions are next level, and it's going to see if Takamura can kind of throw him off his game, show him something that he's not used to.
And it's kind of funny you mentioned that as well. I think they both have very keen levels of adaptation, albeit different, but still at the same type of strength levels, if that makes sense, right? I feel like Phenom has a great understanding of the players, and then Takamura also has a firm understanding of what to break within a player, right? So the adaptation levels are going to be very, very interesting to watch between the two because of their different types of approaches to the matchup.
Yeah, I love the way you broke that down, because that's exactly what it is, where Phenom can really make the standard adjustments that you see high-level players make. Takamura will turn the entire game on its head, right?
100%.
And you got to really have that composure and that know-how to keep it cool, calm, and collected in the moment. And that's, I think, going to be really, I shouldn't say easy for Phenom, but he's used to this environment, right?
Correct.
He's used to this atmosphere. He's been 6 or 7 Capcom Cups now. He's faced wild players before, time and time again. He's been on the biggest stages possible. So I don't see him getting rattled, but that's the thing with Takamura, is he will bring out something that you have never seen before in the game. So even if you are the most composed player, when you get hit by something that you didn't even know was possible, I mean, it can shake anybody. I
mean, he might throw out a couple of EVO award-winning buttons, if you know what I'm saying. Like, he might catch people off guard because he is that cold-blooded killer. He will do anything it takes to win, and it could be by unorthodox means.
Yeah, most definitely. So I want to see. Takamura is always one of those players that really tries to make some hard reads here and there, tries to play the mental game in addition to just the standard fighting game, right? Try to get in his opponent's head, throw them off their game. I want to see if Phenom's going to be able to keep his composure. I'm sure he will be. I'm interested in, like we said before as well, the Ken or the Cammy. I can see it starting with the Ken just because I think he's been so impressive on that character throughout SFL, throughout CPT.
That's right.
Obviously, Phenom is one of the SFL finalists here as well, along with Team EU.
Yeah, so I mean, you're looking at the overall routes that they have both taken in their respective regions to kind of get here, the amount of different characters and the meta that they've been focusing on throughout the entirety of the season. I gotta say, man, when it comes to the EU Northeast, Phenom absolutely dominated that region. Takamura, World Warrior EU on the west side as well, he's dominated that region. It's gonna be very, very hard to tell exactly who's gonna come out swinging first between like the two characters. I couldn't even flip a coin for it, honestly.
Man, yeah, honestly, I'm just very excited to get this going. Phenom and Takamura, we're having some stage technical difficulties right now. We're making sure that's all prim and proper before we get into this. Obviously, the milli is on the line here, but you're not only going to see Phenom and Takamura, you're also going to see Hot Dog, Salvatore, Inobashi Zangief, and Punk all in this Group A. It's going to be an incredible one. I can't wait to break down some of the stories later on. We obviously have Itabashi Zengi versus Punk.
Oh my God,
which, I
dude!
mean, has got to be one of the most anticipated matches in the entirety of the tournament. But starting with Phenom and Takamura, this has, I think, a lot of implications for the rest of the group going forward, right? On paper, I would say Phenom, Itabashi Zengi, and Punk are your 3 favorites. But, I mean, if Phenom gets off to a rocky start, Takamura, he's one of those players, right, that can catch fire on a tournament and actually just blaze through every competitor. So because of that, I think this has a lot of implications going forward, whether Phenom can kind of get off to a good start, ride that momentum. Takamura, a very momentum-based player. If he gets an early double over Phenom, I mean, he could beat any one of these players after that.
Right, it's really all about like how fatigued these players get over the course of time, but I think in terms of the mental stack, I don't think a lot of these players will be facing that much of it. I feel like maybe towards possibly day 3 at most, but one of the more players that I've been kind of like concentrating on is like Salvatore. I want to see like how he performed under pressure. Obviously, he had made it through via the World Warrior in his region of South America East. He actually took down one of the Rashid players. It was actually Dookie. He was actually playing against Bison and Rashid. So you're looking at some of the spread and some of the counters that potentially can be made against the other players. The Salvatore could possibly check out, or could possibly put a check mark against Hot Dog. Hot Dog also has been practicing really, really well against a lot of the meta, especially against Cammy, where he had his moment in his World Warrior spotlight, where he talked about in his interview how he specifically had grinded out for Cammy. So I'm thinking about the check marks against other characters, other players right now. It's like Hot Dog might have something against Punk specifically and against Phenom if the Cammy comes out. There are a lot of checks and balances within this group alone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at Itabashi Zangief, right? Like, I think he's kind of forced into the Zangief in this scenario because, like, if he wants to play around with the Marisa or anything else like that, this is the group of crouch medium kick. Like, you are dying to crouch medium kick in this group.
They're trying to get their own evil
It's Kens, it's Bisons, it's Cammys. Like, it's going to be very difficult to try to exploit any of those characters at this range. But Itabashi is the pro, right? He always has the grappler's chance. That is something that I love to say about these grappler players. So if he has the right read, if he's able to maintain that spacing, and that's something that we've seen a lot from these Zangief players, right? Is they don't just try to throw caution to the wind and sacrifice their life to get in. They know his buttons have good range. They know they can fight the ground game with some of the best characters in the game. So we're seeing a lot more slow-paced style, really trying to use the Zangief normal range to kind of outduel the Cammys, the Kens, etc. at a range and make them uncomfortable.
Yeah, and one of the scariest things about Itabashi Zangief specifically is that he doesn't even have to utilize the normals. We've talked about this amongst ourselves as commentators throughout the entire couple of days that we've been here. He can walk you down with the most intimidation, and I feel like that's one of his strongest suits because he will also prepare for the read in regards to what you're trying to do to at least get yourself back into a neutral space, get yourself out of the corner before you get back down, etc. He will have that prepared for you just by walking you down.
Yeah, 100% right. So it's a beautiful mix as well as we see in Group A, right? We have a couple qualified from the CPT World Warrior events with Phenom, Takamura, Hot Dog, and Salvatore, but 2 offline winners as well in this group with Itabashi Zangief taking East Coast Throwdown 2024 over Idom in Grand Finals. Idom, of course, we're going to see later. He did end up qualifying as well. And, of course, Punk the God, Evo Champion 2024. And from my research, it's never been done where someone who has won Evo and then qualified into Capcom Cup via that Evo has then won the Capcom Cup that they qualified into, right? Momochi got the closest in Street Fighter 4. He was able to win Capcom Cup and Evo in back-to-back years, but it wasn't the Capcom Cup that he qualified into via the Evo victory, right? So Punk has a chance here to make history, and we've seen Punk talk about stuff recently where he's like, I want to go down as the greatest of all time. Straight up, right? Nobody, I want to be known as somebody that nobody could beat. And he has a chance right now to, I mean, add that legacy. Like, who is going to argue that if he's able to take Capcom Cup 11?
A little bit of a side note, too, in some of those interviews, he's like, you know what, I want to make sure that people that are associated with said player also get their feelings hurt. And that's actually the perfect setup between Punk and Itabashi Zangief during their matches because we are in Japan.
That is a great point,
the crowd was kind of mixed as Itabashi had walked in. Everybody was like, yeah, let's go. They were pretty ecstatic. And then Punk walked in with the demeanor. I saw the Kobe Bryant stare. I saw the, you know, the facial expression, the Mamba mentality look. He had that in him. But when he walked through down the aisle, there were definitely people like, yeah, I'm ready for this. I want to see Punk the God.
100%, right? That's one of the things when it comes to fighting games. When you reach a certain level, you cross the cultures. You transcend the cultures, right? That's what the word I was looking for. Where you become popular all around the world and people respect your gameplay. They see that and they're like, wow, this dude, I'm actually watching one of the best in the world right now, doing stuff that, I mean, a handful of players can do, maybe nobody else can do, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, when it comes to Punk, he's been one of the hottest players for a very long time now, obviously looking to make history with this Capcom Cup victory. You got to start with Itabashi. That's going to be a scary one. But, of course, if you're just joining us, we are going to start with Phenom versus Takamura. It's going to be an exciting match all the way through. Salvatore's in this group, Hot Dog as well. So there's going to be a star-studded action throughout the day here at Capcom Cup. And, of course, you're going to get action from every single group today. It's not just Group A. We're going to be actually going through Group B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, all giving you a taste of the action. But you can see both players now. Seems like the technical issues have been solved.
Let's go.
We're getting the buy-in checks, and we're going to get a 2 out of 3 to start Group A.
Before we get into it, wherever you're tuning into, whether it's your favorite streamer, here on the official Capcom Fighters channel, over the 10-0 guys, yo, first and foremost, we appreciate your guys' time and consideration and patience. Now is your time as viewers and fans of the FGC, of Street Fighter 6. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Game number 1 to kick things off here at Capcom Cup 11 is going to be very much so underway.
Yes, indeed. But, of course, the button check first, so we always got to get mixed by that. That's the classic commentator
Did you block?
stuff.
I didn't block.
Yeah,
I was going in, and I was like, I saw it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna end it in a way where it's like it's still ambiguous. Sorry, guys. Listen, we're still trying to keep it in check.
There's a certain cadence that commentators have for certain moments, right? And we get smoked when it's a button check.
Every single time. You know how much effort we got? Totally kidding.
They told us to. They put up a cue card right now. They're like, it's button check, by the way, just so you guys know. Yeah, most definitely. Takamura.
It's a hype check is what it is. It's a hype check.
Yeah, so we're making sure that everything, again, is prim and proper here because there obviously is a milli on the line. This is the group stage action that you're going to see for the first 3 days of Capcom Cup as well. We're going to determine a top 16 that way. One player's going to make it out in winners. One player's going to make it out in losers in each group. That's how we're going to determine the top 16. And then we are going to crown the Capcom Cup champion and the milli winner on Saturday.
Crazy.
Remember that. Yeah, on Saturday. And then, of course, Sunday, we're going to crown the SFL champions with, I believe, FlyQuest representing the U.S., Team NIP representing the EU, and then, of course, Team
Good 8 Squad, baby.
For Japan. It's going to be an amazing, amazing time here at Capcom Cup all the way through 5 full days of action, by the way. The Street Fighter is not going to stop anytime soon. Long days as well, so we're going to have the best of the best competition. But yes, indeed, Phenom and Takamura are going to get underway soon. And just making sure everything is all good.
I love
Got a headphoned up as well. They're both looking extremely focused. Takamura especially locked in. And ooh, the graphic, I like that.
I love that so much.
like that.
Production quality, 100.
Yes, indeed. And Phenom, it looks like Phenom, he did do the button check with Cammy as well, so it looks like you're very on point. He's going to avoid the mirror match here. He's been putting in so much work with Cammy that it makes sense, right? Cammy does have a bit longer of a range on the crouch medium kick than Ken. It is a 1 frame slower, though, so it does kind of alter some of the string presses and the press backs that you're going to see. But I want to see how prepared Takamura is for Phenom's Cammy. Is Phenom's Cammy going to primarily play ground-based? Are we going to see some dive kicks? Are we going to see some air action? Let's get Capcom Cup going!
Here we go, Phenom versus Takamura. Cammy versus Ken, as you would expect. Some of the roundhouses are going to be coming up from Phenom to check the ranges, but Takamura already on the offensive, forcing the block against Phenom. Slowly backing away from the medium, punish counter. There was a jab check against the airborne assault from Phenom, and here comes the first throw from Phenom. How do you lock down and keep Takamura under pressure? Keep him grounded. Oh, the uppercut. Get off of me.
That's the thing, right? Takamura plays so fast. He's so good at processing what's going on. Counter hit confirmed right there as well. Tries to throw. Phenom's defense been pretty on point so far. Oh, but Takamura, he didn't get the link that he was looking for. You can combo with the stand light kick after that step kick counter hit.
That was indeed a counter hit. Maybe it was a range thing that he was not confident in, but that crouching jab was not going to do him any favors. Punish counter to ring out, but nothing to follow up. Phenom again measuring the gauge with that roundhouse. He wants to make sure he's within range for possibly a spacing trap.
You can see Phenom, he's starting to scheme on it. Oh, but he actually shuts him down on the quick spin knuckle. There is the tendency for players to throw back-to-back projectiles. Maybe Phenom was looking for that, trying to quick spin knuckle through after perfect parrying the first fireball, but Takamura was more than ready. And again, these run shenanigans have been working out as well. Now we got counter hit overhead, tries the empty jump, but Phenom was not parrying.
Did you get the side switch now? An immediate, actually a little bit of a delay tech from the side of Takamura. How do you get out of there? A couple of checks right now. Phenom's doing a great job of checking the green stuff, but Takamura keeping the other player on their toes consistently.
Oh!
Give me that level 3!
Yes, indeed. No full cinematic, but still gets the DP juggle. That's still a lot of damage. Tries to throw again. Phenom teching for his life again. You cannot throw this man right now. We'll see if Takamura switches it up.
Pepper in some of the damage.
Oh, he burned him out now, and the sweep whip punish is actually big. If Phenom can get into the corner, that's checkmate all the way through. Yes, indeed. Actually hits him, resets with a drive impact to save some meter. You already know. Phenom, optimal with it.
Damn! I'm loving that route. He gets to keep 2 of his super art bars to himself. Knew the exact amount of damage he needed to close that out. I'm loving this for Phenom.
Yes, indeed. That means Phenom well within his own right to build that last bar, get a level 3. Both players trading in an instant. Takamura trying to bait something now, right? Because Phenom had been teching so much, but still, great defense right now from Phenom. Look, he's not teching, but the perfect parry back. Gonna maintain control in the corner because of it.
Man, Takamura's gotten a lot of mileage with some of these steps. I gotta tell you, he's been playing really, really unorthodox by committing to some of the options after the run.
Yep. Oh, and he presses back the crouch medium punch. One of Ken's best buttons, especially as a counter poke like that. You buffer the drive rush behind it, and it's all she wrote for the first game.
Very similar normal structure between the two, but Takamura being able to utilize some of those big counter hits a little bit more than Phenom. You gotta imagine, Phenom, he's gotta be facing quite the wild Takamura. What are you gonna do to kind of calm him down and really punish him for some of the committal choices that he's been making throughout neutral?
Yeah, and I'm really impressed. Like, despite Phenom taking that first L, right, he was actually so good at adjusting his defensive strategies throughout the set. We saw in that last round, he didn't get caught by any of the throw bait tech that Takamura had. Nonetheless, though, he still put him down. All she wrote for the first game. So we're gonna be able to drive rush in now, and he's got Phenom blocking a little bit now. He's been able to condition him.
That is a very, very meaty heavy. Phenom taking so much damage right now, just getting harassed into the corner. The Jin Ride too.
I love that. After the third string, baits it out. That's the optimal starter. Another round in the books. Takamura 1 round away from taking this set.
Immense pressure being felt by Phenom. Takamura started this off with that perfect. Could be a disastrous kind of end for Phenom. Back into the corner again. We're going to spend a lot of time on the left side of the corner unless Phenom finds a break, which he does.
Yeah, let's see if he can kind of build this. So you see Takamura immediately after blocking the roundhouse, just drive rushing in. I like that a lot. And Phenom, he hasn't been challenging. He has less than 2 bars of drive right. He didn't want a DP. He gets caught swinging right there. Maybe a reset attempt. Takamura does burn him out via that. That was so smart.
Drive reversal. You want to keep him locked down. 2 bars of Phenom's name. Will he be able to use it? A single hit left. Takamura, no!
Oh, no! Technical difficulties, and perhaps the set-winning round for Takamura had Phenom back against the ropes with burnout. That's a yikers, bro.
Oh, man, it was just getting good. A single hit was all that was needed from the side of Takamura. We're about to decide who was truly at fault between the 2 players, where the pause was actually engaged from. Depending on that circumstance, either Takamura could be up again, or Phenom could stay alive in the round.
Yeah, but obviously they're talking to them on the stage right now, trying to get everything sorted, and we'll have a decision for you, obviously. Communicate the decision once it comes down the pipeline, but man, that's a tough break for both players, honestly. Takamura, he had so much momentum, building that perfect after the first round. Obviously, he had already gotten Phenom into burnout here. Phenom does have a couple of bars to his name, so it's not a free checkmate DI in the corner or anything like that. But still, if you're Takamura, I mean, the win's got to be taken out of your sails a little bit.
A little bit, yeah, but you have to try to look at the silver lining for Takamura as soon as they get back into the game, depending on. I mean, like, he'll still have, like, bars to his name if Phenom happens to take a round going forward. But other than that, I will agree with you. Momentum is everything for a player like Takamura.
Yeah. We've seen, I mean, tremendous choices from Takamura throughout this set, right? Like, the reversal crouch medium kicks have been there, the conditioning early on that tried to make Phenom press. Once he recognized that Phenom wasn't teching anymore, he started to condition him with the throws, and that opened up the counter hits later on. So, yeah, I mean, Takamura has been playing like a textbook, amazing fighting game so far.
Man, I gotta say, there are certain things where I'm looking out for, like what he's going to do, like when he's going to go with the step kick and commit to it. Like, my man, he is deep in that other character's body when it comes to the step kicks. If that gets blocked, best believe Phenom is going to punish accordingly. Yeah. So I'm actually surprised at some of the times where the step kick did come out from the side of Takamura, it was counter hit.
Yeah, right. And I don't know if it's obviously Phenom reacting a little bit late to the run, but I think Takamura is trying to utilize that step kick a lot. Just outside Cammy's like sweet spot range, right? Whether it be the crouch medium kick, the stand roundhouse, she does outrange Ken on the normals quite a bit. So because of that, I think he's trying to get outside that range just a little while, and then maybe whiff punish, or if he reacts late, get the counter hit like we said before, right? So I think that's kind of why Takamura is risking the run step kick from there. But as you mentioned, if like Phenom just walks forward and blocks, that's an easy punish. The step kick's gonna be so close. So yeah, Takamura's got to be a bit careful with that going forward, especially as players in his group watch these matches, right? They're going to be able to scout him, see what type of strategies he's going with. That's something that the rest of these players are obviously going to have a benefit from, seeing these two duke it out to start the set.
I feel like Takamura is a human 20-sided dice, though. That's the thing. He's going to be so problematic no matter how many times you watch his gameplay, right? If he's already throwing Phenom for a loop, you never know what he has in store for you, Playboy. Like, it doesn't even matter what character you pick, how much, yeah, if it's a Bison player, if it's Hot Dog, if it's like Punk the God with his own Kami, Itabashi as well. Like, Takamura's been throwing out some really extensive kind of like, not necessarily Hail Marys per se, but some really unorthodox tactics.
Well, critical hits and critical misses are in abundance, you know what I'm saying, with the dice roll 100%, and that's what we've seen from Takamura so far. Looks like we're getting something happening right now. We'll communicate exactly what is happening in a minute, but we do see the players moving around a little bit. Going to be continuing the set shortly. Obviously, Takamura been such an impressive showing so far on set point up against Phenom. This is all 2 out of 3. Remember that for the group stage, so he's 1 round away. I'm going to get y'all that info when we get it, most definitely.
From what it's looking like right now, we're not necessarily getting all the information, but based off of the program that we have, it feels as if Phenom was not at fault for the pause and the technical difficulty. So that's going to be a round towards Phenom as we resume the game. Phenom just over 2 bars. Phenom just over 2 bars. We'll see how this plays out.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, what had happened, we ruled that it was the fault of Takamura, so Phenom was rewarded the round. And now Phenom, is already making the most out of this. Getting a level 3 early is going to be draining a lot of Takamura's drive meter as well, putting him on the verge of burnout. He's going to try a drive rush and get the heavy, and that's exactly what he does to take the rest of that. Jumps the dive kick, but couldn't get the punish in time. That was so smart with Takamura. He just busts out with the level 3. Knew Phenom would try to make the most of that burnout time, abuse the plus range that he had, not going to let it happen.
Well, what are you going to do after this? You're not going to be within range to force that burnout. You are going to be building back your own drive gauge, which is going to give you a slight, maybe significant advantage. Who knows? But at the time right now, Phenom is still checking with the roundhouse, keeping Takamura away. That drive gauge is going to be very healthy for Phenom. Okay.
Again, Takamura has busted out so many times. Despite Phenom using the true string, he keeps trying to make him guess after the true string drive rush cancel. Oh no, the whip throw is plus. You already know how it goes. Since forever and ever and ever, and Phenom making the most out of that technical difficulty.
That is truly, I'm gonna say, crazy that it played out that way. I will be very transparent. Takamura was on the verge of taking that round.
Man, oh man. So now it's all tied up set, but Takamura already reacting to the OD dive kick with a DP. Man, his reactions really are next level, but speaking of which, Phenom walking up and throwing the whip parry attempt, give me that punish counter.
We're about to see a really big statement being made from Phenom, how much of an adjustment he can make just with an extra round under his belt.
You see, that was so smart from Takamura, really putting on the Jinrai pressure once Phenom was below 2 bars.
Ooh.
If you want to punish with DP, you're going to get burnt out anyway, and the neutral jump, Phenom did not have the answer.
This burnout is going to be so critical right now. Takamura taking full advantage of Phenom without the resources to properly defend himself outside of the level 1. Of course, he's not going to spend it to stop that drive impact. Takamura again with the lead.
Yeah, it still would have been quite the deficit for Phenom if he spins that right. If he loses that round, he goes into the next one with even less meter. So perhaps trying to look for a different escape route now. With Takamura being on set point again, these players playing very slow, very patient.
Oh, very meticulous with the timing as well. Takamura with a big opener down below. However, the perfect parry going up against the Dragon Lash forward throw now. Phenom, how do you continue deep pressure? Dash up, let's see what the reaction is from Takamura. Of course he's gonna bust out.
He's been busting out time and time again, right? Even after the true string. Phenom has not been looking to bait out the reversals. Maybe he will when the game's truly on the line. Jumps in, gets perfect parry though, and now we're already at the Kona.
Not quite. To get the counter hit attempt, Takamura was trying to press buttons. Did get thrown for it though. Medium kick to measure. Phenom recreating the space for himself. Now he gets to play the neutral dance that he thought he was comfortable with up until the drive rush happened. Takamura knocking on the door, knees first.
And Takamura, he's been really drive rush happy after that stand heavy kick. Wonder if Phenom's gonna call him out with a jab afterwards, something like that. Right now it's just hitting though. Both players very low on drive gauge as well, trying to maintain an advantage by sprinkling on normals here and there.
And he's giving himself enough range. Oh my God, up until this point. So I thought Takamura with the confirm to ring out level 3. That's all he wrote. 2-1 victory. I was about to say, Phenom was intentionally creating the space for himself in case the drive rush were to happen.
Yeah.
Up until he broke, moving forward. Takamura, he lured him in so perfectly.
So that's one of the most beautiful things about Street Fighter 6 to me, is how people manipulate the drive rush and how they know how it's going to affect the player's decision, right? Because as you said, Phenom was walking back, he was on the verge of getting over 3 bars so he can do the drive rush cancel without getting burnt out, right? Once he got over those 3 bars, that's when he started moving in. Takamura, I think, also recognized the fact he gets above 3 bars. That probably means he's going to look for a walk forward, button into drive rush cancel, beat him to the punch on the walk forward, and it was like, it doesn't matter if I burn myself out with a drive rush cancel, because it's going to be the victory. Amazing, amazing recognition from Takamura.
I still can't believe it, man. Even with that deficit that he had and the technical difficulty on his end, he's like, you know what? This is fine. I get to warm up a little bit more. I can deal with that. I gotta say, his adaptation too in recognizing the situation just based off of the bar, the current drive gauge system, I gotta say it was immaculate. Looking into the replays,
He's starting to steam on it. Oh,
it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous in terms of how fast he is. I mean,
Resets with a drive impact to save some meter. You already know. Phenom, optimal with it.
Yeah, and you can see Phenom, oh my goodness, bro. He was doing his best in the corner, but Takamura had been just overwhelming for the most part, and it was very tough for him to get the right read. And we saw Phenom, he never wanted to bait out the ODDP reversal off the drive rush cancels. We saw Takamura consistently respond to it with ODDP after ODDP. And Phenom just refused to kind of switch it up. Great call-outs as well on some of these level 3s. It's just been an amazing showing defensively from Takamura. Willing to risk, I mean, punish counter after punish counter, but Phenom just thought that Takamura would eventually switch it up and maybe just stay disciplined, stay defensively, and stayed blocking.
but I gotta say, man, the overall recognition of the situations have been so much on point from Takamura. But knowing the way that Phenom is, this is not gonna be the end of it. He's still got plenty more matches to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenom, obviously one of the favorites coming into this Group A. So the fact that he's gone down early doesn't mean much, right? Takamura obviously off to an amazing start. And we talked about Takamura being one of the momentum-based players, one of the most heavily momentum-based players in this game. Taking a first game victory over Phenom is only going to boost his confidence, boost his morale, and best believe the rest of the players got something to worry about now.
Yeah, so we are going to be preparing ourselves with the next coming match, Hot Dog 29 versus Salvatore, to get ourselves ready with what we're going to expect for the rest of the day, the rest of the coming days into this week. Man, I am so excited. I also think these nicknames are godlike.
Yeah.
The Infernal Hound, nobody in the world would have given him that nickname for Hot Dog, but man, it makes sense. He's the hottest dog right now.
Exactly, right?
That's crazy. But yo, it doesn't go as hard as the savior of Venezuela.
Yeah, definitely not. Salvatore in here representing. Gonna see some more cameo action, of course, on the other side. Hot Dog, he's got his character, right? He had been soul searching for a while, trying to figure out who was gonna be his bread and butter in Street Fighter 6. Done some amazing things with the characters previously, but finally Bison coming this season. That's the character we know him for from 5, from previous Street Fighter iterations. So it's beautiful, and he's already become one of the most dangerous players, playing the Mustard Bison as well to keep with the theme of hot dogging.
And I really love the fact that we get this matchup in particular, because when it comes to the way that they qualified, Hot Dog had to face off against a Kami player, a well-known Kami player in the area, Mickey, and then Salvatore had to face off against Dookie, which is a mix of Bison and Rashid. So you already know they have been preparing for this specific matchup as soon as it was announced. It's like, all right, well, I have to do the exact same thing that got me here, right?
Yep, exactly right. And of course, when you have experience with your local competitors or your sparring partners playing a specific character and then going up against somebody else on an international level, it can help and hurt, right? Obviously, you have to be very wary and conscious of your sparring partner's habits and know that all of those might not apply to the player that you're playing right now. So you got to keep an open mind and see what's going on. We're going to start it right here. Hot Dog versus Salvatore, second game in Group A. Man, riding it on that horse.
Good old Rosinante.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, faithful. Is that like a psycho-imbued horse? Was that like something that he made up on his own? Or was that like, did he grab a horse and like, you now have psycho power? Like the same kind of thing he did with the Killer Bees, right? That's a killer horse now.
Killer horse, bro. Now, ooh, connect early.
That jump in was absolutely critical for the punish counter as well. When you have the bomb implant, allowing you to get some of this pressure going, especially after that drive rush. No, sir. Salvatore not going to fear too much. Taking the throw, not too bad.
Yeah, it's not bad whatsoever. Oh, and then just responding with a perfect parry after his quick button. Knew that Salvatore would be trying to do something afterwards. Tried to bait out an ODDP right there, but just waking up with the buttons. Oh, and knew he didn't have that many plus frames to try to get a roundhouse going.
Oh, that is beautiful. You always got to be aware if Hot Dog is charging down back, right? He will have those answers against the dive kick specifically.
And right now, Salvatore busting out with his life on the line there. Hot Dog, he could afford it though, right? Obviously, still has a substantial lead. But Salvatore, one drive rush cancel. Oh my goodness! Means he's gonna take the round. From my mouth to the gameplay itself, Salvatore cracking backs, taking rounds.
It's as if you imbued him with power. As soon as you said it, that's got to be the opposite of commentator's curse. It's commentator's buzz.
Yeah, exactly. Commentator's blessing.
Oh my God. Sit back down, waiting for a button press on the side of Hot Dog. Punish counter against a parry. What are you going to do about the Salvatore? Do keep on going. Again, you got to check the charge from Hot Dog. Salvatore, he doesn't care about that though. We do get the side switch as well.
And that's the thing, right? With the dive kick from Cammy, the landing recovery is obviously, it's kind of substantial, so you can just react, and he or she lands in time, you'll still punish with the Psycho Crusher. Now both players in Burnout, Gray Day, 2025. Oh man, Hot Dog though, willing to risk the slide. Even with the burnout from that range, he would have been heavily punished.
He would have been destroyed.
Hot Dog, oh my goodness, the neutral jump. Salvatore having the clutch read to close out the first game.
He smelled the Hot Dog coming. He's like, you know what? I'm going to be doing the cooking this time. The first game being awarded to Salvatore for his patience and also the big anticipations against these scissor kicks. Excellent choice and excellent damage calculation. No doubt about it. He said the thing. But all jokes aside, Salvatore is looking so good against Hot Dog right now.
Yes, indeed. Salvatore already off to a hard start. No pun intended. And we've already talked about how important momentum is, right? So building off that first game, we'll see how it goes. Great stuff from Hot Dog right there, staying disciplined, able to punish the dive kick because of it. Oh, give me them plus frames. Trying to parry after, nowhere to be found. Oh, look at him attack the drive gauge, assassinating it. Salvatore tried to jump out to hold on to the last bit of it. He's gonna be on a pixel after the level 1.
Oh, you knew he wasn't gonna drive rush forward. That meeting was gonna be everything as soon as Hot Dog landed, or excuse me, as soon as Salvatore was knocked down. You had to see that coming. You had to see the scissor kick pressure coming in.
Exactly, like Hot Dog was just not giving him any breathing room. He was making sure that he was gonna go for the burnout no matter what. Salvatore just didn't have the answers in that instance. Ooh, no back throw. Usually when people drive rush out, nice delay right there. He did a little bit of shenanigans beforehand with the Devil's Reverse, but nonetheless, Salvatore hard calls out that throw.
Perfect two, the meaty crushing heavy, plenty of damage incoming. Gonna spin that level 1. Not quite there yet, still. The jump back again in anticipation for whatever it is that Hot Dog decided to do on Wake Up. Every sort of charge move has been decimated thus far from Salvatore.
Yeah, we've seen, right, Salvatore ready, whether it be the Psycho Crusher, whether it be the scissor kicks, neutral jumping, back jumping, just really trying to bait out that standard Bison offense, and he's done a great job of it so far.
You see Hot Dog really trying to be antsy to take his turn back in those instances, not to cut you off on that one.
No, absolutely not. Just wanted to talk about that stand fierce. Oh, but instead the crouch medium kick comes out. We talked about it. This is the group of crouch medium kicks. Be very careful. He's been looking to force that issue. Once he has the bomb after a throw tech or from neutral range, loves the Psycho Crusher.
Oh, we'll definitely take that. Even if it resets the situation, Hot Dog doesn't want to be anywhere near the corner as soon as Cammy jumps. Oh boy. Dash up, keep applying the pressure with the throw. But what are you going to do to drain that drive gauge from Hot Dog? Because he will be a menace with it. Eventually he will. Salvatore's been doing a great job of tracking him down.
Yeah, most definitely. And you see Hot Dog, right? He doesn't want to risk his anti-air getting baited out by a dive kick, so he's just been content air-to-airing time and time again. Or he tried to do it that time with Salvatore. He anti-jumped, able to block the Psycho Crusher in time. Level 3 for the set victory. That goes back to exactly what we were talking about before, right? The fact that I talked about, the dive kick having substantial landing recovery means you can respond with a Psycho Crusher, and even if she lands first, it'll usually be a punish. That time, Salvatore flipping it on its head, going with an empty jump so he can block as soon as he lands. So smart.
And that was a tactic that he had been employing since like the very first round, the very first game. Hot Dog already getting downloaded. Salvatore making an excellent decision towards the end of it to be like, you know what? I want to see if he's going to try to continue this charge. I want to see if he's going to try to anti-Henry with some of these tactics as well. Paid off beautifully. I got to say, man, Salvatore is something different going into this arena.
We're already seeing the level of these players and what they're capable of, right? Like we saw the first game decided by the fact that Takamura knew when Phenom was going to move forward because of the drive gauge. Here we saw Salvatore knew what Hot Dog was going to be doing as well. So just amazing stuff time and time again. Salvatore really making the most out of his first game here.
Man, he really was, right? Like you got the spacing involved with Hot Dog, knowing full well when he wanted to charge in, not really making the wrong decisions defensively as well. I think there are moments where he'd evaded some of the throw pressure that Bison is able to implement, and also while the mind was on him in the very few moments in between, he still managed to make the right decisions. Also with his delayed normals, he understood the timing of it all. He played this flawlessly.
And that's something you could use when you're playing against a charge character, right? Like you mentioned earlier, you got to keep an eye on when Hot Dog's going to have the charge for that Psycho Crusher. It's such an incredible tool in his arsenal. So Salvatore, he was like, okay, I'm going to let you get the charge for the Psycho Crusher, but I'm going to empty jump instead, not risk any landing recovery punishes. Incredible stuff right there to start it.
That's crazy.
Takamura taking down Phenom. Salvatore already taking down his opponent in Hot Dog. This is Capcom Cup, baby.
We talk about this a lot. Before the event happens, as soon as we touched down in Tokyo, we were like, who do you guys like in between matches? And I'll tell you what, man, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I am wrong, but that's the beauty of it. I don't mind being wrong. I don't mind being transparent with y'all because it's so much better that way to see how it's transcended.
I was talking to Jammers, and Jammers was like, I would be disappointed if all the winners that I expect to make it out. And I was like, don't worry, Jammers, it's Capcom Cup. That's not going to happen, baby. But right now,
man,
the meal ticket versus the Alpha. Probably our most anticipated match of day one, Itabashi Zangief versus Punk the Golf.
There are just so many implications off of this matchup alone, right? We talk about Punk and his historic run as a U.S. player, being a U.S. professional player, taking down Evolution. Itabashi Zangief making it back into the Capcom Cup after a very, very long hiatus, not really able to find the success that he's been looking for, right? He has had a character crisis throughout the entirety of Season 1, and I will say that with confidence. It's been very, very difficult for him to find his groove with Marisa, but now he's found his flow with Zangief. On the other side with Punk, obviously this is his first run into the Capcom Cup for Street Fighter 6 specifically, but I think he's very much so in tune with the character and the engine he's running.
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, we felt like it's been even somehow, some way, Punk has found another level to take it to here in the latest season of Street Fighter 6. Even when we think he's plateaued, when he's reached the top, when he can't get any better, he somehow still does. And that's a testament to his championship mentality. And we see him, he's been given interviews, whether it be with Core Gaming, whether it be with Evo, talking about how he wants to go down as the best. As you mentioned, he doesn't just like making his opponent salty, he likes making their family salty. He said it himself, bruh. So I mean,
that's actually the most villain thing. I love that. I love that.
And as you mentioned, we are in Japan, right? This is Itabashi Zangief's native region. So obviously the crowd, the hometown hero, they're gonna be behind him. And Punk, this is where he thrives. Super villain status.
We've actually had a couple of conversations going into this matchup specifically. Zangief versus Cammy. Now it's one where I feel like on paper, it's going to be a very, very technical one, in my opinion, based off of how Itabashi wants to play it out. But also, when we talked about this amongst the players that are involved in Capcom Cup, we were thinking ourselves, how is Itabashi going to approach this matchup, right? I feel like Punk's been so prepared with his run as well over the Street Fighter League US Finals against the Bandits, specifically against Mena RD. He's had that training inbound. He's had that presence of mind to study the way that Itabashi's been playing. Like, how is he going to approach this differently if he needs to? And then Itabashi Zangief, he is also going to be just a dice roll of a player as to what he's going to choose to do, in my opinion. Again, he can walk you down. He can use the normals to get spacing traps on you as well. He could do the unorthodox where he could drive rush in after a normal where he's not necessarily safe, and also catch the option select that a lot of the players have been kind of tending towards with that OD uppercut. There are so many things that he can do to throw you off your game, and we all know very well that Punk is an emotional-based player.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see him thrive with the emotions, right? Sometimes, obviously, can hinder him, but more often than not, it helps him. He's one of those players that really is fueled by that fact. But I love that you bring up the OS and the exploitation that Zangief can kind of make of it, right? He's able to use that stand fierce to armor through a lot of people's DPOSs during the drive rush cancels. That's what we saw Mena utilize a lot up against Punk at the SFL US Finals to get the big damage that he got. A lot of the time was baiting out that DP from the stand fierce. So I want to see if Itabashi Zangief uses that as well. And I just think in general, right, when it comes to this matchup, Geef does have the normal range to make Cammy maybe second guess at certain ranges, right? That stand roundhouse is going to be a big factor because it's going to be Cammy's longest range button. Right. So we're going to see if Itabashi Zangief plays around that, if he tries to like drive rush in behind it to get a whiff punish, tries to scoop him up with the extended hurt box on a DP or on a SPD, excuse me. Sure. So all kinds of possibilities here. I want to see Punk was so on point up against Meta when it came to the command grab reads, right? I felt like Meta rarely ever was able to hit him with a neutral SPD. Right. So because of that, I want to see if Itabashi's rhythm is a little bit different, if Punk's more susceptible to it up against him. It's going to be a great one.
It's going to be really interesting to see. I think specifically in this matchup, one thing that's very, very notable, in my opinion, is the fact that Zangief has a very good time, or a pretty decent time, combating wall and burnout as well. He does have access to the Tundra Screw just in case, because Cammy's drive impact happens to be a kick animation. Wow. So there are ways around the possible burnout situations with both the armor as well as the Tundra, just in case if he wants to utilize it. We haven't seen it successful yet, but it is a possibility to double check a person when they try to go for those drive impacts in quote-unquote checkmate scenarios.
And if we're going to see it, we're going to see it at Capcom Cup, right? If he gets the Dragon Screw counter on a drive impact, I'm going to lose my mind.
I'm going to throw the headset.
Yeah, like 100%.
I'm going to grab your headset.
Like, throw mine too. Like, we're done. Our shift's over. Straight up.
He's going to elbow drop the table.
Yeah. During rehearsals, by the way, I like hit the table hard a couple of times. I saw people looking at me like, you need to bring it down.
That's the first thing I thought about. Is like, what happens? Like, how much stamina does the table have left now that we've actually started the broadcast? I feel like, you know, not a lot of HP left, because there's so many moments where you don't see us. We are just like slapping the table. You might hear it on the audio, but we are going ham right now. My voice is already getting shot.
Yeah, 100%, right? Itabashi Zangief, Punk. I mean, just the fact that we started, I mean, I can't even blame you with the way we started. Takamura beating Phenom, Salvatore beating Hot Dog. This could be another one, man. I mean, I think a lot of people favor Punk in this matchup on paper, but Itabashi Zangief, bro, he's got the grappler's chance. We are in Ryugoku Kokugikan. We are in Japan. He didn't have to travel. He don't got the jet lag, right? This is one of those few scenarios where we're getting the World Championships in Japan, so the Japanese players actually a bit more favored when it comes to not having to deal with the flights, the travel, the schedule, stuff like that. And we're going to see how Punk responds being over here.
Yeah, you're talking about the responsiveness of Punk. I want to see what happens in-game. We talk about some of our favorite moments and favorite interactions when it comes to these matchups specifically. I want to see what happens once it's Zangief's turn to play and a headbutt comes out on block and he gets blocked. Yeah. I want to see what the decision-making is going to be behind Punk, if he's going to get antsy, if he's going to pick movement. Is he going to use meter? Will Itabashi Zangief have the read and the inception to be like, you know what, I'm going to see all of these things coming regardless and punish appropriately? Those interactions just based around the headbutt that Zangief does get hit or blocked is going to be a very, very explosive one and a very, very exciting one, in my opinion.
Oh, 100%. I don't even think it's just an opinion. I think that's facts, Vicious. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely one of the things that we're going to be looking out for the most in this. Oh, I wish we could have got a longer shot of the Itabashi Zangief arcade stick. Always love seeing that.
Yeah,
the ergonomic controller.
What did Brian F say? It was like a console controller, a specific console controller. I want to check my tone here, but that was actually pretty funny when he talked about that during the group drawing analysis.
100% retro style. Hug, you see it.
That's much better.
Up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yes. Retro style with the orange juice on deck as well, staying hydrated, vitamin C and all that. That's what's in orange juice, right? Vitamin C?
Yeah,
or is it vitamin D?
No, it's definitely
I don't know my
C.
vitamins.
It's
okay.
It's definitely C.
I only know my. Oh, never mind. I won't say that either.
You're good.
Oh, the old school, the old school vitamins. Yeah, you guys know. You took your vitamins as a kid, but we'll see who's taking their vitamins, who's eating their Wheaties today between Itabashi Zangief and Punk. It's going to be a great one. And I mean, again, like in this matchup, it's actually one of the matchups I really enjoy watching because of the fact that Zangief has a longer range than a lot of characters, so it can make Cammy second guess where she's usually comfortable at pressing buttons. So because of that, I'm always looking forward to seeing Zangief versus Cammy.
Yeah, we might see a different side of Punk. He could be extremely active with his normals. He could keep him out with roundhouse all day, if need be, right? We want to see who's going to be like the aggressor first and in what style.
Yeah, and then like if he does try to just kind of pepper on the roundhouses over and over again, will Itabashi Zangief, like how is he going to deal with that? Will he try to armor it with the fierce? Will he try to walk in and then walk out of that range and drive rush immediately? That's a good point too, right? He's got a few answers, and that's why it's going to be so interesting seeing these two. In addition to obviously being an incredible player duel, two of the greatest fighting game players to ever do it right here in Itabashi Zangief and Punk the God.
Man, you couldn't say it any better than that.
Straight up, right?
Man, Itabashi Zangief with his overall record, not even just in Japan, but on a global status, is insane because he has been around the block way longer than Street Fighter 6. I'll tell you what, in a multitude of games with that same grappler's mentality, hence why his reads are so heightened at every level.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you bring up the fact that he's well-traveled, because he didn't qualify through Capcom Cup through an event in Japan, an event in Asia. He came to New York. He came to Connecticut. He came to East Coast Throwdown.
He was his own meal ticket.
Spot.
He earned that title meal ticket. And I'll tell you what, as soon as East Coast Throwdown was over, he went with Daigo to have the biggest meal. And he had the smile on his face throughout the whole time. He was laughing at everybody. I went to congratulate him. He was just like, yeah. In English.
Oh,
in English, he's
yeah.
like, yeah. He speaks English pretty well. So, I mean, like, he definitely said thank you very much. It was very fun.
Yeah, man. He always just looks like one of the players that enjoys fighting games the most, right? No matter what, whether it's win or lose.
Unless it's against Nemo.
Yeah. We all have that player that we don't enjoy fighting against, or don't enjoy losing to, I should say.
Yeah.
So, yeah, most definitely. But besides that...
Love you, Brody, man. Listen, when we play these games and you get these games on me, best believe I get salty.
Yeah, you know, stop adding people about best dressed as well, Steve, all right? We know you won. We don't got to be adding, talking about good luck next year and all that. You keep it to yourself.
My man tagged everybody. He's like, I want to thank the other nominees for helping me get to this part in the EVO. Man, come on, the EVO Award show for him,
man.
that was a given. Sure, I get it, but don't tag us.
Yeah, for real. But always big love, of course, to our guy, Tasty Steve.
The noisemaker.
The noisemaker, most definitely. We're going to get into this one shortly. Itabashi Zangief and Punk. We talked about a lot of the different aspects of the matchup, right? Want to see how we all get it cracking once we do. But of course, in addition to this, we still got some more matches coming up as well, right? Phenom versus Hot Dog is going to be after this. Both players who took an L in their first match, right? So they're going to be looking to bounce back heavily. That's a huge match for both of them now, coming off of losses. And of course, the last match is going to be Takamura versus Itabashi Zangief as well. Yeah. Takamura obviously having a big first dub over Phenom, and we're going to see how Itabashi fares up against Punk shortly.
Man, we were talking about like the overall logistics of every single pool, and every single player, as talented as they are, one of them is going to go 0-5. That is crazy to say overall, and then 1-4 as well. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah. Like any one of these players, honestly, just not making it out into the top 16 is staggering. But as the level we're at when it comes to Capcom Cup, right, is the elite of the elite. And that's what we've already seen. Phenom and Takamura. If you're just joining us, Takamura was able to defeat Phenom. Salvatore able to defeat Hot Dog. We're on our third match now with Itabashi Zangief and FlyQuest Punk. And of course, NIP Phenom versus Talon Hot Dog. Takamura and Itabashi Zangief repping DFM. Gonna be the one to close out the Group A.
I didn't even realize it was Itabashi and Takamura towards the end. Criminally unsponsored Takamura, by the way.
Yeah.
Just to put that out there, my man is still cooking.
Like, and he's been cooking for so long too. Like, this is a dude that has made, I mean, waves at Red Bull Kumates, at Capcom Cups, at Evos, right? Like this
Street Fighter League as well.
Street Fighter League.
When he had his time in there.
He has performed on the biggest stages in the biggest ways. So yeah, criminally unsponsored 100%. Hopefully we get that fixed after Capcom Cup. But for now, he's repping himself. He's repping the people that brought him here. And of course, FlyQuest's own Punk is gonna be going up against DFM and Itabashi Zangief. Both players here well repped when it comes to the orgs. Definitely two, if they're ever on the free agency market, two hot commodities. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I didn't even realize it, but Salvatore only had to be one and done today.
Yeah.
He's definitely living by the sponsor.
That's right.
You be gaming? Yes, you be.
Yeah.
Damn right. Salvatore be gaming, bro. One game win. He's chilling for the rest of Group A. That feels great. Enjoy Tokyo, bro.
That's what I was going to say. Go get some Kikambo. Go live it up, brother. Go to the Sky Tower, all kinds of stuff. So most definitely Salvatore is going to be having a great rest of the day because he is not going to be playing any further. And, of course, coming after Group A, we have Group B featuring these titans of the battlefield as well. Salty Kid, only 19 years old. Insane. Salty Kid, my goodness. Sianik and L, Grand Totokai, JB, and of course Noah the Prodigy. Noah the Prodigy like a luchador, right? 22 years old with like 10 years of experience somehow. He's just been playing for that long.
It's that meme. It's like you have to have X amount of experience But it's your first time ever getting that, like trying to apply for that job,
Yeah.
fresh out of college.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's fresh out the womb. You've been playing on the sticks, man.
Yeah, most definitely. And Noah, it's such a cool full circle moment for him to be here in Japan. He brought out family members here as well,
His
right?
dad,
The family
yeah.
that brought him to the fighting game events when he was just 9 years old to compete in these various tournaments. Now he's returning the favor, qualifying for Capcom Cup, being able to bring them out, making his family experience Japan for the first time as well. It's one of the most beautiful
That's
things
crazy.
about
At
fighting games and
22
where we're
years
at.
old. You know,
Bruh.
same with Grand Todokai. Grand
Yeah.
Todokai brought his mom with him.
Yeah, Mama
Excellent.
Todokai is in the building.
Mama Todokai, shout outs to her. This is what Group B is going to be like coming up afterwards. It's going to be Salty Kid versus C. Anik to start things off in match 1, followed by NL and Grand Todokai. That's going to be wild. Then, of course, man, Cali on Cali violence, JB versus Noah the Prodigy. That is absolutely rough. Obviously, Salty Kid as well as NL following afterwards. And to round it up, C. Anik versus JB.
JB in the building as well. Big ups to JB, able to provide me some hair care products, as we know we got similar things going on.
Big
So big
Sam.
ups to JB.
Couldn't help. I really couldn't help.
Yeah.
That's actually the most, like, the best person you want to run into, specifically for your case.
Yeah, exactly right.
That is
So
godlike.
most definitely happy about that. And of course, following Group B, we're gonna have Group C. Again, all the groups you're gonna see action from today. GG Halibel, Jabi M, Kakaru, Zengi Balado, Dual Kevin, and Tokido making up this group. Incredible stuff, right? Tokido and Dual Kevin, or excuse me, just Tokido was the one that qualified through the offline. All the rest of them qualifying through the CPT World Warrior events. Japan point leader Kakaru as well, and we've seen him be a menace since JP got these, got some love again. My
Yeah,
man
he-
Kakaru.
You should have seen him on his stream. He was going through the entire list, and he was like, oh, this is great. Oh, I love this. I even like talk. He speaks English pretty well.
Yeah,
as
he
well.
does,
So you
he does.
talk to him on his streams and ask him how he feels about the balances. He's like, you know what? I think I'm back. I think I'm
Yeah.
back. But one of my big shockers in this group is easily Jabi M. You see him, he's got the fingers. He's like, shh. You ask him what character he's gonna pull out today. He's gonna be like, shh. It might just be the Terry, and it may just as be scary if he does do it. But either way, this is what the matchup's gonna look like.
Most definitely, we got Halibel versus Goliath Gaming. Jabi M, Abushi, Jin Kakaru versus 2 games, Zengi Volado, Dual Kevin, criminally unsponsored, another one of our players criminally unsponsored going into this event against Reject Roto Z Tokido. Wow! Dual Kevin versus Tokido on day 1. I'm sorry, I just got smacked across the face with that one. Halibel versus Kakaru, and then to round it off, Jabi M versus Dual Kevin. And as you mentioned, right, Jabi M has a plethora of characters in his arsenal. The Terry is what we've seen most recently. It's going to be a great one. And then on to Group D, my man Broski putting the fist up, ready to put Aki in people's behinds. Bravery, VX Bow, Blas, Idom, and Emperor all following this up as well. Another elite group.
Man, seeing Emperor qualify the way he did over at Kings of the World was an immaculate sight to see. And he's also very active on CFN against a lot of the Japanese players getting some of these sets too. Emperor is easily prepared for all of these players, in my opinion. I think he's been very, very well informed. However, one of the big question marks, in my opinion, is VX Val. He's made a little bit of a change recently in regards to the character selection. I'm not going to spoil it thus far, but also one of my personal big highlights, Blas, man. 15 years old. My man had to sign multiple papers just to get on this field trip. I'll tell you what.
Exactly, Guardian approval and all that needed. But he is here, he has qualified for the event, and we're getting a chance at the 15-year-old sensation from Chile to put on a show on the international level. And of course, Emperor in this picture, he got the heel John Cena face on, bro. I am intimidated by this man's picture right now.
I feel like who did it first? It had to be Emperor, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
for
like, who
real.
knows? But obviously,
Where Travis Scott at? Get Travis
That's
Scott
fair.
to walk out Emperor.
That's fair. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, these are going to be the Group D matches as well. You saw the players, but this is where you're going to get on day 1. Broski versus Bravery, VX Bow versus Blas, Idom versus Emperor, Broski versus VX Bow, and we're going to be rounding it out with
Damn.
Bravery versus Idom.
That's, man, Broski and Idom both unsponsored. That's got to change, and that's
For
got to
real.
change immediately. But as you can see, this is what the Group D layout, is going to be about. But we are going through a couple of technical difficulties just to keep it transparent and let you guys know.
Yes.
Hang in there. We still got a lot to talk about, a lot to cover throughout the entirety of the week. One of the things I'm looking forward to, obviously, is seeing how Broski is going to perform. Also, with that Aki being the major outlier just based off of the character alone.
Yeah, 100%. Like, when I look at this group, I'm so torn between picking, like, Broski and Idom for the fact that they are playing these characters, right, that people don't have a lot of matchup experience against, on the Aki and the Manon. And then going the other way with, like, Emperor and VX Bow, who I just know are so good. Emperor with the Ken, winning Kings of the World, qualifying via offline, VXBOW, having a few characters in his arsenal. We obviously know he's done incredible damage on the JP as well. We might be able to see that. But yeah, I'm very torn between those two type of choices. And then you also have Blas and Bravery, right? Bravery coming out of Southeast Asia, being one of the premier players. And then Blas, 15 years old out of Chile. Just incredible stuff. And it doesn't stop there either. Group E with Monsieur Crimson leading it off. Diver, Fudo, Limestone, Chris CCH, and man, that Cream City Convergence champion, Mena RD.
The crowd popped when they heard his name. He didn't even walk down the aisle, towards the tunnel, etc. They just said Mena RD. People were clapping out of their seats. I kid you not. I exaggerate you not. This man is a superstar legend in Japan.
Exactly right. I think he's really become one of the fan favorites of Japan itself, right? Being able to kind of put himself out there, visiting this country multiple times a year to practice, to level up, learning some of the language. You see a lot of his tweets when he addresses the Japanese community. It is in Japanese first,
Correct.
And then he'll tweet the English translation second. Mena RD is definitely one of those players that has found a second home here in Japan. I mean, it might be a third home, right? Like, he is just so loved everywhere, and for good reason. I think he is the best interview in all of esports, not just fighting games, in all of esports. So maybe we get to see another one at this Capcom Cup, but it's going to be incredible, of course, with the elite competition surrounding him with Chris CCH, Fudo, Diver, Mr. Crimson, and Limestone. All of these groups are going to be immaculate.
Man, just looking at the two names, Chris CCH and Fudo, you know it's going to be Ed-centric. Just looking at it with Group E in the matchups. Mr. Crimson versus Diver to start things off of Group E. Fudo versus Limestone to follow suit. Chris CCH versus Mena RD, the SFL US runback. Insane. Then, of course, in match 4, Monsieur Crimson versus Fudo and Diver versus Chris CCH to round it all out.
Wow, wow, wow. I'm very interested in this Mr. Crimson versus Fudo match. I want to see how it goes, just because, like, Mr. Crimson has a fantastic Ed in his region, right? And Ending Walker, obviously France and UK, not the same exact country, but played against each other in SFL, played against each other all the time. And then Fudo, he also has Dawson experience, right? With the likes of Mochi out there.
Mochi,
yeah.
Torimeshi as
Torimeshi, man. I love Torimeshi's Dawson.
Truly.
So, both of these players have elite competition and elite matchup experience up against their characters, and who knows, Fudo might even pull out the DJ instead at this point.
That's true, because we've been talking about it a little bit lately when it comes to the development of the meta. We have been coming to a slight consensus that Dawson may not necessarily have a bad time against Ed, and I feel like that's been very much so a potent point during the Super Premiere over in Japan.
Precisely, precisely. And now Group F is going to be following that as well, with the biggest bird of them all leading them off, along with Oil King, man, the Rashid representatives in this group. Potent. Chien as well against Urio Valorio, Jack, and Lashar to end it. My goodness, another elite competitive group.
Brother, two Rashids, just looking at it. Big Bird and then Oil King. This is going to be electric. I don't know what character Shen is going to be pulling out, to be honest, in Group F. He does have a plethora of them. He could be the DJ, could be the Bison, etc. But he has been in the lab just based off of his tweets. Urio Valorio, I feel like a lot of guys are pretty scared with how he's been performing thus far. I feel like he could be one of those things. He could have the exact demeanor of Takamura for this pool. Then Jack. No longer just a kid. It's got to be Jack all the way through. His JURI has been so locked in from the get-go, watching him in the players' lounge, in the practice rooms, etc. And, of course, the golden finger, Lashar. This Ed is sensational. He is looking so on fire, especially with the very emotional defeat that he had suffered over in Street Fighter League Japan Finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And even with that defeat, right, a lot of people still look at Lashar as a generational talent. Like, the way he's able to play fighting games has just been mind-blowing. How quick he's risen in the ranks in whatever fighting game he picks up has just been something to witness and appreciate. And obviously, he's become one of the best Street Fighter 6 players in the world, qualifying via the Super Premiere of Japan, right, getting second place, leaving his home country of South Korea to be on Tokido's team in SFL Japan, going then to the Super Premiere offline Japan event and getting second place. Just an incredible season for Lashar, and we'll see how it culminates here at Capcom Cup. But yeah, so many dope players. And man, I did not know Oil King was 39. This man
He
has
does not
found,
look like it.
fountain of youth. He has found it.
Man, and he's still rocking them shorts. I hope he's not doing that in Tokyo. It's snowing out there.
Bro, I cannot believe.
This is crazy. Big Bird versus Oil King, Sien versus Urio Valorio, Jack versus Lashar, Big Bird versus Sien, Oil King versus Jack to round it off. A lot of Rashid games that are going to be going out throughout the entirety of Group F, I'll tell you what.
I love that they got the mirror out of the way. They're like, we'll put the mirror, very first match. Let's get this decided, and we'll go from there. Smart scheduling by the production group.
We do appreciate that every single time, but that is Group F.
Oh man, I just noticed too, Oil King and Jack at the end. Obviously, Jack playing against Dual Kevin so much. Going to be very interesting to watch that.
Facts.
Group G, though, this is the one I'm very, very interested in because we got Juicy Joe, Kills You, Shao Hai, Kaba, Knuckle Dew, and Nephew. So what I'm very interested in is the fact that Kaba and Knuckle Dew, obviously two of the best Guile players on the planet. We got Juicy Joe in the group. If you're unfamiliar with Juicy Joe, this man is a very saucy JP. He's got one of the best JPs in the business. On paper, JP does really well against Guile. Obviously, when it plays out, the Guile players have done their due diligence, really have made it quite an even matchup in my opinion. But still, if the JPs can get off, they might make it real hard. And then Nephew, right? It's thought to be a very tough matchup, that Guile versus JURI for JURI. But he's got to be the best player, a best JURI player at that matchup in the world, right? Took down multiple Guiles to qualify at second place in Singapore Super Premier, including Higuchi. So just a testament to that alone, Nephew has got to be one of the favorites coming out as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it too, I mean, Knuckle Dew, one of the big anomalies that we've asked ourselves going into this event is whether or not he will stick true to the Guile. He's been flexing a lot of the DJ as of late. Will that be the case in the mirror match, specifically against Kaba or any of the other competitors? So we'll find out too into Group G. Juicy Joe versus Kills You to start it off. Shao Hai versus Kaba. Knuckle Dew versus Nephew. We might get that answer in regards to whether or not that Guile might happen. Juicy Joe versus Shao Hai afterwards, and Kills You and Knuckle Dew. We're not going to get Dew versus Kaba on day one.
Yeah. We got to make him wait for that one. Got to tune in next time for that one. But of course, Kills You and Knuckle Dew, another one I'm very much looking forward to. Kills You, the fact that he is 100% on fighting games right now. This dude used to be sponsored for sports games as well. Now he is 100% all in on fighting games, and you can see how good he's been since then. We saw him one of the only players to defeat Angry Bird at SFL EU, right? Angry Bird was on a tear until he ran into Kills You and Kusanagi. So, of course, these guys are going to be ones to look out for. Knuckle Dew and Nephew as well. We've seen Nephew kind of dabble with the Mai a little bit. Obviously, the newest character in the roster as well. He might break it out to avoid that JURI matchup. But, again, he has been the most successful JURI player against Guile in the world. So I think he's going to stay with the tried and true first. But this is a star-studded group, to say the least.
Juicy Joe, if you guys could only look at his nickname that they gave to him, which will be revealed, I'm sure, actually, that was probably during the intro, but man, that's my first introduction to Juicy Joe. I've never met him in person, so I gotta say, I'm very much so looking forward to each and every one of these match, man. I gotta say, I have not been able to see these guys in person play outside of like the training room, so I'm very, very excited to see what they bring to the table for this very moment. But it's gonna be Itabashi Zangief versus Punk. Finally getting started. We appreciate you guys being as patient as ever. I know what is going on in the chat. I understand. We want to see the games. Us too. Best believe that. And we are going to get into it. Zangief is the choice. Obviously, locking in from the player one side. Cammy on player two, as it should be. Punk versus Itabashi. Let's get it.
Yeah, I appreciate the chat sticking with us while we had to put some time in a body bag. You know, we murdered some time right there.
We ran out of toe tags,
Most definitely. And we're going to have Itabashi, Zangief, and Punk. It looks like all the issues that were up on the stream, or excuse me, on the stage, going to be solved, and we're going to get that matchup that we expected, the Zangief versus the Cammy.
I love how it's stage specific for the walkout. You can tell what stage has been picked. Obviously, it's going to be like a Brazil Blanca stage because of the jungle behind him. I love that detail.
That's really sick, honestly. Like walking out in the forest, the mystic stuff. Ooh, we got to let the intros rock, too?
Tournament mode on, baby, as it should be. Here we go. Game one.
Itabashi already being able to take the throw as well. You can see threatening with that. No. Weird buffer. Didn't end up happening.
Oh, we do get the punish. Gotta do not whiff in front of the God like that. Punk the God already making a statement, trying to lock down Itabashi Zangief in the corner, but now slowly scrapping his way is Itabashi again. An attempt at a medium, getting thwarted immediately.
Oh, and
that's mad close.
It was. Itabashi could have been plotting on something, but that's what we talked about. You can't whip against Punk, especially with that roundhouse. And now checkmate says it all, because Itabashi and that Zangief, that level 1 is not an answer to escape a DI in the corner while you're in burnout.
Punk having a great time. You can look at the player count. He was smiling throughout the entirety of his assault.
Count the roundhouses with me. That's at least 3 or 4 already. You can see Itabashi. He's trying to counterpoke a little bit, being very mischievous with his timings, and then does get the counter hit there.
We talked about the intimidation factor that Itabashi may have against certain players. It has not shown through from Punk as he gets the opening airborne with a dive kick. Counter hit, full extension off of the target combo, true combo. Excuse me, off of the counter hit specifically.
And I love that. You saw Punk, even after the neutral jump, he immediately jumped again, knowing that Itabashi would plot on an SPD when he landed. My goodness, Punk already so on point. But we're going to see if Itabashi uses that against him, right? That might be intel to thwart the wake-up jump later on. Busting out. We'll see if Itabashi baits that out later with a stand fierce. We saw Bennett do that plenty at SFL US.
That's right. That's the first interaction that we had seen off of the driver from Itabashi. Now in forced burnout. Punk did it to himself.
Oh.
Level 3.
And that's gonna be
my God!
The critical art on reversal. Knew Itabashi didn't have a true combo to follow that up with, but he wouldn't let that opportunity go by, right? He, of course, was going to keep pressing on the advantage, and Punk yanks that advantage out from underneath him.
Immediately going to the notes, the tried and true classic Itabashi Zangief whipping out the phone. That has been a staple since the moment we've seen him play in the US.
Most definitely.
Oh boy, we talked about some of the answers against the dive kick. Going for the Lariat this time, punish counter. Now applying the pressure, very, very meaty, crouching heavy. A lot of drive gauge already stripped from Itabashi. Give me that armor though.
That was so smart, right? Because he knew Punk was going to go with a drive rush heavy button to try to whittle down that drive gauge even more. But a DI this time puts it into that target combo attempt.
Oh. I wonder what the attempt was from the side of Itabashi. It looked like he was trying to give a hug. Might have been a command grab upon wake up, which is a pretty wild thing to decide with upon wake up.
Yeah. Could be though. Well, players, I was going to say above the 3-bar threshold now, which means Punk obviously utilizing the crouch medium kick and once more again, because he knows he can kill with that follow-up. And there it is. My man Punk is feeling it right now. You see the smile. It's all good.
He is feeling great right now. Everything that he has utilized thus far against Mena RD is easily showing tenfold against Itabashi Zangief. He's got 3 bars to his name. That's going to be a very significant punish. One more sequence could spell the death of Itabashi, but will the burnout come first?
And Itabashi has not been able to land an SPD on Punk. And look at this. He is just continuing to apply the pressure, recovering in time, not getting hit by that. Finally, an SPD is found.
You can't drive rush behind it. He dashed one too many. Punk to God. Gonna be able to finish his plate. That's gonna be it. Level 3, Itabashi out of there.
Punk making quick work of the hometown hero. He's just one of those guys, man. The way he's been playing lately, it's been even another level than what we've seen in the past, right? You can't whiff on this dude. Every time Itabashi Zangief whiffed, he was punished, whether it was by sweep, whether it was by stand roundhouse. And man, the SPDs, one landed. You see he was always ready for it, always had the right reads. Yeah, when he's looking like this, what can you do?
I feel like there's got to be a ratio with how many roundhouses Cammy lands. There has to be like an equal amount of SPDs. That's not the case here. The alchemy is a little bit off. The chemistry is a little bit off, I should say. Why did I say alchemy? I'm mad old. But, man, there are moments where I feel like Punk is just looking absolutely immaculate. The way that he starts off, I just hope he has that fatigue throughout the rest of the day, or at least the rest of the week, excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, it's a full 5 days of action here, and he will be in all 5 days as he is the SFL US representative for Street Fighter League as well. So he's going to be playing every single day as long as he qualifies in the top 16, of course.
That's true.
So we'll see about that, of course. He's already off to a great start with that, with the first victory over Itabashi Zangief, but we'll see how the rest of the group goes. Man, those roundhouses, time and time again, to just punish Itabashi Zangief. And we're going to get a quick look at that right now via the replays. Seeing already the DIs in the corner, really just making sure he can't do anything because the level 1 from Itabashi is the anti-air super, right? So it's not going to actually answer the DI with anything.
Yeah, there's just been so much oppression for the side of Punk. We spent so much time on the left side of the corner. I don't think there was a moment, significant moment, where Itabashi actually had momentum. Outside of possibly stopping the dive kick perhaps, maybe throwing out the medium punch as a counter hit and being able to stop the pressure momentarily. There hasn't been any moment where I could say Itabashi had a fighting chance. With all due respect, just because Punk was just severely outplaying him out the gate with neutral.
Yeah, 100%. We see it right. Level 3, and in the first game, when he just did it on reversal, knowing Itabashi Zangief was going to continue to apply pressure while Punk was in burnout, and then this time, closing it out off the crouching medium kick as he's wont to do so often. Incredible showing from Punk already going up 1-0 here in Group A.
I hope it can be smooth sailing for the rest of them. Honestly, Itabashi, pretty critical defeat, but he's got so many more matches to play. I feel like he could just kind of shrug that one off and get ready for the next one. He's been so well acclimated mentally to kind of just pursue whatever he needs to pursue, to be honest with you. So I think just that one small speed bump, well, a very significant speed bump. He might have lost one tire. He's going to have to use a spare going for the rest of the tournament throughout the entire days. But again, I still have a lot of hope in Itabashi in terms of an explosive performance. But speaking of, we might get that exact explosive performance coming in first between Phenom and Hot Dog coming up next.
And a super important match, all important match here already on day 1 because both Phenom and Hot Dog lost their first matches. This is both of their second matches. Of course, Phenom going down to Takamura, Hot Dog taking an L to Salvatore. So now both of these players right here, this is going to really, I think, maybe even decide whoever loses their future for the rest of the group, right? It's going to be very long for them to make it out, to borrow a phrase from my UK brethren.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. One of the side notes too, man, I gotta say, when it comes to the innovations that Street Fighter 6 has been implementing thus far to kind of keep it like in line with the community, how dope would it be to award the nickname of the Capcom Cup champ to be an actual title for them specifically on their CFN?
Yes, I 100% think that should happen.
Or at least like available for like the entirety of like the player base, right? Imagine if Hot Dog won. I want to be the Infernal Hound.
Yeah, right? Yeah, being able to put that up there.
That's
you know what I'm
sick.
saying? I want to give my Bison that status.
And it's not even going to be like a hound drawn in. It's just going to be a hot dog. That's going to be the best part. There's going to be a hot dog graphic that says the Infernal Hound, and it's going to be like, huh?
Yeah, you got to put it together.
Yeah, I like that.
You got to listen to some rap music to get that one.
Yeah, dude, there's layers, man. There's way too many layers. The Moose is cool, too.
Yeah, 100%. Always repping. He just got that Moose vibe. It just fits. But yeah, again, both of these players dropping their first games right. It's going to be all important to hopefully make it out of the group going forward here. Phenom's going to be looking to bounce back as well as Hot Dog. Going to be an interesting one as well, whether see Phenom goes with the Cammy or the Ken up against Hot Dog, who we know is rocking the Mustard Bison here. Your overall match results so far. And again, the match after this as well, do not forget, it's going to be Takamura versus Itabashi Zengi. That's
actually wild. Again, Itabashi being able to recover from a very, very impactful defeat. I feel like he's going to be taking it out on Takamura. But Takamura, he has been like nobody's victim thus far. He has been the one to really start things off explosively. I think he's going to be doing just that. But now, Phenom versus Hot Dog with game one. This could be a very important deciding factor as both of these players had lost their first game.
Yeah, I want to see if Phenom is going with the Cammy again, right? That's what we saw before. Obviously known for his Ken just as much right now. All of these players really have been having such great defense, especially Phenom. Even though he did lose that first game, he's been doing a great job kind of guessing post drive rush cancel jab. But at that time got caught walking back, but Hot Dog, no! Reels back in his chair a little bit as well. That hurts.
You hate to see it slip out of the bun like that. I'll tell you what, Phenom making full work of it though. He's like, you know what? I'm going for the rest of the full course meal. The barrage now salting him down. Put a little bit of pepper in your step.
Oh yeah,
important tech.
Blocked that time. Oh no, but the spiral arrow was too close, so Hot Dog gets a true punish. We'll try to bait something out.
That was such a terrifying moment. Any button press could have decimated Phenom's life bar. Back-to-back plus frames. Hot Dog, he's stealing turns.
Yeah, he knew at that point, right? Phenom was like, I'm going to have to give him my drive beater, but well worth it in the end. Air-to-airing, any type of reversal attempts.
That's something you always have to keep in mind as well. Like, Hot Dog has access to pretty decent jumps and hell attacks to go with it, but also maybe the Hell Rise could be something to look out for. Phenom either way prepared for it, airborne.
Wow.
Damn!
And the recognition from Hot Dog, the force knockdown jungle point, immaculate. Plus frames all day, and then yes, had the charge. You saw him walking back, puts it into the dive kick, continuing the corner pressure. Give me that parry as well. Let me get that drive gauge. He's parrying all of that though and gets so much back because of it.
Defensive back throw paying off for Phenom. Now the assault begins. Another throw. Hot Dog, what are you gonna do defensively? Perfect parry after the backdash. Good anticipation. Not gonna spend it? Yes, he is. I lied to you. 2 bars to it. The Punisher is intact. Bam! Getting around on the board.
These players are so good at getting to their next answers in the moment, right? Hot Dog with the backdash, recognizing that Phenom didn't go for a throw. So what's next? Most likely a button, right? He's gonna try to take advantage of the recovery of the backdash so he gets out the perfect parry in time. Man, all of these players are playing so well.
Right more of a patient start. Yeah, trying to space out the Fierce. I don't mind that Psycho Crusher either. It gets him out of harm's way regardless. If the dive kick does come out, he will catch it.
Yeah, I love the fact that he's just answering the dive kicks or the jumps with the Psycho Crusher. If he has the charge, that's honestly one of the most universal answers to whatever Cammy's gonna do. And wow, the neutral parry from Phenom.
You had to look out for that, right? You have a little bit of, or a pretty decent time being able to snipe that out with that perfect parry. Phenom is very much so in tune with trying to snipe that out, but now Hot Dog reaching where he shouldn't.
Yes, indeed, and he is going to say goodnight for the first match off that. Phenom able to combo into the level 3. And yeah, that's a great point, right? Players have gotten better and better at react parrying the Stand Fierce. The Stand Fierce is super significant on the startup. It might be plus on block, but the startup is double digits at the very least. I'll look it up right now. But yeah, players have gotten better and better at react parrying that button.
Yeah, it's going to be another switch up now that Hot Dog is going to be faced with. I think, he's been doing a great job of kind of dampening the moments in the neutral where he's trying to set the pace for himself to also hide his charge, which is pretty significant. If Phenom decides to get antsy with those fierces, they have to come in different timings or be a little bit less predictable. But at the same time, if Phenom's already got the timing down pat and the recognition, I don't know if that's going to be a valid tactic anymore going further into the neutral.
Yeah, remember the stay in a heavy punch is 19 frame startup, right? That is literally on the edge of proper human reaction. So when you're used to seeing it, when you're playing this game a lot, you could definitely react with perfect parry on that button.
Already off to a really, really rough start for the side of Hot Dog. A very fortuitous cross-up, though. We are going to get the OD scissors, plant the bomb, dash up for the frame kill, looking for the button for Phenom. No juggle, though. Not too bad, but the throw being in this situation still, where you're going to get thrown over and over again, is a pretty bad one. Level 1, get off of me again.
Yeah, Phenom is recognized, right? When Hot Dog is on offense, he is just going to keep putting on the pressure. He's not going to let you do anything. He's going to suffocate. So because of that, Phenom has been busting out with the DPs, with the supers, and now Hot Dog is scared to anti-air if he doesn't have Psycho Crusher charge, right? That's what we saw right there. Phenom able to get 2 jump-ins scot-free and gets a throw kill off of it.
Oh. Wasn't prepared with the charge, perhaps, or just wasn't ready for the fast version. OD dive kick to start things off for Phenom, and you can see it. The jumps are now coming in a lot more.
Hot Dog gonna be able to stop the momentum a little bit here. Finally getting some offense of his own. Bomb gonna be exploding. Does able to protect his drive gauge with the parry.
Out of there, yeah. Being able to check the space. I love the jump back. The target combo does get punished severely. More so for the situation change, right? Being able to maintain the pressure in the corner is so much more important than damage output itself.
Precisely. This is the long game that Phenom was working towards here. He's got 3 bars on deck as well. My goodness, we've seen Phenom for throw Daigo 5 times in a row. Switches it up against Hot Dog, though, at the last moment. Either catching a back dash or a jump perfectly. That's how you condition and then make sure you come out on top.
I honestly thought you were onto something in regards to the throw. We've seen that before, right?
We've seen that from
I wanted to see if he was going to actually pull through with it. I'm like, yo, he actually might do it for the crowd, but no, he was out for blood. He was doing it for himself. That medium punch was so perfectly timed. And I'm actually glad, if you have been paying attention at home, I'm glad the player 2 curse has been, or sorry, the player 1 curse has been lifted, because it's been all player 2 eccentric in regards to the W's thus far.
I like that. I don't like the sides to have an advantage, you know what I mean? Sometimes the fighting game gods give the player 1 or player 2 some sprinkle it in, but I like this. The even ground. Phenom bounces back from his first game loss as well, and now Hot Dog is going to be able to, I mean, he's going down 0-2 now, so it's going to be a little bit tough to bounce back from that. He's going to obviously have to run it off 3 straight to have any hope of making it out. But man, yeah, both of those players were put in a rough spot, and big ups to Phenom to be able to respond to that the way he did.
Yeah, I got to say, man, with regards to Hot Dog and what he wanted to get started, like how his point of entries have been, primarily through trying to establish plus frames, right? The fierces have been blown up. Whenever he gets a knockdown, he would try to initiate with a back roundhouse and even try to steal turns off of that. But most of the time, his offense revolved around those 2 normals as well as trying to land the throw in the corner, which is, again, not necessarily a substantial tactic to kind of like analyze through, but it's something to really note. It's like Hot Dog didn't really have his chance to show out in neutral as much.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think like one of those things, it's kind of what plagued Phenom in his first game, where they want to, once they get the offense, they don't want to give that up, right? They don't want to give it up to bait something out. And we saw that again from here, where Phenom was able to get multiple successful, whether it be reversal ODDPs, reversal supers, because he was just committed to the offense so heavily. So something to keep an eye on going forward here. We already saw some clean bait outs earlier, but from a lot of these players, they just want to make sure they get their offense off. Right now, we're going into Takamura versus Itabashi Zangief. Obviously, Itabashi falling to Punk. He needs this W big time.
This is going to be very, very exciting to see Itabashi and Zangief. Oh, sorry, Itabashi and Takamura. I'm saying 2 sides of the same coin. What am I doing, man? This is crazy. But Itabashi Zangief, again, at the deficit, 0-1. Takamura, very, very explosive start. I want to know what happens when Takamura is put in the blender, excuse me. If that even happens, honestly, like with how explosive he has been with his OD uppercut specifically on the reads offensively that Phenom had made, I wonder if Itabashi had taken note of that and will be playing a little bit more patient off of certain normal instances.
Yeah, definitely could be, right? Especially like in this matchup, as you mentioned. I, as a Ken player, I've never liked the Zangief matchup in this game. I think Zangief poses Ken some problems when it comes to the ranges you want to play at. And just in general, being able to manipulate you on the ground. So that's something to keep an eye out for, but we've seen these players kind of not care about that so far, right? Punk looks super good, just completely whip punishing, playing comfortable as per usual with Cammy. And Takamura is one of those guys that's so unorthodox, it's tough to make him uncomfortable. He's always the one making his opponent uncomfortable in the first place.
I think the only thing that stands out to me in terms of the comfort factor is how often Takamura will rely on the run tactic specifically against Zangief, right? I don't think he's going to have that much success, even if he does find hits, a couple of hits. That extra vitality on Zangief is only going to whittle him down just a little bit, right? But for the most part, if he commits to something like that and Itabashi has the proper read and defends, you are eating a chunk of damage with the SPD, and that's exactly what Itabashi is looking forward to. Heck, you might even get the double suplex, if anything.
We might see it. We might see double Germans coming out. It's going to be a great one, 100% here. Takamura looking to ride that momentum. We talked about how much he's a momentum-based player. Getting a Game 1 win over Phenom to start Group A is huge here. Itabashi, obviously, being in Japan, you know he wants to put on a show, not just for himself, but for his entire country, considering Capcom Cup is here in the Ryugoku Kokugikan. And, I mean, he's playing the wrestler character, bro. Sumo wrestling and professional wrestling, legendary arena for that. So he's got to show out.
Man, there's so many things that are like so heavy when it comes to like the mental and what's on the line, obviously for Capcom Cup, but also being in a historic arena like this, I feel like there might be a little bit of added pressure, but maybe just for the bystanders and us, but I don't know how true that is to some of the players. I mean, for someone like Takamura, one of the cold-blooded killers in the group, I think that doesn't really phase him. But for Itabashi, I don't know if there's going to be like any extra because of the fact that he's in his hometown. If it's going to be like, man, I really got to show out for this crowd because look at all my fans out there.
Yeah, right.
To all my loyal fans, like it just makes sense.
He even did it on command right there. Oh, you guys can't see, but of course we're going through. Lovely crowd has already filtered in as well for the Ryugoku. All coming to see Capcom Cup. Obviously, Street Fighter in Japan has exploded for Street Fighter 6. Incredible showings, whether it be offline view parties for SFL, whether it be the crowd, the immense crowd that we got to see at the Super Premiere in Japan. That was so sick. You need to see everybody hold up their signs for their favorite SFL teams and all their players supporting as well. Japan has just been showing out for Street Fighter 6 like no other country, honestly. So it's very fitting that Capcom Cup is here.
Without a doubt, man. Again, we've only gotten started with Group A thus far. We understand that you guys have been waiting very, very patiently for this very moment. We are still trying to make sure that everything runs smoothly, but as it stands right now within Group A, Phenom currently at 1-1. Takamura 1-0, that might just change in just a bit. Hot Dog looking at 0-2, very substantial to take note very early. Salvatore, 1 and done today, he's big chillin'. Itabashi Zangief looking to change his fate as well. Punk the God, he's also big chillin' with 1-0.
Yeah, exactly. Punk the God, he's done for the day, right? 2-0, defeated Itabashi Zangief, maybe even one of the players he was most concerned about in the pool, right? Already getting that off the table, you know he's going to be feeling good going forward for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and look at that, dude. The Camis with a 2-point differential right off the bat, 2 O's against their opponent. Wow. Something in the water, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Salvatore really gaming out here, man, taking down Hot Dog in the process. So, yeah, Hot Dog, rough start for him. We'll see if he's going to be able to bounce back. Excuse me. And, of course, we're going to see Takamura try to continue that momentum, right? He was 2-1 up against Phenom, so the point differential only +1 right now. You know he's going to look for a little bit more dominant victory if he can pull it off. Right. Itabashi Zangief also looking to combat that 0-2 to Punk, right? Wanting to do a 2-0 himself. It can come down to the points to end it. So all of these matches, the way they play out, everything matters.
We are going to get that final match of Group A started, but nonetheless, we still have so many groups to go through between B and G. That's going to be happening all day long with also a rotation. You guys have seen who have been a part of the broadcast as well. Big ups to everybody involved with production and getting us out here first and foremost. You are going to see plenty of others taking to the stage to call some of your favorite matches going forward. But as it stands right now, Takamura versus Itabashi Zangief, that's what we're waiting on right now, and it's going to be so integral for both of these players.
Indeed, man. This is going to have a lot of implications going forward, considering it's the second match for both players, right? If Takamura is able to take this to start 2-0 like that, and the 2-0 being over Itabashi Zangief and Phenom, I mean, he is really putting himself in a prime position to make it out of the group proper. Itabashi Zangief, of course, looking to keep his hopes alive. Going down 0-2 is going to be extremely difficult as a whole to climb out of.
Man, imagine if they do go 0-2 today and manage to run an entire gauntlet throughout the rest of the days. That can also dampen so many other players going forward into their hopes and dreams of continuing on to into the top 6. So we'll see how this plays out, man. I still think there's going to be a lot of surprises in store, specifically for this group as well. I mean, we talked about the death groups. We talked about, first and foremost, it's not his fault, by the way. No. Last year was easily not his fault. The common denominator was easily Rob TV.
It was Rob TV. It was Rob
100%.
TV. I'm sorry, Rob. I'm sorry. You are getting thrown under the bus for this. I removed myself from the situation voluntarily. It's your fault, dog. It's your fault.
But I got to say, man, Group F, Group G as well, those are the big groups that a lot of the attention has been put towards on social media as well. So there are so many big matches to come through. But I'm glad that you guys are tuning in at the very, very start of our day. It makes us feel so much better to see you guys finally get rewarded for all your patience throughout the entirety of the season, man.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's cool because we've already gotten to see some of the fan favorites, right? Like the Phenoms, the Punks, the Itabashi Zangiefs, Takamura, Salvatore, etc. But so many more fan favorites are still to come, right? Mena RD, the Birds, etc. Fudo as well. There's so many. Kakaru is going to be an amazing day. Shout out to Juicy Joe as well. I can't wait to see so many of these players getting to show out on an international schedule, an international level. Well, we're going to get this Itabashi Zangief Takamura match started right now. Looks like the button checks are over, perhaps. Maybe not. I'm not exactly sure, but we're going to find out soon. Of course, Takamura going to be rocking the Ken Itabashi Zangief, rocking his namesake.
I love that, too. I'm really happy for him. Like, in Season 1, it was looking kind of rough. I didn't know if he was going to change his name from Zangief to Itabashi Marisa.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't want to see it personally. I enjoy the way that Marisa plays, but I am a big fan of Itabashi Zangief, and I think, you know, he has to stay with his character. He's done it to himself if he names himself after the character, to be honest with you. But, like, it was very, very hard in Season 1 for Zangief. I feel like mostly also, like, the toolkit that he had wasn't necessarily one to contend against the meta, but at the same time, I also believe that in terms of the development of the character, wasn't just thoroughly there. I mean, we had a couple of pioneers trying to do it. Itabashi obviously being one of them. We have Dr. Danny Pham also in the States really trying to innovate this character as well in the very early stages of Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, most definitely, right. It's a bit of a struggle, but it seems like some of the Zangiefs have been able to put the pieces of the puzzle together, right? Yeah. Not only Itabashi Zangief qualified, but also Zangief Balado out of Brazil also has qualified for Capcom Cup and had an amazing showing at UFA. It wasn't just like he was able to show out in his region. He went to UFA. He got top 8 at that tournament, defeating Big Bird in the process, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, Zangief Balado, some of these players have cracked the code. Mena RD obviously has been dabbling with the Zangief as well. So this character has come a long way from where we first started seeing it in Street Fighter 6.
One more side note, man. I got to pay respects to my man Ramsey. His level up journey with Zangief has been an inspirational one. When I watched that man play, low-key, I'm like, I kind of want to play this character. Like, there are only a few players that could do that to me, quite honestly. I'm like, yo, when I watch Ramsey play Zangief, like, he's one of them. When I watch Kakaru play JP, I'm like, man, I will never get the dexterity to play this character, but I'll try it. Those cats really deserve their flowers, honestly, for pioneering the way that they do. But we are getting ever so close to see Takamura versus Itabashi Zangief duke it out for their final matchup of the day.
Yeah, I love seeing the players that can really inspire others with their characters, right? Like, we were actually out in Tokyo the other day, and we got recognized by one of the employees. They're like, "Oh, are you guys here for Capcom Cup?" And they played Street Fighter 6, and he was like, "Oh, my favorite player is Shuto because I play Marisa," right? So it's just real sick to have these type of players that can inspire on these characters that you don't see a super ton of, whether it be the Zangief, whether it be the Manon, like with Idom, whether it be the Jamie that we see. Boos obviously played a lot of Jamie along with the Ken over there in the States. So there's still so many players showing out with these characters. Obviously, Ja BM's going to be playing the Terry. Chris CCH might be playing the Terry.
Truly,
Who knows, right? That's another character that he's been dabbling with. But yeah, we're going to get it started very shortly here. I think they're making sure everything is prim and proper here right now. We're going to get a quick button check and then hopefully into the match next. It's Takamura versus Itabashi Zangief. Going to be looking to advance in Group A and obviously try to get into that top 16, which will be taking place Saturday, Friday for those of you in the States.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, too, in terms of the inspiration of some of these players. I'm glad that you mentioned that story because that was 100% a factual story in that specific center. We were trying to poke around the conversation and maybe get a discount. That would have been godlike. But fact of the matter is, Street Fighter 6 is definitely Japan's esport, man. I got to say, they have been taking it to a whole different level in terms of the fandom and in terms of the player base itself.
Yeah, and it's just like, it's really impressive to me how much the Japanese scene, like, gets to know all the other scenes, right? Like, I wouldn't have been expected to be recognized by one of these people from Japan, right? But the fact that they recognize you, me, all kinds of players that we were with.
Oh,
like,
Yipes for sure at the arcade. When we went to Hey Arcade, as soon as we left from watching him,
so
like some players just flooded him.
It's so sick to see a lot of the Japanese natives have all the culture from around the world when it comes to fighting games. Obviously, you can hear that with the respect to Punk, the fandom of Mena RD. But right now, we are going to get into our final Group A match of the day. Takamura versus Itabashi Zangief. This is going to have great implications going forward. Let's get it.
God, I love that intro. Let's go. Takamura, Itabashi Zangief.
Takamura already looking to establish a fireball. Something that we didn't see too much of earlier on. But already having to guess wrong.
Oh. I like that, while maintaining the parry as well, still able to cancel out into the OD uppercut. Counter hit again, committing to that run. Itabashi head to the sky. He was really upset with that decision making.
Yeah, the fact that he did it off the stand fierce ride, so obviously that's gonna be the best time to do it. Oh no, just walks out of the throw range. SPD, Itabashi here.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, sweep Takamura, not gonna get caught with anything, and of course the low crouch medium kick that God, exposing any type of stand fierce that you want. Put that away.
Tetsugen Naicha, aka the Noisemaker. Takamura with a very explosive first round, dumping that level 2 where need be. He doesn't want to give any sort of remorse or recovery for Itabashi in that round.
Shout outs to him. And again, Takamura early on, looking to establish fireball. Maybe try to bait Itabashi into something and just drive rushing behind it once he sees the fireball connect.
Oh, that would have been disastrous.
Yeah, I was going to say the Jinrai is a little bit scary. And I feel like Takamura is taking risks that Itabashi Zangief is not used to seeing from his Ken players in Japan, right? So I think he's getting caught off guard a little bit and missing some of these punish opportunities because he's just not used to seeing people take that risk.
I mean, that should have been the key point against Takamura when he had watched, if he had watched Takamura versus Phenom. But Itabashi seems to be in a little bit more control now. Gonna be able to block that. Yes, sir. Get the wheel kick, Lariat extension, Boris Dynamite. That's just it right there. The damage is so huge off of that punish counter.
Yeah, gigantic punish from Itabashi Zangief. And he is definitely starting to catch on to Takamura's tendencies, right? We've talked about Takamura has been willing to bust out a lot on the invincible reversals. Great bait out from Itabashi there. He tried to get the cross fierce run cancel, but you run it straight into a level 3 that he jumps out of. Takamura, beautiful bait right there. I think the drive rush was off a heavy, so he was able to jump. That was good stuff.
Still couldn't believe he recovered in time. That was immaculate. Busting it out with the OD uppercut, making sure to catch that angle against Itabashi's jump. No shot, no fear in this man's heart. Cold-blooded killer that is Takamura. As we had said time and time again, first game convincingly in his favor.
Takamura is not afraid to bust out, right? Especially in situations like that. I love the fact that he was like, all right, off of an air tech hit where I'm gonna reset back on the ground, I'm in burnout. Again, Itabashi most likely wants to abuse that fact. He's willing to risk the level 1, kills off of it. Man, Takamura's reads, the way he's been able to predict his opponent's decisions via the context of the match, immaculate. Yeah. Making the haters mad indeed. Making the haters mad.
Giving them more to hate about. All right. Man, the spirit of Yipes is in all of us, I'll tell you what. Takamura, let's see what he does now. Spacing it out with a fireball to kind of gauge what the sequence is going to be from Itabashi. That fierce getting punished.
Oh, and then he knew he would try the SPD after outside of the stand fierce range. That's tough.
Drag on in there.
Look at that. Now Itabashi's trying to bait stuff out, right? But Takamura not going to just bust out at every given instance.
So hard to read, man. And Itabashi is so heavily read-based against a lot of the players he faces off against.
And Itabashi, that time he saw the fierce drive rush cancel, so he just drive reversaled him off. Oh!
You have to get the side switch. Dragon Lash indeed comes out. Dash up twice. No, that was a dash up into a run!
Dash up, run, stop low, and then the DI catches Itabashi reaching. My goodness, Takamura, how are you always so right now?
Tetsugen Naicha, not gonna kill yet!
Oh my, oh.
What in the world?
I don't even know. It looked like Itabashi was trying to scoop him up out the air. Man, that was tough. Takamura escapes with the victory.
Oh, exchange of blows. Takamura ringing out with that standing heavy punch. Itabashi trying to measure the gap with that medium kick as well. But again, he's not able to find a solid read against Takamura. Now on the offensive, on the gas, with the drive rush, back-to-back throws. You heard the flash of the parry, punish counter, keep doing it, man. He's got level 3, let him waste it. He tried to bait it out.
That was sick, and Itabashi knew. He was like, this is the time where you're gonna look to bait something out. Goes with the button, catches the backdash, now we side switch. Oh, put a stop to that drive rush as well, seen it. But another level 1, you ain't gonna bait it out, I'm gonna let it rip.
And he knew that SPD would definitely have killed. Takamura assessing the risks so well. One throw more will do it. Drive rush on in, knocking on the door, and it's the tick throw yet again!
And man, it hurts, right? Itabashi and Zangief as a character in general, at the whim of hard reads, at the whim of trying to tech throws in those situations, because they did get rid of his ability to jump cancel the SPD to avoid the throws, right? In a situation like that, you had to imagine if that ability was still there, he would have at least risked it one time. But in a situation now, you just gotta be able to make the right read. And unfortunately for Itabashi Zangief, he was just put in that situation too many times to be successful. Great stuff from Takamura again and again.
Man, there's gotta be a counter. There's gotta be somebody like keeping tabs of the stats in regards to how successful Takamura has been in some of these key reversal moments on defense, right? I think that's been the biggest highlight thus far in all of his matches here in day 1.
I think that's a hallmark of Takamura as well. Is like he is not afraid. That is the only reversal I feel like we've seen baited in any of his sets, right? And I mean, look at the damage, right? And you would think going forward, I did half of his life off of baiting that. He's not gonna do it again, but of course he does, just like that. So Takamura, I mean, he's just been so willing to bust out. The drive rush into the DI right there as well. Maybe that was one of the tap parry baits. That's something that people use a lot, right? They show the drive rush. The player might tap parry to try to avoid the drive rush button, and then the DI catches them recovering and blocking and pretty much guarantees the DI. But it caught him pressing a button, so it worked out anyway.
And that's rough too. When you saw towards the end of it, Itabashi had some decisions to be made, but on defense, with what his current stat was at, he only had like 1 bar to his name. He did have a healthy drive gauge, but overall was not able to play that defense as well as he'd like to.
Yeah, most definitely. So incredible stuff, incredible showing from Takamura to start 2-0 in Group A, and of course now we're going to get to Ryan Hart as well as Takamura.
2勝の高村選手に来ていただきました。さあまずは高村選手おめでとうございます。
Congratulations to Takamura taking it 2-0 in his group. Dominant performance there against Itazan at the end, and of course Phenom to open the group. We're going to have a small interview with him now as Aru casts the opening question.
はい、日本でのカプコンカップいかがですか？どういう感じですかね？
So the first question is, how do you feel so far about coming to Capcom Cup here in Japan?
I feel very good. You know, I like this place. Very great. Everything perfect, and the food, and you know, it's been a great time so far.
今までとてもいい機会になっておりまして、ご飯も美味しいし、場所も素敵だし、みんなもすごいご親切にしてくれるから、とても幸せです。
そして今あった板橋残留戦、かなりリスクのあるスーパーアーツ等をほとんど決めて勝った。そのあたりについては本人はどういう風な感覚でしたか？
So against Itabashi Zangief, you know, there were some very confident reads that you made, some very risky plays that you went for that turned out in your favor really well. You know, in terms of your preparation, or what was your mindset in some of the decisions that you made?
You know, I watch a lot of his replay, and I try to understand his logic behind every choice that he made. And he liked to come and grab a lot. So at the beginning, I was just like, you're gonna start jumping, so show him that you know what you do. And it worked so far.
伊佐さんの動画をよく見てたりするし、頭の中で一体何を考えてるかっていうのを知りたくて動画を見てて、でやっぱりこの人大好きなんだねって分かって、何回も推測ジャンプで逃げたりしてて、まあ結局運が良くていい結果を出せたんですけど、そんな感じですって。
本当に素晴らしい試合でした。高村選手、明日も頑張ってください。
Good luck tomorrow in all your matches. Very amazing performance. Takamura, absolutely dominant run here so far in Group A. Brilliant stuff. We'll be seeing more from him later on, but that's it from us. See you later.
I'm loving that interview too. I'm loving the things that he had been saying in regards to the replays that he had been studying against Itabashi Zangief and his decision making. Trying to really understand what the player is about is only like, I feel like a good majority of the prep work that you need. It's not just understanding the matchups, but also what the tendencies are of those specific players.
The why is everything. Like, I love the fact that he said that, right? I went into studying his replays to try to figure out why he made every decision that he made. And to me, that is how you properly learn anything when it comes to this type of stuff. So I love the fact that he was like, I'm going in trying to figure out how his mind works, how he approaches fighting games. And I mean, obviously it's worked, right? He was able to kind of take down Phenom as well as take down Itabashi Zangief. And it was a 2-0 to Itabashi Zangief as well, which is giving him a +3 differential. Huge for Takamura going forward.
And again, we still have plenty more matches to go throughout the entirety of the day, but this is the conclusion of Group A thus far, with Salvatore following behind, just behind Takamura, and then Punk also with a very tied record with Salvatore as well, both taking it to their opponents, 2-0s in both fashions, really, yeah, in both games, actually, in both opponents. So very, very strong record to start things off.
Same point differential for the Camis as well. Dominant performances showing out. And yeah, both of them only played once today, so it's going to be interesting seeing them tomorrow and having to face the rest. And of course, when they both clash themselves. So, of course, but right now, we're going to get into our first sponsor of the event.
In terms of everybody that's been working so hard to get here, Suzuki is standing behind the people who love Endeavor and Challenge and are pleased to collaborate with Street Fighter 6 to deliver joy of the game to as many people as possible. This time, they'll be putting their booth in place on the second floor, by the way, of the Ryogoku Kokugikan, the venue of Capcom Cup 11, obviously, to showcase the special edition bike, the GSX-8R. That is crazy. Tuned by JURI. That is actually insane in terms of the colorway. I love this. Check it out, the official Suzuki bike in collaboration of Street Fighter 6. We had the luxury to be able to check this out in person. Man, they allowed us to get on the bike and take pictures with it with the exact color scheme. I got to talk to the Suzuki representative. It was something to behold for sure.
Most definitely. If you want to make sure you take in all the glory of that Suzuki bike, you got to do it with clear eyes, clear hearts. And the best way to do that is with Roto Z, of course. And there's also a free download for the Roto Z Man suit costume in Street Fighter 6 right now. Roto Z is the eye drop brand in Japan, and cool eye drops for anti-bloodshot and anti-fatigue. I've used them myself. It definitely burns you awake. It straight up feels so good. It makes your vision, honestly, more clear than it was before. So Roto Z is collaborating with Street Fighter 6 until March 10th. Get the Roto Z Man costume now.
I can't wait. I cannot wait to become Roto Z-Man in the Battle Lounge. I'm going to play it like an NPC. I'm just going to stand there and wave at people. I'm not even going to try to engage in games. I'm going to be like, yo, you want some eye drops, Playboy? I got you, man.
You're going to treat it like Evo Japan?
That's exactly it. That's exactly it, yeah.
Well, man, amazing start to this for Group A. We're going to be right back, take a quick break, and we're going to be back with Group B along with, man, they turned the lights off on us, along with Senkola and IFC Yipes. Don't go anywhere.
dreams become reality. Monster Hunter Bridge.
Show me what you have. What?
カプコンカップ11、これからお届けするのはグループ B の5試合です。早速参りましょう。グループ B プレイヤーの入場です。
Here we are at Capcom Cup 11, and it's time, as Group A concludes, to introduce the second group, Group B here at Capcom Cup 11. Let's get to it.
まずはベルギーの忍者キッド、ソルティキッド。
Hailing from Belgium, the young ninja, it's Salty Kid.
So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, step back.
バングラディッシュのトラ、サイアニク。
And next up, it's the Tiger, Sai Anik.
さあ、ストレングス、エネル。
All the way from South Korea, it's the Strength and L.
パナマの偉大なる闘士、グラントナカイ。
And next up, it's the Great Will, Gran Torakai.
バーティスタブラザーズ疾風の兄 JB。
And next up, it's the Burglar, JB.
カリフォルニアの白い暴走特急ノーザプロディティ。
Representing California, it's the Burn Express, Noah the Prodigy.
さあ、という B グループも非常に強豪揃いのグループになりましたね。
それはすごいですね。実力者揃いなんで。
はい。果たしてどのようなドラマが起きるのか、選手たちが会場を一周して、
はい、
ステージに続々と集まって並んでいただきます。
誰が勝ってもおかしくはない話ですよね。
そうですね。
すごいです。
ノアがファンサービスをしながら最後にステージに立つ。さあ、以上の6名のプレイヤーがグループ B トップ16トーナメントの座をかけて総当たり戦で戦います。皆さん、今一度大きな拍手をお願いいたします。
And with that, that is the 6 members of Group B that you see on your stage. They're about to do battle, and only 2 of them will qualify for the top 16 on day 4. Give these guys a big round of applause.
それでは選手の皆さんはスタンバイをお願いいたします。
All right, all players on standby. Thank you very much.
さあ、ここからは試合の模様を熱く伝えてくれる実況席の皆さんにお渡ししたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
All right, it's time to hand over to our amazing casters desk to call the action. Take it away.
It's time for Group B, or as some may say, bust ass. Not because of what's going on the stage, because I got my boy IFC, I'm St. Cola, and we got some good Obsidian action coming through, do we not, my friend?
I like that. Man clean. He said Obsidian. I respect that. But nah, man, listen, it's an honor to be here. First time I'm here in Japan. Is this your first time as well?
First time.
Well, look at that. We're here to enjoy that moment together. But this is amazing. The fact that I have one of the best seats in the house with my boy right here. To see who's going to have a little bit of that life-changing money. But just fear not. Of course, it's only day 1. This is Group B, of course. My man just you definitely explained that very well. I respect that.
Hey,
so yes, that's what I'm looking for.
Credit to you, of course.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, we were trying to get down to that nitty-gritty. We're already starting with the first day, but every match matters. Every single iota, every throw loop, every perfect parry is going to matter. If you ask them down to that differential. Talking to Jammers yesterday, we were talking about how, we have our people that make it out and make it maybe not so out. We have to worry about the people that may be spoiler to a lot of things that may happen in terms of, causing chaos and things like that. So with this group that we have for Group B, there's a lot of Kimberly, there's a lot of Akuma as well. We've got a lot of variants too. Salty Kid, Sianki, NL, Grand Todokai, JB, and Noah the Prodigy round out Group B. What are we thinking about who's going to be the strongest?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I could be a little biased here. I'm looking at the obvious JB and Noah the Prodigy.
Yeah.
But, of course, this is a 2 out of 3 setting. How comfortable they are in that setting, we'll see. But these guys are professionals, so it really doesn't matter. It's about who wants to start strong and end the day with a good record. So that's just how it brings it down. I mean, I feel like one of the I wouldn't say one of the heavy hitters, but somebody that you really got to look out for sure is Salty Kid. And I'm only saying that, not to say that he's not a killer. I haven't really had the experience to watch all of his gameplay. However, everybody has been bigging him up in this building, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. Of course, you see the matches right here. Salty Kid versus Unique. NL versus Grand Todokai. Shout out to Grand Todokai. He was at the verge of giving up and not even trying to qualify for this tournament, and he made it through his regionals through the World Warriors. So big ups to Panama in the building, of course. JB versus Noah the Prodigy. That is something that I'm looking forward to, obviously, because JB benched Noah the Prodigy in SFL, so Noah might be feeling a certain way that he might want to send us a message that you should have put me up front. Maybe we would have made it to the finals. Who knows? But that's for another day. Salty Kid versus NL, of course, it's a rounded up Unique versus Cloud JB. Shout outs to Unique, of course. I see he is from Bangladesh. Respect that we have a nice little conglomerate of just everybody around the world just joining here and play some Street Fighter 6, man. At the end of the day, we all share the same roof. We all share the same love. And that's the FGC, baby. So
and honestly, last year, he wasn't able to get through because of visa issues. Now he is here. He has earned it. He's back in business. Has to go against Salty Kid. Scenic honestly plays a rotation of characters. He told me he's going to play Akuma. You know how players do, though. Yeah, man, I'm going to play this character, and then they play 5 other characters throughout the tournament. So he is mainlining the Akuma, despite the fact that we do see Chun-Li on the screen. From what I've seen over in the player lounge, it's been Akuma, Salty Kid on the Kim, as you mentioned. Not a lot of data unless you're really watching and tuning into Salt Mine League when he play, or at least the CFN. That's not a lot of data to pull from overall. Only
data I need to know is if your mix-up is good, yes or no. That's all I need to hear. Kimberly explosive. I'm talking about one mistake, you are in the blender, and that is what Kimberly represents very well. Yes, and everybody plays Kimberly a little different. Obviously, they got the same routes to the stand fierce, the anti-airs, the whole 9. But definitely I want to see what he brings to the table. Yeah. Unique, I know he's known more for the Chun-Li and the Bison. I know that's a secondary as well, so I was definitely looking forward to that. So maybe, I don't know, maybe if the Goki gets washed. I like how I'm in Japan, I'm actually saying
you said Goki.
Now I'm saying Vega. Yo, so
you got a katana in the back, bro.
So quick story, right? I was in customs coming in here, and I was holding my stick in my hand, right? And he was like, oh, Street Fighter 6 Capcom Cup. And I was like, yeah. And then he said character. And I said, Bison. He said, oh, Vega. And then I just realized, I was like, oh my God, I was like, where was that?
You in Japan immediately.
But let's see, man. Big shout out to Bangladesh, man. One thing about me learning about fighting games in general is I always want to know from around the world who is actually out there in the field trying to represent where they from. So Bangladesh, I haven't really heard much in terms of, not that they don't make noise, it's just I like that they have a platform now to really speak their mind and really showcase what this was all about and what type of competition, how fierce it is over there in Bangladesh. Shout out, you already know the vibe.
True.
Salty Kid, man, 19, woo!
That's
boy is young.
Second, probably youngest player that we have out here. Youngest being Blas, but being 19 years old, cooking up the competition. We saw him in Street Fighter 5 with the Meek, if I remember correctly, so it makes sense to go to another mixed master that is Kimberly. And the way that he played, at least in the finals, he played against Kiko, I believe, which is a Cammy player, which is a good matchup for Cammy. He cooked up that character, did a lot of OD usage that seemed like it was risky, but it worked out in the clutch. So I'm looking to see that in the first of 2. That's a deadly proposition. If you're going to play out that where you get close to burnout, you make that risk, and you're willing to try to get that for the reward, get the damage, and her neutral's better now. That stand fierce. Her light butt, it's hard to trade with her. She's got a little bit more stability in terms of neutral overall, and you already have a powerful mixed master like that. Yeah. He might be a deadly, I'm just saying, he might at minimum ruin many people's days.
One of the things I'm looking forward to any Kimberly players, how advanced are their bomb setups is the question. So let's see. I have not seen CNE play an Akuma yet. Let's see what he brings to the table. But you make it this far to the Capcom Cup, I can't doubt you that you ain't one of the nicest in the building.
100%.
But yeah, man, let me talk about Salty Kid a little bit. He did beat Garnet in the World Warriors Europe West. Shout out to Garnet. I know he couldn't make it in qualifying, but he did graduate recently, so congratulations, my boy.
Yeah.
You already know Garneto, my guy. And of course, CNE beat Bad Sa. Hopefully I'm saying your name right, pardon me if y'all watching. Winning the World Warrior Asia South. So, man, the fact that he won the Asia South, you know how many killers is out here, dog? I was in the arcade chilling casually, and I'm playing nothing but killers. I don't know who they are. You know, you got the arcades that they connect like to different arcades.
Just a random.
Fire, though. And I respect that they kept putting their quarters in. I ain't gonna lie, I was kicking a lot of gluteus maximus. I ain't gonna lie in the arcades, but maybe I was in the wrong arcade. Who knows?
But the thing is, like, you don't know how either person plays if they never traveled outside that much, you know?
Right.
Nick don't be traveling like that. Salty Kid, we've seen him in sub-tournaments in Street Fighter 5. In 6, he doesn't really compete as consistently
And you
as
said
he
Salt
used to.
Mine as well, right?
Yes, Salt Mine, we have seen him in Salt Mine a few times. But in terms of like consistency to other Kim players, not as much. So hard to get that data. So when you come in this first 2 scenario, you gotta immediately get going, bro. You might get cooked up. We saw it with Salvatore just recently in Group A. Like, ain't nobody know about him, but we do know this is our first match of Group B. Salty Kid, Anik is going to be the Akuma. It's going to be the Kim. That's what's going to be up on the screen real soon here. We just looking at, I think, a little bit of a butt check on our side of things. They're making sure everything's A-okay. You see our beautiful brown skin up on the screen. Yes, sir. Hi, how you doing?
I'm so sorry. You know, usually when I'm like this, you see the big dome. You see the Thunder Dome. But I'm here, though. I'm aging wisely, though, man. Of course, we out here.
You know what
St.
it is.
Cola. Again, this is exciting. A very prestigious venue, if you will. And I'm kind of whack at saying the name, so I'm not going to say it. But just know I've seen some huge hands, meaning a lot of pictures of a lot of the sumo wrestlers that's been here in the past.
All around the venue, and outside the venue, too, as well.
I did the Kawhi Leonard. Like, any handprint I saw, I just put my hand on it.
And just did the...
Just to see, like, I ain't gonna lie, I think I'll get paid to get smacked in the chest. I'm not even gonna hold
you. You can do that?
Yeah, I'll do that.
I feel like sumo wrestlers are mad strong. I just saw a thing where it was like a football player trying to knock over a sumo wrestler.
Impossible.
He ain't doing it. He ain't doing it. Nah,
I seen that.
Out of your element, you know what I'm saying?
All right, speaking of element, though, we are going to Metro City. No Thunderfoot. All right, we're going to represent the T-Hawk Lily side of things.
Okay.
It's daytime. Yo, I am so excited to watch this. I hope everybody at home is relaxed. Let everybody know. I know it's a little late night, wherever y'all at, but it's okay. Just know if you guys are gamers, you've been on the late night side of things, this is nothing. Just grab some water, maybe an energy drink or two, you know? It's not a bad thing.
Whatever, gets you going. Some snacks, but it makes you keep tuned in, locked in. Let's see who's getting locked out right here. Salty Kid. Here we go. Starting it off, Group B.
When it's all said and done.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
Yeah.
Woo, that's the power of. Anytime you hear somebody's theme, I feel like that's the power of one. Let's see if he's gonna deliver. Opening gambit time, let's go.
So round start, always looking for that for the Kimberly. What type of Kimberly? Do you like the side? Do you like to walk in with the buttons? Salty Kid starting off nice and slow, trying to enter in with one of these buttons. Stand fierce, medium kick. Oh, delays the crouch fierce, gets a run up and gets the command grab.
Was respecting the dive kick there. I respect that. Sniping out the walk forward from Salty Kid.
Nice. The drop.
There we go. Now we're going for mix. I like that. The safe jump stuff. Paid out the parry. Big damage. Remember, this man is a glass cannon. What a sniper. I'm pretty sure that was a delay. And this should be a finish here. Proper. Salty Kid. Round number 1.
That's not Salty Kid. That's Sodium Sam. He's done with you. First round. Fantastic stuff. Even calling it that super. That's a big waste of more. Unique does get confirmed. Heavy kick Tatsu for the max amount of corner carry. Drive rush, the fake out, but no DP. I feel like Heavy would have reached there, but he still has the corner position. But listen, it could be a side switch incoming off the target combo. No, we go for the level 3 off the Vagabond. Even better. Kill the drive gauge, get your speed and power boost.
Yeah, we need that power for sure. We playing RPGs over here.
Now
let's go. We're going to walk up, pressure, standing medium kick. No, we're going for the fist. We are attacking the drive gauge. We're almost home. He wants it gone. There we go. Dehydrated as usual. Do not panic. We do have a level 1. You can react to this drive impact. I like the demon flip to get out of harm's way, but he still get caught in the crossfire. Should this be enough? Survey says.
Not just yet. One more touch, though. One cancel. And so hard to deal with her against that walk back, the sweep off the feet. Hey, that's defeat. Salty Kid with the first game and doing a fantastic job of honestly harassing continuously and burnout, starting off slow and then just keeping on that momentum. You should do with the character.
I mean, you know, the name of the game of Street Fighter 6 is try to keep it in the middle of the screen as much as possible. Salty Kid is doing a great job at walking down Nick to the corner. However, Nick, though, it looks like he's getting a little more comfortable here. Trying to snipe out the obvious, but Salty Kid is giving them different looks in the neutral.
Resting on plus frame shouldn't do that. Delays the jab, was able to get the counter conversion.
He don't believe in staggers. Very nice.
That's the thing about Kim, not having the best in terms of defense at all. All you have is level 1 to your name to bust out. So
100.
Keep that open, going and flowing. OD, go show you can, go sit your ass down.
I like that. Love that expensive OD reversal here from Nick saying, you know, a lot of cash is on the line, but I'm going to let it rip to survive. Going for the counter hit. I like that Salty Kid went for the drive rush crouch jab to snipe out the cross strong attempt for sure. That is, of course, Nick was thinking about it.
Better punch right there, just for the anti-air. It's with the crouch fierce, up kicks, Tatsu right after it. Teleport in for the throw. Oh, he's in his element with the mix up in the corner. There's a guillotine, no pack, no goes for the crouching light kick, wakes up with a light right after. Sianki, careful now, did not get the drive impact.
Man, all right, now he's throwing them off with the demon flips, pressure for sure. Salty Kid has been doing a great job sniping out those demon flips. Okay, but watch your legs, though.
And you see with that stand, light kick, and that sip of calamity. CA, damage on the way. Open up. Daddy's home. Sianki brings it back from the brink. I was looking like it was a little bit of a beating up in the corner continuously, but Sianki switches it up, puts on the pressure that Akuma can do with the demon flips, the stand mediums in the corner.
Right.
And routes it back. We're game to game right now.
That's the thing that throws off anti-airs, man. That jump elbow from Kimberly. It's one thing you don't want to pay attention to something obvious. I'll tell you that right now. All right, trying to catch that wake up technical, possibly or the parry. That was the safest of jump, so he would have been all right.
And with his drive rush meeting, stand ears in the adamant fist, trying to confirm, trying to get a punish counter or a trade. Salty Kid's not biting.
Good defense, don't crack.
Oh, I like the jump back, switch it up a little bit.
Oh, nice swift punish. Right on the recovery of the standing media kick, beautiful. Now, are we gonna attack the drive gauge? I know that's what I would do, it's expensive. A lot of write-offs here for sure.
Take that trade, oh, the burnout! He tab barrier, you should have did that. Before drive impact, can you survive the 4 fears? The adamant fist don't miss, you're that close, bro. And Sianki, set point.
Good checkmate right there, I like that. Bangladesh in the building.
Oh, yeah.
Chuck that plasma, get into the overhead parry, successful, beautiful, perfect. All right, we're going for the pure corner carry, forget the damage, we want positioning here.
Oh, the neck hunter. Stop watching. Extra throw, drive rush, yeah, don't go for the anti-air, we've seen that already get blessed for, avoided. Back to mid-screen.
Zenix should just commit to the cross show and drive rush regardless, especially from that range.
Yeah.
We got a drive rush, a possible finish. Wow, is that for the catch? No! What a way to give it to a hand it to him in a silver platter. We survive another day. Oh.
Final game, final round. All comes down to this. Bar at the bottom, all juice up here for Salty Kid. If you're him, you're probably gonna pop level 3 in this interaction. I would assume get that boost up right now, get your bar back.
Oh my God, no, not yet. All right, bomb setup. That's the first one of the set, mind you. So it's just straight nothing but buttons and neutral, no setups yet. Oh, threw him off, thought it was a dive kick, but credit to Salty Kid for trying to delay with the crouch fit.
Slight walk back. Whip punishment didn't find the full confirm. I could have been a lot more. But damn near burned him out with like level 2 and periods in. He went for it again. Nah, Salty Kid is blocking, now you're dropping. Your drive gauge at the very least is going Sianki with no Bartha in the corner. Salty Kid, this is your game to win.
Yo, what's in the water in Bangladesh? That's kind of crazy. That's already 2 attempts that it failed on both of those attempts with the wake up level 2. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Salty Kid moving forward, never backwards, adding some points to the board here in this beautiful round robin.
Oh, wait, what was that? What's that card?
What is that?
Bro, I can't scan that QR code. That's way too small.
Are you serious? What is
that? You gonna hand it to him? He said, hey.
What was that? What was that, though?
Lessons? You need lessons, bro? I got you. I don't know if it's that. I don't know why you handed him a card.
He's like, here.
That's crazy.
He's like, here's my card. Wow. Well, listen, credit to Salty Kid. I actually got to know the lore behind that.
I got to know what the cards are, bro. To me, it's got to be like, you need some training, bro? I got you. That's crazy.
Well, let's check the highlights real quick, man. I mean, they're both aggressive, of course, swinging in all cylinders. Shout out to Jammers. Had to add that to the vocabulary.
All right.
But it's always that fill-out round, man, to see exactly how people react, how people like to hold up when it comes to throw situations. That's the most important thing when it comes to offense, the throw. So credit to both of these guys to be great on the defense and not shying away for how they really play. Of course, you saw Sianique waking up with a lot of level 2s. But credit for Salty Kid for being well on the defensive side and just ready to stagger when he really needs to.
On the reverse of things, I think Sianique was honestly going for way too many risky things. We saw him like in his turn into like a level 2 or, you know, bust out a little bit too obviously when that hasn't been working. Maybe delay jab, maybe walk up throw a little bit too, so if you're up in the corner, you have to see them kind of walking back and things like that. I do feel like if he adjusted that defense a little bit better, he may have stayed alive a little bit longer, but well, coulda, shoulda. Right now, it's Salty Kid with 2 games right there over the 1. So that's a pretty damn good start.
I mean, the match, credit to the match of both of these guys reacting to like the jump in elbow or like the demon flip. Salty Kid was successful about twice in terms of punishing a delayed dive kick demon flip.
The guillotine, yeah.
Then he was throwing it up, he was throwing it off with the guillotine, exactly. So
that's the difficulty in that matchup is like there's so much variance what he can do, and that crouch release doesn't always reach. So we're gonna be seeing some more Akuma on the screen. NL, aka Never Lacking, shout out to my boy Rob for that one. And Grand Totokai, that's actually, well, that's why we see Bison.
Look at the names, though. The Strength versus the Great Will. NL, of course, hailing from South Korea. You already see where he actually gained his spot, was in the South Korea regionals of the CPT World Warriors. And, of course, Grand Totokai, listen, I want to highlight this guy because he's a prime example of never giving up. I don't know if you follow him on the social media side of things. One of Panama's best. He might be Panama's best, to be very honest.
I mean, if he made it this far, he is.
Yeah. So the thing is, when you see on social media, you see somebody really stressing that, you know, they've been failing or they just haven't gotten the results that they garnered. That's a better way to put it.
Yeah.
You know, they put their emotions on the line, like you really see it on their sleeves. You know what I'm saying?
I like seeing
So the fact that I seen him stress that much, and he actually thought that he wasn't going to make it to Capcom Cup and then make it through the World Warriors in Central America West, like that is one of the greatest stories, and that's what Capcom Cup is all about, man. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. You need diligence when it comes to these FGC side of things, fighting games in general, because not everyone can win. They can only be won, and let's see who's going to set the tone.
What's wild is when I saw Grand Todokai on the very first day, when I got in, he was like, yeah, man, I hope I don't have to fight no Akumas. I mean, I have to because my group is so littered with them. And it's wild because we saw the Bison as the pick on the screen, but he was like, I'm going to play the JP regardless. He's like, I believe I can just play the JP, run that matchup, even though it's like JP's worst.
Yeah.
The dive kicks, the fireballs, the aerial approach with the air fireball, like light punch fireball, of course, too, as well. Forward fierce, if you try to drive rush against the fireballs, are really, really good against JP over on the neutral. So one thing I don't think he wants to play against, but he's going to have an answer for that. He's a big lab rat. He's practiced with Zapparino's group. He's been training all around the area that you can with CFN.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen him in everybody's stream nowadays too as well. So despite what's on paper, it may be different in the match.
I actually want to see if is he truly going to pick JP. I think this is a button check. He should pick Vega. I strongly think he should pick Vega. In this.
I agree with you.
Off of the, you know what? Let's meet in the middle. I'm gonna say Dictator. I'm gonna say Dictator. But I mean, I just freestyle both of them. They both sound fire. I'm not even gonna hold you. But the thing is about that matchup with Akuma and Bison, Bison already eliminates the Demon Flip approaches. Delay, OD, Psycho Crusher smokes all of those options.
Yeah.
That's why you're gonna see a lot from NL in terms of placing fireballs. You're gonna see it more on the crouching strong, low forward range.
Yeah.
The good old John Choi. Shout out to John Choi.
Close range fireballs as well.
Yeah, yeah. So,
variants with OD as well. If they try to go for like Sam medium kick and then knockdown. Yeah.
So I think it's very important for NL to take away the scissor kick option entirely. So he has enough reactions to walk up and block a scissor kick and punish it with a stand short. That's perfect. And then you force in the stand fierce. Of course, that's the better option because it's safe, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if NL can actually parry those on reaction. I've seen the top levels, of course, Kakadu, every time somebody throws a Bison stand fierce, he always perfect parries. So I don't know if NL got that in the tank. But one of the neutral kings, man, I'm going to be very honest with you. So let's see exactly how Grand Todokai is going to approach NL. I know a lot of pressure's on his back right now, but the standing medium kick is key. But if you can get that on hit, that's a free check with either a stand fierce or a low forward to continue the offense. But again, it all depends on how NL can take away Bison's options.
I'm curious about how good Grand Todokai is. Bison's, we've seen it in brackets, it's been fine there. But at this stage, is it well enough? You know, it has been practiced with so many Bisons, obviously Hot Dog, you know, in the Asian region, he's had so much variance as well. You go on CFN, you'll be fighting Bison. We'll see how this fight goes here. Grand Todokai starting off with the Bison. He lied to me. I'm gonna get at him later.
It set a counter immediately. That was the first whiff punish already.
High interruption.
Nice.
With the close range fireballs as you mentioned.
Yeah. You gotta stay at that range. This is where it's at. You shouldn't be shy of throwing that standing medium kick on Grand Todokai's side. However, I know he don't want to whip, so I get it. And there's already neutralizing the scissor kick. Now we're gonna see the forcing out the stand fierce from Grand Todokai. We're gonna see it right now in the bit.
That was almost a lazy beat. It came like next year. Scissor kick Sunday hit with the punch right after it. OD.
Level 1. No.
God, really? I would have did that to burn him out, right? Or close to.
I know NL is happy about that. Ooh, try to go for the toes. He had the right idea. NL was walking back. Wasn't watching the sand.
Look at all this room he has to work with right now. Getting pushed to the corner. Delayed job. He had to do something. Flips down in the corner. He's buffered for level 2. Does not get it. It's a raw drive impact to get this fight, and that's that. Grand Todokai slowly dog walk him to the corner. Let's go to the park.
Let's go, Panama. I promise you, I'm not that biased.
Try for a scissor kick to play around the reaction to the crouching medium one.
100%. That's exactly what that tool was used for. There's the OD Psycho Crusher, but remember, you have to delay it to catch most of the options of the Demon Flip.
Okay.
Throw? No. He's trying to snipe out the tech. Good defense here from NL. He backs up. There's the stand fierce. No parry, though.
Stomp lands. Oh! Rush overhead blocks it out. The throw right after, though. This is your game to win. One touch right here is a fool that could have been it. Grand Todokai had the button into anything he wanted. Experience it. Gonna kill that drive gauge, but Grand Todokai still has bar at the bottom. All he needs is conversion into level 3. If you jump, it'll be history.
He's looking to react to the fireball with a level 2. That's why you see NL not giving it to him. Nice reaction. I thought it was a DP, but he went for a crouch fist. Just kick back and relax. He's almost home on the green.
No! The dive kick's able to hit. The crouch fierce not claiming that space properly. The timing just not there.
Yeah, it's kind of tougher with regular Psycho Crusher, but remember, when you have cash, delayed OD Psycho Crusher to defeat all those options. Good reaction. Ooh, I don't agree with the meter usage, but it's all for positioning, so you know what? I agree with it at the end of the day.
Big bust out right there, very risky. So the Endo doesn't have a lot of bar to work with.
Back roundhouse, no. That would have clipped the two, and now he's looking a little shaky on defense. Will he spend it to buy some time? No. Next hit, he's going to confirm.
He's got to do it, and there it is, as you mentioned, Adamant Fist. That's this Calamity. Big gulp in hell.
Damn, great spacing from Manel. I know Grand Total Kai tried to check a throw attempt with a crouch jab. That's why he got sniped out on the counter hit with the crouch strong from Manel. Love it. What a way to open him up. NL with a breadstick on his side. Grand Total Kai, how you feeling? Had good control early on in the match, but lost it a little bit. It's all good, though. Nice technical. I promise you that's a shimmy next time, so you got to be careful.
Write that down. Throw right after. You don't use the fireball, of course, because you could have that charge. Psycho Crusher through the stand fierce. Just space for corner space immediately. Heavy kick Tatsu is the ender. The throw right after. This is where Akuma can really shine. So many different options you're worried about. OD fireball, stand fierce, the throw loop. So you hold these. And another one he techs finally.
That's tough, man. Listen, Bison great in the mid-range in the corner. Good luck.
Offensive drive reversal. Keep him caught up in the corner. Jail no bail. Don't let him leave.
Give me that. Put that in your back pocket. Grand Total Kai, I still believe. If anything, look, you're down on the chips, but this is a perfect opportunity to really fill out how NL likes to counter-attack. He's not the type to really press buttons first, so it's going to be a little tough for Grand Total Kai. Down on the chips here. Let me get some stand medium kick, my boy. Nice. Caught him, holding up forward. NL wants no part of this corner. I say throw him, condition him now. Survey says no. He got the bomb in place. He's going to parry, just get a little bit of that drive gauge. There it is. Wow, held it for dear life.
Look at that. Works out to get the drive rush right after the sweep for the Oki. Wasn't even, I mean, that just got him wrong. The jump here. Heavy kick Tatsu Ender right there. Bring a bar for level 3.
Nice.
OD plus range. Crouching to kick. Staggers it to get the hit. Doesn't go for it. He does. I like this. One more touch interaction right after. Close to burnout.
This is tough. We got 2 meters to play with here, but that burnout, he's going to set the chip range all day. There it is. Very nice. Very nice.
What a walk-up. NL 2-0 on Grand Total Kai. I was wondering, you know, if he's going to stick with the JP or the Bison. He did play the Bison here, but, you know, it's one of those, on paper it's better, but do you go next time to a character that you're more familiar with, even though it's a bad matchup?
Well, here's the thing. Akuma's made out of glass. We all know he has low HP, but the thing is, Bison has all the options to deal with Demon Flip shenanigans and fireballs. That's why you see NL really pacing himself in the matchup. He wants every button to count. He's trying to bait in a scissor kick so he can get the quick punish with a stand light kick for sure. But I mean, credit to NL, man. He just didn't crack. I'm gonna be very honest with you. Let's take a look at some of these highlights here. Just happened. I mean, I personally like this matchup. This is 5-5. I'm gonna just have to break it down to just experience when it comes to NL. Grand Total Kai again started very strong, but in terms of adaptation, NL has been here so many times. Of course, a returning Capcom Cup delegate, right?
Yeah, as well. And now that we get that it's either he's really, really hot, really, really cold. It seems like a really more hot sort of, from one that we saw at EWC, right? Like, didn't really make it to the pools as well, like he wanted to. I think he's been struggling with the game a little bit with Akuma. It's a hard character to play at high level, but he's got to a point where he understands the game plan to be a little bit more patient. As you mentioned, kind of let people walk into him, kind of play buttons into him, and then react right after, whether it be like delayed jab, whip punish, whatever it may be. He plays around those intentions. So he kind of lets you go first, off the dance, and then he ends the dance.
I like that. All right, that's over. The date is over. That's it. Grand Total Kai, of course. Panama gonna have to kick back. Hopefully he don't feel a little bit discouraged. Again, this is group stages, so you definitely have a chance. One loss ain't bad. But I will say this, those rounds really count, man.
Yeah, they do.
Those counts really count. You can be like 2-1 with everybody, round for round, but whatever. We talk about that as the show goes on. But this right here is what I am looking for. The burglar. Wow, he robs? Oh, he kind of does, actually. That makes sense. JB, of course, winning all the way from the Canada West Regional Finals. Wow, you went out there and took their spot? You disrespectful. But you know what, it is on your side, so it makes sense. Versus the Burn Express, Noah the Prodigy. Now, I know he got a lot to say. First and foremost, in this group, he's the only one that won on the offline side of things. He went to my side of town, at Dominican Republic, and he whooped everybody's gluteus maximus with sandals on and socks. You might as well call him Dominican. This is kind of fire that he is here. And just to represent, of course, he's been talking for a hot minute that he's going to be in those grand stages. He did it at EWC. He won Blink Respawn. And here he is in the grand stage of Capcom Cup. But this is a little personal here because, I mean, if you watch SFL US, this man was benched. He was riding the pine. This man had a two-way contract. He didn't even get a chance to get off the bench. That's terrible. But now we're in the grand stage, one-on-one. Let me talk to you, Capitan. This is when it gets serious.
Ooh, let me show you what I can do. You know what I'm saying? I'll put you on the bench. That's crazy work. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, you know, in a team-based tournament, maybe that character doesn't fit or that playstyle don't fit. But you don't know it. He want to go out there and play. He want to show his stuff, and he wants revenge. For all the people talking about him, even outside of Street Fighter League, you know, he has a big chip on his shoulder, but I feel like he's one of those players that kind of deserves to be able to talk his stuff. As you mentioned, all those accolades, beating top-level players at many tournaments, cooking, as he has said, people's favorite players, you know what I'm saying, becoming actually a crowd favorite out here.
I mean, there was literally, I'm sorry, brother, what you going to say?
No, go on.
And I was going to say, like, Noah been here for a while, man. Like, there's pictures of him, like, the stick was bigger than him playing Mago.
Right.
And tournament stuff, Mago laughing and stuff. And then years later, they're playing online matches here in Japan, which is nuts. And just reminds me how dusty I am. I'm going to be honest with you. Blessed, though. I'm not complaining. Yep. But here we go, though. Noah the Prodigy versus JB. JB versus Noah the Prodigy. I know unnecessary, but I just have to hype it up.
Yeah, you know. Got to let people know. Rashid versus Luke. Changed up a little bit since the previous season. Obviously, Rashid doesn't get the Oki on everything like he used to. Perfect parry to start things off with the drive rush jab. Puts him up in the corner. TK dive kick. Burglar. Rob this man. Gets outside the corner. Gets some distance. Right back in there, though, with the Stand Fierce attack on drive gauge. That drive impact. And Noah, well, as y'all know, going to burnout. He's fine to do this. He's got that bar at the bottom building up.
Wow, that's twice. Already JB sniping out the throw attempts. Now he in chip range. Oh, what? That man hit him with pure athlete's foot. All heel. Yes.
Battered by the bunions.
My goodness. What is this? This is cobblestone they fighting on? Well, it is.
He don't care.
Shout out to Lee Chung in the background on the left. We'll show. Oh, watch your legs. Try to walk back. Looking for that neutral for the whip punish.
Noah initiating neutral very quickly. So many dashes up, trying to get for the throw. JB breaks.
Oh, that's a frame kill? 3 dashes, huh?
Look at that jump. Heavy kick, neutral jump of all things. Noah has some of the most magical jumps. I think it was Banana Kid that had said that. These neutral jumps have been working out so well to catch some extended buttons. JB dashing up. The one-touch scenario. You could have committed the kill right there. You're going for a throw, but either way, lay him on the mat. One more touch.
Oh,
the jump back.
God.
That's the Uriel Florio killer right there. The fade out, the drive reversal, the jump back, medium kick. So much range. Not strange to see it. No one with one game.
That was. You know what? Hey, that's a very Noah-ish thing to do. That's one of his best baits. He walk up, make you think it's gonna be a crouch strong, but he jump back and punishes the drive reverse chow. Wow.
Very smart stuff.
This guy Noah, I'm telling you, he got a chip on his shoulder, man. I had to talk to him. He said, listen, if I got off the bench, we would have had a shot to being on both events. So I'm just saying.
We would have been up there.
Listen, there's a lot on the line. Not only is he fighting for himself, but he's fighting for his family. His family's in attendance. His pops and his brother are here, bro. And I know they're related. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
There we go, JB. I like how he took some time into the character select screen just to slow down Noah. That's the thing about Noah the Prodigy. He is super heavy on the momentum side, but JB, though, he knows how to cool that off. So let's see if he can apply that in this game right here.
The jump back right there, avoiding the back throw from happening. Drive rush. Back throw still happens, however. Yeah, there's a lot of distance. No whip punch against that 4 Fierce. Gets a heavy kick to throw right after it. No big deal, though. JB, how many throws do we take?
Nice, try to bait the drive reversal again. This guy's a scumbag.
Back in with a throw.
No OS there from JB. Sometimes you just got to commit to the drive rush regardless to avoid the bonus counter. Yes, force fed him, yes. You like the beach, you never been there? Well, here. It's in my pocket.
Airplane.
Whoa!
Forward heavy kick, that's so smart. First, the crouch immediate kick, beautiful option. Okay, hold on now, get the bounce.
Throw him now. Oh, he's looking for it. It would have worked, yeah. I feel like conditioning first early, then lather the shampoo. That is definitely the plan here. But Noah the Prodigy just giving them different looks on defense. The scoop, wise choice there from JB. Nice, the wake-up jab. I got to fill it out. I don't respect your offense. And here it is, the category 5.
Yes, sir, the wing condition. Pushes man a little bit, delays the stand, medium kick. No hit, though. Noah not biting. Sends it at him. Kick push goes. Light mixer, drive reversal, even with the enhancement. Noah in burnout. We saw his bar at the bottom.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. He's one reaction on drive impact away to just finish the match. A raw level 3 will end this. Even I don't think a confirmed will, but a raw level 3 would definitely kill him. I know JB's not going to give it to him.
Yeah, especially with that charge up heavy knuckle right there. Be so careful. Cancel right into level 3, so you can't drive impact that.
Oh, there we go. Nice choice, I like the stringing and back away. Nice overhead. Noah's known for those, and a lot of people get cracked. And there is the level 3. That is enough. Oh, there it is. Oh, Noah's popping off.
Oh, is he? Wow, I'm looking at him. Bro, he throwing stuff. He throwing stuff.
It's the professional. Listen, he's comfortable. The guy is comfortable. Look, it's straight socks.
The socks, bro, the sides are off, the shoes are off, just the socks are on.
That's it. This guy, and I know he wanted that win badly. Look at him. He's like, you thought I was playing? Huh? You thought I was playing? But yo, check the shoes. He got none.
Well, he took them off. He had them on while he was playing.
Listen, man, shout out to everybody in Japan. I think he's a big favorite out here. When he pulled up, a lot of people was
He got a lot of fans, bro.
I know that. I know. Obviously, we love him back home.
Yeah.
I know everywhere else. He, of course, showed him love. But back to the highlights. And man, it's just, I feel like JB was just trying to find a way to slow the man down. When it comes to being the pain train, if you will, it was Noah the Prodigy, man. And, of course, showing the strategy that he is known for, early burnout. Nobody is scared of that, right? In this case, it's Noah the Prodigy, I should say. But he just had full control of the match, man. I mean, the thing is about JB, he likes playing super clean. So if he plays a super clean player, he'll do very well. I mean, he does well against everybody. But in this situation right here,
someone like this dirty?
Yeah, he just kept plowing through, man. I'm going to be very honest with you.
And it's so hard because like the neutral jumps and things like that kind of dissuaded like the dash-up game. The jump back and the OD fireball is like, when's my turn going to happen? You know, the momentum shifter happens so much from Noah, and that's how he plays. Even if you play Noah, you know what? I'm going to give Noah some credit. I feel like he's evolving. People know him for like being a burnology type player, you know what I'm saying? But he's been going less and less, use the bar more, engagement for OD fireball and stuff like that. I feel like his footsies have gotten better. His ideation in terms of like there's another player on the other side is better too as well. And this rounds out what we have so far. Salty Kid with a +1, NL with +2, and Noah with a +2 as well.
Noah made a statement with that one right there, my friend. You know, there's been a lot of talk here. You know, shout out to Jammers. He literally told Noah the Prodigy, he said, hey, if you don't make it out this pool, I never want to hear that you're nice. So I don't know if Noah took that to heart or whatever the case may be, but I'll tell you he took that to heart with JB. So I like that rivalry building up. But hey, that's here nor there. Let's move forward to the young ninja taking on the strength. We got Salty Kid versus NL Grand Stage side of things. This is going to be an interesting one. I don't know what he tried to do here with the elbow. Credit to the production team here.
Throwing bows, that's what.
Is that the level 2? I think that's what it is. It's the level 2.
Oh, where he
it might have been the level 2.
Maybe.
Got a clean elbow, man. Shout.
Yeah, no ashiness on there. He put the lotion on there.
I mean, I'm a little ashy. I ain't gonna
see, that's why I'm wearing this.
I ain't gonna lie.
I'm with you.
I'm embarrassed. Every time I see a clean elbow, I'm embarrassed. But no. Speaking of clean, though, both of these guys have been playing amazing. Salty Kid versus NL. Again, Salty Kid wins World Warrior era, beating the likes of Garnet. Man, again, I don't like being a broken record, but shout out to my boy Garnet, though, man. The dude graduated. I'm sure he's watching right now. So if you're watching, my friend, or you're going to watch the footage when you wake up, we love you, man. We miss you, my friend.
And all love to, Save Your Games and those people out there.
Yes.
Doing it big for like, the younger community, for gamers. Anytime we have people that are doing the best to raise up the next generation of players or just help out players in general, big credit, big love. Hey. But by the way, though, Salty Kid, you kind of nasty for this. So I got a card for one of his homies, Local Legends Consulting. This man is passing business cards after he busts ass.
Okay. So we got the card right here, ladies and gentlemen. It says competitor of esports. Is this his actual government? Bessim?
He done given the government and the QR code.
Why does he look older in the picture though?
That's true.
Is this him? Yo, this is crazy. It's like, yo, I'm an assassin for hire.
Yeah. If you want to pick me up at any point.
That's crazy.
He handed that over to after he lost, bro.
It's called Local Legends Consulting. Now, mind you, is this like a tournament local? I need the lore. I need the lore.
We need more, But it's crazy that he handed that to somebody that he lost. So does NL get one if he loses, or does NL rip it up?
I'm pretty sure. Will he take it is the question.
Exactly. He said, no, I don't want that. We'll see, though. The other side of that real soon. Salty Kid, NL is our next match. NL, as you mentioned, has been playing a lot cleaner, a lot more informed, a lot more confident with the Akuma, which does take work, and it leads to a lot of success.
Guys are, they definitely break the speed force, aka amazing walk speed for both of these characters. So at any given time, it can get explosive. Already the commitment from NL from the low forward drive rush.
Oh, I like that. The reset the Adamant Fist, gets the throw right after it. Still going for the conversion to get the Oki.
You see those legs? They staggered. Yep. That's how you can tell it's good neutral. You see Akuma? Staggered legs. Scoop, okay. Looking for that counter hit, big damage. Nice anti-air, and he got him in the top height to get the Izuna drop, I would like to call that.
Oh, yeah.
I know that's not the name of it, but hey, it's Bushin style. That's all I know.
It looks like.
Oh, the bust up right in between. We see the gap.
That's it, red, meaty fireball. No anti right there. That's fine, though. NL, gotta be careful. He's in burn up. He does have level 2 if he wants to bust out at any point.
I think
the corner. Oh, he makes him crouch. He kick, perfect distance. Great understanding. Keep that landing. That was so smart to be like, I know what you can get at this distance, and I can interrupt it.
I wonder if he sniped out the slide on the stand meter. I'm not too sure. I know he got hit crouching it, so it might have been a slide, possibly. Either or. The overhead blocked, I like that. He fuzzied it a little bit. Open up, knock, knock. I got something to deliver here. It's pain. Oh! Hey. What?
And Fierce in the level 3 immediately.
I like that. Just not to buy time for the drive gauge to recover on NL side.
Yeah,
straight to business.
Drive rush, light, crouch Fierce, backs away. Slight walk back again from NL. He's so good about like getting like 2 steps back, get a jab off, and stand Fierce off, trying to go for the overhead reset. Did not work out. Salty Kid trying to find the perfect space. Now trying to apply the pressure with these jabs. Burn pressure off of lights now is way better, and Burnout did not get the spot to crawl for that.
I actually thought he was going to react to that. He can, though. He's already buffering. I'm pretty sure those inputs is with that stand short. Oh, there it was!
Do it!
Oh!
If you would have hit the medium, that would have killed this cat. Scaling, scaling.
Is that enough? I don't think. You know what? Hey,
start with lights.
I don't like. I don't like lying to the people, but hold on. This might be shaky here. Survey says.
Oh!
I should have known. It's a Kuma.
Yeah, right. It's Goki.
Excuse me, Goki.
It's Goki.
Goki.
Well, actually,
let's
go. Goki in Japan.
My man's getting his craving on. Let's go. Until you're on the list. All right, watch the legs.
Heavy kick Tatsu, Ender to put him right up in the corner. Nice finesse to bless, like crouching to punch. So good, he says so much reward as a shimmy tool. Oh.
Like, I want the corner.
I'll play out here. That's how confident I am.
You know, I respect that because he was healthy, but this is the Kuma we talking about. Only 1 meter to play with. It's going to bust out the drive impact early. No, we're going to condition him, bring him as low as possible. So wake up, yes.
Level 1, get some distance. No bar though. Something get put him up in the corner, but he charges up in front of his face.
He's a
Perfect parry and the punish right after. My favorite book. Possess him in the corner, Tatsu.
Oh, I love stealing turns. Oh, punish that, yes. And we got another drive gauge to play with. Spend it, everything. On the first date, everything. I'll take the check. That enough? Absolutely. No! Oh, okay.
Add these again. Add these again.
I forgot.
It's all right. Salty Kids. Stay solid. Staves off set point.
I like this.
Blowing, bro.
It's that I'm about to get eliminated music. Well, no, actually, no, not yet. Sorry.
Hold on. Salty Kid. See you make a comeback. That's kind of hard. I have to use that level 2 on makeup at some point.
Damn, I'm using those plus range on jumping. That man said jump in roundhouse, walk up, stand strong. Disgusting.
It's stacked ever so often too as well. Woo! Damn, meter kick is able to hit. Front cancel back throw. I like that. Reset, get that positional advantage, the teleport, the jab, the DP.
Are you serious? That was ridiculous.
Poke save right there. Of course, knockdown.
Now, mind you, I'm pretty sure you can get a lot of damage, but in that scenario right there, what a great awareness. Uh-oh, that's 1 hit away. A confirm into level 3. Looking for this shimmy. It is buttons on the side of NL.
Oh, that could have been it. Stand Fierce. Finish it. Do it now, Gohan. 1+, 1 hit. The Stand Fierce finally finds a connection. And that, you know, honestly, maybe last season wasn't hit like it did, but now is a way better corner tool. Lurching for it a lot more at Stand Fierce. So they have bless button. And Salty Kid is blessed to be able to find that confirm because he could have died. He could have died.
Defensive pokes on the side of NL trying to snipe out a throw. So I wonder if Salty Kid has put that in the data bank to open them up.
All right.
I think he's going to condition them here. NL will hit those jabs. Or the form, or that.
Hey.
I respect that.
Going big or going home. ODDP. He's going to get outside that corner. The crouch jab. I like that to catch him on the recovery. Whipping in the distance. Grabbing nothing but his demons. Hits the super.
Like that. No, you think it's the life bar we're trying to kill. Actually, yeah, at this point, yeah, it's both of them. Oh. Nice.
Like, perfectly done.
Sweet.
However, yeah, get the Oki back throw. Switch it up.
Wise choice for Salty Kid to take that though. There it is. You got enough life to take 2 more throws. Or 3 more. 1 more for sure right here. Would have worked out.
Back jump is there from NL. Dash up throws, able to seal it. Salty Kid. Now the one on set point.
Sodium Kid. Does he have the card on standby? The business card might be handed to NL. Looking for that counter hit off the slide, no dice. Woo! Give me my turn back, por favor.
Please, they'll finish your combo. Oh, it was a reset. I get it. Yeah, of course. Air to air, like the heavy kick.
Yo, you're getting slapped across the chest, my boy. I mean, I guess it's lore. You know the building that we in. Oh my God, that is enough, and he got all the balls in the world. That was dominant there, Salty Kid. tapping the legs and open up. NL knows what it is. Let's pack it up. That is a dub perfection. Kurt Hennings.
Dang. All day, every day. Hand him the card. He said, you get this too. You get this. Oh, he said, thank you.
Wow, he took the card?
Bro, I ripped that up. You got to be kidding me.
I ain't going to lie. I'll take one too. I ain't going to front.
Yo, teach me. Teach me some Street Fighter.
You're making me a believer.
Right?
You're making me a believer. Salty Kid. Wow. The sodium one.
The sodium sun.
The sodium sun?
The sodium sun.
Is that like an actual name?
No, that's just what I call him now.
Nice.
He be making me mad salty. Do you feel me? Look at this match. Look at this replay. I mean, NL had a really good amount of control with the fireballs and things like that. I like the reversal jabs, his timings, his slight walkbacks, but Salty Kid was starting to call it out with the run cancels and things like that, putting more pressure up in the corner. It just felt like he wrestles away all that control that NL had built up, all that confidence that NL had built up throughout this entire day.
I mean, look, what I liked about Salty Kid in this match, so the thing is, NL, very neutral heavy, so he's going to look for whiff punishes at all times, right?
Yeah.
So he is the signature is to walk back, wait for the whiff. However, he was throwing those slides at perfect ranges to catch him at max distance for him trying to walk back. So if anything, that's just setting it up very nice for Salty Kid to just start some offense.
Yes.
So very nice, man. It's just, you see the confidence. I'm not too sure if he's actually dropping combos, but I like those scenarios where on hits, you turn it into a mix-up.
At least one time he did go for a throw just to reset like his corner position, right? And that was smart. I feel like that was better than going to like mid-screen where Akuma could work, put him in the corner, harass the drive gauge, kill the character from there, which is a good thing from Salty Kid. Those moments are good. Some of them I think were nerves and drops, but if you want to stay solid regardless of all that, I gotta say, Salty Kid.
You fire. I ain't gonna lie. You deserve it. I'm definitely gonna have to watch more tape. So my apologies if I didn't know your game. Salty Kid, moving forward, never backward. But up next, we got a good Slava knocker too. C Anik taking on JB.
Okay.
Look at the point spread right here. Who's looking comfortable and who's not? There is not that many powdery donuts.
Yeah.
Actually, no, there is. I'm sorry, I blinked too hard.
But in terms of like totality though, it does feel like it's a little bit on the closer side, like the 2-1s and things like that. Haven't seen a lot of blowouts except for the Ground Sotokai and NL match, and the Noda Prodigy and JB match. So for JB, he needs this. He needs as many matches as possible. He needs a 2-0. It would be great for him. You don't want to end the day losing all your games at all, and things come down to the differential would be problematic.
I think JB, if he really has to worry about I think the biggest problem for him might have been Noah the Prodigy, and that might be a problem.
I think so.
I mean, I can't doubt nobody in these groups, dude. You could just be great at any given day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It also, again, some of these players that you do not know, their style, how turned up they are. The lack of stress for them because there's not as much pressure for them to compete at a high level, you know, for NL. Yeah. It's like, dang, you better be good.
I mean,
but someone like Salty Kid, you know,
man,
a bit different.
It is what it is, man.
But they're all trying to get that million, though. You know what I'm saying? They're all trying to get that million.
Dog, that's a lot of zeros.
Yes, sir.
That is a lot of zeros. But yeah, I want to see JB be a little more, let me not say reckless, just be a little more commanding with your offense. He's definitely a clean player as well, looking for those whiff punishes as well. I mean, you've seen he got steamrolled a little bit by Noah the Prodigy, and I feel like that's just in his errors, right?
Yeah.
He was just waiting for too much to start getting the offense going.
Initiate.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
He did better against Noah when he did drive rush forward heavy kick. Like when he started off with that, he coasted him to the corner. Wake up jab. Did better with that. His offense was, or defense, I should say, more offensive. You know, so I want to see more of that, especially against a character like Akuma, where you come through the air a lot. Dive kicks are going to bless you continuously. You can't even go for a medium mixer or heavy mixer because most of the options that he presents off of Demon Raid will blow you up. So I want to see him be commanding on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, JB's definitely familiar with this matchup. I mean, right now, in terms of the world of Street Fighter, highest level of play, you will see a lot of Akuma and Camis, which is not a bad thing. If anything, those characters are going to force you to step your game, regardless of what it is that you're trying to attempt here.
Don't have a choice.
To gain from Street Fighter 6, right? But JB's a professional. He's good. Cloud9 zone. I see you. I'm sure Cloud9 is rooting for their boys. The Brothers of Destruction, both of these guys are in the cup. I know Lex is in the wins, waiting to play his matchups.
That might be the first time it's happened, right? Where like two brothers have entered the cup.
This is fire, yes.
Year. I think so.
I think so.
Both of them very, very strong players. Very strong players.
Okay, let's see how this plays out. Opening gambit time. Again, I like breaking this down. It's not how you start. It's how you finish. JB suffered a loss to Noah the Prodigy, but that's nothing. Let's go. Let's keep it fun check. Okay, I got gassed out. It's all right, guys.
Okay. Hold on.
We all got gassed up.
Yeah.
Oh, man, hey, let me ask you something.
Talk to me.
First thing you ate here.
First thing I ate? What was the first thing I ate? I'm trying to really think. Oh, the 7-Eleven. I went to 7-Eleven. I grabbed a bunch of random stuff. Katsu sandwiches. Salt bread?
Okay.
That was fire.
I rock that.
That was like a 9 out of 10 right there.
For me.
Oh, yeah, what's the first thing for you?
I think it's the same thing, my friend. No, actually, no. Yes, it is.
It was?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's
yes,
fire.
it is.
It's so good.
But what I had that was very exclusive was white truffle ramen. Wow.
Word. Where's that at?
Crazy.
All right, give me the location later. I want that.
But we'll talk about that later. Opening gambit time. Unique versus JB. Let's see how this plays out. The story is unfolding. Let's see this neutral, the staggered legs, a.k.a.
Before medium kick able to hit, immediately get the counter combo, excuse me.
He said, yay! All right.
All right, dude.
I don't think I remember how Japanese Rashid sounds like.
Now he want to pick it with a fireball, gets a double heavy kick, and gets the eagle spike for the Oki, but the wake up button was great. See, I guess it wasn't Oki enough. Too high to fly to get that proper follow-up.
Did it from that far. I'm gonna jot that down as reactions. What a whiff punish there from Nick. That's what gets the party started. That was a meaty throw that covers both options, but a perfection parry. Back out of there. Let me get out of here.
He delayed a little bit too long there. Gets back thrown. Unfortunate. Unique with the pressure again. The demon flips are such a hard thing for Rashid to deal with. It's hard for him to anti properly. Moody fireball ends it with the space shot for the forward medium kick. The forward fierce as well. Trying to end this man.
Oh my goodness. Sorti. We might sorti out this corner, please. I think it means exit. Yeah.
Exit sorti? Okay.
Yeah, I think it means exit. Hopefully. You guys can correct me on Twitter. I love you. I can be honest with me. Oh, wow. Trade. All right. They both thinking the same thing. That is a punish. Let me talk to you over here. Let's take it to the left-hand side of the screen, shall we? Throw to kick things off. Another throw.
All adding up. Raven Cyclone goes for the throw right after. JP knows it's one confirmed. Just like this. Blasting from above. This man down to hell. And he keeps the bar at the bottom. Ooh, you know what's coming through. That win condition.
Everything has a purpose for JB right now. He's waking up. I'm liking it.
No.
Oh!
The whip punish. The snap kick got him the first time. He said no more. Never again.
Category 5.
The punish counter too as well. Jab starter, Radiant Cyclone, gets the enhancement in the OD right after.
All right, that's a throw. I would. Nice technical condition him early, then open it up later. All right, the back throw. Wise choice for JB to take that. Nick has a little bit of a chance to breathe here.
Yep.
What are we looking for? What punish?
Whoa! Fight his demons up there.
I think he tried to do crouching roundhouse while blocking, and he got the tattoo by mistake. Unfortunate there from Nick, but great for JB. Capital letters. Cloud9 is waking up. The storm is coming.
Hey, the push icy, it's on. We'll take that. Right out the pockets.
Let's go, That's one hell of a do-rag right here, JB. Nice. I'm talking about Rashid, pardon.
Oh, of course. Throw right after. All adding up, meaty fireball. Radiant Cyclone as the space trap tool. Catching him trying to press a button. And he's feeling real pressed up against this wall right here. JB not letting him leave. We just got here and set point already for JB.
Telling you, man, that's what I'm saying. I feel like he has to instill his will a little bit, get a little freaky on the offense, 100%. Man.
Do that freaky frog, bro.
Here you go. Oh, we're just trying to get that standing medium kick counter hit. I see you right there, JB. Trying to interrupt the low forward or the crouch strong. There it is. Looking for the whip punish. Aye, that was nice. A lot of wind there. I felt it from over here.
Snap kick again. Trying to kill the drop gauge. Goes for the dive kick. JB now out of bar. You should love some bar to get that level 2.
That's great. No, I'm so sorry. I'm not interrupting.
You good.
Let's go.
Chill.
Are we going to react? It's conditioning him early, chipping him down a little bit, shaving down, filing down those nails. Oh, don't.
He's back with bar.
There we go. Drive rush? No, not even. He's going to follow up. I feel like JB's going to react to a fireball drive rush with a reversal for the closeout. No, not even the clash in favor of Anik.
That was smart. Like that. Switch up the pacing. Hard thought fireballs against Akuma. Force it to OD if you want to try to engage with. It's a throw.
Wise choice for JB. I'm pretty sure he wanted to bust out an OD reverse on the block overhead. But he said, you know what? I lost my turn. Let's reset. Let's start again. Very confident right here. Nice conversion from JB. The category 5. We're going to see the cross up. We're going to push him out and throw. Oh, with the stagger. What a scumbag.
It would have worked. And let's push in the corner, though. Kick, push, coast. Move to the low. The crouching light kick opens him up. Trying to throw. Missed it twice. Unique with a reset. Goes for the same medium. Target combo does not get too much off. It could have been like a nice one, level 3 if he wanted it. Might be regretting it. He's high up above that level 1. Heavy mixer is enough to get it done. JB Ever Optimal. Burglar takes it 2-0 over Unique.
The burglar is in. Okay. we've seen a little sunshine now with a little bit of clouds, some nice little clouds. I know JB definitely needed that for a morale booster. I'm gonna be very honest with you. He's always confident. That's not taking nothing away from JB, but losing early on to Noah the Prodigy definitely hit him with a reminder, in terms of how he has
where
to
you're
step
at.
up the game. Yes. You know, but it looks like we got a little bit of highlights for you guys. If you missed the action, JB, man, there's not much I could really highlight other than the offense is getting more crispier as the group stages go on. So he's going to be warming up, and it's going to be more of a danger here. I feel like Anik in this situation, that was a bad input error there. I'm pretty sure that was a sweep. I got the tattoo by mistake. Very unfortunate, but I feel like Anik has to play the same way. Reverse those roles, as I said, with JB versus Noah the Prodigy. You got to instill your will. I feel like right now everybody's so, not to say nervous, they're just super cautious instead of running they plans. They're like, man, this guy's a professional. I know he's going to react to this. Nah, man, you got to run the plays. He has to prove to you as the opponent that he can stop all of this offense. So that's what that's why JB went the route that he went through, man.
You literally prefaced it before the matchup has started. Get active. Get aggressive, and that's what we see from JB. So we saw that light mixer happen. We saw that as a raw option. You got like a counter conversion right after. So things like that are what I want to see from JB throughout this bracket. So we're getting the interview real soon. But before we do that, look at the standings right now. And who is high enough? We see two twos right there. Salty Kid, Noah the Prodigy, but a -2 right there for Grand Soda. We'll have to pick it up. See Anik right now with -3. And honestly, 0 right here for JB. He goes even. That means Salty Kid and Noah are at the top spot currently.
Of course, Noah only has played 1 match today, so that's why you see that. So, but yes, we do have an interview to see with one of our winners here.
さあ見事な初日でした。ソルティキッズさんにお越しいただいております。まずはおめでとうございます。コングレッチュレーション。見事な初日でした。そして初参加の、カプコンカップ全勝スタート。今どんな気持ちですか？
So congratulations to Salty Kid on his run 2-0 in the group. And how are you feeling so far, and how are you enjoying CAPCOM Cup?
I'm feeling great, honestly. This is like the time of my life, really. I got time even to show fits that I do. So take photos, even obviously. So that gets to me. Also the visit card that I gave on the stage. That was a nice trick. I'm gonna still do if I win, of course. And yeah, I'm feeling confident.
You played a card game on stage?
I have a visit card, actually. I can give you one if you want to.
Oh, okay.
This,
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay. Slick, man.
You can see it on camera. You can get it. Actually, yeah, have it for yourself.
Thank you very much. Okay, so tell me, what was the mindset going into the match, and how did you feel your strategy was delivered in the match?
Actually, I had a strategy because I played SINIC before, like yesterday. We played some matches offline in a waiting room. And I don't know, I saw some weaknesses on save jumps. He does a lot of parry, etc. So it worked like twice in a match. Started to avoid this in long term. And I don't know, it just super twice on Animan Flame. So I don't know, I just had a bit of luck. I guess it's part of a game. And against Nell, I mean, both Gookie, so I was warmed up. So yeah.
今までカプコンカ来てすごい楽しい機会ができて、みんなすごい面白いし、大会もすごい楽しんでて、でサイアニックの話をしたら、昨日の試合でいっぱい対戦していろんな交通分かってから今日出せて2-0で勝てたっていうことで、嬉しいというところですね。
もう一点だけ、このベルギーにもすごく強豪の豪吉会がいらっしゃると思うんですけど、このエネルとの対戦っていうのは自信はどうでしたか？
So in Belgium you have Kuma players here and there, and what sort of confidence level did you have going into the NL matchup?
A lot. I mean, at maximum, really. I'm just here to play and do my best, just to perform, really. So yeah.
Okay. 自信はすごくあって、とりあえず頑張りたいっていう気持ちで試合に入って、いい結果を出せたので、っていう形です。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。ということで見事このグループ1位通過だったソティギッコさんにお話を伺いました。明日も。
I did that a couple times.
So you know, you understand. But you've hosted stuff, so. Oh my God! Oh my gosh! Salty Kid, the absolute god, has been fantastic. Listen, we've had a good bracket so far. I just gotta say, if you're scared of Noah screaming in your ear, get yourself a Steel Series. All right? I'm gonna block out the sound of Noah. Get yourself a Steel Series ASAP. Whether you're on PlayStation, Xbox, PC, or mobile, Steel Series has you covered with unbeatable software and hardware options. You can pursue glory at the highest level. Steel Series Arctic Nova Pro is the official headset of Capcom 11. Premium high-fidelity drivers and sonar software make the Nova Pro ideal for any fight you take on. Well, people, we've had a good Group B. We're about to see you real soon after this break for Group C, so don't go anywhere.
Where dreams become reality. Monster Hunter Bridge.
Show me what you have. What?
それではここからはカプコンカップ11グループ C を進めてまいりたいと思います。グループ C プレイヤーの入場です。
And now it's time to introduce the third group of the day. It's Group C, and here we go with the player entrances.
まずは鉄血の古豪 GG ハリベル
Hailing from Germany, the cold-blooded veteran, it's GG Halibel.
So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back.
南アフリカ共和国の英雄ジャーリー・ハ
The man who upset Tokido in the Red Bull Comité in South Africa. He is here. He is the African hero. It's Jabim!
Perfect body prince! Kakara!
The Gamers 8 champion with the JP. It's the perfect parry prince, Kakeru!
サンパウロのイカれるサイクロンザンギャンボラード
Next up, from Brazil, it's the Cyclone Zangief Polado!
When's marvelous tornado dual coming!
Representing North America, it's the Tornado, Jules Kevin!
東大卒プロゲーマー時の
One of the very best of all time to do it in the fighting game community. It's the FG Scout, Tokido!
さあということでこちらグループ C にはこの地元日本のプレイヤーがかける時々と2人いるんですよね。
はいですよね。時々さんとかけるさんです。はい。
まあ現地からの応援もねひときわ大きいんじゃないかというところですが。まあ気合も十分でしょう。
まあ唯一のドイツから来てる代表で GG ハルベと唯一の南アフリカから来てるジャビンさんもいらっしゃる。
気になりますよね、そのあたりもね。
そうですよね。
さあということで、こちらグループ C を戦っていただく6名のプレイヤーに来ていただきました。
These are the 6 players that are taking part in Group C. Take a look. 2 of these gentlemen will be qualifying for that top 16 finals on day 4.
それでは選手の皆さんにはスタンバイをしていただきます。
I'd like to have all the players prepared on standby. Thank you very much.
さあここからは試合の模様を熱く伝えてくれる実況席の皆さんにお渡ししたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
And as we get ready for Group C to get underway, it's time to hand back over to the
Listen, it has been an exhilarating time here at Capcom Cup 11 thus far. We saw some crazy upsets in both Group A and Group B. It only gets tougher from here, and it's only day 1. Myself, Jammers, all the way from across the pond from the UK. Joining me is Sherry, doing the research, doing the notes. You had to fly through hell and back just to come and join me today.
I really did, and I think I kind of qualify for across the pond too, right? I'm just across the Pacific pond. It's funny because the last time we commentated together was also at an Asian event. We were at CPT Singapore and we did top 8 together.
You're right. Do you know why? I was thinking we were in Japan, but we didn't actually see each other at the
That's
time
true,
we were
that's
in
true.
Japan. But listen, let's get down to business. These are the qualified players you guys are going to be seeing throughout this next set of fixtures in Group C. Sherry, break it down for me, baby.
We have GG Halibel coming all the way from Germany. We have Jabi M from South Africa. And everyone knows who Kakeru is and where he's from, right? And then we have Zangief Bolado, one of my favorites who I'm so excited to see in this pool. And then we have my hometown favorite, Dual Kevin.
Sorry, the bias is dripping off your
Wait, I didn't even get to go into Tokido. Come on. We just skipped past him because do we really need to introduce Tokido of all people in this group?
You know what? You say we don't have to, but it's also good to remind ourselves how long we've been watching him, how we've known him, you know, the development as not just a player, but a role model in the Japanese scene and the international scene as well. But these are the fixtures you're seeing for Group C. Remember, 5 matches per group, and this is what's going to happen today. Tokido's actually only going to be playing once today, which could be a blessing or a curse, because depending on how that goes, it could just be a string of matches, build that momentum for the next 2 days or group stages to come.
Yeah, and the one match that he does have to play is against Duel Kevin. So this is going to be really, really interesting because we have Gigi Halibel versus JABI M. Then we have Kakeru versus Zengi Filato, which I'm so excited to see. Although it's a bad matchup, I just want to drop some facts on Zengi Filato. I don't know if it's that time yet, but I just need the audience to know that I've done a survey with all the players around here, right? Ooh. And one of the questions was, who do you think the dark horse is? Because last year we had Uma. Last year we had Lashar. So this year, a lot of people actually said it is Zengi Filato.
Okay, I can see that coming, but listen, they'll cross that bridge when they come to it, because it is Zangief. They will have a couple of bad habits. Itabashi hasn't had a good run today, so maybe Zengi Filato can build the momentum and remind people how scary Zangief can be. But we are setting up our first game here with the guys from the EMEA region, with Gigi Halibel representing Salt Mine League from Germany, going up against the African hero in JABI M. Now, JABI M has been absolutely loving the Terry Bogard in this game right now. He has a very different philosophy on the character. I think he's been underutilized, played incorrectly, because what people do is they try to... The best way to describe Terry is it's Terry Bogard in Street Fighter 6. That's the best way to describe it. So if you go to his previous fighting game history, some people either try to play him like that, or they try to play him like a standard Street Fighter 6 character. Now what it is over time, people have been developing the tech and the understanding of how to play Terry at the highest level. JABI M is one of them. Kinto Ryo is another one, I believe. And of course, there is one more person. I can't remember off the top of my head. Oil King. Oil King's got a very good Terry.
I was going to mention someone else, but I think he said he kind of wanted to keep it a secret. So I'm not going to expose because he is going to be playing at Capcom Cup with this character as well. Very exciting to see. But just going straight into it, as you mentioned, you know, JABI M has been really into the Terry, and he just takes, we turn around and there he goes. He takes
that might actually be button check. Yeah. Don't worry.
Okay. You know, I thought that for a second because I saw Ken just standing there for a second. I was just like, did his controller stop working? But it's better that it's a button check. You don't want to go out like that.
All the guys have been doing their button checks. Shout out to JABI M. He's actually using one of my wires to make sure his controller works just fine.
He borrowed one of your wires.
Yeah, he did. I did say to him and his wife, I said, if your husband wins 60%, is that
no,
nice and
60%.
Yeah, I listen. Uncle Sam comes for you guys. I think I deserve my cut.
Is that how you guys do it from across the pond? It's not even a standard 10 to 20%. Now you're taking 60% of his work.
I hack up the prices, baby. I gotta do that as well. I need my fair share. I need to live too. Listen, every man for himself out here.
You know what I'm curious about is whether or not Halibel's gonna stick with Ken, or he might. Okay, I wasn't sure because he does kind of have a Cammy.
So he's dabbled with, like, you know, the Cammy. I saw him dabble with Guile, so on and so forth. But you're right. This is something that JABI M wants to play, though. A lot of the matchups that are in this group, JABI M feels super confident about. Ken is one of them, which is why he's excited to have a run back against Tokido later down the line in this group. But we got to go to the Battle of the Blondes here in this matchup to kick off Group C.
Yep, here we go. And he does have a lot of Ken experience because he did have to play against Mark the Shark in his region, who is also a Ken player, to get this qualification spot.
Well, the beautiful thing about JABI M's Terry is I like the way he uses lights. He's a huge fan of the standing heavy punch that is +1 on block now. He uses medium power wave as a poke, especially up close. People have a hard time dealing with that. So he's pretty confident in his gameplay with this character thus far. Ooh!
It was almost a triple shimmy situation there.
And listen, Halibel is the only player in this group that no one was really speaking about. I feel he's been an overlooked player and undervalued.
And what's funny enough, nice block on the OD DP right there, but yes, I kind of felt the same way last year too when Halibel had to play, right? A lot of people kind of had him underrated in his pool, and he pulled out a Manon. Like, I think he is someone who has, and he mentioned it last year during the interviews too, that he studies players, he studies character matchups, and he pulls things out that people don't expect from him.
He's been playing since Street Fighter 4, and it's just a case where I think motivation is his issue, but when he gets to the big stage like this, he never fails to put on a show there. Good block on the NT jump low and a safe jump there from JABI M. Needs to find a comfortable way out and get some big damage here, Sherry.
Yeah, and the stand shorts, checking JobbyM's button, trying to get out of the corner, but he's slowly pushing himself out with these block strings. No anti-air there.
Try to get the discipline there, try to get the punish counter on that standing heavy kick. No dicing, last minute, counter impact here. He might have to go for the side swap. No, he's going to go for the corner extension instead with that heavy burning knuckle and then get a throw to build momentum.
The forward throw going to put Halibel all the way into the other corner now. Sprinkling the neutral with a bunch of some standing medium kicks, some stand lights.
Almost near burnout here, and that it is. So he can't get a drive rush cancel conversion. And this is one of the best burnout strings in the game if he wants to continue it here, JobbyM.
He's buffering the super there.
Level 1, I believe. Oi, and he got the level 3 instead, and it's not the CA version, so he might just about be alive.
There he is, but he is going to get chipped out if he's not ready for the next sequence here.
You know what? I like that he committed to the Shoryuken instead of doing a Dragon Lash, just in case JobbyM mashed the super.
Yeah.
To kind of turn it around there, because double-edged sword, because if that Shoryuken didn't kill, he was done.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
But, you know, as pro players do, they calculate very, very well. It's a great calculation on Halibel's part.
Calculated risk, calculated aggression, you know it, they got to do it. The throw take there, and the whip punish, but he misses the conversion into the power charge there, JobbyM. Not looking too good at the moment.
GG Halibel just sprinkling, chipping away at JobbyM's drive gauge. But we're back in the neutral.
Oh, no anti-air there, but he's going to get a crouching medium punch conversion straight to the corner here. Looking much better here on JobbyM's side, Sherry.
Yeah, these two players are having a lot of great movement right now, setting up a lot of good shimmies. Just like that, JobbyM dumps all his drive meter, cashes out, and gets the first round in the second game.
Yeah, I like that you bring up movement, because the footwork a lot of these players have, especially the players that use Shotokan characters, they are absolutely essential. And walk speed, especially the forward walk speed, it's vital that you get that on point. And these guys they're trying to focus on so many different things at the same time. It's difficult to keep up with certain things.
Yeah, and like both these characters have really good normals. All those short, stubby.
Okay, he tried to do an EX Dragon Lash there. It does go over Power Wave. It's a 9-frame startup move. So I do respect that tech in this matchup. So yeah, like you said, he has been doing his studying here, Halibel.
There's a roundhouse, okay. Checks Halibel from stepping forward.
It's just battle of the heavy kicks at this point, but there's an anti-air there from Halibel. Can he get him back in the corner? Nope.
There's that backdash to try to bait out something coming from JobbyM. Nothing comes out.
Oh, trying to burn him out with a stand heavy punch. Good block string there for the burnout against Halibel, but he's buffering a super behind that heavy punch. Trying to do it, he can't do it, you gotta be careful. He's got to firm these power waves.
He's trying to get a run DP into super or something like that. Here we go.
Oh, and he got it, and it's not done yet, but he still has his dry gauge to come back, so if he just waits.
Are we gonna see a raw drive rush here, maybe?
It's from someone. Oh, no! What on earth was that? Bro, you can't do that here.
No, it was a mistake. I see the player cam right now. He's shaking his head. He tilted his head back. I'm not exactly sure what that was supposed to be, but it was a dash up ODDP, unfortunately.
You're not doing a fireball in my guy's face like that. I don't know if he wanted to get the hardest of reads to see if he's going to do a delayed button there, but whatever happened, it's one apiece right now in this first game. Lord almighty.
There's that stand roundhouse as the whip punish. 2 punish counters coming out from JobbyM. Very close to putting in burnout if he blocks the next string.
These guys are always frequently low on drive gauge. I think that's how much, like, if they want to get the aggressive play going and make sure these guys are not having a significant advantage when these guys are up close and personal. He's dead with the Buster Wolf.
What a beautiful super.
It's one of the best super art ones in the game. I think because of its range, its startup. Obviously, you can get fancy with it with a double Buster Wolf combo in the corner.
Yeah, the range is insane. The fact that he can move forward on a 7-frame super.
It's a good escape option as well, actually.
Okay, slowing it down a little bit.
Does the option select there with the parry, just in case there's no perfect parry. The drive reversal will come out instead. Low on dry gauge again are both these players.
Oh. There's that call out where you said, you know, these players spend a lot of drive meter. JobbyM not keeping in mind and actually burning himself out trying to parry. Not a great situation to be in because Halibel has him in the corner now.
And there's the stun there. This is an early stun, so it might be a little bit of a deterrent to JobbyM, but the early stun is completely fine. And another execution error there from Halibel. He's going to have to make amends from this. Is that going to be the round? He's going to have to spend the level 3.
That is going to be the round. But again, there is one more round in this match, and it's set point for both, but JobbyM starting with 2 bars of meter.
Yeah, Halibel's got to be a little bit careful because we've already seen an execution error that sure you can up in JBM's face. That drive impact that whiffed in the corner as well. I'm starting to get a little bit scared. And you don't want to do it against a powerhouse like Terry. He's got one of the higher damage outputs in Street Fighter 6 at the moment. There's already a conversion.
Actually runs into that. It wasn't even a counter hit. Taking it to the corner.
Both of these guys have amazing corner carry as well, by the way, for different reasons.
From Tatsu or Burr Knuckle.
Oh, yeah.
Nice conversion off the counter hit stand jab.
All right. He's going to exhaust his super meter just to replenish as much dry engage as possible here. He can dash up and get some frame advantage, or he can play it safe. He's going to try and get the frame advantage here.
JBM sitting on quite the light lead right now.
Oh! He did it at the exact same time!
No punish on both sides, okay?
Careful the jump, careful the jump. He has not done. No, I said careful the jump, thank you.
Like he's got his anti-airs. Air to air and a DP, okay? Throw, one more guess.
Down the throw again, is that it? That's gonna be it. JBM opening up Group C with a victory. That is massive for him because again, last year at CAPCOM Cup 10, he couldn't make it out of the groups. So he actually wants to change his fate and he feels confident. Slow burner, because he went one game down and he brought it back. So it is definitely more than doable in this group for him, Sherry.
Yeah, I mean, when I talked to him personally, I asked him, I remember during the pre-show, I don't know if you saw, Rob TV and Brian were talking about whether or not he was going to stick with Terry. And JBM said he is going to stick with Terry. And look how well it's worked out for him. He said he feels very comfortable playing against his character.
Yes, and of course, I could tell that Halibel did know a couple of things about the matchup, but it was mistimed. I saw an EX Dragon Lash, and I believe it goes over specifically maybe the light power wave. I'm not sure about the medium one, but you have to be at a specific range and a certain time. Also as well, you know what, I look at that and I feel it was intended, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that was by accident. But again, how Halibel was able to stay in the dogfight and make sure JBM worked for that victory was a massive ordeal.
Those are signs of a professional player, you know, whatever happens, execution, because there was quite a bit of execution errors here, and I think he was going for the reset to the DI when he had stunned JBM in the corner, but I think he missed a cancel, the normal, and he got the DI early.
Yeah, this is the thing as well, and you have to be able to shake off these nerves, come with your S-tier game, because again, these guys are taking no prisoners out here. They want to emerge the groups and make sure they're in the top 16 on that day 4. But that was only match 1 of today. We're going to transition over to match 2. We heard the nickname, the Perfect Parry Prince. He's had that name since last season of Street Fighter. And he's finally in the CAPCOM Cup, as you mentioned. A lot of people felt he was hard done by last year, but we've made amends. They want him here. The best JP. He said, I'm back. He's had a very, I want to say, turbulent journey with characters this year.
I'd say so.
He's landed back on the JP, and is looking forward to watching him here. But hey, listen, let's not sleep on his opponent. He had a 5th place finish at UFA. Took a lot of people by surprise.
He did incredible. He only lost to Shao Hai and Kusanagi, the players that got 1st and 2nd at UFA. So, and again, as the players are playing in the player room yesterday, he actually ran 1st to 5 sets with a lot of people, and he was cooking them. So I think it changed a lot of people's minds on who he is as a player and his skill level, because a lot of people look at Zangief and, you know, they're not as known because they don't get to travel as much. We haven't seen that much highlights in Brazil yet, but Zangief Bellato, he was putting in some work. He was doing work against Punk, Nephew's JURI, Lex, you know what I'm saying? So I think he is a great contender. I just think it's a bit unfortunate because just matched character to character. JP is a very difficult character for Zangief to play against, and the way that I've seen Zangief Bellato play, he kind of plays it pretty slowly, and I think that's very difficult against JP.
On paper, statistically speaking, you are 100% correct, but over time, the Geef players have had to learn how to deal with the hardships in this matchup and endure it. They got a lot of vitality to work with. They can do so. One of the things you will notice in this matchup a fair bit, once these guys have done their button check, is Zangief Bellato will probably be holding parry a fair bit. Let's get Kakaru to feel, ease him in, be comfortable about the matchup, and then at one point, maybe drive rush wheel kick, maybe we'll do a jump medium kick at some point. We'll find a way to get in. Where I'm worried about Zangief Bellato, because I noticed when he was streaming a fair bit before he was traveling to the Cup, he was doing some hardcore training. Now, he always likes a little SPD, but Amnesia is not susceptible to throws. It can catch you, and you have a lot of recovery there. And over time, I've also noticed that the Japanese are not afraid to jump away from grabs anymore. Once upon a time, they didn't care. They took that grab. So let's see how active and mobile Kakaru will be with the JP, Sherry?
I mean, I think Kakaru has shown how mobile he is, even not on JP. You know, he's played Akuma, he's played Bison, and even in Street Fighter V. We all remember the Ryu, at Evo, the dash forward DP, because something that's really, really great about Kakaru, which makes him such a strong player, is his decision making. Like, he is very aware of the different options and different paths that he should be taking, and he always ends up choosing the most optimal one most of the time.
He's literally in tune with the drive system. That's the best way to say it. I like that you bring up how strong he is at this game. I'll tell you what's even, what's bolstered his strength even more. Recently a married man. So, because he's got a wife now,
that's the power up in Japan from what I've heard. The next is a child.
your duties have changed. So, good luck to both the combatants here. It's not going to be easy. But Zangief Bilardo, okay, yeah, it looks like they were all right. But
are they going to keep on going?
Oh, also, watch out as well. If Bilardo lands an SBD, empty jump after the SBD is actually a really good tactic against JP. Because if he does to be crouch fierce, he's in trouble. But at the moment, Zangief Bilardo's on the back foot.
I mean, this is how you know Kakaru has been playing this matchup so much, because that DI against the Charge Fierce was so instant. And that is a great option against Zangief's Charge Fierce, which is a move that Zangief Bilardo likes doing quite a bit. And Sang medium kick.
Here we go. He likes an SBD. Let's see what the Oki's going to be from this. And he drive rushes in and he gets checked. One of the best drive rush check buttons in the game, that crouching medium punch from JP.
Yeah, that cane is strong. And here we go with the JP games right now.
It looks like he's not going to hold parry against Departure or the Trick Labs. That might be the round. He's going to do Labushka. He's going to have to do the level 2. No, he's not actually. Tell a lie. He took him all the way to the corner.
Still not too bad of a position for Kakaru to be in.
He's going to have to risk something. Oh, he almost got the perfect parry, but too far there. Kakaru, a little bit nervous, but it is the first game jitters.
It is, but again, seeming so ready for the matchup already. Would really love to see how Zangief Bilardo adapts to this. Okay.
There it is.
Defense from Kakaru. Okay, to take the throw after that.
SBD, here it comes. There's a light one. All right, there's the drive reversal there from Kakaru, just trying to wait for some dry gauge to come back. And this is what I was saying before.
The jump medium kicks.
Okay. Oh, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead. Yeah, he's done.
On a perfect KO, too.
And this is the thing, I told you, this man loves an SVD, so Kakaru, he's collecting the data, find a time where he can do EX Amnesia. Heck, maybe even jump out.
Yep, we haven't seen that yet. But again, this is the first match. We're learning.
DI. Oh, too late.
A little too late there. Zangief Bilardo ready to DI back.
Okay, goes for the EX Lariat there for some Oki pressure. And then, watch out. This is not looking good, Sherry. Oh, wait, no, wait.
No!
Oh, I think he thought a backdash was coming. Oh no, he's in trouble. Are we going to get a full conversion to another departure? Here it comes. And that's going to be a combo. This is going to be huge. Level 3. Oh, I'm not sure.
I think so. If not, at least burn out into chip. There we go.
Yeah.
And the OD ground spikes is going to take it. What a rough situation for Zangief to be in. That was such a hard read on a level 2.
But that wasn't an accident. I think he thought a backdash was coming, so he can hard read the backdash and get a full conversion. Barely any scaling. That's what I think from what I saw anyway. If that was an accident, I don't know what you tried to go for from doing that cycle.
I don't think it was an accident either. I wonder if it's an OS that he did there. And it was just the wrong option. There's the OD Amnesia.
I think he's picked, from the first game, he's picked his timing then.
Here it is, conversion off the air spike hitting.
And yeah, like I said before, just to reiterate, he's not parrying when the trig labs or the departures are out, which means he's allowing his dry gauge to become lower and have less resources to work with to approach Kakaru. But right now, wow! All right, the Boss Dynamite took out the round. We had production kind of kick back off his seat. I didn't know that was going to kill either.
That did so much damage, but Zangief Bilardo has been doing such a great job finding the right time to jump with medium kick as well.
But yeah, see, he's just walking in, letting the dry gauge just get chipped away. I think he values his health in this situation more than his dry gauge at the moment. If he get that 4-piece into the stride block, there is Kakaru.
There's the anti-air coming from Kakaru, okay.
All right, looking good.
What beautiful adaptation from Kakaru there. Okay, check with the jabs. Oh, that is a punish on the wheel kick with the neutral jump.
And that's going to be the round. No super art meter needed. Kakaru swiftly puts himself at set point here, Sherry.
Okay, let's see how Zangief Bilardo brings it back. Slowing it down in neutral a little bit. It's so hard to get around the cane.
stand medium punch is one of the better poking tools in the game. I remember I had an argument with Phenom about it, but I'm not sure Zangief Bellado is comfortable with the button he has to press to deal with that. That's why he's gone to the aerial approach instead, which hasn't really been sufficing here either.
Yeah, he's just, you know, he's getting sprinkled with some hits, but it's okay. Nothing significant too far.
Because he wants a no-context knockdown, then he'll play from there, which is why, like you said before, on the matchup, on paper, it's a hard counter to Zangief Bellado's character and his playstyle.
Okay, slowly build that meter back. You're very close to being burnt out.
He's not going to teleport out. Oh, okay, he did. All right, all right, all right.
Good punish with stand medium pick, okay.
Playing it slow and steady, playing it safe, waiting for that jump from Zangief Bellado is Kakeru, but I think he's just going to keep his feet firmly planted on the ground here is Zangief.
He is buffering. I'm wondering if he's trying to buffer the level 2 just in case he does go for Ghost.
Maybe.
But we do have to watch for the next hit because he is going to dump that meter into level 3, I think.
He's going to have to do a raw drive rush or something at this point. You've got nothing in the tank, and then that will be the conversion into the interdiction. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's curtains. There you go. Closing it out there. Clinical performance from the perfect parry Prince. Didn't really need to do perfect parries much there. But hey, he said textbook matchup. Bring the textbook plan.
Yep. He did get some good perfect parries there. And I think when we go into the replay, we're going to see how Kakeru adapted. Because I think in the first round, I was mentioning how Zangief Bellado was able to get some really good timings with his jump medium kick, and he actually got some mileage off the charge fierce, but you saw Kakeru adjusted to that. He started perfect parrying the dry rush charge fierce.
Well, I also think as well, just to kind of tack onto that point, I think Zangief Bellado was more aggressive just in general. Right? Then he slowed down. I think as the set went on, there was more respect being shown from a disrespectful character, which is kind of something you shouldn't do. And then when you're trying to figure out, you know, have an executive board meeting in your mind at how to figure out how to approach a difficult matchup, sometimes I think you got to throw logic out the window, throw everything in the kitchen sink, and force something to happen. Okay, you might be giving up some vitality, but as we said for Zangief for years, look at his health as currency, find an opening, find that way in, and then let's stir something up. We tried to see that with the sweeps, but we did see Kakeru have meticulous spacing to make sure none of those sweeps connected, maybe after the very first round.
Yeah. There was quite a bit of whiff punishes coming from Kakeru, especially with the standing medium punch. Yep. But from what I heard from your advice was that Zangief Bellado should have just drive rushed more in the neutral.
Yeah, drive rush, stand medium punch, drive rush, armor, but then look, because look what happened in the first round. When he done the drive rush heavy, Kakeru tried to DI and he got a DI back.
He did.
It's like you need to force some of these situations to happen. There are bad matchups on paper in this game, but the system allows you to force an interaction, and let's see what we can work
Especially when you're playing against Zangief, because at the end of the day, he is the type of character. He's a grappler. He's going to put you in the 50-50.
Well, speaking of numbers, this is what the match results are looking like thus far. GG Halibel is 1 and 2 at the moment. Jabi M looking good as well, but Kakeru at top spot with a clean 2-0 victory up at Group C. One of the favorites to get out of the group, but hey, anything can happen over the course of these next 3 days
oh
here.
My
but
gosh.
Hey, let me stay quiet. Talk to me, Sherry. What we got?
Okay, I've been reviewing this match. I am so excited for this match. I'm sure everyone is too. We have Dual Kevin, the Tornado, all the way coming from the Midwest of the US of A versus Reject Rotoz's Tokido, who is also a crowd favorite. I think this is going to be a really, really good matchup because I actually think these two players are the same person, just with different characters. The way that they play, the way that they analyze and approach a matchup, I think they're very, very, very similar in how they play.
You would say they have a kind of similar philosophy in thinking, strategy, approach. I wouldn't say, because knowing I've sat down with dinner with both of them, I wouldn't say the demeanor's quite the same, but I can definitely understand what you mean in that regard. Obviously, you know Dual Kevin way longer than I ever will. But the interesting thing here is, for me, is Dual Kevin's, not only just Dual Kevin, a lot of people's journey with this game, starting with one character. Remember, he used to play Luke and Rashid, and he just fully committed to the Rashid. He opts to use a lot of Rashid's tools more than other people. EX Whirlwind Shot being one of them. He likes to use it full screen and come in. Punk mentioned that. I love how he's not afraid to spend meter to set up the ideal situation for Rashid, right? Those are the safe jump situations in the corner. I like his neutral game. He's not afraid to do impromptu conversions. It's all there. Now, obviously, there's a lot of debate. You guys from the Midwest, you're like, Dual Kevin's getting out of this group. I'm like, I love Dual Kevin too, but...
I mean, we didn't say it was easy, though, you know what I'm saying? I actually
Last time I checked, you got to work for your money at your day job, so...
I mean, again, I didn't say it was easy. We are, of course, rooting for Kevin, but how can you really root against Tokido? We all love Tokido, right? We're talking about someone that's gotten top 8 at EVO like 29 times. You know how insane that is.
Well, remember, he got top 16 at the last Capcom Cup, the dual Kevin. Tokido actually wasn't there, so Tokido is actually like a new spot for him. You know?
Yeah, for sure. So when I talked to Kevin before going to this matchup, because you know he's been training for this, I asked him what his strategy was, and I didn't want to expose it, but he sent me this message. He said that he's going to be using a lot of standing medium kicks, a lot of the stand roundhouses he's a little bit scared to use because of Ken's stand light kick as a punish, but something he's been practicing and he's working on it.
Well,
oh my gosh.
That was an unfortunate start
here. Huge call out.
Because I know dual Kevin, he plays this game relatively fast, and I was kind of worried about how Tokido will try and match his pace. But
you think Kevin plays fast?
When Kevin gets the momentum and you see what Rashid can do, I think you'll see the pace at which he plays at.
Okay. Yeah, I do think naturally.
Oh, you could push that fierce.
A little too far there. Okay, Tokido establishing early. He's there with the wake-ups.
And then a spinning mixer there as well. You see, it's the fast decisions he has to make sure just to neutralize any offensive Kido's trying to inflict, and then go back to neutral and try and win the game. But he's already trying to go back to the heavy whirlwind shot. Again, I really love dual Kevin's whirlwind shot usage in general.
He has a great way of mixing up the layers between his whirlwind shots.
Well, I'll also got to give credit to Tokido because his raw drive rush into stand heavy punch, stand light punch as well. He's got a lot of good stuff. I like when he uses EX Tatsu to escape the corner. I really feel Tokido is a complete Ken, you know?
He is. He plays Ken in very, very different ways. Like, he busts out when he needs to bust out, but he also, obviously, is just a very solid player.
You know what? I like that Tokido did the Jinrai, and then Kevin answered with spinning mixer, because EX spinning mixer is a lot weaker now. So Ken players won't mind you spending 2 bars, because you get no Oki from it now. So it's almost a waste of 2 bars for dual Kevin. Level 2's coming.
Yep, set it up. There we go.
Hurricane Rashid inbounds. There's a tech. Tokido's got all the drive gauge to kind of preserve, so he doesn't matter about this. Yeah, he's fine. Because he had maximum drive gauge, he didn't have to worry about using anything.
Wake up super okay. And that does put Kevin in a bad position in the corner. Is he going to be buffering his level? Nope, the low forward mixer is enough.
I think Tokido was just trying to tease the stun, and it's like, I'm going to tempt you into thinking it because I got low health, but then dual Kevin wasn't having any of it there. So good discipline from dual Kevin. Gets the whip punish into the heavy eagle spike.
That is actually something that Kevin's been, he told me specifically he was working on, that is his confirmation, not off a punish counter, but just to stand fierce into the medium.
He went for the tricky part after the safe jump, but then Tokido went for the raw backdash in there. Sherry, but this is not looking good.
Okay, throw loops. What's the answer to this?
Oh, wait, what is the answer? That's a very good question.
4th throw.
Keep throwing it.
We
Keep
can take another one.
Keep
oh! It was a 5th one.
At one point, you have to make the decision. Am I going to look like an egg on camera? Or am I just going to take all the throws? Make your choice.
It's a guess. It's a true guess.
Well, here's the thing. That all kind of stems from when dual Kevin set up the safe jump, Tokido backdashed, put him at a significant advantage, and then build momentum from there. But again, it's all about how Rashid starts this matchup. If you start wrong, you got to fight from the corner. Trying to escape the corner cleanly as Rashid against Ken, it's not a fun time. I can speak from experience, but... Uh-oh, here it comes again. Uh-oh. Oh dear. I told you, Tokido's drive rush lights, very similar to Angry Birds. Love it. Good drive rush check there with stand heavy.
Yep. With the heavy too, not even a medium or a light. Okay, perfect parry on the fireball.
Yeah, and I can see what you mean, right? What do you do with standing medium kick, not really using standing heavy kick because he's worried about the stand light kick. If Tokido's confident, the stand heavy kick will come out. But he's back in the corner, Sherry.
Please stand fierce. Trying to find his way out of the corner right now. There's that heavy kick. Okay, low forward punishes.
The forward throw, no level 2 just yet here for dual Kevin. He's trying to build the level 2s just in case for an insurance policy.
Okay, the next hit wins if it's off a normal.
He might need to do a drive rush cancel or space himself an EX whirlwind shot. There it is, yeah, he needs to space himself.
There we go.
When he doesn't want to force 3 bars, he'll spend the 2 and then come in. Full screen mix up, I say.
Oh, wow, the OD mixer in that situation.
Why not?
That's true. Why not indeed?
If you do the wrong version of Jinrai, it will be a punish.
Tried the dash up throw. Kevin was not having it.
Wow, okay, Tokido really trying to wiggle his way out of the corner here, but another safe jump inbound, so dual Kevin's got to make this safe.
Safe jump.
Oi! He got that wrong, what happened?
Yeah, he messed up the safe jump.
Yeah. Damn.
And Tokido recognized that.
But you know you can be demoralized if all your safe jump attempts get countered in some way, shape, or form as a Rashid player.
We're not going to spend the level 2. I think we want them to hit for the level 3. Up.
There you go. One apiece here with the Altair. Going to close this one out for Dual Kevin. That was a very good turnaround. Because again, changed up his neutral tactics. Less regular fireballs, more EX whirlwind shots because you do recover in time, or you get a better mix-up from full screen if you charge it. And he felt more confident in the buttons he was using as well.
I totally agree with that. There's a lot more usage of the Stand Fierce here as well.
I do think Stand Heavy Punch is one of his better buttons in the game. You can kind of bait the drive rush, sorry, the DP option select. You got more blocks on to work with. When it's punish counter, it works out. So. Hey,
nice conversion. Okay, we're getting our own shimmies going.
Looking a lot better here for Dual Kevin. Slowly building on that momentum, but Tokido, excellent at trying to shut that down.
Getting the reverse, and Tokido slowly pushing his way out of the corner. But there's that OD whirlwind. Okay, a little too far for the conversion. Low forward is going to connect from Tokido, pushing Dual Kevin to the other corner.
Interesting. He done a spinning mixer when Tokido was low on drive gauge. Tokido kind of set up his own death warrant here, but he can actually still win this.
A wake up DI because Tokido was burnt out. It is punished for the step kick.
If he had another situation, or if he won that interaction and then played the subsequent situation, he would have been fine, but Dual Kevin identified that based on the drive gauge remaining on Tokido's end. That was really good from him.
Nice block on the overhead there. Doing some roundhouses.
Good backdash there from Dual Kevin. Burns him out successfully there as well, and he'll take him across the screen before he has to call the Yasar Sherry.
Yeah, trying to find his way to get a knockdown to get the Yasar going. But Tokido getting some normals and good checks from Dual Kevin, on Dual Kevin.
Jab. Fully restocked here with that drive gauge, and he's going to spend a level 3 at a very peculiar time. I guess one throw might do the trick. No, a throw won't get the rounds.
One more mix-up, though. Okay, the low forward was enough. I'm surprised. Maybe Dual Kevin was holding up 4 from there.
That was a very interesting time to spend the level 3, but I guess it was to take him to the final round here, Tokido, so that makes a lot of sense.
Tried to catch the jump back, but Tokido pressing him.
Oh, no.
The neutral jump bait shimmy.
Not looking good for Dual Kevin. He needs to be very careful where he uses the spinning mix-up because he needs to save that bar. He needs to save that bar. Oh, no, and that's going to be the game, I think.
That's so much damage. Optimal.
Oi, and the Dragon Lash Flame closing it out there for Tokido in a nail-biting set in this Group C match. Rejects RoOZ taking it over Dual Kevin. Yeah, because that could have gone any way.
Yep.
And Tokido found the way. He stayed disciplined, and then he was able to draw out the victory there.
There's a lot of adaptation from both ends. Like we saw how Tokido started the round with the jump fierce right over the heavy mixer, or sorry, whirlwind shot. And then just Kevin was able to adapt, change up the normal timing in neutral, and then Tokido responded by adding a little bit more low forward, I think, to his gameplay in the last game.
You know what? I've got to give credit because Dual Kevin almost used every EX move in the book at some point, right? I know he had it off to a shaky start, like you said, whirlwind shot, but then he shifted to EX whirlwind shot. Look what happened. When he utilized the EX whirlwind shot from full screen or up close, relatively powerful distances for Rashid, what happened? He started to win.
Yeah.
Not just based on that alone, but more confidence in, you know, just having the whiff punishes, the button checks, having more opportunities to set up the safe jump. But then again, it kind of like he reclined back into the old habit he had in the first game. And like I said, hard read on the heavy whirlwind shot, got the jump in, send him in the corner, and then, like, you know, Bob's your uncle, so you just got to deal with all the problems that Ken gives you.
Exactly. Just Ken is so great at utilizing all his normals and just keeping you in the corner. Just, you know, the mental stack that Ken puts on you. Just Tokido had that on lock, and the last round just went completely in his favor because of that.
And because EX Spinning Mixer is significantly weaker than it was before, it's like, where do you spend the 2 bars? Because Dual Kevin used it as a punish to get one of the rounds. He used it to go back to neutral, but hey, Ken can just quick rise, stay right in your face, stand heavy punch as malicious as it can be. It does the magic right there. So that's a very big game changer in the Ken-Rashid matchup. But this is what the match results in Group C is looking like right now. Tokido at +1 because he did win 2-1. Dual Kevin not looking too good right now.
Not too bad, you know, it was 1-2, it wasn't 0-2, you know.
Well, he's still got one more match
does.
today, and that's going to be going up against Jarby M, going up against the Terry there as well. So he needs to kind of shake off what's happened with Tokido, put that in the past, and only look forward. But what are we looking forward to right now, Sherry?
We are seeing Salt Mine League's Gigi Hallibell, which we did see play earlier, versus Ebushigen Kakeru, which we also saw earlier against Zenki Filato. He did take that win. Hallibell did lose his first match against Jarby M, but let's see if he kind of pull it back. He might feel a bit more comfortable against the JP matchup.
We'll see, because again, I do think Gigi Hallibell is the strongest player from Germany, one of the most technical minds. You can actually go check out his YouTube channel. He's got a lot of technical content on there, very educational stuff. He's got some funny streams when he's in the mood as well, when he does that stuff. But yeah, I've seen him on the Ken, like we said before. I've seen him on the Kami. He could use Kami
in this matchup
against Kakeru here, but I think just judging by what we saw before, maybe we'll stick it out with the Ken, maybe a switch afterwards, but only one way to find out.
It looks like we are going with the Ken, unless we're doing a button check again.
No, I think they did a button check just a minute ago, so it looks like they might go and do that there.
Yeah,
but yeah.
You know, the pros and cons of playing Ken is just that there's so much Ken experience that you can get because there's so many Ken players out there. So Kakeru is just, he knows this matchup so well. I think this will be a very difficult one. I think it is a hill to overcome.
We said it's not insurmountable. It may feel like that, but it's not. We did feel the same way about Zenki Filato earlier in this group, but let's see if our lone German can change things around here in Group C.
It's funny because Kakeru loves staying in this range where his stand medium kick is so, not standing medium kick, stand medium strong is so good. He doesn't really play the full game matchup until he gets into a situation like this.
Well, it's a button that's not necessarily overlooked. Like I said, just to reiterate, it's one of the stronger poking tools in the game, but a lot of people, it's -6, it pushes you back relatively far. Not many things can punish it. I know Ken's got a standing light kick, but you have the wrong range, you're going to get punished countered yourself.
There's a roundhouse, okay, short just to check him.
You can do a raw drive rush against that move, by the way. I used to play Juicy Joe a lot, and you can get away with it.
Which move specifically?
It's standing medium punch. If you're ready and looking for it, you can actually catch it. He's doing a lot of parry OSs as well to try and catch Kakeru off guard here as Hallibell.
Yeah, and just like that, Gigi Hallibell has him in the corner, but Kakeru back throws and puts Gigi Hallibell in the corner actually. There's
and
a
again,
teleport.
Burn out, and that's probably going to be the round. Yeah, this is looking like the round. It's going to be a lot of frame advantage here. Look at this chip sequence, Sherry.
Out comes level 2 just to secure all the chip damage you're about to see.
Yo, he blocked all of that? Hey, nah, come on. That's your reward. He blocked all of the Labushka and said, you know what, you're going to lose anyway. So make it look good. Look good on the camera.
I mean, Gigi Hallibell knew. He kind of chuckled at that. What more can you do in that situation?
He's very animated when the camera's on him. I like it.
Standing roundhouse. Okay, there's that parry that you were talking about, the OS.
But then he's got to be careful because once Kakeru clocks on, it's just going to be a crouching medium punch drive rush check, and then you're in so much trouble from that point onwards.
Okay, there.
Wow, you had enough time for that? That's crazy.
Okay.
There's
a perfect parry.
Yeah, he's in there.
Nice
Still
rush
waiting.
forward.
Well, it's like he's just being like cool, calm, collected, just assessing the situation, how he can come to the approach. He will like to look for an arbitrary parry in the neutral just to kind of turn things around if need be. Oi! If he pressed stand fist, that might have caught the stand fist. And what did I say before? What did I say before about that crouching medium punch?
That he's going to be looking out for it every single time Gigi Hallibell tries to hold a parry now. Oh, didn't do the drive rush that time.
You have to be laser focused on that specifically. That's the thing. Oh, that's not what you wanted.
Accidental run.
Oh, man, that sucks. That sucks, because that's not what he wanted. It's not what he wanted.
A lot of execution errors coming from Gigi Hallibell's end, unfortunately.
And it's not that he's trying to do extravagant things either. At this level, a lot of this stuff is standard. You need to get that on point, and you can't give your opponent the slightest chance to get like a free combo, a free win, you know?
Yeah, and all these execution errors have been like the game-winning or the round-winning execution, unfortunately. Kind of just gave him the round.
Yep, I'm doing a lot of fate goes just in case he does, yeah, raw drive rush, but there it is, drive rush stand fierce.
Putting him in the corner. Okay, crouch fierce puts him back into the corner. Nice. We're getting pressured. There's the OD Amnesia. Gonna take the trade.
Backs away at the moment here. Does Halle Bell, sets up an EX departure, has to respect it, and there's the punish counter throw. And that's going to be the round, yeah, with these lovely forward HK corner juggle combos. And he's looking at the screen as if he's unfamiliar with the scenario, but my friend, you got to turn this around, and only you can do that, Halle Bell. There you go, with punish. Nice and clean on the stand, medium punch.
Oh no. Actually gets back thrown into the corner, okay. Wake up sweep, okay.
Got to do something at this point. When your back's against the wall, you've got to do something to just, you know, kickstart your game, you know?
Yep, there's a stand short. There's the chains of lights going on there. There's a shimmy, okay. We're spending the level 3 here.
All right, so this was a big decision because he will be at a temporary disadvantage with the super meter, but he needed to take it to a final round to throw his own lifeline here, but Kakaru is like, I'm cool. One game up, I've got an abundance of meter to work with. What can you do, Halle Bell? That's the big question.
He's gonna have to find a way to fight back around all these ghosts that's coming out of neutral.
There you go, I said it again. If you keep doing that parry OS, he's gonna check it with a crouching medium punch. He's gonna cancel it into the interdiction here. And he's just gonna play neutral from here.
Yeah, because look at that huge life lead, and if he throws a couple of spikes on him, he's going to get burnt out if he keeps on blocking.
Oh, this might be checkmate. Oh no, he burnt himself out, so there's no stun here, but this is still a perilous situation here for Halle Bell.
You're just gonna have to deal with a lot of chip damage coming your way right now.
Watch out for the jump as well. Oh, he's facing track. They both got their drive gauge back at the same time.
What a huge difference in life lead, and the overhead is gonna beat the low forward with the perfect going to Kakaru.
There you have it there. Kakaru, another solid victory here, making sure he boosts his score up in the table in Group C. Standard practice, but again, day one's always interesting for me in Capcom Cup group stages because you can have a fantastic first day, but then things just fall apart.
There's 2 more days. There's so many more matches. Or, you know, round 1 kind of, like you said, there's been a couple upsets from the other group matches too, right? So it kind of sets the pace on what that group looks like. And you're like, oh, a lot of people, they have a lot of predictions going into this, and they're like, oh, for sure, these 2 players are going to be the ones who make it out in winners and losers. But I think after today, a lot of people's opinions are going to change.
Oh no, of course, because again, I don't care how industrious you are, how much studying you do, whatnot. On the day is what matters, and we don't know. Our next $1 million champion could actually be having a good day on Saturday. But only one way to find out. But again, I respect Halle Bell's approach, but for me, that was a Gear 1 approach. We didn't really switch things up into a Gear 2, maybe if there was a Gear 2. But as I could anticipate from Kakaru's end, I'm like, oh, if you keep doing this, here's what the counter's going to be.
Yep.
And then I didn't really see any jumps, maybe because he's too deterred by crouching heavy punch.
That's right.
We also saw a lot of drive gauge pressure.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, drive gauge damage, which was high damage from Kakaru as well. And there was not much that Halle Bell could do to get out of it.
No, he unfortunately, like, the worst thing to do against JP is really block. And unfortunately, that's what it is. And we saw him block all the level 2 and still get chipped out, right? Like, you just do not want to block against JP. Okay, yeah, you don't want to block against JP, but the thing is, we did see a lot of mileage off of his heavies. Like, we were seeing Dry Rush Fierce connect. We were seeing the stand Roundhouse connect as a punish counter, and then getting Kakaru into the corner, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to capitalize off of that.
100%. That was very concise analysis there from Sherry. Really appreciate that. Well, listen, he's going to have to shake it off and go into game 2. But ladies and gentlemen, I do promise you, we do have Jabi M going up against Dual Kevin next. I didn't pull a magic trick on any of you, not at all. But yes, we're going to be seeing Terry going up against Rashid. I did try out these 2 characters for a little while. I'm not sure how much experience Dual Kevin has against Terry. I know, does he often play Riddles at all? Shouts to Riddles, by the way.
He's played Riddles quite a bit of times through TNS Online. Shout out to TNS. He was actually practicing against one of these players out here, and, you know, speaking to the player and his experience against Terry, apparently Dual Kevin has a pretty good knowledge.
Track record?
Yeah,
okay.
Track record against Terry, mainly because of his fireball usage, as you mentioned. Dual Kevin has really good usage and timing of when and which one he should use, and that's really effective against Terry.
Well, then here's the thing, right? I remember Safe, shout outs to Safe, he had a recent, not epiphany, but he just said, yo, people are sleeping on Terry, just as a character in general. JURI completely concurs with that.
Yep.
Now, what you have to remember here is Terry has the closest thing to a traditional fireball, because Power Wave just literally goes across the floor.
Yep.
And because of that, everyone's got unique answers. Now, Rashid can do a medium Eagle Spike across the Power Wave to get a punish, and it will say punish counter, but only if you do against the right one. If he does a medium Power Wave, which we've seen JURI like to use as a poke, it's not going to work. What you also have to remember as well is EX Power Wave. That's one of the most incredibly obnoxious moves in the game, because it's 2 bars and you are moving whether you like it or not. The way it slowly travels towards you, you are moving by force whether you like it or not. So the fireball usage from both characters is going to be imperative, but I'll also be interested to see who's going to flinch on defense in terms of shimmying. Because both of these guys have tried to do a couple of shimmies today. So.
They both are pretty shimmy heavy players. I do think Windshot, look, there we go, with the whip punishes already with the roundhouse. And I actually think Kevin had mentioned that he plans on using roundhouse a bit more here because we don't get much of a punish.
Well, even then, you only get the punish if you set up the situation. Lovely conversion of the punish counter there from JURI, building that momentum into some double dash pressure there as well.
Counter hit on the media, okay. Perfect parry on the Power Wave. Nice anti-air JURI, keeping Dual Kevin in the corner here.
See what I mean? I want to see you flinch on defense because of the shimmy attempts these guys are going to be doing against each other. Power Wave again. That's going to be the round as well, actually.
Yeah.
Full conversion. And no Buster Wolf needing, so it will be Rising Tackle to close this one out. Conserve that super bar, just in case you need power guys in this round, Sherry.
Okay, throw. We're getting that OD. Oh, wow!
Rip EX spinning mix as an anti-air. And he's going to try and burn him out.
Punish counter, too.
Yeah, he's going to try and force the burnout here. Good choice there from Dual Kevin. I love it when he does crouch fierce into level 2. He's not afraid to do that, especially when you're low on drive gauge.
Just making sure you get some sort of resources out of the level 2. There's a Buster shot.
Someone's going to jump in a minute. And Dual Kevin's just going to firm it out here. Going to get that drive gauge completely refueled.
The wake up DI once again.
Hang on a minute. Forward throw. What's the backdash? Ah, there it is. I knew it. I knew a backdash was coming because he knew the round was coming.
But did Dual Kevin know as well? Because
that's what I think he waited for a DP or something. Oh, that's -5. That could have been punished. That could have been punished there, but Dual Kevin can still take this round, Sherry.
There's the shimmy.
Listen, what did I say at the start of this game?
It's both players. They want to shimmy against each other.
Both of them. Oh, man. It's almost as if we get paid to talk about this shit.
Okay, there's a tick throw. Kevin willing to take the throw in that situation. Stand medium kicks across the board.
Well, again, JURI's got to be careful about the button usage because he's already got whiff punish before by a heavy kick. That's why he's using the projectiles once again. Low on drive gauge, and that's plus on block, and he didn't respect it.
Still checked it and was still able to get the counter hit. Okay,
Geyser.
Yasar.
Where's the Geyser? Overhead, not going to combo because he's too far away, and the perfect parry, and he what? Huh?
A little too far for the throw.
Safe jump coming. No, just about missed it. And that's going to be the game here for Dual Kevin. Oh, no. Okay, maybe not. Didn't want to burn the level 1.
Yeah. It might not have been enough, so he wanted to keep the meter just in case.
He's got to respect it. He's got to respect it until his drive gauge comes back. Oi!
He's respected enough.
Do you know why? I don't mind that jab attempt because you were past the 50% recovery mark on your drive gauge, but at some point, JURI had to throw you to build even more momentum to come back in with the loop. So I really like that.
Tried to go for the shimmy attempt, but JURI checks it with the crouch strong.
Yeah, I like it. He's being a lot more aggressive with Terry's punch buttons here, not using the kick buttons as much anymore.
Okay, punish counter on the parry attempt. Tried the shimmy again, but nice check with the jab from Dual Kevin.
Nice
There's a stand medium kick.
Here comes the safe jump. Here he comes.
Perfect parry. Okay, this time we are going to get the punish counter. And a side switch using Burn Knuckle.
He's tried to overhead a couple of people today, JURI, and everyone's been standing up. Level 1 for the Buster Wolf.
Buster Wolf.
Here you go. I love that ending. And that's the thing, right? Terry's new combo routes, especially in the corner, they are so satisfying to land. The high damage output as the reward comes with it. What a check with that crouching medium punch.
Yeah.
I do think that's a solid crouching medium punch for a character like Terry.
Unfortunate drop on the conversion for the combo there. It gets punish countered.
Oi, the interruption with the lights once again there into the burning knuckle. Still trying to catch Still Kevin second on defense, but he's not biting.
There's a burn knuckle. Such a hard move, catches you in neutral all the time. No shimmy.
I swear to God, they're both dead. So disciplined on defense.
The dueling jump! Oh wait! Recover in time, okay?
That is plus on block. Catch him. Can he get another grab? He's gonna have to call the tornado. I think he's gonna have to call the tornado.
I think, there it is. Okay, trying to keep him burnout maybe? No. He's gonna take the damage.
And he didn't spend the dry gauge because he didn't want to burn himself out for a safe jump.
Delayed throw.
The earnest way.
Oh!
Good call there.
Baby.
Good call. All right, potential match point here for Dual Kevin. Jarby M needs to try and turn this around.
The Dual Kevin special. Third round start with the dry rush overhead. Does connect this time.
Goes for a combo instead of setting up a safe jump here. But Jarby M taking us back to the mid screen. Oh, he tried to run away because that was +5 on block. You have to respect the second stand heavy punch.
Walks into the power wave. Okay, nice check with the stand jab there. Another Yasar coming out.
Can he grab him? No, he tried the perfect parry. That's going to be too much damage. And he's got a bar. He's going to set up the safe jump. Let's see if he gets it. No, he didn't get it again. And that's going to hurt. He's got to spend the level 3. He has to do Rising Fang. And this is going to be a crazy scenario because Dual Kevin's on wake up drive impact. He has a spinning mix-up. He can respect the scenario. What is the guess? Oh, trying to perfect parry.
The throw is going to take it.
Oh, man. Do you know how clutch you had to been to do that? Because Burning Knuckle, in Terry's previous fighting games, Burning Knuckle, when you sped up like that, frame advantage is there, but perfect parry kills that. So the fact that Jarby M banked on that, when Dual Kevin tried to get the perfect parry, that could have lost you the game.
Yeah.
That was so audacious.
These are the decisions that you have to commit to in fighting games. And it worked out in Jarby M's favor. We're in game 3 now.
It gave him a lifeline. It gave him a lifeline. Oh no! Oh what?
No punish. Okay.
Why did you medium punch, bro?
He wanted to be optimal. Went with the heavy button with the roundhouse.
He would have got more damage on the stand medium punch combo route though.
Power Wave is putting in work right now. Really good fireball game coming from Jarby M. What a perfect parry.
Right in the corner there is Dual Kevin, and yeah, he tried to catch him doing the throw tech again, but the whip punish with the standing heavy punch working out.
The reversal from Jarby M.
Oh, that's the first time he's used round wave today. Not outside of a combo, of course.
Fully charge. Okay, drive reversal. Burns himself out to keep Dual Kevin in the corner, but the drive impact hits on the burning knuckle, and he has level 2.
He's got to be careful. He might tempt fate. Level 2's coming. Level 2's coming. What's the choice going to be? He's got a level 2 himself.
Oh, wait,
dude.
what? Wait a second.
Shit. Watch out, watch out. Dude, Dual Kevin's usage of EX Whirlwind Shot when you're in a bind or he needs to pull out something to make miracles happen, they work out for him, man. It's one of his best traits about a Rashid player.
Blocking low, up back to get away from the throw pressure.
Power wave again.
Yep.
Oh, what? Nobody perfect parries that.
That was the very first one that Jarby M decided to do too. The crack shoot, and he actually got perfect parry.
Brother.
How's he ready? How's he so ready?
Well, he's ready to try and take this round here, and that's going to be yeah, he's done. Long combo, which is going to take it all the way here. The optimal stuff, building the bar.
Didn't even need a super.
There you have it. Dual Kevin taking it not only against Tokido earlier, but against Jarby M as well.
Well, he lost to Tokido earlier.
That's it, my bad, forgive me.
I mean, I wish it went that way. But, you know, we make up for it with the last match of Group C. Dual Kevin's able to take it 2-1 over Jarby M.
You know what? Again, Dual Kevin's come with a strategy. He's come with a strategy, and again, you got to think about the longevity of the strategy as well. It's not just one day. These guys have to think about it over time here as well. Again, looking at Jarby's performance today, I can see where the confidence is coming from. And again, this is a good start, of course, how things have worked out. Now, with what he needs to build on with this is when he's in situations where he is low on drive gauge, maybe reconsider a couple of options. I know there's one or two unfortunate situations for him because he done, I think Joe Kevin jumped out of the corner and he did a light uppercut and it whiffed.
But, you know, he didn't really get punished off of it, so not too bad, but I know his goal was to keep Dual Kevin in the corner.
And again, we highlighted at the start of this, I was kind of like focusing on how often these guys will try and shimmy each other, but then they were both super disciplined. 95% of the time, one or two occasions, maybe a whiff grab here and there, but that was warranted because they were low on health, right? But outside of that, they were really good. I think where Jarby M lacks the experience, specifically against Dual Kevin, is against EX Whirlwind Shot from the full screen. But look at that, we're watching one of the longest combos you'll see in Street Fighter 6 there. Like you said, didn't even need it for a super there, but boy, that was actually a great set to see there. Great way to kick things off. As the standings are right now, Kakeru sitting top spot. Yeah, that makes so much sense there. 2-0 victories, +4 on the ratio there. Looking pretty good. Everyone else, 1-1, 1-0. Halibel, no victories to his name on day one.
Not for today, but, you know, again, we still have 2 more days, and it does look like Kakeru is sitting in winners, and we still have Tokido sitting in second place. If that stays that way, that means Tokido is going to make it out in losers.
Well, this is what a lot of people did kind of predict thus far, but hey, we still got 2 more days of group stage action.
Kakeru さんにお越しいただきました。おめでとうございます。
Kakeru dominant in his group, 2-0, winning over Zangief Bolado and of course the Gigi Halibel from Germany.
さあ今日は2-0、2-0とストレートで勝利いたしました。今のお気持ちを聞かせてください。
やっぱりそのどんだけ事前に準備しててもやっぱり実際やってみないと分かんないっていうのがあるんで、しかもザンギでハリベルにちょっと何使うか分かんなかったんで、ガイルの可能性もあったんでちょっと怖かったんですけど、無事勝ててよかったですね。
So he asked Kakeru how he feels about the win. Obviously 2-0, 2-0, a dominant run. And Kakeru said that no matter how much he trains, no matter how much preparation he comes through with, it's hard to predict what the opponent's going to bring to the table. He had no idea what Bolado was going to come through with. In the same vein, he didn't know what Halibel was going to bring to the table as well. But he's very happy with the result and how things played out.
そして明日以降も引き続き試合が続いていきます。他の選手の試合を見て、グループ C 警戒しているプレイヤーいればぜひ教えてください。警戒しているプレイヤーがいれば、はい。
やっぱり時戸さんはすごい警戒していて、そうですね、ちょっと勝てるかどうかってところですけど、まあ全勝を目指して頑張りたいと思います。
So he asked Kakeru, who's he looking out for in the group? Obviously, there's a lot of killers in that group of 6 guys, and he said Tokido is the guy that he's got the crosshairs on, basically. He's not sure if he can beat him. He's very interested to see how that one would play out. At this moment, he knows that that's going to be a big threat in the group.
はい、インタビューは以上となります。ありがとうございました。明日も引き続き頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
All right, there you have it from Kakeru, the man himself. He's got his eye set on Tokido. Not sure what's going to happen. And again, with that mentality, these guys are gunning for top spot to go on the winner's side. So we'll actually be looking forward to that in the days to come. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude the Group C matches for today. Only day 1. We still got day 2 and day 3. So we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we will actually be transitioning over to the Group D matches. Get a drink, because you don't want to go nowhere and miss these matches. See you soon.
Come on, everybody come alive real quick. Battle of the strong, survival of the fit. Take your best shot, hope you don't miss. Yeah, come on, everybody come alive.
baby. Are you okay? Next location is Osaka. Power away!
カプコンカップ11、これからお届けするのはグループ D の5試合となります。早速参りましょう。グループ D プレイヤーの入場です。
Now it's time to introduce the fourth group of the day. It's time for Group D. And we're going to have the 6 players come out. And we're going to have the introductions right now.
グループ D、まずは英国のカピバラ卿、ブロスキー
And first up for Group D, it's the great capybara, all the way from the United Kingdom. It's Broski!
勇猛果敢なる獅子、ブレイブリー。
Next up, it's the dauntless bravery.
新鮮の外派的未来 VX バー
The futuristic supremacy VX Bow.
ベストキットフロムチリブラース
Next up, from Chile, the youngest competitor in this tournament at 15 years of age, the young karate master, it's Blaz!
東海岸の最終兵器はい、どー
Next up, it's the 2019 Capcom Cup champion, the lethal weapon, Idol!
ソウルの腕自慢アンペラー
All the way from Seoul, South Korea, it's the confidence incarnate, Emperor!
さあこのグループもかなり強豪が揃ってますが、その中でもブラズ選手がかなり若いと。
15歳なんですね。
15歳ってきましたけどね。すごいですね。15歳からカプコンカップ。ね。
初めてなんじゃないでしょうか。
ね。史上最年少となるでしょう。
はい、そりゃそうですね。あとね、キャラ結構使ってて。
いろんなキャラ。
いろんなキャラ使ってて。
おお、楽しみですね。
これは見物なんですよね。はい。すごい楽しみにしてます。
はい。さあという今ステージに立っていらっしゃいますご覧の6名のプレイヤーがグループ D トップ16トーナメントの座をかけて総当たり戦を行っていきます。今一度盛大な拍手をお願いいたします。
And on stage you see these 6 members of Group D. 2 of these gentlemen will be going through to that top 16 finals on day 4. Give these gentlemen a big round of applause.
それでは選手の皆さんはスタンバイをお願いいたします。
All players be prepared on standby right now as the matches are about to commence. Thank you very much.
さてここからは試合の模様を熱く伝えていただく実況席の皆さんにお渡ししたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
And with that said, it's time to head over to our caster's desk to call the action. So let's take it away, boys. Thank you very much.
You already know what it is, the introduction to Group D. This has been one of the groups that I've actually been wanting to focus on for a very long time because of the character diversity, but also the players themselves being as diverse in terms of the age range and in terms of their veteran status here in Street Fighter 6. My name is Vicious with the holiest of soft drinks, Saint Cola. How you doing, man?
Well, fantastic. I'm with you in terms of diversity. Also, in terms of how they qualify as what we have an offline qualifier in this bracket. In the diversity of seeing new scenes explode on Street Fighter 6. Laz from Chile showcasing what they could do out there. We got a lot to talk about, a lot to go down. Here is Group D in totality. Broski, Bravery, VX, Bow, Laz, Idom, and Armper round things out. We're going to have these set up in terms of the matches real soon here. As you mentioned, diversity in terms of Aki, Manan, Ken, and who knows what VX Bow is going to play.
Yeah, so looking at it overall, when you look at the diversity, excuse me, in terms of like the veteran status, only half of them. So I actually misspoke just a little bit. 3 of these competitors are making their debut here in Capcom Cup 11 with Broski, Blaz as well, and Armper. So it's a really, really interesting thing to see in terms of the scenes and their evolution thus far in fighting games. We have Broski to start things off against Bravery. VX Pal followed up against Blaz. Idom versus Armper. Then, of course, Broski versus VX Pal to round it out. Bravery versus iDomination.
Wow. To start things off, Broski have to fight a very tough matchup and a Cammy pick aside of Bravery, who likes to get aerial, which is a difficult thing for Aki to deal with. However, he does have a lot of experience dealing with that character, the likes of Hurricane, and a few other Cammy players that are out and about in EU. But Bravery, it's just something about his jumps and how he established those dive kicks, a game plan that he has had since time immemorial. He's incredible. We'll see what happens, though. Here's the face-off right here. As we mentioned, Broski coming through in the finals, taking down Indian Walker. The other side of things, Bravery coming through on the side of points. A lot of consistency in Singapore.
Yeah, one of the things I do like and enjoy about Broski is the attention to detail when it comes to certain matchups, right? You talked about the aerial kind of gameplay that Bravery likes to focus on. I think Broski has done a great job of trying to neutralize that in his progression towards learning Aki, or mastering Aki, I should say.
Right.
But other than that, when it comes to the ground game, Jammers had given me a heads up saying, Broski is really keen upon utilizing that crouching medium kick going into the super art for the confirm. But there were other normals that I like to talk about. His roundhouse, his usage of that to stuff out the as an anti-air, stuffing out the dive kicks to lead into another critical art or super art has been very much so on point. And also his confirms on the ground with crouching roundhouse, right? Being able to use that and get into some key damage is going to be one of the things that I'm looking forward to as Broski. But one thing that I've learned about Bravery is that he's not one to shy away from his initial strategy, right? He'll always find a way to dominate you airborne and then make you fear him even more so on the ground.
And some of this I've seen him play over in the green room with the other players, where some of them were like, okay, I took 2 games from him, and then all of a sudden he keeps adding more to his game plan, but sticks to the dive kick, sticks to the jump at different ranges, slightly changes up the areas in terms of the jump. It's like slightly minutely, like maybe walking forward or back, a little bit more ambiguous. But as you mentioned, sticks to what he knows. He's been like that. If you watch, I can't remember his name, but there was a YouTube video actually about Bravery just recently, detailing how he's been able to play like this, how he's been stubborn since Street Fighter 4. It's still with him in Street Fighter 6. So I do want to see like what's going to happen. Is Bravery going to come through and stick to his game plan and win, or as you mentioned, will we see that just walk back heavy kick to bait out the dive kicks, get a nasty hit, and then optimize? Because Broski, if he hits you, it's going to hurt.
No doubt. One of the things that have come across my mind also is Broski coming through as an EVO Award nominee for Content Creator of the Year, right? I wonder how much of that focus has kind of taken away from him building up his momentum as a content creator in comparison to getting himself ready for the Cup. But I got to imagine, man, like, he's had such a great mind for gaming and dissecting these games, even back in Street Fighter 5, right? I feel like it's all the same to him, right? Emotionally, mentally, I think he's done what needs to be done to get himself ready. Hopefully, Bravery has done the same coming in from that interview. But here we go. Game number 1 of Group D, Broski versus Bravery, Aki versus Cammy. Already checking the dive kick potential, right? Broski with the air-to-air, the jump back medium punch, and now drive rush past the bubble.
All right, gets the snake kicks, heavy lash, apply the poison, walks out the side switch. I like that for the crossover. And the answer is there. That heavy kick, as you mentioned, is pivotal in the overhead. Flashes from above. It applies even more poison. It's ambiguous with that jump over. Hey, heavy kick punish counter in the corner. It's on defense.
Looking at the doors, trying to keep Broski in that corner as well. The parry has been shown off, a throw now. Bravery has access to another one if he needs to. The medium's got to come out, right?
Gotta be. Back medium punch against the crossover. That was so smart. The lift upper, blessed the dome with the over the dive kick. Nice and close. Oh, you know what? That works out. At least to avoid the drive reversal. And the dive kick comes through right after. This guy is aerial with it. Jump man.
One of the biggest things that we talk about is her being the Baroness of Burnout, right? You've talked about that plenty of times over. We didn't actually see that come to fruition. But the OD Cruel Fate to meet him air-to-air, I love that as an opener. But immediately out the gate, Bravery, OD uppercut, get off of me.
There wasn't a lot of OK on that. Drive reversal to push him back. Can kicks right after. Taps parry, does get the punish counter right here in the poison. Oh, goes for the command.
A lot of damage and a lot of damage to the drive gauge too. This burnout is so critical. Cruel Fate just passed it by him.
Oh, it might be Cruel Fate for him. Cross up again. No back medium this time here for Bravery. Barriers a burnout. Claims her castle. Puts down the poison. He'll just use level 1 to get this done.
No, he's draining so much life because of that poison state.
You're right. It should be
he doesn't
over
need
without
to.
it.
And he gets to reapply it. just in case to tack on that extra damage. Broski having a round of one hell of a round, I should say, still maintaining his 3 bars.
For real, see, that's why he's so optimal. Nice neutral jump, calling out these aerial positions. Medium lash, apply the poison stake kicks. Drive rush, we end it with the poison. I like that with the heavy lash. That safe jump setup right after.
Now backing away, knowing full well it's not his turn. He can't throw out the bubble. Oh my god. Bravery thought the fireball was going to come out from the side of Broski. Perfect parry. Now Bravery, he's starting to sharpen up on defense.
Just a little bit. Throw right after this. Jump heavy kick. Now we switch it up in terms of like the buttons. And again, the spacing slightly. Manuki switching it up. Drive reversal on wake up. Works out in the overhead. You are dead. No bar at the bottom necessary. Broski.
The great, all hail the great Capybara. My man is shaking Bravery highs and lows. The overheads have not been checked successfully thus far, not even with the block. But Bravery, he's got a lot to really consider. Now that I think about it, in regards to like the Singaporean scene, like what other Akis has he like practiced with?
I don't know. And even if you practice with an Aki, one at this level, at this height, there's only a handful that can stand at this range, I feel. Broski, and then you really get what? Hikaru? That's it.
You do have access to Japan.
That's true.
Over in Singapore, so Bravery might have had possibly some type of practice with Hikaru, but at this point in time, Broski's a whole different beast.
Yes, sir. Left stage, not crumbling at all. The throw is there, and the poison's still there too as well. Nice, gets to walk back with the crouch fierce, but the interruption is there.
Target combo confirm into the bubble. So harassing with the roundhouse.
Stand medium. Medium lash. So for after this.
So tricky going in for the tick throw. Not quite there yet. Bravery, what do you got in store for him, man? You are so down at the moment, but this, I thought that was going to be the start of his pressure. Broski immediately calling out the bluff with the wake-up jabs.
Yeah, the time is here for Broski. Offensive and fantastic. Yeah, more OD dive kick at this range where you think light lash is going to come through. Works out. Heavy lash as the anti-air, but the low, though. That crouching medium kick, opening and exposing those toes. In there with the crouch fierce, hella meaty with it.
Taking full advantage of that slight mishap. Broski definitely tried to drive rush forward, but leading to this moment, Bravery is not going to let it slip. Getting on the board with that round. I love the assault thus far from Bravery. Keeping it very ambiguous. Broski has not found the right defensive ends, at least while being pressured in the corner. Neutral jump does get perfect parried on the way down. A lot to carry going forward. Forward throw. Do it again.
Reward. I see it would have worked out. Listen to you. Cross gut DP can't leave for free. Pay with your life. And now again, switching up the jump. It's all big jump is the type of jump. It's the timing. The dive kicks now coming back. Stay medium in the fireball. You get the follow right after. I like this conversion. Level 3. Not close to Brown. He's in the orange, so less he can do in terms of drive gauge usage. Broski trying to equalize as much as possible.
Yeah, it sets you up nicely too for that pressure, even from full screen. He could have thrown the bubble if he wanted to. You still get the stagger, yes sir. Send out the bubble. No, he's gonna go drive rush into it. Oh my!
No! And he whipped and got hit, Broski.
He was too far out. The extension of that overhead did not allow him to link, but he's not dead yet.
He survived. He's at the level 1. Not enough to chip. The reversal punch to be able to get the hit. Not enough. The cross up. OD. DP. Bravery still is able to take that round and put a game on the board.
Ooh.
Golly.
Bravery was shaking his head. He's like, I cannot believe that didn't kill. But he got a second lease at life.
Yeah.
Dear God. You know, I'm a little bit thankful that he gets a little bit of a breathing space here between games. Broski did not have the utility or the resources to really capitalize on that. Of course, oh my God.
Air to air.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
We'll take that.
Oh, yeah.
Intentional or not, we'll take it.
Of course, you know, again, that's where he likes to play. Bravery likes to play up in the air, meet you up there. Again, switching up the timings. Now gets the spin knuckle in. That's going to make the ground game even worse to deal with. The more you're up in the air and the approach, you're worried about looking up high. Got to worry about the low, the crouching medium punch, able to hit the punish count, into level 1.
You really see this like over and over again when it comes to like these types of statures between players. As soon as they get that first game on the board for themselves, and they get a little bit of breathing room, it's a whole different demeanor. Bravery is playing so much sharper, but Broski now with his chance at offense, get the Serpent Lash, Command Dash on in there, doesn't really get the Oki that he was looking for, I guess. Yeah. He is plus though.
Stand fierce, will be a throw, it will. Luckily, he was able to not be in parry position to kill that drive gauge. He's harassing continuously. Both and burn up, but better for Bravery. He's got to come up in the corner, about to catch a case. Ran to the cemetery. Deep in the dive, kick the throw right after it. Another one.
Back. You might get chipped out here.
Oh.
Low forward. Damn. Are you sure that's not an evil award-winning button right there?
It might be.
Ooh, no
What?
way. That was sick.
He's a light dash right after that was sick. But
I thought he was gonna bump into the bubble, honestly.
no
No
way!
way!
See it pulling back to punish that dive kick. Broski! You gotta be kidding me. Level 1 this man. Stan Pierce, level 1 to finish his final game, final run, and what a way to go into it. This guy, he did the quill to make sure he was outside the distance of the dive kick. I'm geeking, bro.
That was such a good call out as an anti-air too. Being able to tackle through and possibly get that juggle, but man, this punish counter is huge also for Broski.
Driver crouching, medium kick again. Goes for the
Command
command
grab.
grab. Smart.
You set up a cool in front of him? No, you just dash up on in there. Cool fate. Gets the bounce. He's lit up. Level 3 is attacked. Broski can end it all right here. He does so with a big cash on the level 3 and a perfect PSA public service announcement. That man is dead.
That girl is poisoned, and that's a perfect Broski taking it over Bravery. What a match and what adjustments against that very consistent and stubborn game plan of jumping at certain ranges, meeting up in the air continuously. He had to find options that were somewhat risky, but works out for Broski. Very well done. Wow.
The overall presence of his offense is just so difficult to manage, especially if you're not really in tune with high level, or at least like masterclass level of Aki. Like,
Yeah.
he is the epitome of Aki master. Now, I gotta say too, Bravery did a fantastic job when he had his offensive opportunities.
Of course. Being able to continuously press, off on the ground, he had earned his right to do so after coming through the air continuously. But the wake-up decisions from Broski were really good, like the wake-up jabs we saw, the slight little coil that we saw avoiding the dive kick. Those minute decision-making moments led to Broski being optimal, cashing the damage that we expect him to with Aki.
Yeah, I think there was also plenty of times where Broski kind of forced the issue against Bravery, especially after like the coward crouch situation. You could go for the kicks, but also kind of showing off that command grab. It instills a little bit of fear upon Bravery. Also, as that poison adds up, it's like, man, you are getting yourself closer and closer to that checkmate.
Yes, yes. Also, I think makes it like where it's very difficult for you to like tap parry even more so, to go for like a defensive tap parry if they try to like drive rush up or whatever it may be because of the command grab. You're like, well, I don't want to get gripped up, bro. I don't want my drive gauge to get depleted. And at that point, kind of frozen in place. And Broski plays around that idea so well. That was so godlike.
Towards the end, too, again, we talked about like his attentive to the dive kicks, right? Being able to catch at the last second, the landing frames, the punish counter for the appropriate punish. He's been so on point with that exact thing. We prefaced the whole thing with Broski being able to sniff out all of the airborne approaches from Bravery. But I will say, I think I would have loved to see a little bit more of the hooligan shenanigans that Bravery is known to get into.
Yeah, that was kind of missing from his element. I feel like we saw a few of that, like he did the hooligan slide full screen, and it actually worked out because of the variance of where he was standing. So I would like to see that later on, but we'll see right now. VX Bao and Blast, now they both play a rotation of characters. Blast, I've been seeing a lot of Ryu. He has the Ken, he has the Ed, of course. But VX Bao is a mystery. Bison, how he qualified, but he has the JP. He's got a Ken, he's got a Cam, he's got a Blanca, he's got whatever he wants. He also has a Honda for certain matchups.
He has an Ed and a Cammy.
Yeah, you're right. Oh my bad, I forgot the Ed.
He's got the whole shebang-a-bang, right? I've been able to kind of like peer into some of his training regimen, at least while we were here in Tokyo. I did talk to Chris Wong. He's like, VX Bao, he feels like he's pretty confident with his E-Honda currently, but that's only going to be coming out for certain matchups.
Yeah.
But as it stands right now, he might be locking into the Bison.
Bison is pretty. I like that, though. I like that.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Blas coming in, 15 years of age, representing Chile. Man, when we got to see him over at Blink Respawn, he was like both fanboying out and locked the hell in. Like as soon as all of like the pre-show stuff was over, he's like, I'm here to play. And he's
ready.
So impressive, man. Like his understanding of the game and understanding of players have been so top-notch. Like this is, I think, Rinj and I harped in on this when we talk about generational talent. I think Blas is the start of that.
Oh, 100%.
got
100%.
the
I'm glad it's
potential to be.
worldwide, right? Like we have it in EU, we have it in Japan. We're seeing it in other places that don't get represented even as much. And doing so well. You even watch it in his play. I think it was Prophet that said recently, he was like, I'm so inspired by how his Ryu is. When I watch his Ryu, he has these odd but good decision-making moments. Where you would expect an ODDP, he'll delay OD Fireball for a knockdown instead. A little bit safer, you would expect, and it connects continuously. Let's see if VX Bao has a game plan with the Bison. On paper, good for Bison. It ways around the fireballs, your neutral's fantastic, but Blast can show us something different with this Ryu.
I'm sure Chile is going nuts for the young man right now. I mean, like, when was the last time they really had like a champion like this kind of represent themselves? The last time it was probably Kane Blue River, to be honest with you.
True.
Evo champ.
Reversal buttons right here. I like that. Getting the counter combo. Instinct with the bomb. Drive rush back heavy kick to start things off. There'll be a strike throw a little bit later on.
And it's so difficult, right? Trying to play defense against somebody who could continuously get Oki, run their game with throw loops. But when the mine is planted, I feel like there's that extra layer. The OD coming out.
Big bust out. Ashikeki delays it a little bit. That allows VXBOW to strike back. Drive rush jab to enter in. And again, the bomb is on. Perfect parry to deal with the explosion and gets it back to positional advantage. Fantastic here from Blaz. And the overhead. Been working out to be able to finish the shin.
Damn! Shin Hashogeki. That is so much extra damage on top of it. All of the effort from VXBOW continuously running his offensive game only to get thwarted by a level 2. Oh boy. Blaz not happy with his own decision making. He shook his head on that one. VXBOW planting the bomb. What do you do? Killing the frames. Trying to steal a little bit more after the back roundhouse.
Able to pick up the hell attack. Able to get the fall, but that's fine. You have him up in the corner, taking so much help. You see him back and forth a little bit, trying to charge up and also mask it with a stand medium kick every so often. Oh. The kick works out.
Being able to cover that space. I like that a lot. Backing away, VXBOW. He's trying to create space for that fierce. Blaz knew it. Send out that fireball.
Talk about that OD bomb every so often. Easy punch for Shotos. That stand light kick against the scissor kick. We're out of there. Ooh, it was a space trap the entire time. The crouching medium punch after the stand fierce whip. He gets the hit. Psycho Nightmare.
I was going to say, man, Blaz was just a little bit off the mark. Had it been a sweep, I'm pretty sure that would have been a punish counter within the range, but still just fine. Blaz trying to take his turns in again. Yes, sir. Hey, 2 for 3. We'll take those stats.
100%. Right now, Blaz perfect parry through the sequence. Initial advantage. Go for the bomb instead. I mind that at all. Wake up. Gets hit. Blaz gets some distance. Bomb is off too.
Finding the mark with the counter pokes too. I love that. Disrespecting the drive up. Hashogeki one more time. Blaz back to back. SA2 finishes.
And what defense against that driver. Before the back heavy kick could come out and move that range, I'm going to hit my quick button, interrupt that, and get a game on the board. Interrupt the driver. So the jab is there from VXBOW. All right, no back row.
That's totally fine. Blaz trying to readjust. He's taking center stage, allowing the fireballs to ring through. But he can't get past the mediums that have been thrown about from VXBOW. The big fierce against the donkey kick. Give me that mind. Drive on up.
Heavy kick again. Not a throw just yet. Perfect parry. We've already seen that. How many times I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Well, VXBOW isn't that much older than Blaz, but still.
I feel like if you're under 20, then you can use that line.
That's true. That's true.
It's such a good pussy tool, man. Medium kick is such a great space occupier from the side of Bison. And that's a word I really don't really get to use. It just takes up so much damn space, man.
It works the fireballs preemptively. I like it.
Ooh. Oh, that was countered. Yeah, we
yep.
trouble.
This is countering. Absolutely correct. Drive rush. Perfect parry on the crouching medium punch. Lands the bomb. All roads lead to bombs. All right, drive reversal, but VXBOW is fine with that. But why did he go for it again? The neutral jump, holding on to take this cat's out. Blaz is on a set point against a former CAPCOM Cup player who's out here to try to make a win again.
Damn! Yikes. Let's do it again. Bang! Yeah, you get the charge up. The tension in stock. This is gonna hurt so much more. I like that.
Double. Goes on the throw though. When the OD hits, he's able to get the bomb right after it. Back heavy kick, and he's probably going to be something different. We see back heavy kick so often. Blaz is the right option on defense right there. The bomb is on again, the throw.
He's trying to bait out buttons. Blaz being very patient. The overhead does get blocked, but he went for the throw anyway. VXBOW walking back to safety. Knee press nightmare yet again. This has been so close.
Justice on the throw. I like that he kept going for that option. Just a fake out Blaz on that driver's back heavy kick. Worked out, wasn't a throw. Nothing else. Not even a shin. Don't switch it up if it's still working. And now the fake out the driver's light. Breaks it. Gets a fat jump into the fears. Yikes.
I didn't think that was going to be in time for a punish counter, to be quite honest with you.
That elbow be dropping far.
out of there, so we thought, still within range of the grab. VX Bao, get out of here. You know what? I think that's fine for Bao.
Yeah.
The closer Blaz is to burnout, the better.
Tatsu takes up that bar back, Sam Pierce, Hashogeki, cross cut, DP, I like that Shoryuken. Gets up there right after, it's VX Bao and burnout. He's on the back foot, lost all the bars, has the super.
A lot of damage, raw, unscaled, unfiltered, word.
One more touch, what's up the overhead?
Oh, this is rough. Puts himself in a burnout.
Oh, whipping the night. What do you mean? Goes to the super, he blocks it out, and VX Bao's gonna take it. That scramble scenario. Oh my God.
I almost ripped Cola's arm.
Bro, I felt the spirit of Steve in you for a second. I got so scared.
I'm so sorry.
Had me shaking, please.
The spirit of Tasty Steve has dwelt upon me.
Give
Brother!
5 more days. 5 more days. Oh. All right. Game to game right now.
Yo, the micro step backwards against the throw. Blaz, you are insane.
Young kid, old soul, when he playing this lead. Air, I like that jump medium, knocks right back down to the ground. The only second pressure will work out against the fireball. But Blaz has such a big lead. Even in burnout, still his game to win.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble right now. Going up again. Very delayed tech. That jump is everything. Blaz has been calling those out so well. Those Psycho Crushers have not landed the way that VX Bao had wanted to this entire set.
At that point, I think play around that idea. Like walk up throw, walk up jab, whatever it may be. Force them to interact that way instead of going for the most obvious option. Wakes up with the butts, gets the counter hit. Tatsu, empty nothing, into the drive rush. He caught the tap parry. Blaz hunting him.
Oh,
minus
you can't do
20.
that. Oh, this is huge. You gotta go. You gotta go into it. Bang! This is a lot of damage incoming. I'm not even sure. There's so much scaling. He's gotta be living.
By a pixel, by a hair. You need fireball? No, we dash with same light kick in the donkey kick. I like that sequence. Puts him in a burnout VX Bao. Goes for the super. This time Blaz blocks and VX Bao drops. 2-1.
That's actually kind of wild. It's wild that it went in that fashion, right? I feel like Blaz, he tried to steal his turn in the previous game with the level 3. VX Bao trying to do the exact same thing towards the end in a desperation call. But the patience of this young man and the assessment in regards to the overall presence of VX Bao, he's been walking out with the micro steps against the throw pressure, against some of the normals that VX Bao's trying to stagger with. He has been so impressive to watch throughout the entire set.
Very solid, man. At such a young age, too, as well. The way he plays, again, it feels like an old soul. Like, I don't know if he played Street Fighter 2 in like a past life. I'm not sure, but what I am sure of is things like this, overheads, a lot of wild style that we see, but also, as you mentioned, the micro set walks, the adjustments in terms of neutral, the air-to-airs, the anti-airs, things that a classic Shoto player would do, all mixed in with that wild style. It creates this absolute beast of a player.
It really does. And like, majority of the matches between the two had pretty much gone through in the middle of the screen, right? He didn't have to rely on any sort of throw loops, right? He just made the proper reads and the proper assessment towards VX Bao's strategy offensively. But again, those Psycho Crushers were really wild in my opinion coming in from VX Bao.
Well, too obvious, right? Like at some point he was going for that option way too much. Why not drive rush, throw, button? He did so well with drive rush back heavy kick and switching that up, or not switching it up for a mix-up. It didn't work out. And of course this happened.
That was actually kind of rough. I mean, there was a punish counter.
Yeah.
He did see it happen, but he had already committed to the crouching short either way. But again, there have been so many great assessment calls from the side of Blaz, even while in burnout. This was that would have been so dangerous. But even so, like unscaled critical art, I think Blaz would have been just fine regardless, honestly. I mean, he would have had like a significant amount of life. Bison really didn't have any resources behind him to do much afterwards, so I did like the way that turned out regardless.
I'm gonna like this next match. We have Mr. I Domination himself on the screen.
Damn! The lethal weapon?
Why are you playing me like that?
I love that. I love that.
What
The confidence incarnate. These names are actually godlike.
Yo, the confidence incarnate is crazy because he didn't walk out with that fist up, ready to fight Armper, and he should have that confidence winning the last offline CPT event.
That's right, Kings of the World, getting that first placement. You know, we had watched that. We had stayed up overnight to see how it all went down. I'm not gonna lie to you, man, Armper was possessed.
Oh, yeah.
The way that he was running through everybody, he was absolutely possessed. On the flip side, Idom, Man, he was stressed out of his mind, boy, let me tell you.
Wait, Gabi,
his World Warrior runs were the most stressful thing watching him on stream and the things he was saying.
Oh, yeah.
Brother.
Can't repeat here. We'll see, though. IDOM.
He loves this game.
Oh, yeah, exclamation mark. Game's great. IDOM, though, despite that, I think he gets the game on his lips behind closed doors. And I think that there's an element of this game that he likes. And I think part of it's control. He's not the type to lab things out heavily. He's just the type to really play around the player-to-player aspect. Like that in 5. See how it works in 6 right now. Goals with the command grab. That would have been a sick read, but it doesn't work out.
Reads against each other. My man Armper backdash as well. He's like, you backdash? I got you.
I'll be there. Oy. One cancel Tatsu. DP Ender. Armper very aggressive. Active kid.
Gently letting away from the corner pressure. Armper trying to reassess. IDOM getting smoked up by that medium kick too. A slight delay on the counter. I like that. Armper knocking on the doors, getting the first round.
Armper's been grinding for a long time. You know, Spirit Zero as a sponsor on his name, but also where he plays a lot. You know, there are a lot of players out there in the Asian region that play with him, so he gets that experience against Fanon, many other characters. I like the reversal, gets a go right kick. Aye, back row.
It's the first time we actually get to get IDOM started. Yes, sir. Another medallion to the chest. Perfect parry instead. I lied to you all. Armper, he's like, you know what? That's enough of that. Let me get started.
Well, actually, if I can. Whoa, that wasn't even a cross-up. That stayed in front with the DP, gets the crouch kick, doesn't even need a level 3 for the victory. It's just Armper. That corner dominance. Confidence.
Very, very confident round indeed. Confident game, excuse me. 2 rounds straight. Armper still had a fully stocked super art gauge to let it rip. He just played it out raw. IDOM has not been able to catch up with the way Armper has been throwing down his gameplay thus far. A lot of the times he's been locked down in the corner. He hasn't found the right decisions. But again, Mano, I feel like without the super art defensively, it's a little lackluster in my opinion.
Also, if you're not landing command grabs to bump that bar up faster, as it is a buff for the character, even harder. So we didn't really see that many command grabs land for him. Just have one right now.
He didn't have an opportunity, to be honest with you, man.
True.
The throws have just been so imperative, too, to Armper's strategy. I mean, like, not even just the throws, but the setup afterwards, it's so hard to tell what to do. Again, counter hit, that standing heavy punch, right? You have so many options.
He backed up a little bit, still gets hit with the counter hit. But Armper, like, using fireballs also to corral items, definitely helped out. Continues to lays the crouch unit kick. Tatsu, DP. Cancel. There's the answer with the crouch fierce. At least you got one.
Oh! Not gonna catch anything right now. Armper willing to trade, and I like that. Oh, my God! He thought to himself, if I get you within this threshold, if I get you within this space, best believe I'm gonna command grab you. 4 medallions to the chest.
Works out. 4 stars. See if he wants more. Does get the counter hit, like the JURI. Buffers the crouching medium punch. Caught him duck to get that extended damage. The JURI ender. Aye, this is Armper all damn day. And a little bit of bar, but unfortunately whips the throw. The punch counter. 5 rush crouching unit kick as the entry point here for IDOM. 5 medals.
I like that. Olympian gold medalist status. Swings and a miss. As soon, you know, classic commentator's curse. My man was getting ready, but you know,
our bad.
5 medals to his name. There could be some really impactful command grabs if Armper is not careful.
Miles will be 5 bars at the bottom. With that stock took that extra damage at level 3. Command grab lands. There's 1.
Damn! Look at the damage. That's a quarter of your, or excuse me, a third of your life gone.
Ah, so you get versus this to get the big lead right here. One more command grab is going to kill. That changes the landscape of this matchup. Armper going to be super careful now. Any command grab, any grip will hit. It'll kill.
He's backing away from danger. He's totally fine with that. Counter hit. Okay. What do you do? Oh, I like that too. Being able to punish counter with the mediums just within the space. Out of there with grace too. The jumping light kick. I'm loving this from IDOM. Fighting right back into Armper's face.
I like how we got that big lead. Driver's crouch and medium kick into the super. Instead of just waiting for like a level 3 opportunity and getting that lead, forcing Armper to come to him. Very good stuff. Game to game right now. We have some long games right now in this bracket. I like that.
Brother, it's been like a lot of 2-0s throughout the entirety of today, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it has been.
Keeping him locked down, forward throw yet again. What's the normal decision? It was a throw. IDOM completely ready for it. What a jump out. Command grab as well. Dash up, checking the low.
Yes, sir. Can't leave it. The double OD. OD? Command grab.
Oh, I thought he was going to do it. He was going to do it! It was just a matter of time. He set him up so nicely. Emperor didn't opt to go for the forward jump. He went for the neutral items like hook, line, and sinker, boy.
It's order to jump out of this character. The crescent kick hits from such a long range. Emperor says, it's my turn to party. It has Satsu. Now you're up in the corner. Oh,
that was easy. Damn.
Off the bone. No big enough. Aye, driver's command grab wins. That's 5 medals. Where's my hug at? Just one.
Nice and easy, nice and steady with the anti-air, forward throw, drive rush on in there. What are you going to do? Trying to tempt Idom into pressing buttons as well. The throw does it, secures around, all tied up. 3 bars apiece on both ends as well, but Idom looking a little bit stacked up there on the top left. Yeah. Being able to enhance all of his command grabs for max damage.
Perfect to the fireballs, disallowing that approach right after the Ross actually worked out. Gets a big jump, Fierce strikes there, ends it with the aerial approach. Emperor not stopping despite the fact that Idom has shown good answers with the crouch fierce, the classic kicks, all the options he has. Emperor don't care. We got bar at the bottom. 1 hit, level 3 with his victory. What's the entry point?
Oh, Emperor's a little reluctant to even try to go for the throw loose, right? He backed away immediately to check, but now it's Idom's turn. Yay. No, sir! More than enough damage! Reducing the scaling, just immediate level 3 after the Fierce. Emperor taken down, former Capcom Cup champion, domination 2-1 in the very last round of the set.
Confidence is key, and we saw in that match, bringing it back from the brink and, again, utilizing a lot of that pressure up in the corner. But even getting there was like, I'm going to poke you with fireballs and then go with something afterwards. Stand fierce, sweep, whatever it may be. To kind of corral you and harass the character where she can't really operate. She has an issue with fireballs. She can spin, but it's not like the best thing compared to other anti-fireball tools other characters have. Look at your replay. Hey.
Even outside of the fireballs, I think Emperor had done a great job of keeping himself a very big threat.
Yeah.
With that medium kick as well, being able to check the counter poke as well. Medium kicks have done a lot of damage overall, whether it's a standing one, crouching one as well. Idom had been caught off guard multiple times where a bunch of counter hits against him throughout the entirety of the set. Granted, there were some shining moments for Idom, but I think in regards to like a 2 out of 3 set, he hasn't really had time to really train Emperor to fear the command grab as much, or at least in a different way, because Emperor had done a little bit more prior, like with his back dashes and kind of reassess, let go of the corner just to like not be overzealous with his pressure, even like before the command grabs had come out. So he had already had the intention in mind to reset the momentum against Idom because he thought to himself, you know, with Ken, I think I can outshine Manon in neutral.
Yeah. I think that also is why we see him win in the end, like having that confidence of like, maybe I'll get command grabbed or whatever, but I'm going to press the issue continuously. Don't give Idom too much room to breathe and think and reassess how I want to play. Because Idom is really much that player to player and corralling and puppeteering how you want to play. Emperor's like, I can't play that way, or let him play that way and have that confidence. I have my own confidence, keep you up in the corner, make you catch a case. That same medium kick also at the perfect range, you saw that punish counter, as you mentioned, great button. How it leads into so much off a punish counter or counter hit. Immaculate, him getting the follow-ups. Emperor, 2-1 over Idom.
You know, I couldn't ask for anything else. That essentially went down to a coin flip. You had like fully stacked on both ends with their super arts. You had a level 5 metal Idom. Like that could have gone either way, to be quite honest with you. But moving on, Broski versus VX Bao. This is going to be pretty huge, I feel like, going into it as Broski. This is his second match of the day. VX Bao as well. VX Bao currently at the deficit. He had just lost to Blaz with that Bison. Is that going to be the same call out against Aki? Now, personally, I don't really know if I enjoy this matchup as Aki playing against the Bison on a personal basis, but I feel like Broski is way more comfortable in this than most Aki would be.
I feel like he should be. I mean,
all 3 of them.
Well, yeah, you know what? No matter what character comes up, you're actually right. So I feel like Broski can play, or has played, against a rotation of VX Bao's characters because he is very diverse team, and Broski's had a chance to be able to like experience that when people come over. Like obviously, if like Angry Bird and Big Bird are around too as well, you get games from them. So Broski can play whatever VX Bao comes his way. So, as you mentioned though, on reverse, I think Bison does fantastic in this matchup. Cancel out fireballs, the pressure, aerial approach so difficult to deal with, but catches him on the other side. Broski starts off very strong right now. Boy, what a backhand.
I love that call out too. VX Bao immediately on the hunt. After that mine's been planted, let's see what the defense is like for Broski. Backing away, letting the serpent last rock. No big fear. Okay. Just mistiming the throw for the side of VX Bao. We did get a punish counter. Oh, that is huge. Off of that medium, you can do whatever you want. You could end it in a level 1, but you have more than enough damage to continue on. With the bubble, it has to be. Yes, sir. Look at the damage. Dirty bubble. So she wrote Broski. being able to capitalize with that corner.
Talking about that optimization that he has in every situation is why he is one of the best Akis, if not top 2, in the business. Tick throw, here we go. It's how we initiate with that crouching light kick off the drive rush at close range. This time a throw. VXPOW switching it up a little bit. Nice.
Oh my god.
Oh, almost a sand tag. Further walk back would have worked out there.
Oh. You know, we'll take that. You know, jumping out to evade with anything else that would have followed up from an actual successful back roundhouse. But it's not going to lead to much either way. VXPOW one throw away. And Broski thought possibly the same thing. What was I going to do to contest against VXPOW? Keeping that pressure up.
Like that, the medium punch. Roll bait, still able to hit, wasn't able to coast underneath of it. Starts off strong here from Broski, gets a nice little fadeaway, gets the throw with a heavy kick, take his ass to the corner. Drive rush, heavy lash ender. National throw right after. In his face, you smell his breath.
Huh?
One more touch.
Oh,
there
no.
it is, off the medium.
Oh, but he dropped it. A little bit of a scramble. Oh, this is going to be so difficult, I feel like, for VXPOW. Yup.
Yeah.
Even in that poison state, he was going to get that damage dwindled on to a point where there's no return, really. But VXPOW suffering from that. Dude, that's the same exact way that Broski ended up his game against Bravery. VSA again.
Well, history repeats with a different character, a different person. The anti is there. I like that Broski is ready to challenge that aerial approach that is so difficult. Bison has so many ways through the air that are so difficult to deal with.
Oh, and I love that too. The bubble follow-up is so deceptive because you would think you rock the projectile. It's going to be a turn, not going to be quite it. Line, oh boy. Not too bad.
Yeah, different way it works. Exploded, we got a conversion. So VXPOW able to layer it on again.
Now it's bad. Now it's bad.
Now it's terrible. Oh, it's critical.
We'll take that. Excellent defense thus far. Command grab, you heard the tap parry.
Yep. Not a counter combo, unfortunately. Drive reversal again from Broski. Just get that distance. Work out with the fireballs. Perfect parry. Will VXPOW hold it for an OP cycle pressure at any point? The light lash might interrupt that continuously. The overhead. Broski with the big bets puts on the poison. The jump back fade away and play. Broski on a set point with 2 bars to his name.
It is not VXPOW's day. When it comes to OD Cycle Crusher, he has not found the success with it.
Put that away.
Very important. Yeah, that's still within range. I like that.
And gets a straight punish to layer on the poison and the corner carry. You like that even more so. Safe up setup.
The corner, but for how long? Right back into it, or so I thought. VXPOW, drive up on in there. The pressure. The drive gauge is so important for both ends. The burnout does occur for VXPOW. Broski, how do you take advantage of this? This is your time to shine with this character.
The lockdown.
No way.
He hit the brakes, he did. And Broski with up to 3. It's an easy victory. Poke, brought in and punctual. Broski with a 2-0 with a quickness against the VXPOW. I play the pop rock.
He is looking so confident. I've been talking to a lot of the commentators throughout the last couple of days, even like weeks prior, man. When we talked about this group specifically, I'm like, yo, Broski has a pretty damn good chance of making it all the way through. Funny enough, though, I was thinking about VXPOW and his overall training regimen and being able to sort of kind of pick apart some of like the CFN matches, some of the YouTube matches. Of course, he goes by a different like CFN name. It's not like, it doesn't say VXPOW. It's like something in his language. But I'm like, all right, well, I think I had found him, and I got to confirm for it. He has been, I feel like, in a weird spot with his character selection, right?
Yeah.
Like he's trying to find out certain characters for certain matchups, etc. He's been practicing with this E Honda over in the practice lounge.
Yep.
I'm just very kind of concerned at this point because VXPOW is one of my favorites. I think he's been such a powerful force in his area, but also in the realm of Street Fighter 6 as being one of the top contenders here. So seeing him fall short in this regard, I think it tells me just one significant thing, that he does not have the Aki matchup just yet.
Yeah, and that's kind of difficult when you're rotating so many different characters. Have those matchups all drilled down versus someone that's been playing and mainlining that character for this long is a difficult thing. I think it's going to hurt him in the long run. Hopefully he can kind of slim down his character selection and kind of work on what he needs to work on. But Broski, though, in return of everything, so ready to call out cycle crushers.
Right.
The spacing has been fantastic for him. His optimization in every situation, with the poison especially, how he's ending in heavy lash into like just heavy punch right after. For safe top setups because of drive gauge. He is always ready to maximize whenever given the chance. And look at that. A little bit too much obviousness in terms of the approach here from VXPOW. We've seen that continuously in his matches. Hopefully he scales that back.
Yeah. I can't necessarily just give it to like the lack of matchup knowledge from the side of VXPOW. Broski's decision making while the mine was on him and also off of a knockdown had been so good, right? He didn't take any really critical damage or critical openings against him that led to his demise necessarily. So I got to give it up to him. His defense has been so top-notch throughout the entirety of his last 2 matches, honestly. But moving into it now, Bravery versus IDOM.
Yeesh, our last match. You know,
we're already at the last match?
We're already there, brother. I'm sorry. Even though we've had 2-1s, and 2-1s, and things like that, this is almost over.
I just want to see more games, bro.
We could be on here all day.
Can I get the next block? Can I make that special request? Can I get the next block too? No,
I'll
that would be unfair
Yeah.
to everybody else. I don't want to do that. It's just been so fun. But either way, let's talk about it, right? Bravery versus IDOM. Now, let's talk about some of the obvious things. I feel like Manon, she does have an anti-air, surely.
Yes.
But I don't know if it's going to be consistent enough to catch something like the way that Bravery's been doing with his hooligans, the way that he's been throwing out some of his dive kicks. It's very difficult to assess, in my opinion.
This reward is just so much in Cammy's favor for Oki for damage. They can crouch fierce, press a kick as an anti-air, but the damage that you get is not comparable to what Cammy's going to get. Corner carry, putting you where you don't want to be. You don't have a reversal. In fact, that's where we're going, to the east side. Not your hood item, you better leave. Oh my God.
Could set up a throw here if you wanted to for more pressure, but no, I like this. Just attacking straight on. Raw normals, baby!
He is in there, he is not leaving. Oh, he is married to this corner, and IDOM not able to find a single way out. The rotation of defensive options, staggering, hasn't worked out. Didn't even want to go for level 1, and I understand why.
Oh, and you saw that sharp angle, right? He even thought he was going to be able to anti-air, but IDOM already getting pieced up from the east all the way to the west now.
Both sides, man. Couldn't be. Those continuously. Golly.
You gonna do it again? No, not quite.
That would have worked. See, there's the anti.
But that's fine. Actually, that's totally fine with the side switch.
I don't like the most of this, though. Starting with command grab. He saw he's on the ground. You're going down, brother. Delta right assault. Brave enough to go to the air continuously and apply the pressure up in the corner with that crouch grip, finding follow-ups and finding that neck.
As soon as that command grab had rung out, IDOM immediately shook his head. Not what he wanted at all, but Bravery, he's going to take that one piece against them, totally. Oh, take that one out. OD uppercut mad early. He really wants to take this momentum away from IDOM, which is so smart. Perfect parry. We get the command grab, build up that metal system.
Missed dive kick, the anti-air there. Perfect parry on the wake-up Bravery. Very active. That defense, yes, the counter hit on the crowd spears. Final extension right here. Double lift into the super. It's not enough. One more touch. Such a big lead here for Bravery. Okay. He press the kick back, fierce drive, impact. Gets the sweat. Not gonna be able to kill. More interaction after this, Will.
Oh, damn! IDOM, are you kidding me?
Wow.
Withstanding the pressure from the DI, getting rid of the armor with the confirm. I love that.
Routing fantastically. Thought IDOM stays alive. He's awake. He's awake. Breaks the throw again. Anti-trade does not get it when he presses the kick. At least you have the distance, though.
He's making the right decisions on the anti-airs from IDOM. He's getting it right, but he's not getting rewarded for it.
Yep. Story of her life. Back throw happens, though. Looking for that back fierce. When he's in the same range, when he hits in the back fist as well. Set point here for Bravery.
It's rough. It really is rough to watch, to be quite honest with you sometimes. Okay. Started something beautiful. 4 meta.
Missed dive kick. Leads to punish counter, leads to corner. Get the cross wrist. This one we're talking down. You're nice and close. Forcing out the OD, that's fine. Bravery losing a lot of drive.
Damn!
Yes, and the super to burn him out.
That's totally fine for IDOM. He read him like a book. Yes, sir. Counter hit off the counter hit. With Bravery at pretty much at heaven's door, there's nothing else he could have really done. Try to press buttons instead of burnout, 0 bars, going into game 3.
IDOM, right? The momentum right now is more active. Round start aggressive. He's drive rush crouching medium kicks, but here's the dive kick. Resets with the throw. The knuckles right in. The anti-air with the crouch spears. You only get like 1 hit. And Bravery with the bust out.
Feels bad. It really does feel bad. I don't know why. Take that. Man grab ender.
There we go. Drive rush command grab. Command grab? No, it's what it said. Trying to go for the crouch gets a dive kick. It didn't work out. It was too deep. Oh, he missed, but still able to recover and stay fine. awesome recovery. The button hits him with the super to seal it. Bravery. I'm glad he used OD to recover a little bit faster there, though, but still. Yikes.
This could be still a pretty big turnaround for IDOM, right? 3 medals to his name, 2 bars as well. Oh, that was a counter hit. That wasn't an anti-air. Or at least I think, I think Bravery landed first, but either way, get the back thrown out. Hooligan with the scissors, too?
Answering, you said, I'll do more of that. This is good. And that variance. Side switch to the super.
Oh, yeah, you can't whip that in front of him.
Big hurt pot.
I love that. I love the Bravery peak shown on display, but it's not going to be enough. IDOM staying alive. Final game, final round between the two. Bravery, how are you going to try to close it out against IDOM? He is looking pretty confident in the neutral. That's fine with him. Yes, sir. Command grab, bang.
Quick word, drive rush, trying to go for the button. The ODDP is there. Again, but IDOM still has the room he needs to work with. Anti-air, nice and close. Takes it on the back line. ODDP again. Keep wasting that bar, says IDOM. Dive, he's able to hit the front counter. I mean, changing it up, right? Heavy kick, drive rush with the crouch spears, and the throw. He's in, he has him up in the corner, but IDOM has more to work with. The trade, he gets the OD. Goes right for the level 3. I agree. It's CA.
I love that.
It's so, one more touch. Burnout, you put yourself in burnout. He'll get the back fist, reset throw. Bravery still able to take it. I can't believe it. I cannot believe he was still able to get the throw right after the back fist. We'll take that regardless. Bravery.
That was too close. That was way too close. I saw the counter hit off of the jab. I thought that was going to be a conversion, but that was mad smart. Bravery immediately walked up for the throw to secure it. I love that. That was so dangerous. My man is truly living dangerously. He is living by his name. My man truly is the bravest one here. That was crazy.
And he looked like he just got done with his taxes, bro. He don't even, not even a sweat on his brow, but that is the way Bravery plays.
Does he get a tax return on that one?
Yeah, actually,
he be making money with some of these buttons, I'll tell you what.
Actually, he could be. So he is taking down IDOM 2-1, and he is going to be further up in his group. The fact that he was able to adjust so well, you saw that delayed dive kick, Tillman early on, later on, in the replay. The way he was playing in terms of the variance, despite good moments like this where IDOM to eat through the armor, having some good matchup knowledge as well was really great. But the fact that he had the variance with the hooligans, the dive kicks at perfect ranges, and even though some of them were kind of missing here and there, he's like, I'm going to stick to my game plan. My reward is too good. I can't stop.
Yeah, that's facts.
I can't put down the dive kick.
I couldn't disagree more, man. I think, we talked about that. We prefaced it, Bravery, he can get thwarted in the anti-air department, or at least, the airborne department, but he will still continuously find ways to mix you up, hit or miss on the dive kicks. He has been so adamant about his game plan. It's worked out, too. Granted, it still could have been a toss-up towards the very, very end of it, but, I mean, he did a great enough job to put IDOM in that position, right? The counter hit right here. Man, that was so pivotal. I feel like IDOM, I don't know if there was a counter hit. I don't know if there would have been enough of a gap for him to actually get a trade against Bravery because he had such a sliver. Yeah, I mean, like, that would have been a great choice to even try to get that trade. I know it's a frame trap, but still, it's like, man, that would have been so much different if that would have occurred. But taking a look at the overall standings, Broski looking like he's big chilling. The great Capybara, the spirit animal, 2-0 with a +3 game differential. Bravery following suit afterwards. I like that too. But overall, Blaz, he got 1 and done. Emperor, 1 and done in a good way, obviously. Bravery, 1 and 1. IDOM 0-2 along with VX Bao. Could you have called that?
No,
I definitely couldn't have.
Not even close. But Broski being in the top spot is fantastic. In fact, we're going to be hearing one of the words here from Broski.
おめでとうございます。Congrats.
We've got Broski here for an interview after his solid 2-0 run in the group today.
さあまずは、お話を聞いていきたいと思いますが、今回ですね、2勝0敗ということで、現在のお気持ちを聞かせてください。
So he wants to ask about his 2-0 dominant form today. で、質問とは何でしょうか? Okay, so 2-0 dominant run. Tell me, what was the thought process going into the matches? If you had a strategy for the group entirely, and maybe we should start there.
Okay, so there's quite a few people in Europe who play those characters, so I had good training and preparation. Hurricane's a really strong Kami player, Problem X on Bison, so I feel like I've got good representation for practicing and preparing those matchups.
でヨーロッパではやっぱり今日出てたキャラ、練習できる相手と結構いまして、ヨーロッパの中でProblem Xとバイソンとかは、あとブレイブリーキャミ戦が結構多くて。 そうネット対戦でやっても結構相手いますんで、
はい、
すごい準備も立ててて、
今日はフォーカスして準備してたということで、ただ今日大逆転がありました、試合中、特にそのブロスキー選手ピンチに陥った時に何かマインドセットで考えていることがあれば教えてください。
So when matches get tense, you're under pressure, maybe you're down in life or health or drive gauge. What sort of mindset do you have in those situations that bring you back from the dead?
I think that this is quite a volatile kind of environment. So even when you're getting pressure in this game, it's really important to think that like one hard read on defense can instantly flip the situation. So like you're always just one guess away from switching the momentum completely. So you just got to keep that in mind.
このゲームってどんな状況でも、やっぱりそうなんか不利の状態でも、もう1回だけ当たってたらもう逆転可能だから、そんなになんか不安にならず、安定行動をやって機会を狙うっていう形。
落ち着いてチャンスを待つっていう。
チャンスを待って、ちゃんとしたチャンスが来たらそこを狙って逆転って感じですね。
なるほど、そのマインドが大逆転、もう本当にビッグクラッチ決めてました。本日のベストクラッチだったと思います。本日のインタビューは以上で終わらせていただきます。ブロスキー選手ありがとうございました。
Thank you. So that's it for the interview today. Thank you very much for your answers. Seems like you've got a very strong mindset.
He's been doing such a fantastic job overall of keeping his mental composure. We talked about the immaculate defense that he had, the decision making behind it against both the Cami players and the Bison players. I got to be very, very impressed. And big shout outs to Hurricane, my man. He almost flew out to CEO with everything that's been going down. Bro, I would have loved to see you there. But other than that as well, Problem X being one of his main partners has been so cool. I apologize for not even bringing that up in the first place. These guys are amazing. But as it stands right now, that is the conclusion of Group D. But we can't go without thanking our sponsors, obviously, right? When we talk about the people that have been holding us down every single Capcom Cup, Storm Collectibles is definitely one of them, right? I feel like they've been showing off in like a handful of different tournaments overall, right? When you look at Storm Collectibles coming in from Hong Kong, you got to think all of the high quality, officially licensed collectible action figures by default. They specialize in fighting games from the get-go since I've been introduced to them, and you can see it right there. The fine detail from a plethora of different characters and different styles throughout the entirety of the Street Fighter series. These guys have been the standard when it comes to true collection with high likeness to the finest details of the head sculpt of the body, the articulation, and all of the accessories. Be sure to check out all of the characters and the figures on their website over at www.stormco.com.hk or just scan that QR code on the top right.
That concludes this group. As you said, Group E will be next, people. Hang tight. We'll see you in a second.
Where dreams become reality. Monster Hunter Bridge.
Show me what you have. What?
カプコンカップ11、続いてはグループ E の模様をお届けしてまいります。グループ E、プレイヤー入場です。
Capcom Cup 11, it's time for Group E of the finals. Let's introduce the 6 players.
まずはグレンに燃える父親、ミスタークリームゾーン。
Hailing from Leon Bronze, it's the family man, Mr. Crimson.
So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, step back, fast track, big lap, big facts. I'm past that.
カナリア諸島からの刺客、ダイバ
ー The assassin from the Canary Islands, it's Diver.
進撃の重戦車、フード。
And the rough diamond, it's Limestone.
失礼しました。順番が、違ったようですね。改めてコロンビアの輝く原石、ライムストーン。そうだね。続いて進撃の重戦車、フード。
Next up, it's all the way from Japan, the rough diamond, it's Fudo!
シアトルのクラッシュカウンターヒーロー、クリス・シーシー H!
And here he is, the counter hero from North America, it's Chris C.C. H!
The strongest bird, Man RD!
Last but not least, from the Dominican Republic, the two-time Capcom Cup champion, it's none other than Mena RD!
これは見ものですね。しかもこのブロックはキャラクターが結構偏ってるかもしれない。
それはそうですよね。しかし two times Capcom チャンピオンが
いますからね。
参加しますので。
さあということでステージに上がっていただいた6名のプレイヤーによってこの E グループ総当たり戦で争っていただきます。そこから2人トップ16トーナメントに抜けるのは誰なのか。
And here are these 6 members of Group E here to do battle, and only 2 of them will qualify for the top 16 on day 4. And I don't know who it's going to be, but they all look extremely determined, and we know exactly how strong each of them are.
それではプレイヤーの皆さんはスタンバイをしていただきます。
Alright, if we could have players on standby right now, thank you very much.
そしてこの熱い戦いを盛り上げていただく実況席にお渡しいたします。よろしくお願いします。
As we get locked and loaded for these exciting and hype matchups, we're going to throw it back to the amazing casters to call the action. Take it away, boys.
And the action doesn't stop here in Tokyo, Japan at Capcom Cup 11. Riveting sets have happened, but we are not done yet. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now transitioning over to Group E. As one of our hosts, Reinhardt, just said, the two-time Capcom Cup champion is here, but we'll break down the groups in a second. I'm back on the mic, Jammers, alongside European guests.
Yeah.
We're in France, we're in Singapore, now we're in Japan. This is your first time here.
Yes.
How you enjoying it so far?
So far, so good. I feel like I haven't gained weight yet, but I think that'll change in the next couple of days. But it is what it is, though. I'm just very happy to be here in the best seat in the house, though.
Well, speaking of the best seat in the house, we've got some solid qualifiers here from Group E. We've got Mr. Crimson from France, Diver from Spain, Fudo from Japan. You heard the crowd before. Limestone, bit of the dark horse here, but he could do something very similar to what Salvatore did as well. We also have Chris CCH, and of course, as we said, just to regurgitate, Mena RD is in this group. These are the lineup for the next 5 matches here in Group E. Remember, this is only day 1. All of the players have 2 more days of regular matches playing the groups. So even if they have a poor result today, they can pick things up, build that momentum for the following days to come.
Yeah, and it's not how you start, it's how you finish. That is correct. What's cool, what's kind of fresh about this, I mean, there's some familiar players for me, but one thing that I've never seen Mena RD versus Mr. Crimson. So I'm not too sure if that's going to go down or not. I'm sure it will, but...
Well, right now we got to talk about our inaugural match here for Group E. The Family Man going up against the Assassin from the Canary Islands. That is quite the long moniker, but I'm pretty sure he thought long and hard about that. But Dalsin versus Ed, we're no slouch to this one. We watched it a fair bit in Europe. We saw it in SFL Japan for quite some time as well. So I am really looking forward to this one because Mr. Crimson, the guy on your left, French commodity, he streams to a massive audience in the French community as well. Runner-up of SFL EU 2024.
Facts.
We saw that with Team Aegis as well. I'm pretty sure the Aegis guys are up early streaming or restreaming whatnot as well. The only Dalsim user in the tournament, I believe.
You are
If I'm
correct.
not mistaken. I think he's the only Dalsim user in the tournament.
That's a fact. I didn't even really look at it like that. Okay. You know what? I'm glad that you hit that up about me being a guest on the French side of things, the EU side of things. I'm not going to lie. I got a bit of a connection now with the EU after SFL EU. So I feel like I'm repping that hometown a little bit. You know?
I respect that. Hey, listen, we got you climatized for about 2 weeks, so you got used to it. I know you. I know an ounce of French is probably better than F words. Shouts to F words.
Wesh Munga.
Well, there you go.
There you go. That's all I know.
There you go.
That's all right.
Listen, that will get you by. You don't need to know about 3 or 4 words.
Absolutely.
The rest are bonuses. Right. Obviously, Diver representing. He qualified through the Spain and Portugal region. The qualifier from Spain and Portugal has been changing. First it was Vega Patch, and it transitioned over to Samuel. Samuel's not here. It is now Diver who's representing. He's playing an Ed, got a very formidable Ed. Now, this group is littered with the Eds. There's Chris CCH, there's Diver, and there's Fudo. Now, I still think on paper, this matchup is pretty hard for Ed because his navigation skills, we spoke about this before.
Yes.
His navigation skills will be put to the test because he is going to be playing out of his element. But once he gets in that comfort zone and really applies the pressure to Dalsim, Dalsim's in big trouble, yikes.
Yep. No big damage to him of a drive reversal as well. Just a quick knockdown, right? No real big pain. Speaking of pain, who's going to land that first swift punish first? Diver's looking for those long limbs from full screen.
He might not always look for them because as long as Dalsim maintains space and floats, Ed can't really do much. You
100%.
limit the options there. So Diver's going to have to take a reckless approach while Mr. Crimson's put himself in burnout here.
Definitely got to look for those pockets if Crimson is floating for sure. So we're definitely going to see a lot of raw drive rushes in certain instances.
There you go, get the float. There's a Psycho Knuckle there as well, getting that burnout pressure as much as possible. Press the button in between a button and Yoga Flame there, I've noticed.
Nice. Wow. What a challenge with the hacksaw. That's crazy. All right, let's set it up. Like that, Mr. Crimson just setting up some space. No anti, still recovering though. For that big punish counter, full screen. Nothing's there. Throw there. No, we're guessing on that. I see.
He wanted the back medium punch there, but he got stand medium punch in a fortuitous scenario, so that worked out for Mr. Crimson. Utilizing that standing heavy kick and stepping heavy punch extremely well right now.
Anti-air's on fleek right now with Crimson. No easy access to big damage. Now this is the closeout. This is easy. Yeah, what a way to mirror that. The layered offense. Even if you tech, there's still something there waiting for you.
Yeah, that's why some of the slower fireballs in the game are some of the most scariest ones, just because you think you're going to parry and that timing they get there just before it connects. Speaking of connecting, a couple of throws coming through. What an instant air teleport there from Crimson. He's done his homework.
I like that. That's the first challenge with a reversal today for Diver. Representing early, let him know that ain't no free offense. No air to air. Looked like he tried to walk under, but he got clipped on the way.
This is the thing, man. I spoke to Mena RD about this ages ago. I think Yoga Float's one of the strongest moves in Street Fighter 6. And you're seeing it against a lot of the members of the cast. We're seeing it against Ed right now, but that's going to be the round. That should have been the round. He's burned out anyway.
Oh, my goodness. Can we react? Nice anti-air as usual. Crimson is not giving him no leeway.
He can only level 3 at this point.
Yes, sir.
He's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead.
Right on optimal stuff there, Crimson. Okay, looking comfortable. Very familiar in this match. What's up, brother?
Well, just because of things statistically speaking, he's got 3 ends in this group, so he should be comfortable in this matchup. Shoutouts to Ending Walker. Mr. Crimson did practice against him a fair bit before he flew out to Japan just to refresh his memory and get used to it.
Smart man.
I am worried about Mr. Crimson's defense against some of the players here, but I'm pretty sure if he should be winning the matchup on paper, he should be fine.
Oh, we're gonna win this, all right. The kids are watching.
Yeah, no?
Big damage, okay. That's a guaranteed throw. I feel it. No, what a read. The defensive drill. Well, even off of recovery, the parry still pressing buttons. All right, though. You get the opportunity here. No technical from Mr. Crimson.
Yeah, but Diver backed away in trepidation there. I don't like that he went in, then he backed away looking for something. It's like he needs to reassure himself that he can punish certain things that Crimson's doing before he really goes for the gusto. And he ran into a foot. The standing heavy kick.
Nice. Maybe he's looking for the back medium kick possibly for the whip on. It's nice answer every single time. Wow. My man has been scoring.
He has been traversing this screen very poorly, Diver, unfortunately. This is why I said at the start, the navigation skills are going to be put to the test.
Full screen. Yes, think about it for a second as you're getting closer.
I haven't seen any psycho flickers either. Not even an attempt.
Nah, that teleport. He already scared him on the first go, right?
Yeah.
Oh, nice backdash. Good read. Right back at you. I like that he looks like he's trying to react to the throw.
He missed his anti-air there with the psycho uppercuts. He's going to get hit with a Yoga Sunburst instead, and he's burnt out once again. He's on his last legs here, Yipes.
Oh, my goodness. He doesn't have no, well, he got 2 balls to play with, but can he land?
Yeah,
wow.
That was guaranteed. That was free. That was absolutely free.
And speaking of free, 2-0 for the obvious. Mr. Crimson, Aegis on. Moving forward, never backwards, right? Well, you are right about that. The Triverse is so important. I mean, you did say that as you think that's one of the cheapest things. I mean, he's actually one of the only characters, well, the only character that can actually play air neutral.
Here's my thing. If your tool set has that horizontal dominance, you're in trouble against him.
Yeah.
He's just going to float. If you got the traditional fireball, I float over it comfortably. When you try and attack him to sort him out of the sky, most people don't get an air-to-air conversion or have difficulty anti-airing him anyway, so you're just going to get hit by my favorite name, the rubber band. You're just going to get hit. And it just goes from bad to worse. And if you don't come here with a game plan and then find adequate experience, it's not good. Because the only other guy Diver could have practiced with is Garnet. That's the only other guy he could have practiced with.
And on top of it, it's like he's trying to reel him in, knowing that he's leaving that pocket for the drive rush, just in case, right? For divers to try to get in. I get it. It's definitely annoying, though. Man, credit to Mr. Crimson, all right.
That was pretty rough there for Diver. Diver still has another match to play, so he'll be actually playing the 5th fixture going up against Chris CCH. So depending on Chris's result against Mena RD, could swap things around here, but you don't want to be ending day 1 in an 0-2 position, because that means your following matches for the preceding days, you've got to win every single one, basically. Speaking of winners, we spoke about this off stream, myself, Yipes, and Ringe. Shoutouts to Ringe. Fudo's in a very interesting situation, because he reminds me of September Margot.
Okay.
For those of you who don't know, Fudo qualified via Japan Regional Final. You see it on your screen. But to get there, he won the 4th World Warrior in Japan, and then he proceeded to win the World Warrior Regional Final, which means he's in hot form right now. I know his wife's in the crowd somewhere up on the upper floors there. Now, he, in comparison to what I saw with Diver, this is one of the more aggressive Eds.
Okay.
He's not afraid to burn himself out. He loves a good tussle. He'll do EX Psycho uppercut if need be. Like, Fudo is very aggressive, and the aggro meter is probably broken at this point.
Different looks at all times, okay.
Oh, of course, of course. And what I really respect, I mentioned this before about one of the players, a lot of the players' journey, the character journey, because remember, Fudo started with Dalsim, went to DJ, now on Ed. And remember, he's been playing Ed from Topanga Championships 5. So if you go back to, what, April, May?
Okay.
And then look at the journey he's had up until this point, using Ed and sticking with the Ed, I gotta say it's pretty impressive.
Okay. Yeah, man, don't fix it if it ain't broken. I get it. I want to know if he does still have the DJ in the pocket for guys like Mena RD, but I feel like Ed does well against Zangief, bro. And I'm only highlighting Menace because I'm sure Mena don't want to deal with no DJs in this pool, so see what happens. He got pretty much got some business to attend to here.
Now, the thing is as well, in comparison, we don't have as much accolades or as information as we'd like to on someone like Limestone, but he is a dark horse. We did see Salvatore was a little bit of an upset in Group A earlier in today. If you are just joining us now, we are in Group E. Now, Limestone, there's no weight on his shoulders here. It's going to be nerve-wracking because you qualify for CAPCOM Cup anyway,
Right.
but all the eyes are on one of the hometown heroes here in Fudo because they are playing on home turf. But you are playing Ken. Ken is ubiquitous. You can find him anywhere and everywhere in Japan, so we're not in short supply of that.
Promise. I want every arcade. There's a Ken everywhere. 100%
Oh, of
out
course.
here.
Right.
Let's go.
Let's see what Limestone's got to say about a fearless but elusive Ed in Fudo. And already with the perfect parry, he's come to play, Yipes.
Let me get that double dash into the throw. Yes, condition him early. Feel like it's another one incoming. Okay, meaty throw just to recover enough. That was a trade. I'm pretty sure that was a cross cut. We'll take it though.
What's interesting about Ed this season is the developers made the Ed players better. By toning him down and kind of reeling it in certain areas, they made all the Ed players better.
Right, I like that. That's true. Did hear a couple of complaints here, but it looks like it ain't deter anybody from really switch. Nice to wake up. Got the back dash. Wow.
Right, he didn't throw a fireball though. Going to be very interesting there. Just throwing it out with the flickers, spending the bomb. I love Fudo's elusiveness, and that will be round 1 in this game 1, Yipes.
I definitely want to see Limestone, if he does catch Fudo slacking on the charge flicker, he can do run Tatsu for the big punish. So I don't know if he's going to
that's the, like, I know we saw Tokido do that against LeShah, but I think that's exclusive to Tokido, honestly, and Angry Bird.
Yeah, definitely should add it, though. I'll jack everybody's move.
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, what a backdash. All right, he's going to do the Psycho Blitz. He's going to do the desync combo, and we are going to take him across the screen. But unfortunately, he does get the drop, but he still depletes the dry gauge as much as possible.
Yeah, he's good. In a nice position. And not in range for the stand short conversion.
Nice dash under there. And also, we got to watch, right? Because Fudo did this in the World Warrior Regional Final. His drive rush jab, he is so stubborn with that. And Ed's stand jab is not really that good to me, but how Fudo uses it, I'm like, yo, watch out. There you go. Watch out.
Yeah, we get a throw. No, looking for the shimmy. Credit to Limestone defense, though. He ain't cracked yet. Wow, you get something from that like that?
Not dead. He's not dead.
Oh, my God.
I tell a lie, he is. Oh!
That was ridiculous, and the crowd goes wild. Probably can't hear it, but they all rooting for the boy Fudo right now.
I thought there would have been a lot of scaling on the Psycho Cannon from that, but hey, he actually didn't even use that much to begin with. So he's practiced that one, I'll tell you that.
Condition him early. Okay, that's so scary dealing with Fudo with a lead. I feel like you're just gonna walk into every button just trying them out offense. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Instead of walk, I'll run instead.
Spacing out the jab this time too. Nice.
He's ready. Nah, he's on smoke. I promise you. This guy's on smoke. He's on smoke.
I agree. Why not? Close to the burnout. Go on your own terms. Oh no, that was an unfortunate parry attempt. That should be enough. Hell yeah. Man, back this up.
And the EX Psycho Blitz gonna get the chip. Fudo looking to make this in record time in Group E here, Yipes.
Let's go. I feel like he is looking for like maybe a stand immediate kick force, stand roundhouse punish on Limestone side. Still trying to figure him out, man. I can only imagine dealing with Fudo the first time in your life.
This is what's interesting, right? Okay, I was about to say, he does drive rush throw this time because he's been doing drive rush jab, and Limestone's been trying to perfect parry. He's got to be careful trying to react. Oh.
I actually thought he was going to cross under there. Very fortunate for Fudo, actually.
Right, he's going to do a button into the blitz. Yeah, he's looking for the button into the blitz.
Right on time. Switch sides, please. No, not even.
Watch out. Forward throw. Careful on the backdash.
Stagger the jabs. I feel like it's coming. He's going to wake up with it. No, not yet. Yeah, he can take one more throw before he really thinks about it.
There it is. Here it comes. Is he going to burn himself out? No, he will go and not cancel into a super art 3 though, because he wants the kill here.
Oh, there it is. Can't wait for that. That's it. It's over the button into the level 2, as he's been highlighting this whole time. And that is enough. Fudo, dominant performance, staying healthy, and didn't drop a round. This guy's a professional. I think it's the wife, man. I feel like it's the family.
It could be the wife. It could be the life. It could be the uppercut. Who knows? But hey, listen. He came with a purpose. Hit the ground running. Made sure he's firing on all cylinders. I like to see that here. He is going to be playing Mr. Crimson a little bit later as well. So that will be a real test to see if Mr. Crimson's defense, how stubborn are you on offense. So we are looking forward to that fixture for here as well. But yeah, just taking a look back at what transpired. Unlucky to Limestone. I think you hit the nail on the head. He's trying to figure him out. Too little, too late. And I did say this before, in a first to 2, especially if you're new to this environment and you're unfamiliar with a style like Fudo's, 2 games is not enough for me.
I'm starting to see everybody's not really running their game plans. I feel like everybody's so worried since it's 2 out of 3. They're just taking like the minimal type of style to not make too many mistakes. But I mean, to be very honest with you, I feel like everybody just needs to run their plays and just really force somebody to really respect.
I'll tell you what some people are doing. This is what separates the men from the boys.
Holla at me.
Some of these guys aren't thinking long term. Obviously, they're living in the present moment. Don't get it twisted for a second, but it's like you think like today is the day I have to start off well, get the first impressions right, and it's like you said, they're not running their game, they're playing out of character. I'm like, dude, you still have 2 more days, and luckily, Limestone still has, I think Limestone's only played once today. So, he's got that 1 game out of the way, so now he has to build that momentum.
Time to think about it.
And what's interesting as well, before we move on to the next match, Limestone's from a region that is not as dense as Fudo's. So your preparation would have been a lot different.
Yes.
To how Fudo's is. But speaking of preparation, we've got 2-time Capcom Cup champion, student, competitor, role model. I've ran out of monikers for this guy. It's ridiculous.
My president.
Yes, that too.
That is.
Chris
CCH versus Mena RD. Both of these guys, SFL delegates, which is pretty cool. Chris CCH, of course, making it to the finals, which we will be seeing very soon after the Capcom Cup. Not the whole day, but this is going to be exciting. I don't think they played in SFL. I'm not too sure if they actually bumped into each other. I know he played Kava, but that's here, no there. I've never got a chance to see these guys play, so this is going to be good. This is going to be good.
Well, if we look back at what happened with Chris CCH in the finals with FlyQuest and Bandits, this is a good chance for him to redeem himself and kind of regain that kind of courage.
Okay.
Going into the SFL World Championships. That will be happening on the final day, Sunday, so you do not want to miss that as well. But yeah, I do sometimes feel Chris gets overlooked, because if you look at his results, he does really well in his region, the respective region, Canada, US West. Outside of that, doesn't really travel as much. It is highly warranted. He's got other things to do, especially with his real life stuff.
Right.
But I do feel when it's a name, when you talk about American players, I do think he does get overlooked a fair bit. He's got a healthy roster of characters.
Yes.
So we will definitely be looking at what he's got to offer here with in regards to going up against Mena RD, because this is Mena RD's only match today, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, in this group.
Chilling. Man, I wonder how that everybody felt. I spoke to Punk earlier. He actually wanted to keep staying warm, man. It's like it's that attitude. We just want to get it over with kind of thing. But hey, it is what it is.
It's because games blitz so fast, right?
Crazy.
You come in and you're like, right, as soon it's very easy to lock in to the game, but it's very hard to get out of that mode, or it takes maybe like, what, 30 minutes, an hour, maybe long, well, depending on your session of the day, but it does lot to do that. But the guys have shaken hands. I want to give credit to Mena RD as well. I know he mentioned this a couple of months back, because he's had a bit of a character crisis. So instead of having that crisis, he's just added and created an army of powerful soldiers. Speaking of which, we are going to see the Dictator going up against our Fatal Fury guest.
Huh.
Terry Bogard.
You still mingle?
Nah.
Nah?
It's been mine since she came out.
Nice. Oh yeah. So one thing I want to highlight about Mena that he's been doing extremely well, because everybody tries to walk up on him a lot to start offense, is his checks with the standing jab. He gets a lot of counter hits. He sizes it up with the standing medium kick, of course. Better on it, obviously. Okay. But he just knows how to really snipe somebody off moving forward. Very well.
I haven't watched enough of Chris CCH's Terry, but he's in a much better spot than he was before. Like we said, he's finally got a frame advantage button in standing heavy punch. Light conversions are fantastic. Combo potential is much higher than it was before.
Nice job there, man. What a way to preserve drive gauge. Wow, right on time. Try to sneak in the throw with an interruption. Chris CCH. Free drive rush, of course. Looking for the shimmy, but not Mena. He's too seasoned. He's just going to walk back. There it is. Watch the stand jab shenanigans. It's coming. Oh, that's close. Punish.
I think he tried to burn him out. Ooh. And that's going to be the round here for Chris CCH. Keep it nice and simple. With the rising tackle conversion there, no super bar needed. I respect Mena RD for testing the waters with that knee press nightmare. We'll see what Chris will do.
I'm not even going to start, man. This is one of the rarest times you see Mena RD without a reversal. Nice check. Whoa!
So, Jabi M earlier was using medium power wave as a footsie tool because it knocks down and people can't really deal with it. Chris is in that same range. Chris is using medium burn knuckle, but he wants the frame advantage. But that's easier to counter. See? That's what he's trying to do.
Nice. Dash the back dash this time. Mena's like, I ain't walking back no more. We good, though. We got a solid lead.
Yeah, see? And even if you walk forward, you're probably going to get caught by it, and he'll get the knockdown anyway.
Makes me feel better about myself, and he on pass, too. Let's go.
Watch out. One button into level 3 could do it here for Chris.
Nice. Apply that pressure. They your sweet old time. If you had enough drive gates, you can go for a chip sequence right here, but definitely not enough. Nice, what a catch. Committed anyway and it worked out. Level 2, absolutely. 2 boots and glutes. There we go, the finish. Man, not only you know the names of the moves, you know the moves as well, literally.
Cycle Punisher.
I see.
This is looking good because the way these guys are tackling neutral is vastly different. 2 different characters, but I still want that knockdown. Gonna get the counter hit conversion to medium burning knuckle again. Are we gonna get some throw loops here, Yipes?
The worst situation Bison can be. Wow, what a challenge. And Chrissy CH had the right idea, but it's just not in that range to let that low forward whip. Now what's it gonna be?
He's gonna wait. Yeah, he's gonna wait. I love the discipline there from Chris CCH. Still looking for that burning knuckle.
Oh no, that's a bait. Watch those. That could have been a drive rush there. Nice. What a space out. Now I see why he's back there, to avoid the fracture. I see you.
Nice cancel there. No cross cut. I respect that. Like to not try and go for that there because that could have lost him the round there if that whiffed.
Okay. All right, got an advantage here. And the kickback. Yeah, you don't really get much off of a back though. Let's, of course, if you have the bomb ready to pop. There we go. That's a free drive rush. Is he gonna use it? No, absolutely not. That's a professional. Sorry.
Okay, he wanted the overhead to cancel into level 2. And then he would have won. If the overhead hit, he would have buffered level 2 and he would have won.
100%. There it is. Watch the legs. 1 hit away for both of these
guys. He might do it again. If he gets the bar back, he might do it again.
Oh
Good tech there from Chris. That was a vital throw tech there. He needs that. No! He's been visiting that well one too many times, and you've been watching Mena RD slowly but surely making those micro adjustments to make sure burning knuckle don't whiff. And you can't do raw drive rush because as he walks back, crouching medium punch gets checked as well.
There we go. Let's go for the throw once again. Man, speaking of this, so obviously it's evident he has no reversal. So I've seen Mena switch up his options back. That's a lot in the corner. So we'll see if he's gonna choose that option right here. No, not even. Went for the counter poke.
All right, rising tackle. Get that frame advantage as well. It seems like, again, I'm not sure how often Chris plays this matchup, but right now he's actually in a good spot. No throw. Oh, he tried. He thought that was going to get him out.
Let's go. Set it up. He ain't going to burn it yet. Oh, wow. You committed?
And he went for the overhead as well, so he doubles down.
Not even a real setup. That's how you know it's the mind game. It's a player-player thing, not even a setup thing, for real.
Don't DP, please don't DP. Ah, and he did bust the wolf instead. Oh, no.
Same thing. Good call.
I mean, don't do anything.
It's all right, baby. Listen, man, that's a lot you got to write off there, man. So you just got to commit if you have to. Respect. Doesn't shy away from the wake up. The moon boots connect. Let's kick back. We got to lead. Why not? This is classic historical Bison play.
He's got to change the approach, Chris. He's still trying to rely on that footwork. There it is, and he walked into a knee press. Gonna get the conversion to the bomb. Watch out for an overhead or something. Something slick.
Nice. Waited for the bomb to pop with a plus range.
Oh, he's dead. Yeah, he's done.
He gets it in time. No! He actually could have just done 4 fierce and built the meter, but there it is. It finishes off anyway.
You know he probably could have done? Raw drive rush, crouch fierce, and you would have got the drive rush cancel, and then burn yourself out, and then do the link.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. He could have done, I don't know if it would have built the meter, though. He could have done fierce cycle crusher, possibly. But that's no here, no there. Good stuff there. Mena RD. Man, you know what's so cool about these groups? The fact that, okay, two wins will get you the win. The fact that every round counts is what makes it even more important. You want to stretch that out as much as possible just so you can be on the plus side of things. So.
Yeah. Unlucky to Chris. We're going to take a look back at what happened there. Maybe after the first game, have a swap of Terry because he had a linear strategy there. But then we saw what Mena RD picked up on what he was trying to do. He did try to introduce more tools outside of Burning Knuckle, Power Wave, Raw Drive Rush, no jump, because like Mena RD has just been that laser focused and on point.
Yeah.
So I wasn't really sure how you tackle that. And again, because of just the neutral on the ground, you don't want to rely on Power Wave too much because if Mena RD is charging Psycho Crusher, that could throw you off guard. So I really think Terry's options are limited.
You can scissor kick the wave as well.
Oh, so, yeah, if you're close enough. Yeah.
So I think one thing that I got to just highlight in that matchup, shout out to Chris CCH, but even more shout out to Mena RD because he pretty much lulled Chris CCH to sleep because in that matchup specifically, obviously you don't want to whiff because he can get punished with a scissor kick. So you're just waiting for that moment to punish a scissor kick, but Mena ain't give it to him, man. He ain't do no reckless offense, no nothing, man. So he kept it very solid. Very nice. Cool. Mena RD, the Lomeo. Holla. I know they watching. We got a lot of Dominicanos here too, man. Funny enough.
Yeah, they're here.
They pulled up.
Don't worry, they're here. Punk's here. Everyone's here. I'm But right now, we got our 4th fixture. Damn, these matches are flying high right now. But up next, we got 2 family men.
Facts.
It's not just one, it's 2 family men. It's just one of them's called an attack on heavy tank. I wonder what he's referring to in that regard. But it will be Mr. Crimson's second and final match of the day, going up against a different caliber, very revered name in the Japanese scene. One of the most stubborn players I know on planet Earth.
Fudo.
Yes.
Explain.
I remember. This guy, listen, when he reminds me of Infectious and other similar top players. When this guy has a strategy and he firmly believes in that strategy, he will stick by it. And then again, even if you find ways to demoralize him, he doesn't get shaken. Not that easily. And again, I watched that mirror match grand final we had with Momochi. I was like, yo, Momochi's outclassing in certain areas, but he did not waver. And I can tell that I see it with Fudo, Angry Bird, and Noah. If you put yourself in burnout and you're comfortable with the subsequent situation afterwards, I don't think there's anything that can really phase you in this game. Like, honestly.
Yeah, they're actually the best defenders in burnout. You named pretty much the 3 best right now, right? Pretty much.
I think Men is pretty good.
Men as well?
Burnout.
Okay. Well, here we go. Opening gambit time. The family man versus, well, the family man. Mr. Crimson Fudo. The attack on tank? Is that what the attack?
The attack on heavy tank.
On heavy tank. I know that's a reference to another game he plays, but hey, we're here for the Street Fighter 6 side of things. I mean, you did highlight this earlier. I think we were saying this in the back. Fudo is very seasoned in terms of the Dowson matches. He plays Mochi a lot as well.
The Japanese players, they can call up someone and play. Not everyone can do that. There's a throw tech here as well. Now, this is going to be a real test of Mr. Crimson because this is going to be, the compass on this one's a little bit different.
Whoa.
There you go.
Already representing the full screen whip punish. First one of the day. I mean, first sim of the day. Get off of me. Unhand me.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. So he'll spend the bar, but he's not quite close enough. You have to actually be pinpoint accurate spacing with that conversion to work. Drive rushes in with that standing light punch again.
I like that option. You just try to avoid the fireballs. Just something. So I like that. Good presence of mind.
Load him out.
Rock on. Good stuff there, Mr. Crimson. The aggressor.
And he didn't lose that much health. You saw how much resources Fudo was splurging just to try and get close and down and dirty. But it didn't work out. There's an air to it.
Nice. Just turn that into a nice little advantageous situation.
I love that walk away as well because the drill kick doesn't have a proximity box, so you won't get locked into the position. Now they get punished.
Yo, oh, damn.
Don't worry, I'm awake now. I'm awake.
I'm with you.
I've been away for a little while. I'm awake.
I got you. Well, we're here now, locked in. Okay. I actually thought he had a level 3. Excuse me. Pardon me.
Watch out for the button again. He's looking for it. He's looking for it. He's got the drive gauge for it as well. Oh.
He has whip punished it a couple of times, right? Whip crouch, was it crouch jab or crouch jab? But he hasn't really got a
full light kick and then he drive rush cancels, but he hasn't been close enough for the medium kick to connect. There, that's what he needs to do. That's exactly what he needs to do. And he's going to get the conversion into the heavy psycho uppercut there to take it to a final round in game 1. Pinpoint stuff there from Fudo.
That's constant. Oh, that actually would have worked. Wow, he is so consistent. Oh no. Nice and delayed. Oh yeah, that's a late delivery.
So what he's done is he's found the tactic. He just needs to keep changing the range. So Crimson thinks he can change the limb, but the answer's the same.
Good catch, but no punish. At least he has some layers there for defense. You're gonna find that pocket of teleport. Nice patience here from Mr. Crimson. There it is.
There's a psycho uppercut. Never afraid to let it out and let the tussle go through.
Yeah. Watch out. Nice, he held up forward, just try to gain control of the ground, and there it is. I'm not gonna do it this time. I gotta see if he finishes off with it, I will do it. But it's all knocking.
Pop out the heavy kick. He's gonna do the yoga arch instead and make sure the drive gauge is nice and low, and he somehow eluded the situation. No cancel into the super R3. Well, Fudo can still take this one, yikes.
One throw, that's it. That's all you got,
Don't
Crimson.
charge,
now it's time. Oh! Trying to jump out teleport. He tried the first time, but just casually just walked up on his block and took his work. Nice throw there, Fudo. What a way to set the tone. Damn, Fudo just keeps constant pressure. Like, even if nothing's really connected, he's just walking you down. So,
listen, the best way to describe what he's doing right now is white on rice. That's what he's doing.
On it.
I am sticking to you like glue. You ain't going nowhere.
That's right, the adhesive, Fudo.
That's it. And what that will do is that will force Mr. Crimson to take the dogfight to him and then play his game.
Here we go, Crimson. Get comfortable. I see you. Man, He is holding up forward for dear life. I don't blame him.
Take a grab. He can take another one if he wants to. Uh-oh. Burnout. And it will be the Psycho Barrage to burn out Mr. Crimson. He can get a stun here as well, but he's going to play with it before he goes for the combo. He's out.
We out of there. Good check. Oh, he needed that so much. My goodness. I mean, I know he got reactions, but I'm going to just call it a buffer all day, especially from that range. Come on over here, and it's enough to chip out. Didn't hit the green yet on the gauge. See? Match point.
That's what I was worried about in this matchup. Is when you can't really defend yourself and Ed gets a comfortable position to charge the snapshot, Dawson can't really do much, especially in burning. Like, you just pointless.
No, that was a tap parry? Unfortunate. Take the throw. I like that defense here from Mr. Crimson. Whoa.
Yeah, he knows.
Wow, he's just throwing them all out there, huh?
Yeah, because he needs to get away, but Fudo might look for a dry rush with a heavy kick if Mr. Crimson gets a bit too comfortable, but another situation where he gets the drive rush cancel into the crouching meaning.
Highlighting about the burnout. That is comfortable. Wow, what a catch! Crimson layers!
He has to teleport behind him. He's got to get behind him.
He's looking for it. He ain't gonna test these reactions. Just slow and steady. Don't get thirsty. Wow, everything has a purpose, Fudo.
He can win. He can win. There's a back throw. Don't get caught. Do not get caught. Ah!
Bro, come on, man. I've been saying it all day like a broken record. It's consistent. All right, it wasn't a buffer. You got it. You got the eye. Fudo. Household name. I got a poster on my wall.
There you go.
Trust.
I'm out here looking for blood too. I'm a family man, but the attack on the heavy tank takes it over our family man from France. Well, look, he got one win against one Ed and he lost against the other, because I remember at the start when Ed came out in the early days, Dalsim was just running all over Ed. But now it's a different story, because the guys who have studied that matchup, there is a fighting chance there for Ed. Which was a little bit difficult, but you can see it. But we saw the answer.
Yeah.
One consistent answer. Cost a little bit of money, but hey, that's money well spent there. We saw it numerous times against all the limbs you use in neutral.
Yeah. Usually he was punishing the stand roundhouse, right? Full screen, huh?
Roundhouse, stand medium punch. I think maybe
punch.
the only thing he didn't use was stand medium kick there, Crimson, but other than that, you do get to see all of the counterplay there. And like I said, just to recite the same lines here, what was beautiful about that answer is that Fudo kept adjusting his spacing, so Crimson would use a different normal.
Okay.
That's the beautiful part about it.
The conditioning. Hit him with the layers first game, then execute on the second, right? Pretty much. Stack on him.
Well, I mean, look, as long as you can feed your opponent false intelligence, you're good. Just keep giving him false intelligence and you're good. You're just like, oh, okay, I've done it here. You don't think I can do it there. Then I do it there. Then Dave Chappelle shows up, and then, you know.
Pops your balloon. For those that know. For those that know. Anyway. Okay.
All right, so Chris CCH on the bottom there. Will be representing the US West, not US Canada East. It will be US West. We do apologize for that there. That's what he's representing. But it will be an Ed Mirror. It will be an Ed Mirror.
I would have been mad at that. We'll claim him. East Coast, why not?
You guys will claim anyone at this point, huh? Damn.
I mean, y'all claim Lex. I ain't mad at that.
I mean,
I ain't mad at that at all.
He's been there for a little while.
He's my guy. Oh, that's true. That's true.
But yes, yeah, actually, we might not see an Ed Mirror, actually. A lot of people have been avoiding mirror matches thus far. So the only one I know is really confident in mirror matches is Zhao Hai, but I think he's got his own separate agenda with that, his own mind game.
Okay,
so.
okay.
But yeah, if Chris is looking to stick with Terry for now, that's completely fine. A little bit of a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Projectile now, so you got to be careful of Burning Knuckle running into that. You also got to be careful of mainly Diver's footwork, but Diver's confidence right now, it looks a little low. Or maybe it just hasn't arrived on the scene yet.
I like that better. I feel like that's what it is. I'm telling you, man, those, if you will, those first date jitters.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like everybody's trying to get to know somebody, but at the end of the day, you just got to be yourself, right? And that applies
well,
to the
they
game.
say that. Careful who you say that to.
That is true.
That's easy access. That's easy access to disqualification.
Nights like this.
All right, EX Power went to kick things off and already shaking the corner.
Let's go. Wow, already represented that. I love it, Diver. Keep him honest. Target combo. Good confirmation there, Chris. What's it going to be for the conditioning? The backdash early on.
Well, here's my thing, right? Terry's always been a double-edged sword for me in this game. His toolkit is linear, and that's good and bad. because it's the win condition, straightforward, easy, accessible. Like, we can get it done. We can get the job done. But because it's linear, there's no gimmick. There's no X factor that needs to pull out of trouble. Terry's good if you're good. Get the clean hit, the damage will follow.
Yes. Oh man, woke up with the parry. That's a snipe backdash this time. No, he's trying to wake up button. Good hit. Like this off as a
He's dead. Oh, not quite. Too much scaling.
Nice catch.
Oh, he did the Uriel Valoria.
Oh man.
No, sorry, he did what Noah did on Uriel
Yeah. No, we had it.
Everyone's doing it.
Oh, we in there. The burn knuckle, my goodness. Try to press buttons. He's getting, I feel like Diver's trying to give him too much looks on defense. I think he just needs to block.
No, I think in an environment like this, Diver's scared to make the wrong defensive choice. And it builds. We start to see it. Nice quick punch. Let's build on this.
Catch. Probably better remind him he can backdash that.
No,
Whoa, no reset. He was ready for that.
No, this is Capcom Cup, dude. This isn't EU ranked. This is Capcom Cup. Oh my word. Charge it, charge it.
Oh, there it is. He's trying to jump. No,
Yeah, you know what? I think Chris is thinking, I wonder if I would have done level 2. Would that have worked? I don't know.
Okay. Let's see. There it is. Already spending that cash early. That's all right. Oh, that's a punish. Absolutely. Properly misspaced.
Head-to-head with the jab. I thought he was going to go for a committed uppercut there, Diver, but we're slowly but surely dialing up the aggro meter here, and he didn't get the dash he wanted, yikes.
Yeah, I feel like he could have converted with the driver for sure, right? If he caught it. Let's go. Oh, no, we're going to commit.
Oh, he could. Oh, mate.
Looking for that counter hit. Almost dying on the drive gauge side of things. Who's going to press this button first? It was 3CH, but we ain't biting. Damn.
Is he going to burn him out? No, he's going to go for a level 2. He's going to go for a Psycho Cannon conversion. I'm not sure, but he's going to burn him out here. He can still charge something after this, and he is going to get the flicker chip. Well, he got the victory there, but that would have been a nasty situation for Chris there anyway. First game on the board here for Diver. He needs this.
Okay. Definitely need an update on that on the breadsticks right there. Actually, no, this is 1-1. I'm sure.
It's 1-1, but they both need the victory, because remember, Mena beat Chris earlier. They both need a dub here.
I see. It'll be good for either or, whoever gets a 2-0 in terms of rounds, that is. Let me go. We're going to go for a shimmy. I feel it. No, the back.
Oh,
wow.
Wow. Twice?
Hey, man, something I don't know. It must be the air. Oh, what a way to switch sides. Okay, that was creative. I see you, Chris.
You know, I think Terry's got one of the best whip punish tools in the game. Crouch, medium punch, punish cannon to heavy tackle, then the world's yours. I think that's one of the best whip punishing sequences in the game.
Okay.
He needed that, otherwise he lost.
100%.
One more time. Watch out, Chris. Watch out, Chris. Watch out, Chris! Chris!
Not on the million. Not on the million. That's definitely enough. And that is match point for Diver Daniel.
He listen. He sniffed it out. I'm sorry. I might be Chris's bad luck child today.
Nah, this ain't compensating, Chris. He know that they're the season ones. They're gonna try to hold up for right there. Got clipped on the way up, possibly a backdash.
Oh, good call, Yipes.
Oh my God. There it is. We get that throw. Early on, yes.
If Diver gets a heavy punch or something into the Psycho Blitz, I think he can win. I think he's waiting for it as well. Cobra punch. There it is.
Everything. That should be enough. 100%. That's all fists. That's enough there. Diver moving forward and never backwards. Definitely needed that to up the momentum, if you will, the morale. I see you, Diver.
There you have it. Diver turning this one around. Gonna end it with the Psycho Chamber and get that dub on the board. What a turnaround. He needs that because, again, as the days go by, the results are either going to be incredibly confidence boosting or they're going to be upsettingly demoralizing. So you're just going to have to pick one or the other. Your fate is in your own hands. But then right now, Chris has got no wins on the board.
Pottery donut. I mean, it happens at the CAPCOM Cup. Some of your favorites might make it out, man. To be very honest with you. So that is the nature of the game. You got to step it up. Let's look at the highlights right quick. Now, is this even, just to ask you, like, I know you've seen this match. Do you feel like this is an even matchup?
I haven't seen it enough, only because I'm worried about, I don't think we saw enough projectiles from Chris.
Okay.
Just in general from the power wave, but then Diver was looking for a confidence boost somewhere, so he felt comfortable playing up close, and I know Terry's got pretty good buttons anyway.
Okay.
But then you could tell as things just began to grow and develop over time, it was something very interesting. But no, I want to watch this one over time, but we see a lack of Terrys.
I say, okay,
But
that's fair.
they're starting to blossom out now because I think people found the style that Terry needs to be played in with Street Fighter 6.
blueprint.
So yeah, I think it's been formulated. So that was really good.
Nice, okay. Man, good stuff here from Diver. Chris did start off strong, but didn't finish the job, but it's all right. Man. It's kind of crazy hearing the voice in the highlights. It's cool, though. It's natural to me.
Nah, of course. There you go. And it's just going to end it there as well. So now, honestly, just building on this, the question mark for Chris is who do we bring tomorrow? Do we stick with the Terry? Do we bring the Ken? Do we go and pull out Ed ourselves? Because, again, you're fighting the same players. Like, you're fighting the same players tomorrow and Friday. So.
And mind you, they all been playing in the room, too. So I don't know if there was something that happened. They played a certain match. Like, yeah, I should have picked this on this guy. It's a possibility.
Well, this is the predicament you're in, right? Because, honestly, you think if you come with a solo main, that's a blessing and a curse. But if you come with a repertoire of characters, who is good for the group stages? Speaking of the group stages right now, Fudo sitting pretty at the top spot with 2 victories and no losses with a +4 ratio. Mena, not that far behind him. Crimson and Diver, Tantamount.
フードさんにお越しいただきました。お疲れ様でした。はい。
Well
改
done
め
to
て
Fudo 2-0 in both his matches. Amazing stuff.
ありがとうございます。後でおそらくカプコンカップ出場者の中でもシェンに並ぶ今回で9回目くらいですね。
そうですね。なんか出てますね。
最多レベルですけれども、改めてこの日本で開催されたカプコンカップどうでしたか？
あ、やっぱりなんか地の利を感じますね。
お
なんか、やっぱ今まで海外でやってたんですけど、やっぱ結構練習とか、まあその時差とかそういうので結構苦労した部分もあったんですけど、やっぱすごいいい形でできてるなっていうのは感じます。
So, you know, he asked Fudo, obviously Fudo's been to many Capcom Cups all over the planet, and now he's actually in a Capcom Cup that's in Japan, and he's asking about what it's like to participate in a Capcom Cup that's in his home country. And, you know, for the practice, you know, obviously just being in shape, right? Sleep schedule, everything like that, not needing to travel so far to meet everyone and be part of the event, it saves a lot of energy and time. So he's really happy, and he really enjoys how the event's been put together, and yeah, he's really comfortable so far. So, yeah.
ライアンもなんか気になってることあるんですよね。
そうですよね。その DJ もともと DJ 使ってて、
そうですね。
今
去年も DJ
キャラ変えしてエッになってて、その DJ が足りてなかった部分は一体どこなのでしょうかって聞きたかったんです。
DJ やっぱり火力がすごい高かったのが強かったんですけど、そこが軒並み落とされちゃって。本当は使いたいっていうか心の中で DJ がいるんですけど、やっぱ結婚して子供もいるんで、ちょっと DJ じゃちょっと養えないなという。でエドさんにちょっと今回は頼ってますね。
マラカス終了ということで。
So I asked him, you know, one thing I wanted to know is, obviously he switched from DJ, which he was very prominent with, switched over from DJ to the Ed. So I wanted to ask him, you know, in his mind, what did he feel DJ was lacking in? Why didn't the DJ work out? And he was explaining that obviously, you know, well, as far as the things that did happen, he does enjoy DJ in his heart and spirit. DJ lives on to this very day. But he's got a kid now and he's married. He doesn't have the time he had before. So Ed is going to have to do it for now. So that's basically the answer from Fudo himself. And I think that's it for the time here. We're going to head back to the production, but let's close it out.
はい、ということでお話の方を伺いましたフード選手でした。ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。
明日もお願いします。
はい、ありがとうございました。明日も頑張ってください。
Amazing stuff, 2-0. But with that, we're going to head it over to the casters. Take it away, guys.
Shout out to Fudo for keeping it so honest. I don't got no time. It is what it is. I got to stick to the blazing guns, which is Ed. I mean, it is a strong character. It's not something that you want to kick back. But no, seriously, though, one thing that I want to kick back in, when I do have some time, I need some figurines to pack up. Hopefully, I'm going to buy probably another suitcase. But if you want some figurines, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and look at this beautiful Miss Zhang figurine here. Look at this. Chun-Li Standby, the second figure in the 1x6 scale figure project lineup, which is based on a brand new illustration by Akiman. Oh, nice. It's open for pre-orders now. The figure is based on an illustration by Akiman, one of the creators of Street Fighter 2, and the original designer of Chun-Li. The illustration was originally featured on the cover of the Momochihama Choizai Pharmacy Collaboration Medication Record Book, which was originally published in 2022. A new full-body version of the illustration that shows Chun-Li's beautiful and dignified standing pose from head to toe was created especially for this project and has been faithfully brought to life in figure form by Japanese figure manufacturer Max Factory.
Of course, do not forget the premium scale figure maintains the same luxurious and exceptional quality as the previous installments, so you don't want to miss out. Pre-orders are open until the 12th of March 2025, with the figure scheduled to be released in October the same year. Pre-order soon on the Good Smile Company online store or at authorized Max Factory retailers. Do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, we're having a good time. Hopefully you guys are having a good time here at CAPCOM Cup. That was Group E. That will be the matches concluded here. But next, I think it's going to be Group Feisty. Because this one, you don't want to miss it. Grab some snacks, grab a drink. If you're up in the European region, you're up nice and early. Heck, maybe in the American region, you're up nice and early as well. Quickly take that break, because when we come back, it is going to be Group F. You don't want to go nowhere. See you shortly.
Come on, everybody come alive real quick. Battle of the strong, survival of the fit. Take your best shot, hope you don't miss. Yeah, come on, everybody come alive.
Location is Osaka.
カプコンカップ11、ここからはグループ F の模様をお伝えしてまいります。それではグループ F プレイヤーの入場です。
And now it's time to introduce the 6 players from Group F. Let's get ready for the entrance of Group F.
まずはアブダビの巨匠ビッグバーン
From UAE, Abu Dhabi, the biggest bird, it's Big Bird!
You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, step back, fast track, big lap, big facts. I'm past that.
台湾のカイダ暴風オイルキング
All the way from Taiwan, it's the Hurricane Strike, Oil King!
Singapore の天才シャー
The Singaporean maestro, it's Yen!
Mexico の上り竜ウリエル・デロリオ
And he is the rising dragon, Uriel Velorio!
Because クリームシーマンジャー
From North America, it's the Stair Master, Jack!
Hancock発黄金の右手レッシャー
From South Korea, the gold finger, it's Lesha!
さあということでグループ F のメンバーもまたすごいメンバーになりましたね。
全員揃いましたね。これはすごいことです。
まあさまざまな地域のトッププレイヤーたちが集まったような印象。
そうですよね。はい。
ジャックがいい顔してる。
レシャールもストリートファイターリーグも活躍してますね。
日本のストリートファイターリーグはね、すごかったですから。
はい。
さあこの最後のレシャーがステージに立ってご覧の6名の選手によってグループ F 上位2名を決める戦い総当たり戦で争っていただきます。果たしてトップ16に躍り出るのは誰なのか。
So here we have the 6 members of Group F that will go head to head, and as you know, same with the other groups, only 2 will qualify. I don't know which 2 it's going to be. It could be any of them. They are all insanely strong. Let's see what's going to happen as the group unfolds.
それでは選手の皆さんはスタンバイをお願いします。
Alright, so players be prepared on standby. Thank you very much.
さあここからは、試合の方を熱く盛り上げていただく実況席の方にお渡ししたいと思います。お願いします。
Alright, it's time to hand.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to day 1 of Capcom Cup 11.
Yes,
We're a little halfway through the groups already, right? We're here at Group F. And I'm joined by none other than Ringe himself.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, indeed. I thought you were going to hit me with whatever we did last time on CPT.
Man, I can't talk what happened with the intro that happened during Street Fighter League, so I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay. Canon Award winner, Sherry Jennings, joining me. I didn't forget, of course. But yeah, man, it's going to be a great one. We are fortunate enough to commentate one of the most stacked groups in the business right now, right? You already saw the intros, and we're going to start with Big Bird versus Oil King. The Rashids are going to be out in full force, along with, of course, Yen, Uriel Velorio, Jack, and Lashar.
insane lineup. Did you know that this is the only group that has no new people to Capcom Cup?
Wow.
Everyone in this group has competed in Capcom Cup before, with CN being the only other person outside of Fudo with the most qualifications in Capcom Cup. That's 8.
Ridiculous.
Eight times.
We've only had 11. Like the fact that
Yes,
he's been in it 8 times
He's
is
actually,
ridiculous.
it's weird. The numbers are weird. He's actually only missed 1.
Yeah.
Which is 2022.
That's right.
Him and Fudo somehow both missed 2022, but
Yes.
both of them have competed in 8 Capcom Cups. Insane.
Yeah, since he started, right, that is the only one he's missed, is the 2022 one. So immaculate stuff. He's going to be going up against Uriel Valorio in our second game, followed by Jack and Lashar. Recheck, Big Bird in the building, going up against Xian as well, and then Oil King versus Jack. But of course, we're starting with the biggest bird that we've seen thus far, going up against Oil King. It's going to be tremendous. Of course, Oil King does have the Terry in his pocket as well, but from what I understand, he is planning to play the Rashid. I actually got to talk to him a little bit, just briefly, and I was like, how do you feel about your group? He said, it's tough, but I'm tough too.
I mean, he's not wrong. These are the toughest competitors you can get out there. And funny enough, this is a mirror match, right?
Yeah.
We were probably going to see a Rashid versus Rashid. And the last time that they played, Big Bird had the advantage. I think he walked away with 2-0. So I'm very interested in seeing how Oil King adapts his gameplay and how he's going to switch it up.
Yeah.
And, you know, I want to see what happens. I want to see how this mirror match goes down.
Absolutely. I mean, Big Bird is fortunate enough that Angry Bird dabbles with Rashid a tiny bit, right? So, like, there has been some experimentation with that. I'm sure he has played the mirror quite a bit. Oil King, I'm not sure. We'll see how well-versed he is. And, of course, the thing is, coming off of a loss, right, you tend to study the other person more than they study you. So maybe that really comes to fruition here, and Oil King is able to change the fate. And, of course, the Red Bull cheers, as the 2 Red Bull athletes should do.
Amazing, yeah. So when I also got a chance, not to talk to Oil King, but I talked to the other Rashids. I talked to Joel Kevin, I talked to JB. I was just like, you know, Big Bird, the other Rashids, how do you think that mirror match is going to go? And they actually had really, really interesting perspectives. They were saying how Oil King, if you remember him from Street Fighter V, he was kind of the Rashid that went, I don't want to say he went ham, but you know, the neutral, he was very, very aggressive, very fast-paced, and they said in Street Fighter 6 is a little different. In neutral, he's actually a little slower, which is kind of working an advantage to Big Bird.
Yeah, I agree with that, right? Because Big Bird is so strong fundamentally that if you want to play his game where it's slow, grounded, footsie-based, it's going to be tough to overcome. I think Oil King might need to get a little wild.
Yeah, and I think since this is the first game and we start off with the shimmy already, I think that we're going to play a little slow. That's kind of what I'm predicting. Until they get a little bit more comfortable with each other, then we're going to see the Oil King defense offense. Well, the defense straight from the get-go. There's the wake-up Odie mixer.
Yeah, apparently Oil King had heard me, but man, Big Bird was already ready for it. The meaty overhead as well. Maybe not meaty enough to combo. Just got to reset the pressure, working on that drive gauge. Both pressing that round, has some to trade. He's trying to get him to shimmy. That was a good reaction from Oil King to press the button.
Yeah, Big Bird is trying to work up a whole bunch of shimmies right now, but you know, this is the first round to test it out.
Most trying to press back with that crouch medium kick. He's part of the 7-frame crouch medium kick club and then reacts to the parry with a throw. You know how it goes.
Punish, counter, damage. And just like that, Big Bird takes the first round.
Ooh, and just harassing with the overheads nice and early. And yeah, the true string right there. Too quick for the drive reversal to actually thwart it.
We're going to see the star come out. Let's see what Big Bird gets off of this. Just chipping away at the drive gauge. No real damage there, but he will take that because Oil King is almost 2 bars away from burnout.
Yeah, right. Just going to keep applying the pressure, but Oil King fortunately escapes the corner, but it doesn't matter. Still eating this pressure from Big Bird. The drive gauge, oh my goodness, it's gone for Oil King, but he's got the offensive and a level 2.
Yep, he's going to try to build his bar here, so I think he's going to try to play it a little slow, not really go for the damage here.
Into the throws in there, parries on the wake up, throws him afterwards. Is at least building Oil King good bar. He's already up to another one, but he wasn't burnt out, so the drive reversal safe.
And blocks the overhead this time. Still burnt out, but right now he gets his meter back. And it's Big Bird who burns himself out, gets hit by the drive impact there.
And that was huge, right? Because Big Bird would have got that throw into level 2. That's why he was willing to risk going into burnout at that point. Oh my goodness, for Oil King. Anybody's game still, man. Big Bird still has the level 2. Oil King's about to build his own. Oh my goodness, you have survived. Just wakes up with the crouch medium kick. Calling out the fact that Big Bird was going to respect and give him some space.
Yeah, we weren't sure exactly what Oil King was going to wake up, right? We're used to him waking up with Odin Mixer. You kind of want to walk back, do a delayed button, and that's how you get clipped by a wake up low forward.
Precisely, and we saw him do that wake up spinning mixer to start the set, so nice adjustment.
Okay. Not getting much damage over here, but okay, drive reversal to get the pressure off of him, and answers with his own level 2.
interesting. Guys just forced one mix-up off that, off the straight block string. Usually see people do that to try to drain the drive, but nonetheless, still got a punish counter throw in. Oh no, he tried to walk forward, hit the medium kick. Big Bird with the jump over.
Okay, so there's a classic double jump to get out the corner.
Shot.
With the Stand Fierce to interrupt the drive rush. Oh, not the level 1. Don't pressure me.
I love that right there, but Big Bird immediately waking up with the level 2, and Oil King, he tried to interrupt it, I imagine. I'm not sure, but yeah.
He really couldn't do anything at that point. He had no super meter. He was burnt out. He had to take the chip damage that was coming at him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if like you hit him out if you hit him early enough, it dissipates or something. I'm honestly not sure. I don't think so, but Oil King, he tried something, didn't work out. Big Bird come out on top for the first game in the Rashid Mirror.
Yeah, and honestly, it was like pretty well played, I say, on both sides. It's just like little small mistakes coming from Oil King's end that gave Big Bird the advantage. But are we about to see a character change?
He's dancing around the character select screen again. He's highlighting Terry, and he
went to mine.
Yeah, he went to mine. I saw him hover on the Terry for a second, but he quickly pivoted to the newest DLC character, and we're getting the debut of Mai here at Capcom Cup 11.
Beautiful, yes. This is the first time we're going to see Mai today, so I'm very excited to see it. Oil King has been training her for a while now.
Most definitely, and obviously she's a fan dispenser, as you see here. Big Bird's gonna have to put the brakes on some of these, and again, that's not bad, but still you spend 2 bars to get clipped by that.
Yeah, a little too far for the conversion to the sweep, but there's the fans putting in work right now.
Yeah, Big Bird, you can see he's already hesitant, right? It's a new character, not as familiar with the matchup. This might work out for Oil King, but he's gotta get his offense started.
Safe, just because of distance, and is able to get himself out of the corner, but
you can see Big Bird, he's starting to jump a little bit too with how much Oil King has put the fans out, right? This is really good rhythm from Oil King right here, not being too overzealous with the fans.
It's making Big Bird a little jumpy.
And there it is again. He actually gets the perfect parry off this time, but drops the combo. I don't know what happened. Was a punish counter jab, but I guess the link might have been too late.
Yeah, was able to block in time, but okay, plus frames.
Okay, able to recover in time there, but doesn't get the perfect parry, and Big Bird gonna immediately put him back in the corner.
Charge world win shot, okay. Oil King still stuck in the corner, but a back throw is gonna flip the sides and put Big Bird into the corner.
What happened right there? The driver reversal, that is gonna be punished. Big Bird's got the level 2 as well. That's burnout on top of everything else. Oil King, my man, this is long. Whoa.
Oh no! But you know what? The throw takes it.
Yeah, I wanted I don't think that works mid-screen, right? I think that was
it's
like
usually in the corner, yeah.
So I think that was specifically to stay meaty as possible and make him guess on the strike throw on wake up. That was super sick from Big Bird.
Yeah, he was willing to burn himself out for that setup.
Very, very confident play so far.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to be able to see a level 1 coming on from Oil King's side just to get the stocks and the power up.
Good anti-air as we see Big Bird's willing to risk these jumps with how many fans are coming out. The defense is still looking strong, going straight through even the charge whirlwind. But again, these drive reversals.
Yeah, Oil King has not been finding a good way to use these drive reversals and burnt himself out because he's been using so much meter for the OD fans.
Precisely. Oh, and it actually clipped the wall. So unfortunate. Sends Oil King bird watching, and he's gonna send him to the bench after this level 1. Not even needed. Oh my.
Every single time I think he needs a level 1 to kill, it's always the mixer that kills. They're like, really? No meter spin at all?
Oh man, Big Bird looking in prime form to start Group F. It's exactly what you want, right? That's good momentum from him, and we will see him again today, so not done quite yet. He's got a great chance to start this on a very hot note.
And I'm wondering if Oil King had played Mai from the beginning, would he have gotten that one? Because his Mai was looking kind of crisp, you know?
It was.
And it changes the matchup because you're not doing a mirror match anymore. You're going to have to make not Oil King, you're going to have to make Big Bird adapt to your Mai because, again, she's not played that often.
Yeah. And I think we even saw that when he first switched to Mai, right? The very first round was so slow compared to every other round that we saw. But credit to Big Bird. He really, I think, got the download in by the end of that round. So we saw him end up winning it, takes the subsequent round afterwards. It's just his ability to adapt and how quick his processing speed is. It's one of the best in the business.
Easily. I mean, his fundamental plan is so solid to begin with, so the little adjustments he has to make along the way, it's so easy for him.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that was the wake-up level 2 right there. Chase down, see the dash to stay with a true Oki option right there. Love that from Big Bird. far. I thought she was too far to actually clip the wall, but somehow, some way, she hit that.
Sent her flying, and I was very surprised by this stun. I was hoping to see we got like a level 1 from the mine just to see the power up, right? Because that's what puts her in this crazy buffed form that a lot of players say she's one of the best characters when she's in that form.
Yeah, it's tough. I feel like she's still being figured out, obviously. But when
very new,
yeah, but when it comes to like the combo structure and the routing structure and how you want to spin your resources, people are definitely honing in on a little bit on that. And once I think they figure it out for real, she'll be a dangerous character. But obviously still new. As we go to our next match, going to be another barn burner, another banger here. It's going to be Xian versus Uriel Valorio.
So excited to see this, mainly because, I mean, we've seen Uriel, right? How can you not commentate his match and not be hyped? Because he busts out. The decision making on his end is so wild, but it works for him, I'd say like 80–90% of the time.
Yeah.
But he's one of those players that like live or die by the sword, right? Because the decisions that he makes are high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
It's 100%. Great when it works out, though.
Yeah, definitely, right? And he really bets on that aggressive side. That's his nature. That's what he plays into. And it's going to be interesting to me to see him go up against Xian, and specifically the DJ. Because I think DJ is so good at punishing people for the way they traditionally take turns in this game because of the sway and all these different things. They kind of get out of the range of your reversal crouch medium kick or something like that, right? So it'll be interesting to see how Xian thwarts this aggressiveness.
Yeah, have you seen Xian's Twitter? He had uploaded a clip of him evading.
Bruh.
Dancing. Yeah, dancing. And that's something I love to see because I think in this game we get so used to the shimmy movements of walk back, walk forth, maybe a backdash, and then you drive rush in, right?
Yep.
But DJ has sway, which is such a good tool set to use and so strong because you can bait the shimmy, you can do whip punishes, just spacing traps and all that. And you can just dance on him.
Yeah, and that's what Xian, I mean, he specializes in, right? He's really been playing this character since the launch of the game, and he's one of the few that is still sticking with it. Obviously, DJ's kind of dropped off a little bit when it comes to the spotlight in the meta, but still an extremely dangerous character, especially in the hands of somebody like Xian.
Yeah, the lab monster. My man is in the training mode for so long. I see new setups every single time he plays, but he's playing the same exact character.
Like one of the most innovative fighting game players of all time, right? Obviously the Evo champion with Gen in Street Fighter 4.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, he has always been one of those lab rats, and we love to see it.
Yeah, very, very calculated player. So I want to see what this calculated versus, I don't want to say Uriel's not calculated, but I feel like he's a very feeling-based player.
Yeah, 100%. Like, he's just calculated in a different way, right? Xian, I think, more traditional, trying to really feel out the opponent, look for whip punishes and whatnot, and Uriel really calculates the aggressiveness like nobody else.
Yeah, and right when you said it, Xian gets that whip punish.
Oh,
There's
man.
that sway that we were talking about.
Yeah, he even used the advancing one right there to bait Uriel out on the parry and getting a punish counter throw afterwards. Staying at the perfect range to get him locked down in the corner. You trying to jump. Nah, he was ready for that as well. Xian, dominant first round.
Man, Xian's been watching the tapes. He's kind of reading Uriel pretty hard right now on defense.
That's one of the beautiful things about the group stage aspect, right? You can really study your opponents and check the tape, see their habits, and hone in on what they like to do. I love seeing it.
Yeah, really cool to see Uriel kind of adapting to the sway by doing a drive rush to close the gap instead of allowing Xian to build the space.
Xian does bust out. That crouch heavy punch is such a potent tool for DJ. Looking for it again right there. Nice reaction.
Yeah, no neutral jumping on me, Uriel says.
That's what we talked about before, right? The sway. Uriel was looking for the reversal. Heavy punch, that's another thing that Ken's like to do. Xian just swaying out of the way, getting the punish counter on the funky slicer, leading to a burnout on top of everything else. Oh!
Wake up crouch. Oh no, missed the drive rush.
That was unfortunate. It's going to give Uriel a little bit of a chance, but quickly snuffed out. Xian 1-0, just like that.
Yeah, they were pressing some buttons. That was like 3 counter hits back to back, and it was a bit of a scramble situation that Uriel typically thrives in too. Okay, starting it off a little slow here.
Very patient on both sides. Obviously going to be left standing, but Uriel not busting out here. Knows that that's kind of his reputation, right? So you got to play against it. Beautiful slide anti. Yeah, that's not easy, honestly. That slide gets beat out a lot by jump-ins.
Yeah, but Xian, he had baited it out.
Oh my goodness! I'm sorry, Sharon. That was just ridiculous right there.
No,
Like overhead to beat the crouch medium kick? Nah.
He's just whip punish with every possible special move off the sway.
Okay, the throws again. Oh, loop this, man.
Yep. Oh, wow. Crouch fierce whiffs.
Amazing right there from Xian. Using the light up kicks, just getting out entirely. Wow.
Just like that, Cien is on match point against Uriel. Uriel's gonna have to find a way to adapt. Okay, perfect parry.
Nice way to do so right there. Reaction to the drive rush from perfect parry, but look at this, man. Even when he gets one hit, Xian's just been so good defensively that he can't build on top of it.
Yeah, look at this movement from Cien right now. Just even with the feints.
Oh, mistimed the step kick meaty. That's gonna result in a back throw. Disastrous, but a nice light kick into the JURI buffer.
Okay, forward throw. Another throw. Okay, back throw this time to get out of the pressure.
Yeah, maybe Uriel could have thought about using the drive rush jab bait, but right now Xian finds his way in once again. Boys. But yeah, that's a little bit more awkward to punish than a normal jump in right there.
That was a very quick recovery on the short jump.
Yeah.
Okay, look at the juggle there, no follow, but
The DP. Oh, he whip throw twice. Uriel, no!
not like this. Not the critical art damage too.
Oh, that is usually the classic, right? We always joke about it on commentary where the whip throw is +2.
Yeah.
The other person whips, you end up getting a punish counter, but Uriel, I think in a moment of panic, goes for another throw.
He actually meant to go for the throw. I think that's what happened. That's why he ended up doing the 2 throws, and that's so unfortunate because it was like throw, throw, throw.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the time when we see the whip throw, it's not on purpose. Sometimes it is. But yeah, definitely not that time. And usually people are able to react to it, but again, the pressure of Capcom Cup, I think is just a little bit panicky right there. She had cool, calm, collected, so used to this. Gonna punish it.
This is his 9th Capcom Cup. 9th. Since 2013. Do you know how insane that is? But yeah, I mean, it is day one. It's very clear that there are jitters. I mean, I've had jitters commentating, and it's day one. Everyone has jitters here. We just got to get it out of our systems. And I think as the days progress, as there are more pool matches, people are going to start playing a little bit more comfortable. But Cien, again, like you mentioned, didn't even blink an eye.
No, right? He just looks so clean, so comfortable. And again, it really, I feel, goes back to his defensive decision-making because Uriel did get some hits. He got some knockdowns, but I feel like we rarely saw Xian below half health. He was just so good afterwards, whether it be with the backdash, all of his wake-up options are right there, just perfectly evading the crouch fierce anti-air. And Ken's really love to do that, right, because they can run cancel and then make you guess once you land. And man, that was just so clean from Xian every time defensively. Oh,
there's
heartbreaker.
That double throw. Yeah, he has such a life lead. You don't want to do that when Cien's sitting on the critical R2 with that much drive meter.
Oh man, yeah, and the machine gun punch beforehand just shaved the life bar. It's like, oh yeah, you got no hope of living.
Yeah, no, unfortunate for Uriel, but you know, it's just day one. It's round robin. He's not completely out yet.
And that's his only match for the day, right? So maybe he can get the jitters out and try to come back tomorrow, having only 1 L. It's still a very strong possibility that he'll make it out.
Exactly. We just got to clean up a little bit. Ooh. But look at who we have next. I'm going to be a little biased here. I'm allowed to be.
Yeah.
Jack, he's a homie. He's like a little brother to me. So I've been talking to him about this matchup for so long. But, you know, this is Lashar we're talking about. The Lashar, the golden finger. Is it gold finger or golden finger?
Gold finger.
The gold finger Lashar.
Along with the Stairmaster, the double entendre of Jack. But yeah, Lashar, I mean, he's thought by a lot. There you go, right there.
Yep.
Keeping his nicknamesake alive. But Lashar, he's thought of as, honestly, a generational talent when it comes to fighting games, right? So young, so new, from South Korea, moved out to Japan, and they just got this still on Jack. Sorry, gotta interrupt my whole story. But yeah, went from South Korea, moved out to Japan, right? I believe at the behest of Tokido, kind of recruited him, obviously added him to his SFL team as well, which we saw go to the grand finals of SFL Japan. Fell short, but an incredible showing all season. And of course, got second at the Super Premier Japan to qualify into this in the first place.
I was there too. Do you know how insane it is that your breakout year was last year's Capcom Cup, and you've accomplished so much that everyone in the world, in the Street Fighter world, is talking about you, how you are the cleanest player, and people had you at the top, that you were the best for so long, and it's only been your first year.
He plays on Kylera layout? I didn't even know that.
Look at that QWERTY. Not even QWERTY, just queer.
That's what I'm saying. I call that Kylera when they actually do it on the arrows.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's wild to me. But Lashar, I mean, he comes from that, right? He's played a lot of different fighting games, and I think he was low-key, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think he's played for a while, but like you said, especially in Street Fighter last year was his breakout. And I mean, he hasn't looked back since.
Yeah, no, and in the same group letter, Group F last year as well, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. My man is used to this. He likes that death pool. He made it out last year. We'll see if he can do it again. Obviously, Jack
has plenty of Ed experience as well. We have a lot of strong Eds in the States, so we're gonna see who is the best on this given Sunday or Wednesday.
Yeah, and I mean, Jack is no underdog to me, but I think this is kind of going to be an uphill battle against Lashar.
It's just Lashar so intimidating, right? Like the results, the kind of aura he's been carrying, but Jack showing no fear already, has him cornered.
Yep, right with the jump in too. Perfectly timed jump roundhouse.
Beautiful spacing on the stocks as well. Love seeing it. Lashar has no chance to punish, gonna force the issue.
Funny enough, I asked David, Jack, what his strategy was going into this. And then he said, my strategy is to not play footsies for as long as possible. He said, I want to dry rush in, I want to get my jump heavies in and my fierces because it's so difficult to play footsies against Lashar. And you can see it work. Oh, he walked under with a counter hit.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got a pixel to go, so Jack, it's just a little scary. He's got one bar now, so no free DIs, and he's gotten out of the corner, so this should still be good. And look at the jumps are working out again, right? Lashar was holding the flicker that was most likely medium, so that's not going to beat the jump. Beautiful stuff from Jack, and that's the thing, right? Not only is Lashar great at footsies, but Ed is as well, so I really like his strat.
And that move catches so many good players because you just want to whip punish. You see that first kick whip and you're like, I can whip punish this. No, absolutely not. The second hit's still active.
Oh, and that was his first misspace stock right there, and Lashar's never going to let you get away with it. Oh yes, desync in tow.
He's got it.
All day, every day. That last hit is the one that drains the drive meter now. Of course, there's a recent change.
Optimal. A little bit of a whip, tried to shimmy, but there's a punish counter.
The scramble ended up working out for Jack. He's got 3 bars as well. One more hit does kill.
Try to catch him walking back. What a nice dash under. Gets the whip punish from the low forward. Again, can't whip against Lashar.
And now he's burnt out again. He is cornered, but like you said, Jack's got plenty of meter to defend himself. That's why you see Lashar hesitating for a minute, trying to bait something. Yeah,
you see Jack buffering, right? You see him. Here we go.
Oh! I wonder if he tried it. We saw the stock come out. That was most likely a super, right?
I think there was just a misinput there. I think he was trying to cancel into the super.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, Lashar doesn't get clipped by the OD, and Jack has worked his way into a prime position again. You want to cut off the screen, but just short of the drive rush. Oh.
We're going to see the level 2 come out again.
My man is so consistent with the D-sinks.
Easily taking him all the way to the corner, too.
Let me get that. Just try to perfect at the same jump this time, but Jack has made his way out and baits out the throw.
Okay,
Both
we're
going to feng shui.
Yep, let's see what the feng shui gets him.
Parried up, but yeah, it wasn't a perfect parry, so Jack continues the pressure. Feng Shui still active for quite some time here. Oh, actually caught him, but he walked out just to back throw him back in. Jack here tried to bait. I like that, but Lashar didn't fall for it.
Okay, and Lashar very close to another level 2.
Oh man, you're right, it's looming.
Ooh, you see the movement?
Yeah, I love Jack not committing to any drive rush right there, just tried the parry.
Didn't go for the throw either, too. Oh, but the throw works this time, and he takes the first game against Lashar.
Yes, indeed, he does. And man, yeah, Jack has been utilizing the jumps, right? He's been really trying to make and just overload Lashar's mental stack. It's been a lot. At certain ranges, he's either going with drive rush, going with jump, all kinds of different things to just make Lashar think about the ground game and maybe slip in some jump-ins, and it's been successful.
Because at the end of the day, Ed's anti-air still aren't the strongest.
Yeah.
And Juri's jump-ins are kind of cheap.
Yeah. Ooh, and then Jack calling out the throw attempt as well. Look at him right now, he's cooking.
He is cooking. He is making all the right reads defensively and offensively. He might just be in Lashar's head.
Oh man, Lashar does end up getting that crouch medium punch for the low.
Very close. Yeah, very close to being burnt out.
Nice parry right there. Knew it. That's one of the popular strats from JURI, but a perfect parry right back.
They are going for some parries right now.
As they should. The blue stuff well represented as per usual. Gonna force his way in, and the blue stuff gets thrown that time. Jack a little bit too happy with it. Nice adjustment from Lashar.
He did try to bait out the reactions to the drive rush stand jab. Something.
See Jack again shows him the jumps, but that time a little too close with the parry attempt. Allowed Lashar to react to get the punch counter throw. Jumps over and sneaks in one of his own. Oh, baits it out. The light attack. Too fast, and the DP too slow. Jack on set point just like that.
With the level 1, the first bust out that Lashar did, and Jack still blocked in time.
Very smart for Jack to structure his offense like that, right? Meeting with the light. Take advantage of that slower DP.
Oh my, that was such a hard call out.
Super delayed dive kick into beating the attempt at the jab. Oh my goodness, and Jack overwhelming Lashar right now, but a perfect parry on the block string, and this could be a complete turnaround, level 2. Now this is scaling because of the perfect parry damage, right? Still decent, but he wants the corner carry more than anything else.
Yep, but Jack has, again, made all the right defensive reads thus far.
Oh, and he's like,
There it is again!
Amazing reads from Jack, he's got level 3! That's it!
Holy, what a hard call out. These hard call outs literally gave Jack the set win. That was incredible play.
Incredible, yes. I love the fact that he didn't go, look at this man right here. Staring directly into the camera. Wisconsin's own.
Insane. From the Midwest, all the way from Wisconsin, as you said. Who would have imagined someone from Wisconsin taking out Lashar on the stage?
Right here, right? In Japan. Amazing stuff. And I love that, right? He saved the jump medium punch to counter the throws. Like, just twice he did it. And I love that he didn't do it both times on wake up. One time he did it on wake up, and one time it was to counter a block string into throw, right? Beautiful decision making from Jack. That was one of the best sets I've ever seen him play, honestly.
I mean, he played so clean, and it's crazy because he really stuck to his strategy. Like, the strategy that he built out going into this match worked out so well for him. And the times that we called out where you couldn't whiff against Lashar, he got whiff punished every single time he whiffed. So really, really good spacing and neutral coming from Jack.
Yeah, he knew the game plan. Like you said at the beginning, right? Like, I'm not going to try to play slow and play heavy footsies against Lashar. He's amazing at it. His character's amazing at it. I got to force a different strat. And we've seen even Kazunoko, right, when he won Capcom Cup, said the same thing. I picked Yun because I'm not trying to play footsies against Taiyo. So, yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and you got to know what your matchup is and where your strengths lie in it. So, amazing stuff from Jack.
Just this combo got me hyped, man. Off the wake up.
Yeah. Man, a Jack 2-0. 2-0 over Lashar as well.
Who would have imagined that? I'm sure people's fantasy brackets are a little messed up right now because I've talked to so many people and they're like, we love Jack, but there ain't no way.
Yeah,
There's
exactly,
no way.
right? No
and
chance,
there's
no
a 2-0. 2-0. Insane play. And this is just day one.
Day one. We've already seen so many upsets. That's what we've come to expect here at Capcom Cup. Man, and that point differential, those 2-0s really matter.
It really does.
Huge dub for Jack here. But now we're going to, man, I forgot how sick this group is. Every match is a complete banger after banger. Big Bird versus Cien now.
The biggest bird. And we just saw both of these players win against their earlier matches. The biggest bird, Big Bird, taking it over Oil King, and Cien taking it over Yuri Velorio, yes.
Yes, indeed. So both of these players here looking to come out super hot, right? You're able to get up 2-0 in your first two matches in the group stage. That puts you in prime position to get out, whether it be in winners or losers. So this is a huge match for both players right now.
Yeah, I think matchup-wise, I think it's slightly in the favor of Rashid. I mean, a lot of players say he's like, you know, top-tier character in this game, right? The thing is, Cien has played against Oil. That's literally his training partner.
Yeah, true.
So he has so much Rashid experience. I'm so interested in seeing how he approaches this matchup because, again, Big Bird and Oil King do play differently.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, like we said, DJ falling off the map a little bit. So definitely it could be, like, matchup experience-wise advantage in Cien's favor. We'll see if it'll be enough to kind of make up the difference. Definitely interested in seeing how it all goes, of course, if Cien has any unique answers to the level 2. Because remember that sway, the forward one, is projectile invulnerable, so maybe he can catch Big Bird sleeping and not being ready for that.
Imagine if he sways through the Yasar.
Imagine, right? Dancing on people. Usually that's just going to be tough because Rashid's will, like, forward advance, like spinning mixer or do something, right? So it's going to be tough to actually do that. But we'll see if we get a wow moment for sure.
Yeah, and for sure, we see these wow moments come from character specialists.
Yes.
And indeed, Cien is the DJ character specialist here.
Very excited to get this one underway. And wow!
The dash forward, crouch jabs, trade. Okay, both get counter hit.
My man was looking for the CQC, close quarters combat only.
There's a stand medium kick just to check Big Bird from walking in on him. There's the sway.
So good, man. Like we said, DJ is just so good at punishing people for the way they traditionally take their turns in this game. He is the anti-meta character.
Cien actually thought the target combo was going to connect because Big Bird walked forward. I was surprised he was able to block in time.
Yeah, beautiful little micro block right there and perfect parry off the light string. I love seeing that.
A little delay, trying to see what Big Bird was going to do. Big Bird does not take the fight.
Especially when people drive rush out of the corner, they tend to backdoor right, so he definitely tried to bait him into techie. Right now, though, Big Bird not going to fall for any of that backdash avoids, but as soon as he gets the chance, busts out.
Such a well-timed OD mixer too, because when you backdash and you do the stand jab and they block it, you're used to doing a chain or a delayed button.
Precisely. Now again, the crouch fear is just trying to really utilize the spacing of Rashid. Oh, wanted to get into that right after, but she ends so quick on the processing.
Right? He whiffed crouch strong into a perfect parry. That's some Street Fighter 6 play right there.
That's how you gotta do it, straight up. Oh, chasing him down with the drive rush and beat him to the button. And Xian's gonna empty the clip right there. Machine gun punch right into the level 3. This is gonna give him some time to maybe build back some bar as well.
Yeah. And make sure he burns that Big Bird from the next string. Yep, next block. Wow, that caught him so high up in there too.
Indeed, and you know, the Big Bird, yeah, he's just gotta hold that round. I think he knew that Xian was gonna come for the burnout, right? But he didn't want to sacrifice any of the meter, rather go into the final round with 3, potential 2 Yasars, right?
Exactly.
There's one.
Let's see how Xian deals with this pressure. What a check. Okay, and he walks into it.
No, that's unfortunate. You know he was just trying to walk as close as possible and block, but sometimes you get caught slipping.
Oh wow, it catches as a cross-up too.
One of the only anti-airs in the game that has a cross-up hitbox.
Okay, there's the whip punish. We're gonna see some damage come out right now. Into level 1.
Try to get as much damage as possible here. Somehow gets thrown as a setup.
Oh, the check again on the drive rush overhead.
Yeah, he knew that Big Bird would have killed with that, right? If that was a drive rush overhead starter, so he scouted it perfectly. And now Big Bird's gonna go into level 2, looking to put him in burnout. Does exactly that. And that's the thing, remember, DJ's level 1 is not invul, so he couldn't escape that. Even with 1 meter, it was checkmate. He's got a drive rush available. Heavily scaled, but man, these Rashid combos never in. Finally did it, he got him on the cross-up jump. No, he shut down. The level 1 is not projectile invul. Xian punches out the first game.
Jesus, I was concerned, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, this might be a slight miscalculation on Big Bird's end, and unfortunately he burned himself out and put himself in that situation.
Yeah, he built to the level 1, but I think the route up to that point, it wouldn't have built the level 1 in time to actually juggle, right? So that route, it was tough. Big Bird, the ever optimist, it was just slightly miscalculated.
Yep, Xian able to capitalize on that, gets game 1. But Big Bird on the offense now has Xian in the corner.
Down here, making him take the whirlwind pressure, and Big Bird stabs in the throw until the busts out.
Block, didn't want to anti-air in that situation. Xian, look at Xian so strong in neutral. When there's any slight hesitation, he does what DJs do, the drive rush jab.
Yep. Precisely here, and the trade combo from Big Bird.
Yeah.
Mans knew how that one would play out.
Yeah, Big Bird not trying to give Xian the opportunity to breathe right now.
See the micro movement from Big Bird right there at the 99-second mark, just moves slightly forward and stopped, baited out the whip from Xian. That was sick.
Okay.
Oh, and a combo. He always knows the proper spacing.
It's so funny, there was so much hits done on that overhead. I wasn't sure if it was going to combo into the tornado or not.
Big same. I had to look at the combo counter. I was like, oh, it really did combo. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Baits it out, Big Bird. What a response in game 2.
He said you got that first game because it was a mistake, not because you earned it. So I'm going to perfect you the second match.
Wow.
And make it even 1-1.
Very, very convincing performance here in game 2 from Big Bird. See how the rest of it plays out, but yeah, that shallow knee drop, that's a big problem for Rashid, right? Because of the longer startup on his anti-airs, that definitely beats a lot of the attempts you try as Rashid. Oh, he tried the double throw.
Yeah, was able to jump out the corner. Sway not catching there, okay?
Nice block on the overhead as well, and then presses right after, doesn't care about the +1. And again, the anti-air, the shallow knee drop is one of those things. I've seen Dual Kevin plagued by the knuckle new knee drop when he plays DJ. This is exactly how we're seeing this play out right now, and Xian responds to a perfect one of his own.
Amazing adaptation from Xian because he didn't do that many short jumps, and the one time he did do it, did connect, so he's recognizing that now.
Yep. He's like, oh yes, this is one of the strats in this matchup that can be abused. The plus range there as well. Oh.
Yeah, he got the punish counter low 4, but doesn't get the conversion. He's going to go into level 3 from here.
The machine gun punch gonna shave off all that health.
And you can see on the player cam, Big Bird definitely, I think, looked a little frustrated because I don't know what happened. I have to imagine he did cancel one of those crouch medium kicks that hit that didn't come out. So it's tough when it goes like that for sure. It's giving Xian an opportunity that really wasn't going to be there unless Big Bird had an execution error like we saw, but amazing performance from Xian again, like you said, 9th Capcom Cup, one of the most consistent players in fighting game history, and he's off to a 2-0 start already.
Insane. And I think this is one of the matchups where it was kind of like a 50-50. You couldn't really like feel who was going to for sure come out of this, right? They're two really, really strong players. But I think overall, you would think that Big Bird, I think he had the slight advantage if we were to take some odds, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
But Xian, he just laid the pressure on, and he played the neutral so well. Like I say in the first match, he played neutral really well with the sways, as you mentioned, just to get the whip punishes. But in the last game, he just was so aggressive, starting with the short jumps and all the neutral. He kind of, I don't want to say he skipped neutral, but he just kept the offense on.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And that was a switch up from, like we said, the first game or the first couple of games where he was playing it a little bit more slow. He was looking for the footsies, how to manipulate with the spacing traps. Beautiful shutdown right there with the projectile against the level 1. And then the last game, he recognized the short hop is very annoying for Big Bird. It's going to be just tough if I overwhelm him with stuff like that, along with, of course, the very long drive rush of DJ as well.
Yeah. Xian, just such clean play. There weren't that many times of the scramble, actually.
No, there wasn't. Yeah, absolutely. And what mental fortitude from Xian, because that was such a convincing game too from Big Bird to really come back like that and immediately make adjustments. You can see he's been playing fighting games for a long time, and that's what we talked about, man. The anti-airs, it's just so tough. You really have to start kind of trying to perfect parry them, but then of course that opens you up to an empty jump, and it's just hard, man.
You can't even air to air because the short jump is so short. Like, you just really, really have to be prepared to do an early mixer.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's a lot to ask when you have to worry about everything else that we do when it comes to playing neutral and fighting games. So incredible stuff right there from Xian, off to a 2-0 start. Big Bird 1-1 now. He did win his first game.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, I believe Big Bird is going to be done for the day. We got Oil King versus Jack to close out our group.
Insane. Oil King versus Jack, and we just saw Jack take out Lashar.
Yeah,
right?
Oh man, I just forgot about that.
So this is going to be really interesting because they actually play each other at EVO.
Oh, okay.
And Jack said it was free. I didn't get to see the match. I didn't get to see it, but Jack did say he kind of freed up a little Oil King, you know? And come on, we're talking about Rashid. There's so many great Rashid players, and we cannot gloss over the fact that Dual Kevin plays with Jack all the time.
The top 2 Midwest representatives out of the United States are Jack and Dual Kevin.
Yep.
Right? So straight up, and obviously they're the 2 here at Capcom Cup as well. They play each other all the time. This might be the matchup that Jack knows the most.
That's right. I'm very interested to see, because I will say Oil King does play different from Dual Kevin.
For sure. It's always one of those situations that can help and hurt, right?
Yeah.
If you get a little bit too in your own head about the way you think Rashid should be played, you might get caught off guard. But if Jack can just stick to what he knows about the character, I think it's going to go a long way.
I mean, all you got to do is just drive rush medium kick, right? That's what they tell me.
Apparently right now, Oil King, though. And this is one of the things about the group stages, right? He knows he lost to Jack at EVO. He knows he's in his group. So I'm sure he studied the tapes as well. And look at these anti-airs already coming out.
Yeah, as you mentioned, when you've lost to someone, you usually go back to the lab and study them and try to practice against them. And
burned him out with that one, but Jack still being able to press back, and a beautiful backdash, man. Just outspacing the jump in right there. That was good stuff from Oil King.
Yeah, making whip, that's usually not an option that most people do too. Most people try to either parry it or just block the jump gears.
Yeah. I love that. Knowing that it feels like it's a little bit shorter on the range of the jump when it comes to that, right? So I like Oil King's adaptation.
Okay.
Ooh, and the delay right there. With the medium punch, caught the fuzzy defense timing from Oil King. Oh man, it's so tough to anti-air after the wall click.
Yeah, somehow gets hit by the jumping portion of it, and we're gonna see the level 2. What's the mix up here?
Yeah, you would have thought he anti-aired because he didn't commit to anything, right? But still awkward. He's able to sneak a throw in here. He's still got the air current there as well. Caught him reaching. Taught him a couple of lessons right there. He has learned from the EVO set.
Yeah, he's going to have to take a little bit of an adjustment here. Are we going to take some time? Yep, take some time to think about it in the character select screen. He has to figure out how he's going to approach this matchup differently. And I don't think we've seen a lot of... We've seen jump-ins. We've seen a lot of jump fierces so far, right? But we haven't seen a lot of neutral drive rushes.
Yeah.
I think that catches Rashid a lot, especially like drive rush jab coming from JURI. you don't give him the space to apply the charge wind shots or anything like that.
So yeah, that's what we're gonna see if Jack's gonna switch it up, try to maybe just overload him on the ground a little bit more, and beautiful check right there. Oil King's the one that busted out with a drive rush, but Jack more than ready.
With the crowd strong, and immediately puts Oil King to the corner, but you know, Rishi can get out of the corner pretty easily.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Jack, he's trying to stay at this space where, again, oh man, such good jump timing from Oil King, caught him committing to the big bite. Now we're gonna play it nice and slow again here. Not committing to anything too heavily. Does drive rush cancel there, and now severely losing the drive meter war.
Yeah, had to get hit there or he was gonna take the burnout. The decision was up to him, okay? What a check with the crouch jab.
Again, busting out with the OD fireball, calling out the throw attempt as well. You thought I was trying to save jump you? Nah.
The punish counter throw was enough to kill. Okay, we punish with OD mixer.
Yeah, that was kind of sick. Like you said before, right, that button's scary to try to whip punish because of the first hit, so I kind of like Oil King just busting out with something invincible. Right now, Jag, yeah, obviously the juries are staying fierce merchants. I love that spacing trap, though.
Best buttons in the game for sure. The neutral jump actually punished him. Yasar is out.
Try to meet him in the middle right there, but the advanced spin mixer and the Yasar still comes. Obviously, that overhead was coming because it was going to be a perfect space to combo.
Nice anti-air with the OD mixer, keeping Jack in the corner.
I like that, the reversal OD fireball from that space, but man.
Oil King is so good at spacing and gets the jump fierce. He's gotten a punish counter every single time.
Legitimately.
Not every single time, but 2 times so far.
Yeah, and that's 2 times more often than we see it, right? So.
Are we going to see a level 1 come out? He's holding on to it until he's close to the corner.
How much magic you got in this pixel, Jack? Oh, all the magic in the world. I'm not sure what Oil King woke up with. We saw the counter hit. Obviously, he was burnt out, so no parry available, and that was safe jump timing. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I'm wondering what that counter hit was.
Yeah.
Maybe it was like a mistake on the input for a super, like his level 1 super?
Yeah, but that should have safe jumped to level 1 super still, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it was a safe jump no matter what, but he had no options at that point.
Very strange, but yeah, I guess because of that, he was like, I'm probably just going to get chipped out, so I might as well try something,
Might as well do the
right?
super just in case Jack messes up his safe jump.
Yeah, something like that, so.
Regardless, didn't come out.
Valiant effort from Oil King there. And Jack, I mean, what a response. I think he was really confident after that Lashar and had beaten Oil King before, so kind of went into that first game a little reckless. Now he's looking super sharp.
Yep, definitely. Whatever he thought about in that character select screen is working out for him right now.
Cindy getting the perfect parry, just slowly pushing Rashid to the corner, but Oil King, I think he caught onto his habits a little bit. Fishing for the big Renko kicks, and he's not going to let him have it.
Like that, we're at set point for Oil King.
Yeah, Oil King needs this, right? After he dropped the first game, again, I'm not sure.
Just a raw jumping connects.
Yeah, he just got hit crouching. Like, he honestly, if he would have stood up, it might have whipped because obviously your hurt box gets extended when you crouch in this game. So, ooh, right over the fireball. That's always something Rashid looks for in this matchup.
That's how you know he's been practicing this matchup.
Now, that was beautiful jump timing from Jack right there to not have to block that jump in.
Okay, 2 throws, 3 throws.
Yeah, Jack thought he was going to switch it up that time, but no switching. We just loop in. Oh, the air-to-air throw from Jack, though. That puts Oil King in the corner. Is this the beginning of the comeback? Air-to-air as well.
Okay. We're going straight into level 3. We're going to take that damage, build some meter back.
Yeah. I like that decision right there. CEA put yourself in prime position to take this round. Force a whole nother round. Force a whole nother round of decisions.
Will he OD mixer? No OD mixer. Jump back. He burned himself out.
Risking it all for that offensive pressure, and the risk does not pay off. Oil King striking back and giving himself a victory in this pool. Really well done right there. And of course, Jack dropping to 1-1 as well, but defeating Lashar, you gotta be happy with your first day regardless.
Truly. Like, what a performance from everybody in this group so far. The matches were insane. Regardless, win or lose, you're still getting that stare at the camera at the end of the day.
And that's one of the beautiful things, right? Jack is not like such a salty human being where if he loses, he's just gonna be like, get that camera out of my face. No, he still plays it up. He's still a very good sport about everything. Well done from Jack, and obviously super well done from Oil King.
Incredible play. I mean, so we had Big Bird, Oil King, Cien, Lashar. Unfortunately, that was only Lashar's matchup today, but I'm sure we're going to see plenty more of him in the next 2 days, so can't wait to see how this pool turns out. This pool is already like everyone's brackets are already messed up. Their fantasy brackets. So
Yeah.
really, yeah.
100%. Jack beating Lashard blew up everybody's bracket.
Yeah, and I
straight
think
up.
Oil King, Jack, I think that was kind of a mix-up too because, again, the
Yeah.
history was that Jack had beaten Oil King in the past.
That's a good point, right? And we talked about it before. When you tend to lose, you tend to study the person a little bit more. So great adaptation from Oil King from that previous Evo set.
Amazing. But yeah, here we go. As you were just talking about the match results, we're actually, Cien is the one who's 2-0. He's the one who's looking up to come out in winners. And then we have Big Bird, who's looking like he's going to come out in losers so far. Actually, him and Jack are tied,
Yeah,
if I'm
both
reading this
1-1.
correctly, right?
Yeah, both 1-1 and both with the +1 point differential as well, right? So yeah, they're gonna be tied for second place right now. Oil King slightly trailing them because he is 1-1 as well. But with the -1 round differential, that hurts, right? That's what we talked about. Coming for the round differentials on those last days, it often comes down to just those few points between the players.
Yeah, we're about to move on to an interview with Cien himself and Reinhardt.
Yes, indeed. It's gonna be coming up in just moments. Best believe. I can't wait to hear what Cien has to say because, man, starting off 2-0 in his 9th Capcom Cup, just incredible experience, and the way he's just still able to perform at such a high level after all these years. I mean, it's so admirable, man.
Such clean play, such clean play. Look at that. There we go. There's a 1-1. Should be 2-0, I think, and +4. So, all right, we're moving on to the interview. Sorry.
極めて緊迫した試合で勝利し、次のラウンドへ進むとなっている形なのです。で、これから質問したいと思っています。Your match versus Uriel Florian, 2-0 against the Ken. I saw you practicing. How confident were you going into that matchup?
Actually, I'm not very confident against Ken. I think it's really fast-paced, so I think he played very nervous, so I got lucky.
ですね、最初の試合はユリエル・フロリエンとケンと対決でして 2-0 で勝って、でもチアンさんの方からなんかウリエルさんがすごく緊張感があってちょっと運が良かったですっていう感じなんです。で次はその後にビッグバードさんと対戦してその試合はいかがでしたでしょうかって聞きたいのです。So, after that you played Big Bird and it was close, went down to the wire. You actually pulled off a pretty impressive comeback. How do you feel about your performance in that match?
I think Big Bird is one of the very favorite contender in this tournament, and I spent a lot of time just study against him because I think he will be the most difficult one. So I'm very happy that, although it was close, I was really happy that it went out in my favor.
グループの中で全員を見たらビッグバードは一番危ないと思ってて、ずっと動画を見てたり対策作ったり動画を見ながら対策作ったり、だから 2-1 で勝利できることができてとても嬉しいですって言ってて。Thank you very much for the interview and good luck for your next matches. はい、それで終わりまして、キャスターさんたちにはバトンタッチです。
Beautiful stuff once again from Cien. Love hearing from, again, one of the most legendary fighting game players of all time, and always big ups to Reinhardt as well.
Amazing. I mean, he's a fighting legend himself.
Yeah, exactly, right? Honestly, on a lot of people's Mount Rushmore when it comes to fighting games, of course. But Capcom Cup wouldn't be possible without all of our lovely sponsors. And I'm very excited to honestly talk about this next one because Red Bull BC1 World Final in Tokyo, nothing beats the streets. There's actually one going down this week as well with special guest Knowledge. Grammy Award-winning Knowledge will also be in Japan. But this one that we're talking about right now, this is going to be going down on November 9th. For the first time, returning to Tokyo for the first time in 9 years, Red Bull BC1 is the biggest global one-on-one breaking competition where thousands of breakers compete in more than 30 countries every year for a chance to represent at the World Final. This November, Red Bull BC1 World Final Tokyo 2025 is bringing something extra special through the epic collaboration with your own Street Fighter 6. Starting with a video showcase released last year featuring Japan's own B-Girl Ami and B-Boy Shige Kicks, apologies if I mispronounced that, and a few of your favorite SF6 characters, including Jamie. I want to see that. Stay tuned for more exclusive content from this Power Collab. And remember, the American-born culture of breaking will take center stage here at the Ryugoku Koku Geekon on November 9th, the iconic home of sumo wrestling. Beautiful stuff. Make sure you visit redbull.com to not miss anything.
I love watching this competition.
Yeah,
Have you seen any of them?
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. The
It's
breaking,
insane.
unparalleled.
I'm trying to be a break dancer sometimes too. You know, I can do a baby freeze.
Oh, okay, you
No,
even
I
got
have
names.
some pictures. Back
Sherry.
in my day, I
Okay,
used
Sherry.
to break a little bit, you know.
You might be in Ryu Goku for a whole nother reason in
You know,
November.
that'd be sick.
That's what
Bring me
I'm talking
back.
about. But yes, of course, we are going to get to our next group, which I believe is going to be Group G after a quick break. Do not go anywhere.
Where dreams become reality. Monster Hunter Bridge.
Show me what you have. What? How silly.
カプコンカップ11、続いてはグループ G の模様をお届けしてまいります。グループ G プレイヤー入場です。
Moving forward in the tournament, here at Capcom Cup 11, it's time to look at Group G. And welcoming, it's time for the first player of that group.
まずは白夜のマジシャン、ジュシージョー。
The White Knight Magician from Sweden, it's Juicy Joe!
Franceの若きヒットマン、キンズ・ユー。
One of the youngest up-and-coming rising stars, a young hitman from France, it's Hills You!
中国14億分の1、上海。
The multiple-time EVO KOF champion, the EWC Street Fighter 6 champion, it's the King of China, Xiao Hai!
ドミニカの移動要塞、カバー。
From the Dominican Republic, it's the Juggernaut, Kaba!
Florida の星、中田。
And it's the 2016 Capcom Cup champion, the Sunshine Star, Knuckle Doo!
姿勢の包囲網、ネフュー。
Next up, last but not least, it's the intellectual nephew.
さあということでグループ G も選手入ってきましたが、このグループにガイルが2人固まったんですよね。
あ、そうです。そうですよね。はい。
その中にシャオハイもいる、キルズユーもいると、ジューシージョーもいる。
あとね、忘れずにカプコンカップの元チャンピオンナックルドゥもいらっしゃってますね。
ナックルドゥも。はい。そう。ガイル2枚、ジュリ2枚っていうグループですよね。
ですよね。はい。
はい。さあ非常に
ジューシージョーはスウェーデンからいらっしゃってて、あまり知られてなくて、すごい強い JP なんですけれども、それもすごい楽しみにしてます。
楽しみですね。さあという以上6名の選手によってこのグループ G 総当たり戦をしていただき、上位2名がトップ16トーナメント進出となります。
So with that said, that is the 6 members of Group G as you see standing on the stage right now, ready to go head to head in best of 3s. 2 of them will be qualifying for that top 16 spot.
それでは選手の皆さん準備をお願いいたします。
Alright, well, all the players be ready on standby. Thank you very much.
さあそしてここからの熱い戦いを盛り上げてくれる実況席にお渡ししたいと思います。お願いします。
And that is it from here. We want to hand it back over to the caster's desk to call the action. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it indeed. Ryan Hart, shout out to the homies on the stage. Ryan Hart holding it down as usual. Incredible guest, host I should say. But we are officially at Group G. My goodness, there's some spicy matches. We're going to explain it as we move forward. But of course, back on the desk, IFC Yipes and my bro, Say Cola.
My G.
I'll at your boy. What's going on, man?
Oh, you know what's good. You mentioned that these matches are about to be juicy. And I'm not talking about the Joe, talking about the possibility. Well, no, it will happen. There's no possibility of a 10K plus money match possibly happening on that stage. As the week goes on, bro, Imagine Do versus Kaba.
I mean, we'll see. But look at this colorful side of things.
Let's talk about it.
When it comes to the players, of course, Juicy Joe's in the mix.
Yes,
Kills
sir.
You, Shao Hai, Kaba, Do, and Nephew. This is a nice little bunch of killers, if you will. All these guys are SFL representatives as Shao Hai, although he did win SFL last year with Team Bandits.
True.
So he's definitely up in the rafters in terms of representing a championship. Hell, just championships on their own. But all of these guys are incredible players. Let me just see if we see that match. Okay, so we don't see it in day
It's
one.
not
Sorry.
day one.
You already know what
All
I was
right,
looking for. It was Kaba versus Knuckle Dude, but it looks like we're going to wait for that day 2. And that's all right.
Right,
Hopefully
but
I can get to commentate that.
It all matters, though. It all matters. At the same time, you know, you can ruin somebody else's run, even if you're not playing them directly. But going down this list, Juicy Joe versus Kills You, Shao Hai versus Kaba, Knuckle Dude versus Nephew, Juicy Joe versus Shao Hai, and we end it with Kills You. A little bit later on, again, we finally up against Knuckle Dude. But right now, it's going to be Juicy Joe versus Kills You, setting up with the Kenny, which I do agree. I like that against the JP.
Okay.
But even then, I don't think JURI is too bad if he has to go that option either. So both are pretty good against JP.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I'll definitely like the Cammy pick, though. Of course, the shallow dive kicks will always throw off a couple of anti-airs. However, Juicy Joe has been very consistent at air grabbing those dive kicks.
Yes.
So we'll see the ground approach here from Kills You, but Juicy Joe's a phenomenal defensive player, and he got a lot of tricks in the bag, man. He definitely does not have, damn, I want to diss him, but I'm not going to say it on camera. And I was talking about a basketball player from France, but I'm going to keep it, I'm going to shut up. And anybody that watches basketball and you watch me, you know who I'm talking about. But that's here nor there. Juicy Joe versus Kills You. I had the chance to see both of these players actually in SFL EU.
Right.
Phenomenal. The fact that they're captains, right? On the side of Kills You, of course, Crimson. On the side of Juicy Joe, Problem X. Shout outs to the boys. When I see them having confidence in their players, whoever it is that they pick, I got to keep my eyes peeled. And both of these guys definitely delivered. So I'm here to see this excellent match. Seen it, of course, in SFL EU, but this is when a lot of the stakes are really high in this game.
Yeah, $1 million on the line, the possibility of moving through the bracket, definitely a little bit different than what you have in that team-based tournament. But on the token of things here for Juicy Joe, he worked through Salt Mine, playing consistently online. You saw him earn the right to be at Street Fighter League, and of course earn his right out here. On the other side of things, flip side of things, Kills You has been one of those players I feel like it's kind of, I feel like people don't kind of rate him enough. You know what I'm saying? Comparatively, it actually reminds me of a little bit of Phenom, where Phenom will get like top 16, top 8s. Similar to Kills You, gets in these top spots. Remember during the last year of Street Fighter 5 that he almost beat Daigo?
Okay.
Kills You did? Like, it's just moments like that where Kills You gets so close, where he's in top 8 or whatever people forget. He's one of those cats that you have to look out for, and with a good repertoire of characters to fight against JP, as you mentioned with the dive kicks, JURI can do something similar, a little bit risky on her side of things, but an advantage she has, if he needs to go that way, has the fireball. If you knock down JP, he can't go for the amnesia, the mini fireball will stop that continuously, and her drive rush, of course, is a million miles. We do see it on the screen. It's what he's looks like he might be locking into. I see the controller being moved around, the character select, and the costume all being addressed, so okay.
Yeah, let's not lie to the people here, production. This is love. This is going to be JURI for sure. I like the approach. As you said, the amnesias do get blown up with fireballs, so JURI's all about mini fireballs. We got Sweden versus France here, ladies and gentlemen. They're friends outside of this, but here, everybody's an enemy, man, for good reason. Of course, Juicy Joe Kills You, opening gambit. Let's get it popping. Already looking for that counter. Hit the anti-air represented early from Juicy Joe. Telling you, man, he got a lot of tricks, man, a lot in the bag for sure. Kills You, first time I really seen this JURI was in SFL EU, but the Cammy is definitely, I feel like, the main at this point.
Yeah.
But we'll see, though.
Which is so good, he can play any character that has that walk speed, that sort of drive rush with a button sort of style. There's a throw, dash up, wait for a little bit, gets a counter, it stocks up in between, I like that.
Counter poke into the ghost, the paranormal activity just to get some spots to the overhead. Didn't watch the noggin there, gotta watch it. Throws, okay, not scared of the amnesia yet, there it is.
Nice, pretty mini fireball, amnesia works out for Juicy Joe. Great calling on the defense, sets up the departure. Every knockdown you want the departure. Cheapest thing about JP, especially this season, is that departure to lock you down. Juicy Joe trying to work and burn out.
There
so
it is for the finish, he's good. He just need to make a block one time for the driver, there it is. What a finish. Kills You, what a way to answer first blood.
Yes, sir. First
All
round
right.
to him.
Here we go, already with the confirmed Juicy Joe, all the screen control in the world. What's it gonna be? This is the parkour tour, what I like to call it. Are we gonna crash through there? Obviously looking for that perfect parry on those projectiles. Maybe punished with a dash round or a fierce.
What a walk back into crouching in punch to go Kills You into getting hit. Blaze the throw, still able to tech, Kills You, avoids, and gets a throw of his own. Unfortunately, he's still caught up in the corner. Has to go for a back throw. There we go. Switch it up.
That was and that was a tech too.
Yeah.
So that worked out. Nice counterpart. We're going to go for the level 3. No, we're going to save that cash. Are we that confident? What an air throw. Get back over here, young man.
That too, the drive impact. He gives you the super. Juicy Joe, he got the juice, and he's loose.
Hugo Joe. This is Hugo Joe. I don't know how we say juice in Japan, but I'm going to have to learn that by the end of this weekend. Very nice. Great 2-in-1. What a reaction. Okay, jumping in with the L block. Shout out to Tasty Steve. All right, hardcore tour again.
We get in. Back medium punch. Staggers the crouching medium punch a little bit. Back in for the back though. Same medium. All right, gives a slash. The throw again. Juicy Joe going for a lot of throws, and Kyosu has had some really defensive reads on his own with his techs.
Go. Oh, I actually thought he could get a punish. Juicy Joe, however, ready, almost with the perfect parry. I'm pretty sure it would have landed if it was in range. All right, trying to bait out that parry, trying to get some big damage.
What a jump back. Even though he didn't get to hit, the idea to avoid the overhead was fantastic. This for the OD departure, and over departure as well. Kyosu, he's got the range to do a drive rush, heavy kick, medium, or he just dashes in, interruption with the light.
Not much you got to worry once he gets into this low forward range. Oh, out of range for the punish. Unfortunate. Nice.
Foot dive.
Uh-oh. Are we going to spend it? You know what? We are trying to preserve the drive gauge. I concur. Kills you.
Good idea. Get your bar back. Take a lot from him. And you got the lead, too. Burnout drive. Impact immediately. Looking ashy, getting that ass. Immediately kills you. Snap you up with that DI.
Not this time. I like that he didn't shy away from drive impact. Of course, Juicy Joe had the level 3 last time, so he fully committed to that. But committed to the ghost, and he had no bars, so regardless.
There you go. Perfect parry on the round start attempt. Have kick Pierce departure, of course.
That top shelf offense hit.
Yeah.
Wow, we seen the gaps. Usually in those strings, you see people try to parry the ghost, but no, he attacks. Seen the gap in between.
It's a matchup knowledge, man.
Oh, holding up forward. That was not the option there, Juicy Joe. What's it going to be here on the wake up? Oh, the perfect parry. I've seen that a lot represented.
Needed that. Get that distance again. Snap.
Nice.
Air to air. There's the throw right after. One more touch. Jury so pressing in the corner. Catches the back dash with the crouching medium punch. Not out of this yet, but it's going to be difficult. Oh,
Joe had the right idea. Try to score the knockdown, jump out, or set the departure, either or. All right.
He's on set point. He's got level 2 to work with if he wants it. Level 3 as well. He builds it up. She will like a battery.
Good jump in the foot dive, huh?
Bro, I'm telling you. It's so hard to deal with that character. You have the crouch fierce, but if you miss, she's right next to you on the Yoki sort of scenario. If she hits, even if it's on block, she's still close.
Joe getting walked down. This is trouble. Feeling a little claustrophobic here, I feel like. Now, that's the unfortunate thing. He can't really confirm off a low forward. He can't 2-1. Counter his close, sure.
Yeah.
But that's how you know, like, he's going to really throw out that better. It's easy to read.
Right. Stand block. Perfect parry. Go for the back, though. Get the departure. To do that, to switch sides. Even more damage. A typical back throw. For his own overhead. We'll get the throw on the tap parry attempt.
Better that than the hit. He got one more throw. Oh, no. My paranormal activity. What a way to condition. Woke up parry. He just tried to make contact with the level 2. That way he can find an option to get out. But unfortunate for kills you. Juicy Joe with a chance to tie this up. Setting the tone with these folks.
Yes, sir.
Coming into my fierce range, please. 4.
Knocked that away. No Tiger Woods. Stocks up. Tapping parry in between some of these strings. Looking to get a tap parry and a perfect parry for a knockdown or a stock up attempt. But it's only happening here for Juicy Joe. Put him in the corner. Can we spin the bar to get close to burnout? No, he goes for OD departure. Oh, now you're burnt out, and now you're looking real bad up at the corner. Only level 3 to your name. Stops the dash up with the crouching medium kick.
I don't blame him for going for that reversal neither. He probably thought he was going to try to throw him into the departure.
Right.
Oh, my goodness. This is pure Bloxton and you ashy.
Get this man some aloe vera and get him a seat in the stands. It's a one-touch scenario. It's one more hit, and that's going to be a Juicy Joe. Put the squeeze on Kills You.
Juicy Joe is a little close to cover. He's definitely threading the needle there. Kills You almost got his drive gauge that last smash, but finished the job nonetheless.
Yeah.
Juicy. You know very well. Let me show you.
Juicy fruit. That's old. Hold on, let me stop. Date myself.
I like that song.
Yeah, it's good.
Let's go. All right, no technical there. Good defense kills you. It's like, what can you really whip punish from JP? It's so hard. It's not like I'm saying it's phantom normal.
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
not like you're not going to get a consistent low.
It's the timing against like the fireballs that make it really hard. Stand fierce, stand medium, crouching medium punch, doable, but then he says when he fireball, fake fireball, all the mental noise makes it way more difficult to do so than it is on paper.
Ooh, met you halfway. I'll see you down the block. I'm right here.
On the Uber.
Okay.
Departure. Meaty Heavy can get to hit. Level 2 didn't even have to use it, but will do so to seal the deal. Juicy Joe now puts himself on set point.
What a potent mix-up, dude. He held up forward trying to avoid the throw, but sniped out by the target combo. Juicy Joe, the layers is in place here with a chance to move on in this group. It's only the first match, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it. Yeah, okay.
You saw him even try to anti-air with the crouch spears. Didn't work out. By reversal. Knock it away.
Why not? Don't get cheap on the cash. And that is burnout. We are dehydrated. The back throw. What a sneaky dash, and he finds some more time to live.
Is it borrowed, though? The
anti-air. He's good. As long as he don't get back thrown. Look, he tried to tech right there. What a check from Juicy Joe. Gets some free damage on the lights.
Archer again.
Good. He's
OD
back on the
fireball. AC builds up more bar, even though Juicy Joe's in burnout. Get that level 2 sort of scenario.
Oh,
fine for him. No kills, he doesn't find it. Follow up. Get the throw. With the corner, Traverse overhead, stand, block the trade, drive impact, splat. Wipe him down.
It's over. Well, not yet. We do have another round, but we are going to cash out. I agree. Yeah, man, you better. That's a lot of zeros.
Imagine you try to go for like a reset overhead, and he's still alive.
Nah.
He's still on burnout.
Something's definitely wrong with Kills. That would happen. Nonetheless, though.
You don't want a million, bro. You don't want to win.
Everybody want a million. I'm not even there. I want a million.
Right?
Let's go. Watch. Good throw. With the button and then goes for the throw, of course, trying to anticipate the parry here from Kills You. Oh, but we still turns.
We stay solid. Amnesia coming right back into play. Russian mid-screen. Nice Russian, knowing that that's fake, that heavy slash. It's not real.
I wonder if he's just delaying it in case that he does do anything at the string.
Possibly. That's a good point.
Let's go. Are we going to get up out of there? Yes.
Crouch spears, drive impact. Pick up with a forward heavy kick and a departure after this. OD, even better.
This is tough. Oh, the overhead. That is pure. Obviously, you can avoid it with a parry, but he is dehydrated, so it's pure 50-50. Took him to the casino there with that mix-up. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Juicy Joe, first blood here to kick off Group G, defeating the likes of Kills You. Ooh, that was a close one. 2-1, not bad, right? And it went back to back, even though, of course, the win is very important here, but you want to be healthy on the round side of things in this round robin, so.
100%. Juicy Joe surviving a matchup that's not so fun for him, for JP, even though we've seen some buffs happen back to the character. Overall, so many things that JURI can't present, we saw in the match, but Juicy Joe, the defensive decisions as an innate thing, as a player, got him through. We'll take a look at that replay real soon here, but I just like the way that we saw, like, you see one option, you have a counter for it, right back after. Oh, and overhead's coming through, either on stand block or on jump back media to meet that. Good stuff.
Listen, anybody that plays a keep away character like JP, I mean, he rushes down very well. Sorry, you open him up. But anybody that wants to play a character like JP, it's all about stopping them from moving forward. And he did a great job this whole time. You know, it's crazy. I just heard you right now thinking you was just talking to me. But it's all good.
The back and forth. A little confusing.
Yeah, man, but he was definitely looking good in terms of mounting his offense. Juicy Joe is one of the best offensive players, I feel like. Though it's with JP, but I feel like if you would pick any other character, he'll still have those same results.
Oh, 100%.
But yeah, man.
Just look at the way that he was able to kind of, again, chip away what Kills You was doing, forcing out that ODDP, as you mentioned, on the throw bait attempt. And like, okay, cool, you ain't got no bar to help. You're done. It's over for you. Like, I'm just going to chip you out. I'm going to get my win that way. Attack your drive gauge so you can't do much of the drive rush or the fireball, because that would normally lock him down. Taking with that resource, minutes a lot of things that JURI can do. And Juicy Joe just work from there. And look at that, expanded level 2. Normally that would be a bad idea, but Juicy Joe is a defensive player, allows him to survive those moments in a next round sort of scenario. This is good here for Kills You. He had a spin bar. That's good for you to save that round, but not having that in the next round for like a level 3 or level 2 to activate isn't too good either. So
for closeout, yeah, no, I agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
Let's see, but this is when it got disgusting here for Kills You. Unfortunately, he was in a burnout, so it was just pure mezcla. That is mix up in Spanish. If you
I didn't know.
I would love to learn that in Japanese. So I gotta step it up, man.
Yeah, we do.
The language barrier here is crazy. Not too bad. It's cool for the English folks out here too. You know what I'm saying? For us Americanos. But let's move forward, never backwards. The King of China, aka the Kid, Xiao Hai. Of course, winning his World Warriors on the Asia Point side of things. Of course, the Juggernaut, Bandits, Kaba. This is my guy right here. I don't even know what warrior he won. I think it was South America. I do believe, no, excuse me, Central America East.
There we go.
Pardon me. I do got my notes right here. I'm getting hip to the notes side of things, guys.
Yeah, adding more. But you know what? He beat Crossover in that grand finale right there.
Yes.
And honestly, Kaba has been getting so good about. Yo, first of all, hold on. Let me
Pardon me.
That stick is insane, bro.
Yes, sir.
Gold-plated EWC stick right there. I do believe. But the fact that that guy brought that stick is crazy. I would leave that at home. But you know what? You your own person.
I mean, these guys are very familiar with the Capcom Cup side of things.
Yeah.
Of course, I do believe Kaba made it 2 times in the Street Fighter 5 side of things. I could be wrong. I know for sure he was in there 2018 and I believe 2019. Damn, I'm sorry. It's been so many Capcom Cups at this point.
Well, he's been there continuously, though. You know, to see Kaba here. Honestly, it makes sense because he's been a very consistent player in 5 and 6. We saw him being consistent out Street Fighter League in the U.S. Finals. He was doing a really good job for Banspec. I think he was probably the winningest player, if I'm not mistaken. He didn't lose any games. And then on top of that, I feel like his game plan of being on defense has been 10 times better than what I've seen years ago from Kaba. You know, he'd wake up OD flash kick, and sometimes he called out, but he would lose games for that, right? This time he'll wake up, delay button and things like that. It feels like he kind of holds back, and it puts people off their paces. I've heard players be like, I thought he was going to flash kick there 4 to 5 times, and Kaba don't do it. Delayed crouching medium, delayed crouching light, or nothing. Just block it out.
He just knows when to be aggressive, man. Kaba has been very sharp. His performance in SFL U.S. Finals was amazing. Definitely held the fort down for Team Bandits. Unfortunately, even though it's a team tournament, right? So you can't just focus on the single side of things.
You're right.
Put in his work at the end of the day. He's definitely well prepared for this Capcom Cup. But let's talk about Shanghai for a second. Man, multiple EVO winner, EWC winner. This man has been in the Capcom Cup, I do believe, 3 times. So far, I could be wrong.
Which is amazing.
I'm just trying to freestyle here in terms of what I remembered me being as a fan of the game. Of course, you did mention Kaba did make it for the Street Fighter 6 side of things as well.
Yeah.
But this man is literally the king of China. He plays multiple fighting games. Whatever he decides and chooses to play, he is going to be one of the best, if not the best. But you're definitely going to see him on the top 8 side of things very consistently. I mean, look at that. Look at his spoils of war.
Brother,
that's
that
what you want.
is.
And you added extra button Shanghai. How could you? And you
walk up like that?
He got reactions already, so that's just a cheat code at this point. But you know what? Hey,
and hiccup burns.
Hey,
yes, together.
So what I do want to highlight about Shanghai for sure is the combination of characters he has in tournaments. So he plays Cammy, he plays Ken, he plays Bison. My goodness, that is a trifecta that will take you very far if you take this world of Street Fighter 6 and just in terms of competing overall very seriously. So
100%.
That is definitely a jack of all trades, master of all, I'm going to be honest.
That's a good emphasis, master of all. Even with those characters on that rotation, you would normally be afraid of a player playing that many characters, especially at this high level. Not for Shanghai. One of those players that uses the character as a toolkit. His style is so consistent, his confirms are so amazing no matter what game he is playing, and it leads to success. If you're playing Bison like that, crouching medium punch, staying medium can lead to a bomb. If all roads lead to bomb, that means your win condition is consistently happening for you. And in this matchup, your area approach is going to be very problematic for Guile. Hellstorm is going to be a pain in the ass for Guile to anti-air.
We're going to see how he approaches this match. Obviously, the key factor, of course, again, in this matchup, I said it before when we was commentating, the OD Psycho Crusher is key to eliminate the Sonic Boom from Guile here. But the thing about Kaba, again, he is the aggressor. So the only way Kaba could really lose here if he whiffs, and this is a master of whiff punish here, Shanghai, so I want to see how this plays out.
Give him a chance, man. Don't give him a chance.
Unfold the story. This is Chapter 1, Kaba versus Shanghai, Group G. Looking for that perfect parry already. Remember, I was talking about that earlier.
You're right. I see that.
Throw scissor kicks out there early, so you gotta watch out for the stand fist.
Ooh, the reset overhead. It's with the bomb, that's good. In combination with a lot of close range moves, I like that. Watching what Kaba's doing, where he's trying to charge. Shanghai's trying to charge.
He's trying to fish out the stand fist or the low forward or the Sonic Boom. There it is. I like that. No technical from Kaba. He's on it. Lovely. Mind you, Mena has picked up Bison as of late, and a phenomenal one, so he's very comfortable. I saw these guys play like 100 games in the back.
Practice. What a whip punch. As you mentioned, don't stick out a button. You're going to get got.
There it is. And he got the lead here. Now he can just kick back and parry the Sonic Booms to get that level 2, and then he has that level 2 on standby to punish the Sonic Boom, so he might react.
He'll be cooling. He'll be chilling if he wants it. Now he's got it. Heavy kick activation if he wants.
He's looking for that low forward, man. He's trying to size him up. He's trying to get into that range for the stand jab counter hit. Nice, there it is. And we get the lead with that one. Nice perfect parry. The
charge!
I'm telling you, man. And that's the thing about playing a child's character like Bison, right? Every time you throw a normal, you already get a free charge in terms of a Psycho Crusher.
Don't give the ABC, man. Always be charging, right?
That's it.
Yeah. There's a throw right there. I like this Xiaohai not pressing the issue with the bomb. Take advantage of that. Forced interaction. Back though. That ass back up on the east side.
Mind you, Kaba was definitely trying to look for the throw tech. Oh yeah. Oh, he got it. He got it. Here's Psycho Crusher. Absolutely. Optimal finish. It's a little shaky here for Kaba, but hey, you're dealing with the kid, a.k.a. the king of China. So let's see what the Juggernaut brings into play. That is Kaba ranks, ladies and gentlemen. Don't count him out yet.
Not yet, not yet. Look the way that Xiaohai's playing. Good on the confirms. Very optimal in terms of like what he's saying. It's not about the bomb. It's about what damage I'm getting off of every confirm for these buttons. The bomb is like a forced interaction. You have to worry about this. I'll gain some damage off of like some throws. But afterwards, I'm going to kill you with some damage off the normals, which you don't typically see from Bison. But that's because most Bison players don't be confirming like that so consistently.
Yeah.
Xiaohai different, bro. You mentioned it before. A master of many games, a master of a lot of things, and let's see if he can master this matchup. First game on his side, we'll see if things continue in his favor.
Vega. Damn, I might have to get hit, yo. I do call myself Bodega Vega on the online side.
Oh, okay, here we go.
So that's kind of crazy.
Use Doc Show.
Yeah, right. Let's go. I mean, that's me. Go check my match. Go watch how I lose. All right, drive rush. No. Actually, no, I'm sorry. He's in the corner. Pardon me. Save that cash. You all right? Xiaohai, the professional. Kaba, though, trying to be a little more aggressive on this side. Not in range for the punish, unfortunately.
Trying to initiate with Sonic Booms to get himself out. Does get the jump out at least. Flash kick, drive rush. Stand light kick, super good. Enforce that strike throw after a drive rush. But Xiaohai, weather the storm, hits the drive reversal, backs that ass up a little bit, back to mid-screen, where you want to be as Bison.
He's going to play in that range until he's a little more healthy on the drive gauge side, and he's going to let that OD Psycho Crusher fly. It's possible.
Oh, it's such a good charge. It's hard to charge like that. Like, it's hard to keep that charge. A little bit less charge, which you expect. Perfect parry. Turn in blue kind of day.
Nice.
Corner play.
What a way to preserve drive gauge, my boy. The DG is still in the pocket. Man, he tried to grab him right at the frame where it was about to end the explosion. That was very sneaky there, Xiaohai. The Sonic Boom Prison is what I like to call it. Shout out to Brahim Keys, Philly.
It's that driver stand like kick again. Get close enough to be able to utilize it. Great strike throw option. Hasn't been doing enough work there against Xiaohai. Drive rush though, puts him up in the corner. What's the option? Counter hit on Wake Up. One more touch.
Like that, got in the range of the stand jab, trying to get the counter hit.
That delay jab.
That man's hitting with that championship edition button. Man,
classic. And they never die.
Never. That's side to the ribs. That's a rib kick. Bison. Excuse me, Vega.
Dictator.
All right.
Yeah.
Kick down the middle. All right, looking for that strike throw. Kaba is not falling for it. Trying to take his turn back. This is a two-player game after all. Nice, just to get out of that Bazooka Nia. We looking for the technical. Xiaohai with the defense, not giving it to him.
That's why he got opened up with the flash kick, the meaty boom right after, holding parry. Xiaohai willing to kind of just grind this out, get the bar back by holding parry as much as possible. He's got the bar at the bottom to utilize, honestly, a two-touch interaction. We start with the OD. Level 3, immediately give me my bar.
I agree with
my
that.
bar, and I need it now.
I agree with it. I agree with it. We need to take control of this matchup now. We get the lead on that one. And he's going to make him suffer on the drive gauge side of things. Is Kaba going to come into a flash kick? He's getting low. He's going to do it?
It might be time to go back to the old stuff. I can't lie. For situations we haven't seen an OD flash kick really, in terms of like a bust-out shot, he's kind of just running his game on the Oki scenarios.
Yeah. But he's holding his fort down. What a way to push himself out. And he got a little healthy on the greener side of things. He eats his veggies.
Oh, the backdash. Luckily wasn't punish counter, could be worse. Come on! Activation, drive reversal. Xiaohai in a crusty situation right now.
Oh, he's good. Look at that, Xiaohai still not scared. Level, I thought he had a level 3 for a second. I'm bugged.
Oh, Xiaohai.
Nice!
Whoa, delayed flash kick to be able to get the answer. Does get the two-piece confirmed against the whip back throw. Beautiful stuff. Kaba still in.
He's alive. You know what's in my blood, ladies and gentlemen.
Tail back.
You know? Oh! You got caught with that last time. Xiaohai says, no, you can fool me once. There it is, standing meter kick. That is the MVP button right here. And that's all for the check. If he gets an actual hit, that's when he can walk up with a stand jab or low forward trying to clip Kaba walking back.
Punish counter on that is not that bad if close enough. Yeah, if he gets close enough for that to happen. Too far out in that range, but I see the idea and the intention. The anti-air is there with the crouch fierce. Drive rush back there with the tap parry attempt. Kaba getting with the upside down kick. The Stranger Things. Boy.
There we go, on his accord. He want to get out this corner. Oh, yeah. All right. We're going to take that drive rush back roundhouse for sure. No, he's going to save that cash. Pardon me. He is low on the drive gauge.
I feel like at this point, Xiaohai got to get aggressive. He's been down to meditate. It's time to dictate. But Kaba on to dictate the entire pace of the match. Stripping away that drive gauge. Look at the pushback on the baby booms. Ooh, level 2 coming through. It does hit. But you know what? That's
trying to jump.
Bar's gone, bro.
Yeah, he definitely tried to jump though. Wasn't even a counter hit. Oh my God.
Oh wait. Oh, but the walk back jab saves the day. Kaba still in the game. And honestly, see him getting active. Turn up like volume. This is the way you got to play. I feel like you're a bit too patient, too proper with the Sonic booms. Go back to the old just for a little bit.
You know who I am? I eat tres golpes for breakfast, homie. I'm Kaba. Hold on, this man adapts. I'm telling you, he's been hot for a hot minute. Oh, wow, what a check. Okay, mask the offense with the parry animation. He's trying to look for that flash kick.
Breaking the stand fierce. I do like that. Kill some of that drive gauge, strip it away.
There's a perfect parry coming. You better be careful with those stand fierces. He knows that he eliminated the scissor kick side of thing.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
going to see more stand fierce.
Yeah, you're right.
I like that. No back tech to avoid the Sonic boom pressure. They've gotten really quiet here. It's very intimate. You know? Oh, get punched in the mouth.
Oh, upside down kick. Oh, now we're getting active right now. The crouching when he punches the laser just a little bit. He lands a bomb. Drive rush overhead. Stand block.
He gotta guess.
Oh, he didn't guess wrong. He guessed wrong. And Shanghai guessed right. Gotta flip the coin.
All right, hold on. One match away to move forward with a W on Shanghai's side. However, though, Kaba, how are you feeling?
If we can mix that wild style, kind of go mild when he needs to, should be able to chill and take this match. Just be able to flip the switch when he needs to. Can't drive rush at that distance. Shanghai knew hits the bounce.
I would have done it just to have that.
Oh, just to get your bar back?
Yes, 100%. You need that against. I feel like you need that against Guile.
Yeah.
Drive gauge for sure. So
Even I did have it too as well. Like I could OD cycle pressure at any point. You can't throw a boom.
I mean, this is Shanghai we're talking about too, man. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm definitely familiar with your game. I'm definitely familiar with Kaba's as well. Nice roundhouse, set the tone, get a little espacio.
Upside down kick again.
Oh my God.
Knocking through the jabs, driver's throw. He breaks though. Don't be whiffing that forward medium kick. Don't be whiffing nothing. Kaba, careful. Spar at the bottom.
He's good. He's trying to snipe that scissor kick. That's why you seen him jump back like that. Watch that hell attack. The jump in. Oh my God, yeah. You know what? Why not? Keep it. Keep it. It wasn't gonna kill anyway, so I like that.
True.
Oh my God. Oh, look at the drive gauge. I'm so scared.
Jumping, I like that nice and close Sonic booms to earn those jumpers a little bit more.
Hey, that would have been a scissor kick.
Oh, imagine it. That would have been a punish counter. You get a punish counter. The throw. Another one. He's going to throw him again.
He throw him again.
Naeem, overhead, box it out. You're a burnout.
Oh my God. Can he confirm the roundhouse? Are you going to give it to him, Shanghai? Imagine. You're going to confirm the roundhouse into level 3. He's looking
oh, yeah, he's looking.
Oh my God, the chip
him out.
Is over.
Yeah, chip no dip. That's going to be it. Shanghai sends him up with a level 3 combo and put himself in burnout. Also, the stripping of the gauge from Shanghai stand medium kick all equate to that moment right there.
Look at these guys. Shanghai, of course, is your winner. Remember, former teammates, SFL World Finals, they did win last year, so unfortunately he had to take out one of his own, but hey, it's a new day.
Yeah, it is.
End of the day. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The King of China gets the W against one of the best in the world, of course, Kaba. But let's take a look at the highlights now. To talk a little bit about, to break down the matchup. So Kaba definitely had a little trouble setting up some Sonic boom pressure. Of course, you don't want to test Shanghai's reactions with that OD cycle crusher. But when Shanghai was low on the drive gauge side of things, that's when you've seen Kaba fly more with the Sonic booms. Of course, Shanghai's very, very aware of all of his resources. But at the end of the day, this was the name of the game for Shanghai. I get the lead, Championship Edition Bison Buttons, which is, of course, that standing medium kick. But it was a little bit of a tip for a tap, of course. It's whoever ended up here, it pretty much turned into the blender.
Yeah, it did. I like the slight walkbacks too as well that Kaba had every so often. His defense is really good. It just feels like the offense had kind of suffered because he wasn't able to engage as much. And Shanghai was the one that was like, I need to engage more, as you said, the sand medium kicks, but also having the charge. Even the idea of the charge is dangerous. I can't even throw the Sonic booms at all, bro. Like, I know what you're trying to do. You can hit me at any point. And from there, Shanghai takes it. Having confirmed stamina every single time, deleting the bomb, Oki, whatever it may be, let Shanghai the victory. And it's unfortunate. Like, your team member, when a million comes on the line, though,
I mean, you got to look at it like
sorry,
this,
you my enemy. We got to fight.
They both eliminated their options. You didn't see too much low forward, of course, respecting the scissor kick. And then you respected the stand fair, so you see no scissor kick from Shanghai. But that's here, no there. That's in the past. We in the present. The Sunshine Star. I actually want to know who picked that name. That's not that bad. That is Knuckle Tutang. That is my guy versus the Intellectual. And I feel like Nephew enjoyed that name.
Yeah.
You know, saw him tapping his Chrome.
I'm the smart one. Well, actually.
Oh
That type
actually. The intellectual versus the signing star, of course. Knuckle qualifying through points in the World Warrior US Canada East. Nephew, of course, in the Singapore Premier gets second place, losing to Shudo.
Yeah.
So definitely respectable. Shudo is in this tournament as well. I think he is in the next block, I believe.
So, yeah. We haven't seen him yet. Yeah.
So definitely. Nephew, of course, Dark Nephew. He actually is one of my, I can't even call him a dark horse at this point, man.
Yeah, he's so consistent.
I just need a title, you know?
Yeah.
Because obviously you have your favorites, but I do feel like Nephew is at that point where he's super comfortable with the game. I mean, he did add another character with Mai, which is going to be a treat for me because I'm still learning the character.
Yeah, same. And so learn how to fight her too, which I think everybody is with her fan pressure. That you know how to deal with it, but in the heat of the moment, it's like, wait, what? That's not supposed to be your turn, but they still turns with the proper spacing and things like that. You know, it's annoying.
This tells a lot. Of course, Mai has great burnout scenarios, especially if you can get the charged fans behind somebody, and then you can finish off the job with a checkmate with a level 2. And you could bait out jumps from full screen if somebody is trying to jump away from her fans. You can just Tiger Knee super as well.
Yeah.
So she does have some options. And you know what? I'm glad that Nephew found that character that he's comfortable going up against Guile, because JURI, of course, on paper, JURI doesn't do that well against Guile, but I feel like who does the best with JURI against Guile is Nephew.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll say Mago as well.
Yeah.
Mago's definitely one of those guys. Jack as well, but you know, he got the Rashid in the pocket now for those type of characters.
See, I'm just gonna. Sorry, Jack. I'm gonna be real with you. I think Nephew does better.
Yeah.
Against the guy match. 100%. He has developed such a good style of walking in and out the space where you want to go for a dive kick. He'll land against a stand medium kick, but it doesn't matter because we're gonna see the DLC. We're doing the button checks. I see the DLC right now. So here's a big thing. You're betting the possibility of $1 million. It's not even a possibility. It's you're journeying to $1 million on a new character versus a character that probably is worse off on paper, but you had a lot more time to grind with, and you were the best in that matchup. Is it worth it to go and I guess you're gonna test it first day, right? But overall, it's a big risk though.
I mean, I'm with it. For him to do it at this grand stage, he's comfortable, so I have the confidence in him. And at this point, it could be a edge for him because how much does Knuckle Dude know about fighting Mai, right?
That's
at
true.
this point.
I mean, he fights Shine. You know, Nephew didn't really want to play damn near any character besides like Geef and some random stuff when we see him at TNS other times where he's practicing and getting ready for CPT, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well,
in terms of like practice of like what Nephew wants to do with Mai, it's gonna be different.
Yeah. I mean, man. Well, I think the one thing that I could highlight about Mai is the fact that she could corner carry so fast. I feel like it's worse than Ken's. To be honest, I wish I was Jammers right now to know all of the names of these names of moves. And this is his main as well.
Yeah, he don't know all of them.
Yeah, but let's see.
That's where you been.
We'll see how this works out, man. Yo, Mai is adorable. I'm not even gonna lie. They did a great job, man. Shout outs to Capcom for holding it down. But you know what? I want to be biased here, but to be honest, they're both my favorites. May the best man win.
Right.
I feel like whoever makes it to the top 16, to be honest, on the U.S. side has a chance to take it all, man. So.
I agree. Knuckle Dude with a plethora of characters too as well. You know, if the guy doesn't work out somehow, he has the Dujay if he needs it. We'll see if they even need to come into play. I think Gal does a fantastic job. Your fireballs are better than hers. She's gonna have to expend some OD, but once she gets in, she stays in. Okay. She don't leave. She's not paying rent either. Yeah. I'm telling you, bro. That's tight.
I think she can get away with not paying no rent.
You ain't lying.
I mean, she don't gotta pay. She don't gotta pay.
I got you, girl. I got you. Long God, though, I mean, she sticks to you, you know, especially in the corner of that stand fierce, the stand medium, and things like that. The fan pressures you mentioned when you're getting burnout, you know what it's about. You don't get them. Knuckle Dude, we'll see how good you are in this matchup. If it's worth it here for Nephew, go with the Mai. Start things off. The first time they get to meet up, this group stage.
Let's go. No handshakes.
No. Let's play. The faces.
That's like some of the best interactions I've ever seen fight against. I think that's like you know what?
Yeah.
That might be the first time that has happened, right? Where you can like
do that. The face. Oh no. So it's a different game.
You already know. It's getting a little too natural in here. All right, here we go. The fan pressure. Okay, good space out. I see what's going on here. Obviously, that fierce is definitely one of the best whip buttons I've seen thus far.
Yes.
Reminiscent to Ken's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the fan pressure.
Interruption.
Did I have the charge for the flash kick? Oh no, I like that reset. He didn't want him to get away. He wanted to burn. He wanted to have a chance to burn. I like that.
You keep close to keep away the drop gauge. Doing it. OD to spin to enforce that strike throw. Holding parry, the worst option. Get like perfect parry or back dash.
I see. Nephew got that face like I'm still downloading. You see him?
A little bit faster, man. On dial up.
Man, man, he's trying to punch that jury right back into reality, meaning like for Nephew to switch the character.
Yeah.
Let's see if he
Dude
can
said, let me play the real deal, okay?
Let me see. Let's see if Knuckle Duke can close this out. Nephew look like he's still collecting data. He's on the broadband right now. He's on the 56K. Let's go. Looking for the shimmy. We walking back. We still have some espacio to play with. There it is. So
use that heavy kick for the punish counter. Perfect parry on the jump in. Positional advantage with the back throw. Come on.
He said, come on.
I love that. Come on.
Wow, far enough. The gluteus couldn't reach. Hold on.
Booms. Incoming.
There it is. He out of there, but the cross, can't even call it cross kick.
Oh, yeah.
The cross kick.
The blade. A ton of sonic booms in the variant suit. Heavy, light, drive rushes right after. Osunini, try to tap parry. OD flashing is what you're supposed to do. As soon as you see the OD, hit that reversal, get some distance. You're trying to, hold this, block this out. You still have the lead, and Nephew is a risk if you get hit with the OD flash kick after we hit that 2 minus, and it's too close.
We're gonna switch is the question. Survey says.
Please switch, Nephew. Switch, bro.
I mean,
at least you know Jury. Yeah, he's like, okay, you got me, bro. You got me.
That wasn't a bad attempt, and you know what, Knuckle Dude, you showed me that you know a lot about Mai. I mean, he does grind it out a lot. He probably got put on by the chair force.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? His stream. Shout out to the stream. I'm pretty sure they watch it right now. Pretty sure his stream is on right now.
Yo, his stream's great because they'd be like, he'd be like, is that minus? Is that plus? The stream be like, yeah, it's +5 immediately. He'd be getting on like real-time reports on like what frame data is.
I ain't gonna lie, man. If I had a chance to be like a real fan of Knuckle Dude, he's a friend. I'm not that much of a real fan. He's a great friend of mine.
Yes.
If I was in that chat and I didn't know him, I would lie to him. Nah, I'm just joking.
Yo, bro, that's friendly banter. I swear to God, bro.
Friendly banter. I know my boy. You know what I'm saying? Known this guy since he was a child, pretty much.
Oh,
Dude, dang, man, very proud of this.
And look at him
man.
now. You know, another Capcom Cup. Looking to qualify, and I'm sorry, himself for like top 16, up to top 8, to winning another Capcom Cup under his belt. Could you? He's got the character diversity. He's got the heat.
Yeah.
Dominant players we see in your tournaments, in TNS, in Cosmos, wherever he enters, usually top 8 if not winning.
Yeah. Wow, he runs it back. He just went to the character select screen to think about it for a second. I think he was highlighting on Jury. I'm not too sure.
He kind of was like, maybe I should do this because I was trying to stick with it.
You know what? I like that. That's confidence. You know why? Because he's like, you know what? Hey, I know it's 2 out of 3, but I just had a bad start.
Okay.
Right? All right. Let's see if it can actually switch this chapter. Chapter 2, Knuckle Dude Nephew, adaptation. Let's see. All right, we got the charge stuff. I know the non-fully charged fans can actually hit him, physical strikes on him.
Yeah, it's the variance. It's just so much you have to think about in the moment. You know, like, yeah, you can theoretically you can hit it in training mode, but when she's that close, she has to go for the corner. It's just difficult to rotate all that continuously on defense.
All right. Nice counter poke with range. Ho-ho!
Both tapping. Parry, unfortunately, is just wasting level 1 on the wake-up. That puts Nephew in burnout and saves the drive gauge.
He can literally just kick back, chip him out, wait for the drive gauge to come back. Anything he wants. He was in full control there. Now set points for Knuckle Dude Dang. Nephew, of course, gets comfortable. Should get comfortable here.
Bro, he did drive rush there. He didn't kick to check him outside of the skies. That's how you know Knuckle Dude is so comfortable. Drive rush with Suzuki, flash kick in there. He made us out. Yeah.
I felt it too.
Baited and waited. The health decimated.
Oh my God, I've seen this movie before.
Change the channel.
Oh, you sneaky man, you. Oh, I know the kids is watching. If you would have just walked up fully and thrown, I was about to say, man, dominant performance there from Knuckle Dude Dang. It just felt like Nephew couldn't get anything really going.
Yeah.
I mean, the challenges there from Knuckle Dude was great. Anti-airs was A1, top shelf. Definitely took advantage of the burnout whenever he can. Sonic Boom Prison as usual. He just couldn't do nothing wrong there.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Nephew, of course, confident on the Mai pick. I definitely felt like he should have picked Jury, but maybe it would have been worse. Something that we don't know. Maybe these guys played many of times that we don't know about.
That's
and he
true.
just gave up on the character. Or what to say, gave up on that option for now.
During this matchup, right? You know, I feel like you only had like a month to grind out the character. So maybe later on, in 2-3 months, this would have been a viable pick at this stage. But when it's only been like a month and maybe some days to it, maybe some weeks, I don't know time. I do know it's not enough time for a grand stage sort of event versus somebody's playing God since they were born. He came out the womb slinging Sonic Boom. You feel me? So like that's a thing for Knuckle Dude since he's been playing Street Fighter. For Nephew, he just picked up the character. And maybe there's some things you can get with surprise, but stability is what we're looking for in these first two in this group stage. So I like that nephew tried it for the first game. Second game, maybe not so good, but I woulda, coulda, shoulda. You know, if that would have worked out, then we would have been saying something different. And
exactly.
They know better. You know.
At the end of the day, in the grand stage, though, that's the thing. Like, it's one thing to pick a character on a you know, a grassroots tournament. You know what I'm saying? Or major, whatever the case may be. But in the grand stage, that takes a lot of confidence. I commend Nephew for going for that, man. I wish I had a sound effect right now. I'll just throw the hand claps.
Yeah. I think we knew that you would do a flush.
Yeah. Oh man, that's disrespectful. Is this your man's?
Listen.
Is this?
I love that.
Nah, it's all love. We know what it is.
Yeah,
we know what it is,
yeah.
man. And there's no doubt in my mind that we're possibly going to see him in the CAPCOM.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe he'll be fleshed out more than mine. Who knows? But we moving forward here in this beautiful tournament here, CAPCOM Cup 11. We got Juicy Joe, Sweden in the building, taking on Shanghai, China's best, the king of China, pardon me. Oh, what's his name? The White Knight Magician. It sounds like I got a card in my back pocket.
I'm not saying that, bro. I know what's up everywhere. I ain't saying that, though. I'm sorry, Juicy Joe. Sorry, brother. You're the juicy one. To me, that's what you are.
My friend, he is a Caucasian male. Maybe that has to do something with that. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But the white, I think that's fire. That's just me. I think that's
it. It sounds fire, but it just, you know, it solicits some things.
I get what you're saying.
You also playing JP, you feel me? Like, it's a little, yeah, you know.
I get what you're saying.
You know.
It's
but Juicy Joe, he's a good person, though. On the real deal, he's a really great guy. He's great with JP. Fantastic as his owner, as we saw previously in this match. He kills you. Has to go up against Shanghai, though, who has been on the confirms and on absolute point.
Oh, man, all in all the nicknames in the world, what I can confirm for sure is both of these guys are phenomenal players.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Juicy Joe is looking forward to this.
Yeah.
Because you're playing somebody as patient as Shanghai, so you're definitely going to get pushed to your limits because he is going to bring it to you, and he is going to hit buttons on his own accord because that's not a guy that's going to whip buttons first.
No.
So we're going to see how he's going to set the traps, how you're going to set the neutral for yourself. Juicy Joe, you definitely got a steep hill, but that don't mean that you can't climb it, my friend.
That's true.
So let's see what happens moving forward here. Shanghai, great pick. That's what I would have picked.
100%. I'm with you.
Oh, yeah.
This matchup is not that fun on paper for JP. You know, the thing you do, like if you see a button, you can go for scissor kick to be able to get that punish counter. OD, second pressure is going to be a good option no matter what against the fireballs. It's going to get you in when he wants to keep you out. I feel like the buttons of Bison are just going to be better off. Mid-screen, neutral's really good. Aerial approach too. I even forgot the fact that we're gonna do against Devil Storm. Crouch Spears? Nah, you a bozo for that one.
Oh, the Devil Reverse?
Oh,
yeah, Shah's not the guy. He's not gonna give it up. He's not gonna give it up easy. He
knows
the calculations, my friend. There's no point. Obviously, you know, welcome back, Crouched Fierce for JP. So that's definitely more important. Of course, Devil Reverse did get nerfed. They got a huge hurt box now.
Yeah.
You can hit it from down the block, really. If it's out, they literally can hit the fingernail.
But why don't you guide it behind that Crouch Spears in that area about like where the head is at? It's still a hit though. Yeah. It's really good.
The way to mix up is to delay the Shadow Rise.
Yeah.
Right when you're above his head, just do the delay EX moon boost.
Ooh, so
that's
not the name before you hit the OD.
That's not the name of the move, guys. Don't quote me. I'm just having fun here. But
that's damage for that one.
Yeah, for sure. The dictionary, the library, for real. But no, yeah, this is good. Whoa!
Ooh.
Whoa! I wouldn't even be surprised.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Oh, he sticks with it. He goes with the mine. Whoa! That's not a button check. What?
Got one.
What? You know what? But the thing is, we talk about Shanghai having a rotation of characters. I saw him practicing with it. I didn't think it was a real one. I thought he was just gonna learn the character just in case he has to run into it. He's got a mine. He a my guy.
This is actually scary, though. Well equipped in terms of neutral. The Bundy Undies is on for Shanghai, so let me see how he exploits that with a little bit of mine. I see. The swan dive to throw off the Crouch Fierce. Okay.
Put some doubt in your mind. Even if it whips, it's like, well, damn, can I even anti this character if she jumps? I'm scared.
Look at that, the spacing. We already got the lead early on. I wonder how much Juicy Joe knows.
Oh, yeah, that's true. How much do you know about this character at high level? I feel like Shy is going to make the most out of every conversion. To get that there. Nice crouching medium punch. Departure as well. Lockdown.
This will be such a statement here for Juicy Joe if he could just beat Shanghai in the first game and force the character pick. We'll see, though. Shanghai's doing great, and he's not going to give it up easy. There's not going to be a lot of room for error.
No. At this point, Juicy Joe has to be careful. OD Fireball could be the flow here for Shanghai to enter. He tries to drive rush. Departure there to lock him down. Oh, the big bait! Easy bait up it. Holy! Departure? You really thought? Stay sucker free. Shanghai getting caught by Juicy Joe. Oh, it's a good character side screen.
That was the safe stuff. I like that Juicy Joe layered. That is not corn syrup, my friend. That is organic. That is cane sugar. That is Juicy Joe, the juiciest. I'm going too far with this. I'm so sorry. Watch the sweet. Gotta watch the legs. You're trying to play Nuke. You're trying to stagger those legs.
Too many staggers though. Shanghai's able to snipe that out. That corner carry, as you mentioned, really good for the character. Meterless, too.
Oh, the trade.
But that's better. You gotta go for Sam Pierce.
Look at that, respecting the amnesia on the wake up. I like that. Go for the delayed pressure. Shao Hai. The trade. Can't get nothing.
Better to go for Sam Pierce. If you want a conversion right after.
Oh, the overhead. The Drake's covered up the leg, bro. I'm telling you. Oh.
Level 3. Take it on the chin.
Oh, yeah. I like this. This might be a character switch.
Bow.
I wonder if Shao Hai saying to himself right now, I don't know if that was a great idea.
So, all right, bro. You got it.
Let's hit, what is it, 2 on the inputs? Hit 2? Yeah. No, we're going to hit the rematch.
Bro, you got a Cammy. You got a Bison. I'm looking at Chambers. He looks like, I don't know what's going on either. What is going on? You locked in with this? You see, Joe, I'm hit my favorite and go to character select.
No. He's in there, my friend.
Oh, my God.
He's confident, eh?
Are you kidding me?
You know what? Shao Hai recognizes, hey, I know what I did wrong here.
Okay, so that could be, we're prophesizing the demise. It could be that Shao Hai finds something wrong with the OD fireballs. Initiate, doing a lot of dry brush, but in no initiation was like the fireball. I don't know if that's like a thing against JT or he's just not comfortable. That's the trade, not bad here. There's the OD from Juicy Joe. Better return, better reward. The Parker's out. Get in though.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so he's leveled up now.
Okay.
Oh man. Oh, this is Chip City. This might be over for Juicy Joe. Just let go of the controller. Oh no, he's gonna challenge.
No! Commit to the fireball. No TP. No anti-air. Drop impact. Get that sweat. No. Too far out.
It was a string.
Oh yeah, you're right. Even better.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh my goodness.
There you go. Simple fans save the day. Okay.
He heard that coming. Oh yeah, set it up. That's the curtain we need. Trying to check the drivers. A little anticipated there from Juicy Joe. Should have actually reacted.
That's the reason why we can't crouch freeze, but the lay on the dive kick if you want it, catch that every single time. This time, went right forward. Juicy was already blocking. Now you drop the side, switch off the gas, and go incoming up to level 2.
I see the jump dive. I see why Shai's doing that. He's throwing off the crouch spear. That's why he did it this first time. Okay.
The second time, he blocks it out. Not the side switch, but now Shao Hai back to mid-screen.
All right, Shao Hai's changing the tides here. Nice. Juicy Joe with a chance to set up shop once again. There it is. That is tax-free. Did you know he's an accountant?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's tax-free departure.
I don't know if I would trust him, though.
Yeah. What can I write off?
He be like everything. The Pierce is there. This guy is greasy, grimy, and slimy. Not even letting any of the fan setups happen at all. Pressure. Shao Hai with the anti-air. This is that point here for Juicy Joe. Baits out the amnesia. Got a block. I got ways to make you drop the level 1 with the stocks. What you need with this character. By real pressure with the fans, gotta get the stocks up as much as possible.
Oh, space traps, and you can't get nothing from a low forward. I get it. Ow! Oh my God. Oh yeah. Oh, Shao Hai's comfortable.
Your game to win.
Trying to snipe the walk back or the amnesia. Oh my God. He's good with these. La mezcla.
Is this doable?
Hell yeah.
OD fireball.
He's gonna size him up. He's gonna size him up here with the overhead. Can Shao Hai react with level 3? I promise he's gonna do something. Button. Confirm. He's scheming here, Cola. Hold on.
Confirm. Shao Hai surviving the corner. He's back with bar. The teleport. No throw. Back medium. No anti-air right there. MC low blows him up. Shao Hai stays alive and shuts me the hell up. All right, Shao Hai, you are my guy for real.
Oh my God.
Kenny White, not for me.
I can't even say that's a little bit of a scramble. That was just nerve-wracking there. Juicy Joe definitely almost had the chance to escape that. Wasn't ready for the anti-air, of course, but again, switching up his jumping options, right? Shao Hai with the dive, the swan dive, or just jumping buttons.
And even if it doesn't work out, it's the idea of that, right?
Exactly.
Like, people got to punch, but now I have to work around that continuously. Game to game right now. Almost have to jump this Stamp Pierce to the fireball. We'll catch the counter hit.
Yeah, man, it's just that that layered game 1 going into game 2 offense.
Yes.
Yeah, you saw it in game 1, but I'm setting you up for the game 2. Well, game 3 in this point. At this point.
A lot more fierce, I should say. Into the parches behind it to lock down Shao Hai, preventing him from leaving. At least if he does, he spends so much drive gauge getting there.
Okay, so it clashes with the ghost. I see. All right, throw. Trying to get the counter hit. He's trying to expose Juicy Joe on the defensive end. Good back dash. That was the first one represented.
Makes sense. There was okay on that. Continue the throw right after.
There it is.
Able to hit. Yeah, I guess that crouch pierce works out. Very well done here for Shao Hai. He's got a lead.
Nice. I think he's going to do it again. No, not even. Let's set up the fans. Look at that beautiful spacing. I don't even think he can reach with anything. Farthest normal for sure is the low forward, but again, you can't 2-in-1 it.
At that distance, a heavy kick, poking at the heel.
God. Oh my, yeah, he needed that layer.
To level 2.
Drive reversal, don't get too thirsty. Oh my God. Are we going to go for the burn out? I thought he was going to go for like a drive impact setup or something.
Shohei puts himself out though.
Oh my God.
Just a flash. Fireball for a fireball. The aerial tech lands, that dive kick hits. He tried the anti-air, but too sharp of an angle.
Dog, that swan dive is throwing off some anti-airs. Defeats the roundhouse as well.
Yep.
I'm learning some things. Wow, we found the pocket.
Yes, Rumpelstiltskin, now let's get in.
There you go.
Stagger those lights. First lights are not that good, so I like how he entered that pressure with the quickness. Knowing to back off.
First sweep of the game, too. I like it. All right, Joe is composed right now, controlling the neutral, but Xiaohai is in.
Oh, you can't do that using OD to recover perfectly. Xiaohai with level 3. Yes, he will. Give me that bar.
This looks so beautiful. This looks great.
This is attention type heat to me. I like it.
Oh no.
Beast and beers.
It's over, it's over,
it's over. It's over. Wrap it up, pack it up. Xiaohai packs up the Juicy Joe and moves on with the Mai. He's officially a Mai guy. I cannot believe this after we just talked about how a DLC this soon is a pain point. Xiaohai comes on the screen and proves us wrong. God dang.
I ain't gonna front, Xiaohai. It's not that I doubted you.
I did.
And I'm not gonna say that I wasn't convinced. It was just one of those things where I felt like Bison was just a better pick.
Right, like you've been playing that character for so long, you qualify with that character. It's a good matchup. But he's like, you know what? I'm going with mine, bro. It's even better to him.
Well, let's check some highlights when we get a chance, man. I think one thing that I do want to highlight is the throwing off Juicy Joe's anti-airs with the swan dive. Guys, please correct me if I'm wrong. That's not the name of the move, but you know, it looks like one for me. But yeah, that's definitely was the name of the game. And mind you, Xiaohai has excellent ground game, right? So the fact that you're throwing off the anti-airs and letting Xiaohai get away with it just because of that one move, kind of, I would think Juicy Joe's gonna have to slow down a bit just so he can find more options to open him up, right? Or punish him for trying to avoid that crouching fierce or the roundhouse. But
true. I feel like also it's equal to Xiaohai using more OD gauge to be able to get his way in. Once you get about like mid-screen, like thought the OD fans kind of lock him down. And Juicy Joe had already spent so much bar up to that point, so he can't go for like an OD fireball after that, you know, to counteract that.
Yeah.
So he'd rather save the bar for something else, and then Xiaohai took advantage. That empty low saved the goddamn day. That might be a $1 million moment right there, depending on what happens in these brackets, bro. But Xiaohai with the rotation of characters, if you're not watching out for this cat, you need to be immediately. I know all the players in this group were, all the players in the other groups are, but even more so, you don't know what he could pull out.
Listen, man, anybody that ended up in Group G, the first name they saw was Xiaohai.
They're like, this guy.
They're like, oh, man. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, you got the dudes and the nephews, the Cowboys, and what it is, the kills use. I'm going to be honest with you. That's always, anytime you're in a group bracket, whatever the case may be, you see Xiaohai on that page, you're definitely going to have to do some homework and get ready for a long night. So,
do some praying, too.
Yeah, man, Xiaohai. I think officially on the 2-0 side of things now.
Yeah.
Or was that the first game? Let me confirm that for you.
Okay.
I got you right here. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, 'cause you beat the
Yeah,
Kaba.
Xiaohai beat Kaba. Yes. You are. Yeah, that was 2 matches. So he is done for the day. And I do believe this is the last match. Man, this is going by so fast.
Can we get a few more? Can we get just a couple people to come up here and play a little more? Because I do not want to stop. This has been hot all the way through this group. But as you mentioned, this is our last match of Group G.
Kills You versus Knuckle Dude. This is a treat for me. I got a chance to grow with Kills You a little more and get to know him on the information side of things.
Okay.
So this is great for me to see Knuckle Dude take on one of EU's best. This is an exclusive right here. This is a world premiere.
Yeah.
So I don't know if these guys been playing on at the green room, the talent room.
Like a UFA or something like that.
Yeah,
you know?
some. Actually, no, I don't think Dude ever been to UFA. I'm not.
The other tournament, I should say, that was in France.
No, you good.
Yeah, it was like the first season, whatever maybe. I don't know if he played him there, but you know, you're right. Has he played any of the EU players like that? They have a different style. Obviously, you might be seeing the JURI. I mean, Kills You has a Cammy, but maybe he's afraid of the fact that Knuckle Dude knows that character so intrinsically.
Yeah.
He plays Cammy so much also. So.
Got Gaio, my boy. That is the equalizer. But you know what? I think at this point, I'm going to have to say Kills You is a JURI main. Can anybody in the internet world? Well, speaking of the internet, man, shout out to all my warriors and monsters. Thank you guys for joining us. I know it's very late. Can somebody tell me what time it is? Well, on New York side, let me see. It is Wow, it is 6:39 a.m. So for anybody that is awake, thank you so much. Grab a little bit of cup of coffee, something to keep you up. Don't eat no snacks though. You gotta Ramadan it a little bit. That way you can stay up.
I'm gonna do that for the diet part, because I just.
Shout out to everybody that went to Ramadan, man, for sure. It's definitely a bit of a power up. I'm not gonna load you.
Oh, word? I'm gonna try that.
I mean, I never eat before a match, and sometimes I don't eat before a commentator, but I keep that energy up.
Aye, okay.
Yeah.
I'm learning. All right, what about this matchup? Kills you, goes to the jury. We'll switch over to Cammy or any other character. We'll see how he works out in this bad matchup. As we mentioned, there's so many things that Jury cannot do when the Sonic Boom is out and about. That fireball on the ground don't matter. But Kills you is good in the grounded game. Already stocking it right now perfectly. Back no happens.
I hate when that happens. He had the right idea. Right? Wanted to shimmy, but he was still in that throw range, unfortunately. It might be the kneecap on Jury. I'm just making things up. Oh, my God.
Back fierce finds fist to face it for the quarter space. Uh-oh.
I wonder if he stopped the combo just so he could get his drive gauge back faster.
Or maybe he didn't want to use OD or something like that. I'm not sure.
Or
but
that.
It is strange. It is strange to kind of hold yourself. You might give Kills you the chance to fight back, get that lick back. Impact, get the splat. Should be a wrap.
I like to call that the dual Kevin, but I've seen a lot of people do it. Like if he wakes up or in a situation where he gets knocked down and the opponent is in burnout, he will wake up in a drive impact. I like that from Kills you. Why not? He's in burnout. He lost the actual game mechanic, right?
What you got?
All right, the boom is in. Wow, that man's wearing it like a belt. Wow, recovered over the jet. My man hit the brakes and went for an air grab. Can I highlight that for me, stream?
Okay,
that was fire.
God dang. Perfect parry on the Sonic Boom attempt. Right, gets him in the fireball just to lock him down. Had to work to do so. Just trying to stand fierce. The foot to face. Level 3. March the Foot Clan.
Let's go. Let's get it. What we got here? Walk up, stand fierce. Walk up something for the burnout. No. Wow, he let himself burn himself. I like that from Kills you.
Searching for a very desperate option, trying to find an overhead. Level 3 possibly. The jump in is there regardless. Kills you. Finding this so close, it's hard for Knuckle to get the Sonic pressure in the game that he would like to have going in the first place. He plays this so close to his heart and to Knuckle do. That's working out very well. See, this is what I kind of expected from some of the other players when they fight this matchup. It's difficult, but Kills doing a really good job of taking the Knuckle and keeping it there. Does Knuckle switch? He stays with Guile, it looks like.
Yeah. Let him get away with a couple of jumps. I like that Kills being the aggressor. He's not trying to sit there and try to read you too much.
Oh, yeah,
How can I get in? Nah, he's in that range where he needs to be, so he's fine. Now it's up to Knuckle though. How you feeling, baby? Readaptation here. You know where you at. You know what group you in. You know what building you in. You know what's at stake. So it's time for you to raise that difficulty setting, why don't you?
It's time to go further and beyond.
And that's what happened on the first go. He did go for the shimmy. Didn't work out. He was in close throw range. Not at this point. We find a way out of there. Put him in that burnout. Respect. Now it's time for you to be dehydrated a little bit.
Look for that heavy button. Ensure the burnout to happen. Flash kick in there. Meaty boom. Things are even more difficult. The anti-air crouch fierce. Get the pick up the flash kick right after. You're in the corner. Level 1. But you know what? You'll take this as Kills you get some distance. Get your bar back.
I was going to ask you if he fully committed because he was forcing out the level 1, but that's what Knuckle had to leave.
Yeah.
So now it's a little bit troublesome and Kills you in proper form right here. Nice.
They want to check a challenge. No balance right there.
Did he perfect parry that and then punish? It happened so fast, I blinked.
I thought he just did that wrong. Like he just caught a button. It said counter hit.
Oh, okay.
I thought he just right in the light in the medium.
Okay.
Kills you. Set point scenario. Drake Fang.
Nice.
Back throw.
He needed that. Drive reverse on his own accord, but he's not in range. I like that from Knuckle.
Oh, no! I think Heavy would have worked there. Drive reversal, weights and baits.
Flash kick. Man, that activity there on that jump in, bro. Let me see. Oh, wear it as a belt. All sizes.
Back throw. Sonic move, back with bar. Use OD if he wants to. Kills you, sends out his OD fireball to lock him down for a little bit longer. Yo, whip push, walk up on the parry attempt.
Oh my God. He's gonna wake up with it. Do it. Might as well. If he gets close again.
Send that sucker off.
He's almost home on the level 3. One hit.
And he gets level 3 right through the Sonic Boom. Imagine you godlike like that.
Waiting for it.
Don't test the gangster.
He's not trying to give. Remember, you can't.
Where's the whip punish? Oh.
Dude's still alive. I actually thought he was just gonna wait forever to just look for something at the level.
Right, and just kill him. That would have been right there with the back fist. The miss.
The fact that Knuckle went crouch, jab, drive, versus throw, he could have level 3 right in between that, to be honest with you, but that's something you have to look for.
Yeah, be in tune with. But scenarios. Shooting Sonic Booms in the turn with the crouching muted kick. No anti right there. In 4 strike though off that drive rush stand light kick. Level 3, big lead here and kills you. Looking real bad. Drive gauge department. Meaty boom could be incoming. Yes, sir. Caught the backdash.
It's rough right here. I agree. You know, you might as well. You got another chance at life. Oh my God, do you still have a chance to close this out? Yeah, I know. Yeah, no athletes for it. Trust me.
Wow. One more touch. Here.
Oh my God, he's a burnout. And it's a
oh,
ball.
yeah. Oh my God. Well, it was about to be. Had you been a burnout, that would have been
shaky.
Terrible. Awful. Game to game right now, Knuckle brings it back from the brink. Clutch moments right there to able to save the day. Could be still kills Yu's game though, the way he plays this. It keeps the drive gauge up a little bit, which is obviously a tall order considering Sonic needs to eliminate that. Same with the style of Knuckle do. How he presses an approach with buttons to kill the drive gauge as well. But Knuckle starting to read, so get better against like the parry attempts, starting to go for more throws to add up the damage. I like to see that.
Eliminated the jump. Eliminated the jump, so that was a key factor. I mean, anytime you play Guile for sure. But Street Fighter in general, let's just throw it out. That's the neutral control. That's how you know you got everything under control.
So he wants control.
There it is.
Characters that take away that control are the ones that win against him.
That's a fact. Let's see if he walks him down. Kills you, okay? Now, mind you, this is a important thing when it comes to fighting games. Even if you're not opening somebody up, just you moving forward and walking them down, it's pressure enough.
100%.
So Knuckle definitely confirms that. As you can see, he tried to fight his way out of the corner. He got out of there.
That is so cheap. Drive rush, stand, light kick gets so much from that strike, though. We keep talking about it. It's so pivotal. The trade conversion for him to get that stand fierce right after. Crouching unity kick, able to catch him coming in. That's going to be the win. I feel like Knuckle set this up. No, it's not. I lied.
Oh my God.
Bro, don't let it be you. Don't let it be you. Oh my.
He got 1 bar. Hold on. He got 2 bars. He could react, but he's trying to up forward. Oh my God, don't reset. Not reset. Don't even drive impact at this point. You just gotta go.
Hey,
no reaction.
He said, I'm that guy.
Are you serious?
I'm hitting you.
Now, mind you, I'm thinking that's what he's looking for the whole time.
Go for a reset right here, though. He's trying to go for the throw. No!
Not the bar. You got it, my friend. I could have been a level 2 with the shenanigans. You had a chance, but you won't know. He would have put himself in burnout regardless.
But at that point, you probably have a better chance to kill.
Yeah, no, seriously.
It's greedy out here, not on these streets.
Knuckle set point. That was a commendable attempt there. Kills you.
Yeah.
You still got a chance. Corner control early on. This is where you want Guiles.
Oh, you're not.
Oh my God! Look at the trade-off into the drive gauge.
Oh yeah, you're right. Burnout. Baby booms incoming. These are yours. Pay that child support.
With the left. All with the left.
Don't confirm.
It's all right.
Oh, he didn't take back the turn. Maybe afraid of an OD flash kick at that point.
He could have if he banked on it. That's a lot of zeros, man. I'm telling you.
Go ahead.
Score. Suplex that is dragon.
Yeah. On the ground.
That is the dragon suplex.
Crouching with a kick. Almost got the flash kick right after. Didn't have the charge, possibly.
I ain't gonna lie. I've seen that. I think I've seen that suplex a couple of times here in this building. Funny enough.
Oh! My down kick. And that takes care of the crouching medium kick. If you throw it at the bad range, you're gonna get clipped and hit. Dude has level 2.
Level 3. I think he can kill. 1 throw and then a confirm.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So it's good for Killsy. This is not bad. But as long as Knuckle don't whiff, he'll be fine. And that's why you see Knuckle's not giving it easy.
Hey, coming with the crouching medium kick. Longest in the distance.
There it is. Going for the kill. Nice technical. That could be a shimmy next time, dude, so be careful. Killsy's definitely conditioning. 17 seconds on the clock. It's getting a little too serious here. I mean, it's been like that since the get-go.
12 now. Activation, level 2 situation. The booms are pushing back. Knuckle has the lead. You gotta come to him to get the win. 8 seconds.
Oh my God!
No drive impact. He does it right back. What else can he do? And Knuckle with that DI bot.
What a reaction.
Oh.
What a reaction.
I gotta pay, bro. I gotta pay diapers, taxes. I'm gonna hit that DI right back.
He just got that look. You know, Knuckle Dude's like, oh, I won?
Oh, okay.
That's the Knuckle Dude laugh. Oh, I won?
Oh, okay. All right.
Man, credit to Knuckle Dude. I ain't gonna lie. I thought you was gonna get washed, my boy. I'm so
oh,
sorry.
God, he was getting cooked.
He was.
In a matchup, you should have won, bro. I'm just saying, on paper. Don't get mad at me, dude.
But of course, Knuckle Dew is a professional.
Yeah.
As usual, we've seen him before in these grand stages. Hell, he is a CAPCOM Cup champion.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. Let's look at the highlights for a second to see how the match went down. Of course, at first, the aggressor was KillzU. Comfortable, landing some jump-ins. That was the tail of that match, throwing off the Sonic Booms.
Right.
Of course, in the second game side of things, Knuckle Dew got a little more comfortable and more wary. Speaking of the jump-ins, there it is. But we took control of the next set. Next couple of rounds was Knuckle Dew a little more comfortable there, although there was a couple of moments where KillzU could have had more chances to finish the job. But again, this man is the professional. This is Knuckle Dew Dang. He has been here before. Man, I sound like a broken record. It's okay.
That's just the way that he is. Knuckle Dew
is what it is, right?
Clutch, bro. He is just so in these moments where you have to be able to be hanging tight. Maybe not that one. Obviously, okay, you proved me wrong right there. But when it comes down to business where it's like a final game, final round type beat, you know what I'm saying? Or it's a shift of momentum, generally speaking, like even right there, able to jab it where most people kind of just hold back with the controller and be like, okay, I'm dead. It's over for me. That level 2. And even in this moment right here, when you couldn't get with the impact, even though it's a desperate call, other people, smaller people would have crumbled and fall, but not Knuckle Dew. He takes that 2-1 over KillzU. I don't care if it's like a bad matchup, good matchup. He played that well. I don't care what the matchup is. All I care about is the fact that he played that so well in terms of bringing it back from the brink there.
Yeah. That was very fine. Let's look at the scoreboard real quick. Let's just see how everything played out. There it is. This is the scoreboard. Right now, we're going to follow up with an interview. So you guys missed the action. It's okay, but let's throw it over to the homies over to Knuckle Dew. Yes, sir. No, hey, it is what it is. High five to everybody. It's love.
Coming. It's coming. It's coming.
It's all right. I like the anticipation.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna front, but you know we did have a little time to break it down. But I am kind of scared that we're just gonna miss our pocket.
It's gonna go over. We're gonna look at that top spot real quick. Knuckle Dew in Shanghai on the top spot, 3-2, and the rest are at the bottom. We'll see what happens real soon. We're gonna throw over to the interview right now.
Hey, let's go. Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
Oh, now we're gonna throw it over.
Oh, now.
のナックルデュー選手にお越しいただいております。お話を伺っていきます。さあ、ネヒュー選手の対戦では相手にマイというキャラクターも出てきましたが、このマイというのをこのカプコンカップで対戦してみてどうでしたか？
So we saw Knuckle Dew defeat 2 opponents there, 2-1 and 2-0. We saw Mai appear in one of the matches. What did you think of Mai coming out to play?
Oh, I fully expected the Mai because a previous tournament, Nephew destroyed me 3-0 with Mai. So I fully expected it, and yeah, I was really well prepared. Shout out to Shine.
前期待してまして、なんでかって言ったら違う大会で 3-0 でボコボコにやられてて、絶対来るだろうなと思って対策できてて、勝って嬉しいです。
ありがとうございます。ライアンからもいかがでしょう？
ですね、僕からはジュリキルズユはヨーロッパの方でトップの方のジュリ使いで、北米になるとですね、ジャックとネフィー今日戦ったネフィーは上の方なんで、スタイルは一体どう違うのかなって思って聞きたいと思ってます。So you played 2 juries in your group, and KillzU is one of the best juries that we have in Europe, and of course Nephew in his own right, one of the best in North America, along with Just a Kid and others. How would you describe the difference in style between the two juries that you played today?
Well, I didn't even get to see Nephew's jury, but KillzU, I've always had high praise for him since Street Fighter V. I think he's really good, and it scared me because he always came into this saying jury Gao's 5-5 when historically Gao has the upper hand. So I was a little worried about what he was going to bring to the table, but I got lucky a few times. I can't lie to you, but you know. That was the cards that was dealt, so yeah, I'm just grateful to be able to pull it out.
Why were you mashing low jab after when he was did you know he was going to drop the combo? Like why were you ready for the good?
No, he went for a reset because I knew the combo wasn't going to kill, but he went for a reset and he just messed it up, and I was able to capitalize.
なんでコパンバレしたかどうかって聞いてたんですけど、コンボが足りないって分かってリセットが来るだろうなと思ってコパンバレをしまして当たったんですって。でも何回も運が良くて勝ちましたとか非常に言ったから、はい、お願いします。ありがとうございます。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。改めて勝利を収めたナックルドゥ選手でした。会場の皆さん、大きな拍手お送りください。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Knuckle Dew, and well done for your matches today, and good luck tomorrow.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's get back to the classes.
We love you, Dew. We love you, Dew. He's all right. He's all right. Anyway, with some good action all the way today, G has concluded. But before we go anywhere, we have to love to the sponsors of the club. Excuse me. Let's talk about our first sponsor. He's a merchant ambassador If you're playing a lot of video games, it's time to take a break with something a little bit different. Merchant Investor, leading producer of board games, licensed games, kid action games, arcade games, game tables, poker, casino games, and puzzles. The launch of our Street Fighter II line tabletop arcade games in 2025. We're bringing you the legendary fighting game series to life with iconic table arcade experiences, including pinball and air hockey games. Available in all various sizes and price points. Our products capture the essence of Street Fighter II, enabling fans to relive the excitement of classic arcade battles at home. These games will be sold at leading retailers and distributors worldwide. Follow them on SNS for more updates.
And of course, you want more Street Fighter 6 action. It's not going to end here with Street Fighter 6 or SFL. Reject Fight Night versus Say Jam Slam. Shout outs to the boys. The Street Fighter 6 International Championship. The event featuring 4 teams of professional creators from Japan and the U.S. is set to take place on Sunday, March 16th, local time, don't forget. 10 players who advance through popular commentators Say Jam Slam will clash with Reject Fight Night, that's godlike, and will be delivered live from Japan. Tickets for the event will be available in 2 phases. The first phase until March 5th, and the second phase starting from March 9th. The event will be streamed on Twitch and YouTube channels of Say Jam, Capcom USA, Street Fighter, Capcom Fighters, and the official Reject YouTube channel. For further updates, please check the X accounts of Reject and Say Jam.
Hey, shout out to Say Jam for putting this on. Also restreaming, all the people restreaming too. I know all of you are having just a lot of time, fun time, enjoying this action. We're gonna take one more break for one more match. Stick with us.
Where dreams become reality. Monster Hunter Bridge.
Show me what you have.
challenger. Here comes a new challenger.
カプコンカップ11、続いては最後のグループ H となります。会場の皆さん、大丈夫ですか？元気ですか？最後まで盛り上がるよ。
The last group of the day, it's going to be Group H. We're going to have the 6 awesome players from that group make the stage momentarily.
それではグループ H プレイヤー入場です。
And time to introduce the players from Group H.
まずはバウティスタブラザーズ鉄壁の弟レックス。
And first up, representing Cloud9, the Executioner, Lex.
So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, step back, fast track, big lap, big facts.
アラビアンストリートファイターマシンアングリーバー。
Next up, from UAE Abu Dhabi, it's the robot Angry Bird.
5週の若き読者ソウル。
Next up, it's the young Venom Soul.
ブラジリアン同技術ラススタイルジュニーニョラース。
Next up, making his way to the stage, the Brazilian Shoto Juninho Ras.
シュラその思考シュート。
He's going to be very popular here indeed. It's the Asura Shudo!
ポアンドルミエル草薙。
From Team Falcons, the European Ryu, the Speedster, the USA Champion, it's Kusanagi!
さあこの最終グループ H にもとんでもないメンバーが揃ってますよね。
特に理由はあんまり出てないのですごいそれも楽しみですよね。
そうですね、
はい、
草薙龍、そして道着が多い中に、シュート豪輝、アングリーバードケン、そしてここにレックスがいる、はい、そしてジュニーノラス
ト。この間のね、レックスとアングリーバードの EWC で当たって、すごいいい試合になってまして、
そうでしたね。
これはなんかリベンジマッチを見たいですよね。はい、
さあこちらステージにいる6名によってグループ H 総当たり戦を行い、上位2名をトップ60に送り込みます。
So, 2 of these guys will be qualifying out of the group into the top 16, and 4 will be falling. I don't know who it's going to be. Absolutely stacked group, they all are, and we're going to find out what happens momentarily.
それでは選手の皆さん、スタンバイをお願いいたします。
Alright, all players be ready on standby. Thank you very much.
それではこの熱い戦いを盛り上げていただく実況席にお渡しいたします。実況席お願いします。
And to bring you all the hype and excitement, it's time to head over to the caster's desk as they call the matches and score the action for you all watching at home. Thank you very much, guys, and enjoy the show.
My man said, you know that pressure make diamonds.
Well, listen.
We shall see. We shall see who gets made into a diamond and who is just a lump of coal tonight. And of course, that is not Lex both playing and commentating. I'm Ringe, along with my man Jammers. Don't leave me hanging, of course. And you already know what it is. Hair Brethren, shouts to JB as well. But yes, this is going to be a stacked group H, Jammers. Tell me about it.
Hey, listen, we're here to close out the night with some of the biggest titans you've seen over the 2024 into 2025 competitive season leading up to this point. But that was job half done.
Yeah.
There's only 2 names that can qualify out of this group by the time we get to Saturday. And here are the qualified players. As you can see on your screen, 6 talented combatants here. Some of which are overlooked, but they could actually cause an upset. We've got someone at 19 years of age taking over the Oceania region there in Seoul. Looking forward to watching him play.
Yeah, most definitely. Historically, we've seen Travis Styles come out of the Oceania region, right? But Seoul, a recent transplant for this season, managed to take it all the way and qualify via that region in the World Warrior. But of course, we're going to start with the Lexecutioner. C9's own Lex going up against Reject Angry Bird. And Angry Bird has had quite the journey in Street Fighter 6, right? Obviously, the first EVO champion for the game, and then had some health issues, had to, step away for a little bit. Seemed like he was struggling when he got back, and then SFLEU happened. And he didn't lose a game until the finals, right?
Well, you know what? I do believe in prosthetics, because whatever happened after his health issue, he came back and just dominated, got MVP of the MVP of the MVP award. But listen, he's gone up against another guy, and I keep highlighting this. I'm going to sound like a parrot at this point. A lot of these players, their journey from the start of Street Fighter 6 till now, Lex is one of the most improved players from start up until this point. One of the strongest players we have in the European region. I'd argue, listen, if he came back to the States, he'd argue be one of the best in the States. And he's called himself the Lexecutioner. For heaven's sake, he's called himself the Lexecutioner. He means business.
One of my favorite nicknames to come out of this whole event, of course. But yeah, I completely agree with you. If Lex, no matter where he's at in the world, right, if he wanted to come back to the States, spend most of his time there, I have no doubt that he would qualify for Capcom Cup via that region as well. He's just been one of the premier players since he stepped foot in the scene.
Well, 3rd place at EVO Japan.
Yeah.
Obviously, he has been learning Bison as of recent. I was very surprised when he done that. He came to a WSO local and he just picked Bison. And I said, what's this for? And he said it's preparation for the cup. He's got a lot of tech. He understands the subtle nuances. It's a good backup character for Guile, I'm starting to see. So he's kind of convinced me over time as well. But he seems confident in this pick. So if he needs to choose it, so be it. But we're probably going to be expecting the Guile at one point, but I see Bison on the screen going up against Angry Bird.
Indeed, and I've heard him talk about the Bison and what he's been training it for. He's actually been doing really well with the Bison in casuals here at the event, especially against the Kens. He's actually been trying to play Bison a whole lot against whatever Ken he can. Most likely, of course, in anticipation for this Angry Bird matchup. So right now, obviously, you guys can't see it at home, but he is hovering around it until now, where he switched up to the Guile real quick. So we'll see. Maybe if he drops a game, he'll experiment with the Bison. But right right now. He's going to try the tried and true, as he should. We're going up against Angry Bird, the robot, as we said, had one of the most impressive SFL performances in history. No matter the region, whether it be EU, US, Japan, incredible performance there. And Angry Bird has now looked in prime form yet again.
Yes, and do not forget, he will be in Street Fighter League World Championships happening this Sunday. They will be happening on the final day of this whole celebration of Capcom Cup and competitive Street Fighter that we have witnessed over the past 8 to 10 months or so. Now, with Angry Bird, we don't need to remind you guys, he's an Evolution champion, Capcom Cup finalist. We can't eulogize this guy enough. And one of his best things about him is his player psychology. He knows what you need to do and when you need to do it. It's the when. Some people struggle with the what. He knows what and when, which embarrasses you, and he's able to capitalize off it there as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if he can kind of break down Lex's player psychology, overthrow him, and dominate. And then, of course, I spoke about this with Yites before. Noah, Angry Bird, and Fudo are the guys for me where they put themselves in burnout. I don't think you can phase them at all because they're doing it on their own volition.
Precisely, right? And because Angry Bird is so good at knowing the win, he's so good at countering the things you want to abuse while he's in burnout, right? You can be linear, you can try to really exploit the things that you want to in burnout a lot of the time because Angry Bird's always ready. His processing speed is just that quick. And he's studied the game so much that all these situations are almost second nature to him, right? So the fact that that happens, the processing speed is so fast, that it's rare that he gets caught slipping. So I want to see how Angry Bird does it. In addition to what you talked about before, him being very good at breaking down player psychology, he's just so good competitively, excuse me. His mindset for competition is one of the best, bar none. I remember asking him about it at Gamers 8, right? And he said he really made the jump when he stopped being afraid to lose. He knows that losing is a part of the tournament life, right? He's going to have a lot of tournaments throughout his career, and taking one L is not the end of the world. And really, ever since then, it's allowed him to play more free, and we see the results when that happens.
Well, look, man, this is just a life thing. Sometimes you can be your own worst enemy. A lot of us used to be risk-averse, and then one person or one situation go, you know what? I can't say it, but I'm going to say, sod it, we ball.
Yeah, straight up.
You're just going to try it at one point, and then you never know, it might not be as bad. And like you said, when you look at the longevity, you think long-term with this stuff, it goes all in. And since that point, okay, you can shrug it off, focus on the next game. I mean, you kind of like, you're more calm about certain situations, certain decisions, and you're like, oh, now you can kind of have that foresight to see when people will actually panic and don't see what you see.
Precisely, right? It takes that like panicky, just default autopilot option out. Every decision is very conscious, every decision is very logical and thought out, and Angry Bird rarely gets flustered because of that. You see him so collected and so composed in every single instance that he is in fighting games. And yeah, so of course, Angry Bird looking to be one of the favorites as well, but Lex, as we mentioned before, has been a premier player, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if Lex was one of the ones that makes it out of this group, even with Shuto and Kusanagi, Soul, and the rest in this group as well.
Oh yeah, look, this is a tough call to pick. This is one of actually the toughest calls. I know yourself, Brian, Yipes, and Rob are having a difficult time trying to deliberate over this. Now, Angry Bird is on the Ken. He has been meticulously practicing that Akuma in the practice with a lot of the guys, but when it comes to Guile, I know Ken's showing up. Because when we were at EWC, he didn't get, I remember he faced Rain Pro, he got burnt out twice, didn't get stunned, didn't lose.
Man, against Guile too, to be able to navigate the burnout against such a powerful character that can control the game, win in burnout, just a testament to how impressive Angry Bird is.
I can't remember what tournament it was, but he was working on, it might have been SFL EU. He was working on his spacing, and if you do so back kick, he'll do sweep and then run in. He's really worked on simple things in this matchup that work out. You don't really rely on the fireball, but if you whiff, that sweep's coming out, maybe you'll run in, he'll try and experiment with certain things.
Yeah, you can see, right, he's definitely staying at that range where he's trying to make Lex whip something, but he keeps going with this step kick and a beautiful backdash afterwards to catch Angry Bird trying something. This is really good play from Lex so far, honestly. Just being conscious of the area that Angry Bird likes to exploit, but you see the parry into the perfect, and he is one of the masters of the mechanic.
Hey, brother, do you not see that Daigo clip?
You know what I'm saying? Triple perfect parry, run DP, all day, every day.
Oh, and there's another whip on the sand, heavy pick there, but a punish into the Shoryuken there from Angry Bird, trying to get a backdash punish there, but didn't quite get it.
Yeah, man, Lex still playing super well. The soul bots, all of his buttons have been so spaced perfectly. Right now, Angry Bird, yeah, he's been switching it up, trying to get it in. Of course, that Jinrai always going to be a free punish, but now Angry Bird finds home, but drops the combo.
Backs away here, almost in burnout is Lex, and he's going to get the splat, he's going to get the wall splat. And he didn't get
What
the
is
run.
happening? Angry Bird having some rare execution errors. Gonna have to get used to the stage setup right now, and he's gonna chip him out with a beautiful fireball, of course, to cover any wake-up level ones that would have shut that down.
I know both of the players are a little bit unhappy, but listen, when that wall splat came about, we knew that round was done.
Yeah.
We were on borrowed time at that point.
And Angry Bird is the master of like getting a wall splat while the corner is not on screen.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
been one of the people that has exploited that strength since the beginning of the game. Oh my goodness, the whip punish with the drive rush in. Beautiful backdash to avoid the throw though, and Lex gonna get the knockdown and side switch, of course.
Good respect there to discipline. See if Angry Bird wakes up with a button, but he gets a perfect parry. He's going to carry him across the screen with that enhanced Tutsi there, Ridge.
Indeed, and Lex, I mean, being so low on the drive meter, it's kind of scary to do the flash kick. Instead, he tries to jump out with a run cancel, keeps you in the corner. Now he can be a little bit more free to do it, but he doesn't want to give that to Angry Bird yet. He knows.
Since Group A with Takamura, everyone's done the crouch fierce when they jump out the corner.
Yeah.
Runner. Everyone's done that today.
Yeah.
Oh, he's done it again. Sonic Hurricane? Nah, not easy.
He's gonna hold the meter for now, and you see that. Trying to set up shop instead. The drive rush crouch medium kick, putting a stop to it. Lex gets punished outright. You cannot give Angry Bird anything that will be punished by that light kick. It's automatic.
Just going back.
Oh yeah, and we might see it after all. He's contemplating, the thinking man. Lex, this is a portrait right here.
Oh, hey, listen. Real talk, black and white, charcoal sketch?
Yeah, yeah, legit.
I can see that, I can see that. All right, he's definitely in deep thought at the moment, and he has swapped to our Callous Dictator, and this is the kind of the downside with picking this character, right? Because you have to invest a lot of time. A lot of these DLC characters, you can't half-ask them. Not right now, anyway.
Yeah, they're very unique in the way they all work. Especially like, just you could see that there's an emphasis on the OD moves and another rare drop from Angry Bird. Just some weird execution stuff going on.
Yeah. Now, I know with Bison before, he used to prioritize high drive gauge damage and high regular damage, but the developers have actually shifted it, saying, we'll let you do some drive gauge damage still, but we want to prioritize everything on the bomb. Let's emphasize Psycho Mind doing all the business for you. So you notice that you see less Psycho Crushes now, more conversions of planting the bomb, more threats with the throws, new different combo routes as well.
I love Lex, the way he structured that offense right there. I think Angry Bird woke up trying to challenge an overhead, but he gets stuffed in the process, and Lex already looking clean on the Bison.
There you go. Much more comfortable. There's a higher damage output.
Yeah, right?
You can still play neutral, but from a defensive standpoint, you can convert into a bigger reward that will come later.
Precisely, and Angry Bird, of course, getting the corner carry off the perfect parry, wakes up with a level 1, but it is baited. Oh, boy. Dang, the step kick starter? Interesting.
I've never seen that combo, but I don't think that was finished either.
Yeah. And some strange stuff happening in regards to the Angry Bird execution.
Yeah, he's trying to get a buffer there with a crouching medium punch, but a raw drive rush into the light instead. No continuation on that string, so he'll go for the triple flash kicks instead.
Yeah, it was a beautiful confirm on the target combo, honestly, with no counter hit, no punish counter. Very well done.
Oh, he tried to gimmick him. I think he was waiting for a parry or something there from Lex that didn't come out.
No. Oh no! Lex, the humongous wrist right there. Thought he had the read on Angry Bird walking, and it was not correct.
And that was for the round as well. That was super close, so that means any heavy would have connected. Unscaled damage there. Not a good choice from Lex.
Indeed, and now just drive reversaling out, trying to keep that corner. I like that a lot from Angry Bird. Really prioritizing this face on the screen, and a whip punish. My goodness, the medium run cancel DP all the way to the level 3. That's gonna burn Lex out on top of everything else.
Yeah, drive gauge has been suspended, been made inactive, so you're as good as dead at this point. And that is gonna be the stun, but he might have to exhaust all his options if he actually wants to take the round.
Oh,
and
yeah.
here it comes.
Oh my goodness, all 3 EX moves real quick. You know what it is, OD, OD, OD. Angry Bird taking the set.
There you go. Clinical fashion, typical stuff. When you see Angry Bird go up against any formidable Gao player, you can't count this man out. He is ready and waiting and always showing us something new there. But boy, a little bit of a shaky start. But again, he's getting much more confident, as you elaborated on, with the perfect parries from a lot of nuanced situations that people aren't prepared for, especially full screen, getting that running conversion into the Shoryuken, trying out new conversions. Like Angry Birds becoming more and more complete, and then building on them blocks as well.
Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad you brought up the fact that he follows up a lot of these perfect parries with the run, right? That's something that really has such a big strength of Ken, the fact that you can perfect parry the projectiles. And often people, especially from that far away, they feel pretty safe to throw another projectile afterwards, right? So the perfect parry plus the run through the invul projectile projectile with the DP is so potent. We see it on display time and time again every time Angry Bird is in the match.
Yeah, he's in the match indeed. Now, I'm not sure if we are going to take a look back at what transpired.
Oh yeah, we usually been taking the replays, but it seems like we're not going to get into that right now. So we're going to have Soul versus Juninho Ross coming up next. Another one I'm very much looking forward to. So Angry Bird already off to a hot start. And wait, oh, we are going to get the replays. Very nice, very nice.
Perfect.
So yeah, we saw Angry Bird really just, that was one of the weird execution things that we talked about before. But even despite those, right, Angry Bird got settled, completely nullifying any type of wake up with that projectile. Obviously, level 2 is an install, so Lex can't go to that either. Just really covering all his bases at all times.
Yeah, this is the beautiful part. And of course, Angry Bird does have that secondary character, which we haven't seen, but he feels more than confident. I do like the switch to Bison. Higher damage output, sacrifice the reversal for that, but I could feel he's got great fluidity with Bison, with Guile, but I felt there was more, recency and confidence in the Bison, which I kind of felt maybe should have started with Bison and reverted to Guile. Maybe should have swapped the order there, Lex, but...
Yeah, I would have liked to see that, honestly. I would have liked to see him start with the Bison, but yeah, he has so much experience and time on Guile. Yeah. It could be one of those things where he also kind of falls into a specific flow chart, some type of autopilot, you know what I mean? And I think the Bison gives him a bit more conscious, like being in the moment. So I think that's part of why we saw him be a little bit more successful on Bison as well. Angry Bird is so good at telling your flow chart and knowing what people like to do that you gotta switch it up. And of course, this is gonna be our next match. The Young Venom Soul going up against the Brazilian Shoto, Juninho Ross.
Okay, I like that. I like both those nicknames actually, because Juninho Ross has an array of Shotos under his belt. I've seen him with the Akuma, I've seen him with the Ken, I've seen him with the Ryu, but he is tried and true with the Luke ever since we've seen him in Street Fighter V back in 2022, I believe it was. Damn, it's been a little while now. But Soul, all the way from Kuwait, studied in Australia, I believe, as a student, and he qualified for the CAPCOM Cup via that region. Now, again, just to reiterate, I think he's overlooked because obviously the main Aki player we're seeing in the CAPCOM Cup is Broski. He's doing super well for himself in the community and beyond that. But Soul, 19 years of age, from what I was watching, this guy has been doing a little bit of practicing and getting as much help from the Australian community as possible. So shout out to the Australian scene. But we definitely got to keep an eye on this young talent here. He's a little bit feisty, and that comes with the age as well. But he's got some tricks up his sleeve. He did actually come down to Kings of the World as well. I didn't realize that until after the event was done.
Super Saiyan, you can see in the player camp too, going into this, he was bobbing, he was feeling himself. He's excited to be on this stage. Juninho Ross, no stranger to CAPCOM Cup, honestly, has qualified multiple times out of the Brazilian region.
I'm very worried about how Soul's going to plan to anti-air Luke's jump phase, because I already can smell blood in the water from Juninho Ross's gameplay.
Already seen it once, but hey, the crosscut was on a milk carton right there. We don't know where it is. Oh no, and then got caught with a serpent lash. Takes a drink for good measure. Juninho Ross off to a hot start.
I wouldn't be surprised if he started doing drive rush and stuff on the ground. There you go. There you go. Because you've already started jumping. The guy's going to focus upstairs when you're on the ground floor.
Precisely, right? You're going to make him think about the jumps. Oh, beautiful cancel right there for the reaction. Being able to do the OD slide, but the level 2, my man, dumping him in the process. Juninho, my goodness, bro. Aggressive choice considering he had a lot of drive meter.
Well, the thing is, with that level 2, it puts him full screen so he can start jumping again.
That's true. That's a good
He can literally start jumping again.
Yeah, we see it already got him in the corner because of that. Soul does do a nice anti-air there and is able to side switch, so he's turned it around.
Good blocks there from Juninho at the moment. One conversion and he'll be in a pretty good spot again. And there, difficult. He's found the angle where Soul's turned off.
Yeah. And Juninho has just been identifying that, taken to the sky time and time again, and Soul has not found an answer just yet.
Okay, so if I was Soul, I'd be upset, I'd be frustrated, of course, but I wouldn't be perturbed by that game because Juninho is trying to exploit one avenue that only you can change.
Precisely.
But you have to be alert to that.
Like, because you lost to that one thing, and it is stoppable, right? Like, as long as you get that corrected, then you should be good going forward.
Because you haven't tested Juninho's defense yet.
Yeah.
You only have to deal with the anti-air. That's it. There you go.
And I love that right there. The delayed can kicks, blowing up the fuzzy defensive timing. Any type of delayed tech or delayed button just got completely obliterated. On and keeping him locked in the corner. DI, no answer available via 0 meter. Soul opening up in second game.
See, and one of the beautiful things about Aki is when she can play with the stun in the corner, even if she doesn't have to do moves to chip you out, she can pop down the Toxic Blossom for the puddle and then take away your health meter that way before she inflicts more damage, right?
Absolutely.
All right, there's the anti-air again. He's going to get the pickup off of the Toxic Reef, and then he's going to go into the Tainted Talons there.
And again, oh, trying to base something out right there from Juninho Ross, but instead he's going to get the offensive drive reversal, and the anti-airs are so on point now in game 2.
I think he could have killed.
Perhaps.
Maybe.
Even the air-to-air now, I like that, right? If it's a funky angle, don't even try to anti-air, just take to the sky yourself. Keep him locked down in the corner that way. Does get clipped low. Juninho has an opportunity. Oh, a couple of dubs here. Combo to the counter.
He's going to do it again.
What's that
He's
fireball?
going to do it again. Oh! Wow! Okay.
Try to dash in a couple of times. Looks like a dash button right there. Gets eaten up at Soul. You see him feeling himself, bobbing already. Loves the way he responded in game 2. I love it as well.
Yeah, I think he found out. Don't do that. Oh, okay, he went straight for the anti-air. I like that clean, because if he did something else, it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, exactly. The multiple hits of the Cruel Fate. Very tough to actually punish when you get the perfect parry.
It's like a 4-hitting move, I think, so you can't DI.
Yeah, exactly. You can't even DI it. It'll just break through the armor.
Okay, starting to throw now. Yeah, he's starting to be a little bit more grounded, a little bit more level-headed here. Is Juninho Ross. Before that jumping worked out, and he could have actually killed if he canceled into level 1.
Oh, and he jumps in again and catches the recovery of the poison ball, Juninho. So what we talked about, it's kind of what we saw in the first game, right? A whole lot of success in the air, and then he tried to check the drive rush, only to get caught by the jab, and now he's reaching. Juninho, he's like, I'm an old man, bro. I got some lessons to teach you.
And he's going to hit him with the 3rd or 4th eraser of the set. He's going to get a +3 Oki situation here as well, but he waits for an escape. No dice.
Yeah, I like that. He gets a little bit more damage off that jungle point from the drive rush.
He's going to do it again. He will do it again.
We'll see. From here, yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like a jump to me. It feels like a jump. Caught him during the beginning of it. Goes again, but Soul shuts it down this time.
He's still waiting for uppercut. Oh, nice conversion then. He didn't believe. He didn't believe. Oh, bro, he's not dead yet. He's not dead yet. You got one more guess. You might as well wake up, Supermate. Let's call it a day.
Oh, he was going to beat it out as well. He's still alive somehow. No conversion there.
Oh, he can win. He
can
win.
She's one of the burnout queens.
Keep it frame tight. Oh, man. He couldn't do it. But Juninho Ross takes it. Solid and clutch there. Because, again, there was a solid strategy, but it was clutch in that moment because I think even he knew he could have lost that.
Yeah.
But we knew Soul. Oh, wait. Okay,
yeah, he just didn't see. He just didn't see. Ooh. It's all good. Soul, you could tell as soon as he went down, you see the head go down, very frustrated with the loss. So he knows something slipped through his fingers. He knows he should have been better in certain aspects of the match, right? But it happens. It's your first time at Capcom Cup. I mean, probably first time in Japan. So, yeah, it's no surprise.
So, first of all, respect to Juninho. It came with a strategy.
Yeah.
Part of that strategy was to pull the rug from under your feet. Because I don't think you were expecting him to be that belligerent with the jumping heavy punches. And then after that, I'm like, you've jumped enough, so you can just drive rush across the floor now. Yeah. And then once he just showed me both parts of his strategy, I'm like, oh, he's just going to mix between these two. And because you were struggling with the aerial threat, like you're probably more comfortable on the ground, but you have to spend bar to get him on the ground. Or get him away from you on the ground.
And I give him major props too because he picked his drive rushes very carefully and very well, right? We saw, didn't abuse it too much in the neutral, and one of the times he did, Soul tried to check it and was just a little bit too late, right? Because it was perfectly spaced. He did the jab as soon as he was able to. He was just really exploiting that timing. So beautiful stuff from Juninho Ross showing out here in Group A, or excuse me, Group H.
He was one of the names that was seldom spoken about when it came to this group. But look, he's already got a win on the board and he's looking to try and kind of capitalize on that as well. But the matches only get harder from here for all the players in Group H. Now, we've had 2 fixtures thus far, and we will be sliding over to one of the heavy-hitting fixtures in this group. Rinch, talk to them.
My goodness, Prosciutto versus Kusanagi in the building. You can see 2 first-place finishes in the offline events for CPT this year. Super Premier Singapore first place. First place at UFA for Kusanagi. I mean, these are 2 titans taken to the field right now. Shuto, also one of the fan favorites here in Japan, had one of the loudest pops I've heard out of any of the players being introduced today. And of course, Kusanagi, this is in his home territory, but he is also one of the fan favorites around the globe, right? Obviously rocking the Ryu as well. This man man, when he is on his reads, he can beat anybody.
Legit, right? I mean, he's a Victrix ambassador, newly sponsored by Team Falcons, strengthening that fighting game roster. Shout out to Team Falcons. Obviously, he was in LA recently for the EVO Awards, alongside with Mr. Crimson. Punk was down there as well. We know him as the Ryu specialist. He also was a finalist alongside Mr. Crimson and Kills You at Street Fighter League EU 2024. But I gotta say, man, I'm really impressed with how far he's come as a player over the past decade in general. But one thing I really got to say, right, because his nickname's the Speedster.
Yeah.
He actually used that nickname in Street Fighter League EU as well.
Yep.
I've been a fan of his movement and his footwork.
Yeah.
I've been a huge fan of that. It's very scary. I don't want to play him either. But part of that is just the word unpredictability. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Absolutely, and I love the fact that you brought up how Kusanagi has grown over the past decade. Despite being, what, early 20s? He's one of those, right? He is a second-generation fighting game player. That's how long we've been playing some fighting games now, where people who started playing fighting games have children that go on to play fighting games. If you did not catch his winner's interview at UFA, it's one of the best interviews I've ever seen in esports.
You done it.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be a part of it. Lucky enough to be a part of it. I asked why Ryu. He said, my dad played Ryu. Ryu is in my blood, and he is here representing it at Capcom Cup 11 up against Shuto and the Dark Hado.
Well, let's see how he handles it, because Shuto's got some of the strongest Akuma gameplay. His optimization is up there with some of the best with Akuma. And I always like when he tries to read a fireball after he throws some of his own. He tries to do a light demon flip, maybe a heavy demon flip here and there. But we'll see how he opens up. There you go. See? Right there.
Yes, indeed. And especially after the double perfect parry on the fireballs, right? Shuto is already looking clean to combat with the projectiles, but you saw Kusanagi was ready, however, not ready for that one. Looked like he tried to escape through the air on Magdash. Now reaching. Oh, boy. Can't do that against Akuma. You'll die real quick.
Oh yeah, gotta be careful, man. And again, as we like Kusanagi's movement, what you got respect about Shuto, Logan highlighted this before in Singapore, but I think you guys brought up in general. His usage of standing light punch and standing light kick in neutral, absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, one of the best to do it, and I think that's so important in Street Fighter in general, be able to have that fast walk speed, know how to pick your spots with the lights, and then going in. This is the time where you said, right, after his own fireball, looking at Demon flip in, that's exactly what happens here. And Shuto, I mean, off to the races here in game one so far. I thought he was gonna die.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna die for that whiff 100%. Checks the drive rush overhead, and now we just delayed the death a little bit as Shuto closes out game one, much to the pleasure of the crowd.
There you go, gonna dunk on him with the sip of Calamity there with the Super Art 3, a very rapid game, and it didn't look like, or it didn't feel like Kusanagi was playing bad, but that's how much these games just flow by.
100%, man, and we always know the damage on Akuma, but of course Akuma can explode if Ryu gets one of his optimal starters, so Kusanagi just really hasn't found that sweet spot yet.
I mean, Akuma makes you reevaluate your life choices and your health gauge.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it feels like.
It feels like both characters are at 9K health when you play against Akuma.
Good throw there, gonna close the distance and make sure he gets back in there. The fireball trap is to kind of get you, goad you into throwing the fireball back, so he has that immediate counter like we've spoken about.
It's funny, you can see him even buffer. Like, he buffers it and then waits to see if the fireball comes out and then presses the button. This is actually really interesting. Get it right.
Feet firmly planted on the ground, trying to get those perfect parries there. And speaking of which, perfect parry right on cue. Reset the damage scaling. Shuto asleep at the wheel.
That's one of the things with Kusanagi, right? He loves the resets, he loves his reactions. Oh my goodness, DPs left and right.
Brother, you know what it is? It's not even Kusanagi, it's the French. They love their overhead resets.
You're right, you're right.
Shigeki. He can't get close, but they both got to watch out for level ones.
Oh,
they both got to watch out for level ones.
It's very scary. He jumps over and he actually gets the sweet punish. He can chip out and does so with the projectile. He only built the level 2 with the fireball. Yeah, he didn't have it until he got hit by the fireball.
I would have input it anyway, but...
yeah, because I was like, oh man. It's going to be real scary. And of course, the projectile shuts down the level 1, as we know.
All right, gets dunked in the face with a conversion into the high blade kick and stores up a Denjin charge there for later safekeeping.
Oh man. Once again, though, beautiful throw baits set up by Shuto. Obviously, Akuma gets such a high reward from those.
Okay, trying to stagger that pressure there after the amplified Ashigeki there, but he will store up once again here, Ringe. One stand fierce in his curtains.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that health bar is going to disappear real quick.
Maybe even immediately.
Another DP is having such good reactions to the demon flips. One of the overhead, because that also would have been dead. Oh my goodness, called out the charge at Shogeki with the DI.
All right, hang on. He might be able to take the round here. We're going to a final round, and it looks like he's going to have to do another Super Art 3 and slam dunk his way into potential set point here against Kusanagi again. He's not playing badly.
He's not.
He's not playing badly, Kusanagi.
But the way players have been so informed of their opponent's resources and how those resources are going to affect their decisions, so impressive here at Capcom Cup 11.
Oh, he waited. Oh, that's huge. That is massive.
All right. I mean, it's not over, but it's going to be long for Mans to take one out of your book. Kusanagi here setting up shop. He's got the corner as well. Akuma bleeding. Oh my goodness, and ate a knuckle sandwich for good measure.
All right, so one apiece of the scores on the doors at the moment here, but what I feel from Kusanagi's gameplay is laser focus. We've got a strategy, but there's also disrespect.
Yeah.
He's not, it's like he's looking through Shuto, not at him.
Yeah.
Because he's waking up, he's getting hit by DPs, he's still getting hit by certain straight hits that convert into big damage. Got to show a little bit more signs of discipline and respect there, I feel.
I do feel like, oh my goodness, that was actually a really sick spacing trap. Getting the drive rush whip punish afterwards. But Kusanagi, that's a little bit part of his game, I feel like, right? Like the disrespect aspect, trying to throw off his opponent. It could be Shuto or Johnny Donuts. He's going to play him the same way.
And he got hit again. He studied the tapes. He knows some of this Hashigeki pressure is not real, susceptible to drive impacts.
I love this from Shuto, right? This is the luxury you're afforded when you see the group stage. You can research players, research their characters, and no, so unfortunate, but he didn't wait till he was grounded.
That's one of the annoying things about trying to punish a Tatsu from Ryu there. You could get a forced knockdown by accident, but it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant because he won't need the bar, and it's deja vu all over again with Shuto putting himself at set point against Kusanagi.
Playing it nice and slow now. Kusanagi obviously knows Shuto's on set point. Ooh, no check right there. But we saw Shuto do the drive rush into the OD Adamant Flame earlier, right? So it's a little scary to try and check him right now, but he baits him out. Oh my goodness, the super late OD air fireball.
That's clean, and here comes the throw loop. Still got a little bit more time. One button will do it, and he's trying to perfect parry that button. You got to be careful, man, because he might pile on those throws again.
Oh my, the fierce starter. Not going to spend too much meter just yet. He just wants the advantage. Gets it off of the crouch medium, kick into the Hashogeki. Now the level 3, got the life lead.
But if Shuto comes up with the right choice, he's won the set.
Yeah, exactly. One hit spells the end.
There's the light. Do not throw a fireball back. Please be careful. Oh, okay, he blocked the overhead. It's nearly a burnout, and he can't do anything about that. He cannot do anything about that.
Yeah, it's 0 meter on thing. He's got to look for a time to jump out of this corner, but he's not going to find it. Shuto, much to the delight of the crowd, takes the set 2-1 over Kusanagi. You know what it is.
There you have it. Preserved all that meter for the biggest and finest combos to instill fear in his opponents there. And Shuto does take it over Kusanagi. 2-1, nail-biting set. I could feel all those heavy punches from here, and I'm not even playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we knew, right, an explosive match was going to be had with Akuma versus Ryu. Ryu obviously having some huge damage output. Akuma with low health. Anytime he got hit, he was going to explode. But that's what Akuma does as well, right? He makes everybody else look like they don't got that 10K health either. So beautiful stuff from both sides right there. And I love the way Shuto really switched up everything. I love the discipline from Kusanagi towards the end of the set as well. Not reaching on some of the drive rushes, knowing that the Adamant Flame was going to come out. But it just wasn't enough to thwart Shuto this time.
Outside of a couple of neutral exchanges, I feel Shuto had a slight advantage when it came to the aerial threat. Of course, it's Akuma. Yeah. Also, he was able to get Kusanagi to try and, you know, whiff a throw here and there and then capitalize on that. And then I think these guys handled Burnout pretty well against each other. But as you called out before, Ringe, I think he just said, I'm not having any of your Hashigeki pressure. Yep. That is one of Kusanagi's strongest traits as a player. He said, oh, wait, you could drive impact here? Bet, let's do it.
Exactly right. And it's so sick. I love the way fighting games work when you have something installed like that, right? Because now the opponent knows you're going to be looking for that. So it's up to you to kind of dance along that line and not be too predictable when you have something installed or when the opponent's in burnout and whatnot. You can't just exploit the things because people have counters and you can see how ready they are now. 2 years into the game's lifespan, second Capcom Cup, these players are not going to get hit by layer 1 anymore. It's just not going to work.
Now, I believe that was Kusanagi's only game of the day, so we will not be seeing him anymore until tomorrow. So he'll have a little bit of time to ruminate over the situation there. He's got the day with the one game out of the way, so now we just build momentum, ride on it as well. And again, he might have potentially got his hardest opponent out of the way with Shuto there. But hey, we got to go back to the Lexecutioner going up against the Young Venom, man. These nicknames are coming in hot and fast.
But Lex, I gotta ask Lex what type of music he listens to. Throwing up the double horns, bro? With the hair? People always think I'm a metalhead because of the hair. That's not the case. My man Jammers know we all about the hip hop over here, but that's beside the point. It's gonna be Lex versus Soul right now. Soul looked a little shaky, which is again to be expected. 19 years old, first Capcom Cup. We'll see if he settled down a bit here in the second game. And of course, Lex had some struggles. He had to face Angry Bird, which of course, one of the titans of the group and of Street Fighter in general. So we'll see how he bounces back from that first game loss.
Well, unfortunately for Soul, he's running into another roadblock here, what I like to call the Gal Caltrops. You can just put them down. It's
Ooh, I like that.
It's a little bit of a ball ache here to get around it, but there are some strategies. And to tell you what, there's a guy in the Australian scene, I believe he's called Sam White.
Okay.
He had a long practice session with Soul, Gal versus Aki, because I think they knew this might have been, on paper, your hardest matchup. So we need to find a way to alleviate this. If he can get a 2-1 here, that can still benefit him long term. Obviously, idealistically, we look for the dub.
Yeah.
But you're going up against Lex. He's gone up against Broski. He's almost desensitized this matchup about how you should look at it. But never rest on your laurels.
Yeah, obviously both of these players coming into this game with a loss. This is so important to stay alive and have a strong chance of making it out of the group. But man, so already with a clean whip punish and beats Lex to the punch on the boom wake up.
There you go. Converts off that toxic blossom effect from the Serpent Lash. And then we're going to install some throw loops here. Oh, okay. He respected something. Not sure what it was.
Ooh, a little trade right there. Lex has the corner advantage. Beautiful spacing out of the Serpent Lash range. Oh, and immediately challenging even after the jump in. Interesting.
Low on drive gauge here, Soul, so he's going to have to take 1 or 2 throws here and there. And he can't throw out an EX Nightshade because he'll burn himself out. So he's just going to have to, yeah, I was going to say he's going to have to firm it, but he can't now.
Yeah, that's rough, right? In the Fireball War, as Aki, you need the OD available or else Guile is just going to completely bully you. And now in Burnout as well, you can see he's giving him opportunities, maybe to reversal level 1, try to bait it out, shuts down any type of slither step out.
I sense a little bit of discouragement in his gameplay. It's like he doesn't believe in his own gameplay, so.
One of those things, right? Different being on stage, no longer at home, no longer in the comfort of your own setup. Take some time to get used to the tournament atmosphere.
Hey man, as Daigo said, if you execute what you practice, there'll be less of a problem.
You know? Lex again now. Oh my goodness, these dragon suplexes. Where's Kenny Omega at?
Ooh, that combo from the meaty boom of the stand fist, and that's going to close out game 1 there with the crossfire somersault. That super R3 kicking in. Long combos, re-ride, and Soul. He's going to have to keep making sure those negative energy keeps exuding from his body, man. I need to see this guy play. I was really excited to watch him play.
I was going to say, he's got to purge it, right? Purge the negative energy, get it out. Right now, it definitely just seems to be in his own head a little bit. And of course, if you give Lex any opportunity to show out with a Guile combo, he's automatic. Like one of the best in the business when it comes to Guile's execution. Oh no, and already. And that was, oh my.
Bro.
Yeah. Oh, okay, at least he parried this one. It was looking ugly for a second there.
I was like, do not turn into the punching bag with this group, please, no.
All right, corner reaching this time. Nice jump from Soul. Tried with the overhead, but Lex so aware. These players have been so good at blocking overhead in Capcom Cup so far.
Oh yeah, of course. And you can do drive rush delayed low with Aki anyway. One of her biggest buffs was the crouching medium kick changing the frame data. You got to abuse that a little bit more, man.
One of the big things about her as well, great range on it if you want to use it from a distance.
Yeah, he's not sure how Lex is going to punish him. Lex is optimal. He might have to go for the kill. He might have to go for the kill. Level 2. Oh, no, Soul!
Dropped prematurely, and now he's in burnout, and the
Oh,
overhead
brother.
connected.
Oh,
Lex!
brother.
Unnecessary roughness. Throw the yellow flag. That's 15 yards, bro.
My soul left my body.
For
What
real.
the hell's going on? Bro, he actually senses, like, you're not ready to play. Now, you ain't here for the millie, bro.
My goodness, Lex here sending a message with the gameplay at level 2 as well. Yeah, give me that drive meter. That's fine with me. One way or another, that drive meter was getting emptied. And now Lex, yeah, the baby booms. Oh my goodness, another reach. Mo teach.
Stun. Yeah, you might as well stun him. Yeah, he's not. And I think Soul knew the stun was coming as well. It's just the reactions, the mindset, it just isn't there. But this is only day 1.
Yeah.
So that means Lex takes it 2-0 over Soul. That was such a dominating performance here and a big message to the rest of the competitors in this final group.
Yeah, and his legs, as someone who's dropped the first game right, he needs the 2-0s. The 2-0s are extremely important, so getting one under his belt here is definitely going to help him in the point differential if it comes down to that later. Well done by Lex, man. That was a bulldoze.
Well, let's not forget, right? You saw a lot of confidence and comfortability in that matchup. Again, he's fought Broski in our CPT Online World Warriors. He's fought on the CPT Online Premier. He's got that accumulated experience over time. So a strategy would have developed, whether it was naturally or we've had to force the strategy, you know?
Yeah, sorry, I was hearing myself. I wanted to listen to my call again. Unnecessary roughness, but man, so many dragon suplexes were coming out as well. Great conditioning all around. Lex was just, you could tell, more comfortable in this type of environment. Soul, again, only 19 years old, first ever Capcom Cup. He just looks like he's in his own head, man. So hopefully after day 1, he gets a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more comfortable, and we see him really show out on days 2 and 3. Because even if he doesn't make it out of the group, right, this is all about building a foundation. He's only 19 years old. He's got a very long fighting game career ahead of him if he wants to pursue it. So hopefully this gets him more experience under his belt, more comfortable, and we see the true Soul in the future.
Well, of course, like we said, there are a lot of young competitors here. Our youngest competitor is 15 in Blaz. Yeah. We did see him earlier today in Group D, I believe it was. But yeah, hopefully he doesn't get too much into his head. But
man, this next match,
you talk to me. What?
Oh my goodness, bro! You see it on the screen right now. Ooh. Production with the perfect timing. Reject Angry Bird versus CRPWS Shuto. Are you kidding me, fam?
This is going to be a fantastic way, not only just to close out the group, but to close out the night of a bunch of highs and lows, fluctuations in results. And boy, do you guys want to sit down and be glued to your seats. Oh, we're on Japanese TV as well, by the way, so shout out to all the Japanese viewers. They probably can't hear me or see me, but I just know we're on Japanese TV.
That's facts, 100%. We were in our green room, we just turned on the TV, and this was on TV, bro. Insane. I love the fact that Japan is embracing Street Fighter 6 to the level that they are. And again, this guy is one of the main reasons Shuto is a huge fan favorite out here, especially for the new generation of Japanese fighting game player, right? He's been around the block for a little bit now, but of course he's not part of that Tokido, Momochi, Daigo generation. He is definitely carrying the torch forward as one of the premier players out of this region. And of course, Angry Bird. I mean, he is one of the forefathers of the Middle East when it comes to fighting games. And he has been at the front of Street Fighter 6 since the launch of the game.
Indeed, and again, look at that. He's got the insider scoop on maybe what Shuto might want to do because he's got his own Akuma, very formidable. And again, he and Big Bird and Phenom, several players came to Japan early for that extra training in anticipation of the cup. Just getting comfortable, acclimatizing to the time zones and everything, which is a good strategy. But again, not everyone has access to the same resources in terms of training. But Angry Bird is utilizing all his resources to the fullest.
I always love pointing out that Angry Bird, one of the last remaining lever warriors standing, baby. Standard arcade stick in here. Of course, Shuto leverless all day, every day, making sure everything is clean as possible.
Now, Shuto's results leading up to Capcom Cup, they didn't stand out, they weren't consistent, but then obviously when he showed up at CPT Singapore, he was having a good time and he was able to qualify there, and then from that point, he knows he was locked in. He had time to sharpen things up, try and experiment a few other characters, obviously reach out to more viewers in the Japanese community via his stream, because he's got a massive stream.
Yeah.
So again, a lot of work goes into this stuff in the game and out of the game to stay at this level, man.
100% right. I feel like the fan support has been one of the driving forces behind his continued success as we get into it. The last game of the day, Reject Angry Bird going up against Shuto. You already know it's going to be one for the ages. 2 out of 3. Let's conclude Capcom Cup 11 day 1.
All right, so playing a little bit passive at the moment just to try and analyze what Shuto's going to do and install a new strategy later as Angry Bird. Shuto, not going to overexert just yet.
Man, Angry Bird is parked. He's busting out the marshmallows, the graham crackers, the ghost stories. He is camped.
In the football in the UK or Europe, we call it parking the bus.
Okay.
He's parking the bus.
Precisely, bro. He's putting the 10 up. Oh, beautiful timing on that jab, though. And of course, being able to link into the light kick is a very great privilege of Ken.
Nice forward medium kick there from Shuto, but he's going to have to build on something here before he walks into another stand fierce, but luckily he's out.
Angry Bird had been down backing so consistently. What timing for Shuto to actually catch the moment he moved. Oh, barely beat him to the punch right there. I love that perfect parry. Knew he was going to keep his turn going after getting hit. Oh no, the DI, because Shuto was so low, that even if he DI'd back, he didn't actually have the health to survive it. So beautiful timing from Angry Bird.
But notice that Angry Bird's jumped back twice on defense now. I think he's doing the fuzzy block, but he's done that twice. I don't know if Shuto wants to get a hard read on that.
Right there, Shuto punishing the second hit of the target combo right there. Did it with the low as well, so in case Angry Bird committed to the third hit of the target combo, he would have dodged it and punished it anyway.
All right, back throw there for Angry Bird. Low on dry gauge is Shuto, so he's looking to burn him out. If he gets the chance here, Angry Bird. What an interruption.
Yeah, just figured that he was going to go with something else and tried the fierce, but Angry Bird picking it up again and going in super quickly to keep Shuto as low as drive gauge as possible. Got that pixel left. What you going to do with it?
Fireball. Don't need to. And he's going to stun him anyway. He had the audacity to go for the reset. I respect they didn't throw the fireball just in case of a wake-up Super R2.
Yeah. And just like that, we're going back to the character select screen. Shuto going to take some moments. Think about all this, obviously Angry Bird, my goodness, ever since SFL EU and they're really bursting back onto the Street Fighter 16, this dude has looked untouchable.
Untouchable is the words. I know no one's perfect, but we've got some players that are pretty damn close.
Exactly, man, a couple of them here. And Angry Bird obviously looking to have an amazing start to this group, trying to go up 2-0.
Now, I don't know if it's out of fear or out of respect he's not playing like he did against Kusanagi, because Angry Bird, when he knows he doesn't have to take the dogfight to you, he won't necessarily overextend or take a step over the line, but there's a whip punish there with the standing heavy kick, and we will convert into the adamant flame.
And Angry Bird just taking the throw so far. He was even willing to do it that time, and after the trade goes with a sweep. Very nice. A lot of the time after a trade situation like that, players aren't down backing.
It's looking a lot better here from Shuto, and that's a punish.
Again, right, yeah, just not confirming the target combo, and that low will always guarantee the punish. Does DP the demon flips. Trying to base something out right there, but Shuto recognized it. We'll go with the parry and realized that it was a fake, so he just canceled in the drive rush and beat him to the button. That was beautiful.
I think one of the interesting things as well for me about Angry Bird, we can list of 100 things at this point, is how he has to try and make a comeback. Always pay attention to when he has to make a comeback when the life is substantially different. And there we go. Big damage coming through.
See Shuto letting out a big breath right there. Will wake up with a level 1 though. Wanting to preserve his drive meter, right? If he woke up with DP, it might have burnt him out and would have put him low regardless. Juggle all day, every day. Angry Bird optimal with it and puts himself on set point.
Not phased at all. He's called the robot for a reason. He said, I'll do those CPU level 8 combos if need be.
Facts. This man's got every Ken combo in his head. Oh, and he's caught on to the roundhouse. He knows when Angry Bird is looking to utilize that.
All right, good spend of the drive meter there from Shuto. Then again, side swap, advantage in Angry Bird's favor. This is the throw, level 3, level 3.
Most definitely gonna do it. Angry Bird here is going to be extremely low on drive meter now. I want to see how they both play it. Will Shuto go in to try to burn him out immediately? No!
He blocked it. He respected it.
Exactly. He baits it out. Figured that would be a type of mind game, right? If Shuto goes in, Angry Bird can use the level 3. But nah, Shuto stays one step ahead and ties it up in what feels like an instant.
Dude, it's like you have to have that shareholder meeting in your mind, and it's like, we can burn this guy out, but it's not a good idea.
The shareholder meeting, that was fire. That was so fire.
We're going to have the shareholder meeting in our heads, and it's like, we can burn this guy out, but the stocks are going to go down. I don't know if it's worth it. Let's wait till next week.
Oh, man, that's good stuff. That's a great analogy right there. Now, one up here. Both players not committing to anything too heavily right now, but of course, the buffer with the run behind that crouch medium punch, but Shuto wakes up with a neutral jump and punishes Angry Bird's throw attempt.
This is what a turnaround from that very first game, Ringe.
Yeah, he puts his whole body into that DP. You saw it in the player cam. Back throw, interesting. He just wants the space to, set up some fireball, drive rush shenanigans. Oh my goodness.
That could have been anything, bro.
Indeed. Just slightly late on the whiff punish attempt. That would have been Angry Bird's life. Oh, and he does get the light kick counter hit into the drive rush. Shuto roaring back in this head. You even see him let out a battle cry as he gets on set point.
This is what we were talking about against Kusanagi, man. His effective ranges at the lights.
Oh, and again, just spacing out the medium kick perfectly. Oh, no. It could be all falling apart for Angry Bird right now.
Got a block. And he does. Takes the delay. Next hit wins it for Shuto. Any button will do it. Preferably a light.
Oh!
Preferably a light.
Indeed, in the roundhouse, he was too close, not spaced well enough for that light kick to not reach, and Shuto takes it fully in, raises his arms. He knows Angry Bird was going to be one of the most difficult obstacles obstacles to get over, and he does so successfully.
Well played from our Asura. That is the nickname he's given himself here at Capcom Cup 11. Fine start, but the job is not done. He got some difficult fixes, or probably, he got Kusanagi and Angry Bird out of the way, still got to face Lex.
Oh my, yeah.
Juninia Rush could surprise him.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, Shuto though, what a display, right? Especially going down the first game. I mean, Angry Bird, you hardly ever see this man get back-to-back in a wins just because of how good he is at adapting and in general, the robot composure of himself. He's usually able to bounce back without taking a 2-game loss in a row, but Shuto manages to do it this time.
Yeah, we saw like Angry Bird have a little bit of passive start, and then he kind of kicked things into gear afterwards. That was super dominating performance in the first game, but then when Shuto found the way to kind of gain the life, basically steal it in his favor, we saw Angry Bird having to play catch up. And at that point, he's like, okay, I understand things a little bit more. I can feel a little bit more comfortable at certain ranges, switch up defensive decision making in terms of preserving that drive gauge. And again, it takes an incredible amount of discipline to when your opponent has half a drive stock left, you're like, well, we can burn you out, but are you going to do it? What do you want me to do? Like, what are we doing here?
Precisely, yeah, we saw that. That's exactly what that moment was right there, where Angry Bird woke up with the level 3 when he was on the verge of getting burnt out by just one more heavy punch. And again, Shuto, I mean, you highlighted it at the very beginning, calling back to Logan, right? His usage of the stand light punch, of the stand light kick is immaculate, some of the best in the business, and of course, went right back to it for the punish, but even before that, we saw him just counter hit in the neutral, getting the drive rush cancel off of it, and Shuto, what a bounce back from that first game loss to put himself in prime position to make it out of this group.
What a way to end the night of matches here, not only for Group H, but just in general. And again, this is only day one. Looking at the match results across the board with these day one Group H matches here, you can see it there. Lex having a good time. Not obviously against Angry Bird, but against Soul, he done the business. But this is what it's looking like right now. Shuto is sitting pretty, but right now we're actually going to head over to the interview phase so we can actually talk with Shuto right now.
来ました。はい、こちらですね、シュート選手に来ていただきました。コングラチュレーション。
Congratulations, Shuto.
嬉しい。
2-0 in the Shoto matches against Kusanagi and of course against Angry Bird.
はい、ということで、やっと本番始まって、今日かなり強豪と当たったようにも感じましたが、2-1で勝てましたが、いかがでしたか？
そうですね。自分としては今日が一番山場だなと正直思ってしまってて、っていうこともあって初戦が超大事だなと思ってて、初戦を落としたらそのまま流れ悪くなって負けちゃいそうだなと思ってたんで、1戦目の草薙戦勝てたのは本当にでかかったですね。
正直ね、新昇竜拳食らった時はって多分なったと思うんですけど、
記憶にないですね。本当にない。もう集中しすぎて本当にないです。
So, of course, Shuto knew that today was going to be a really hard day. The Yosen, the qualification rounds are super important, and everyone in his group is super strong. But he had his eyes set on Angry Bird. He thought that would be his hardest matchup for sure. Kusanagi also went the distance in the 2-1 set as well. So yeah, he's extremely exhilarated about getting the 2-1 victory here on day one.
さらにですね、そのご自身がかなりこのカプコンカップに向けてスタイルが変わったというふうにおっしゃってましたが、そこに対してやってみて、本番でやってみて手応えありますか？
そうですね、前のスタイルだと結構当たって砕けろっていうスタイルだったんで、勝てない時期が結構あったんですよ。1ヶ月ぐらい前、練習場に通ってオフラインで対戦してて全然勝てない時期があって、このままじゃダメだなと思って、そこから1ヶ月いろんな合気プレイヤー参考にして、結構自分の中ではガラッとスタイルを変えて、結果勝率が安定してたなと思ってたんで、かなり今回の大会自信あったんで勝ててよかったです。
So with the format changing of Capcom Cup, you know, he's been able to apply himself differently and develop a new way of playing. He didn't have confidence before as he found himself not being able to deliver a playstyle that he was happy with, and he was losing in places he wasn't comfortable with. But now he's been able to prepare a month before the tournament, get himself ready, and come here for the round robin, and you saw what he delivered today. So he's obviously very happy with what happened.
ということで、シュート選手にお話伺いました。Good luck tomorrow.
ありがとう。
So with that said, good luck for tomorrow's matches, and congratulations once more for today.
What a day of Street Fighter it's been, Jammers. We have concluded all the way from Group A to Group H, and it was star-studded matches all the way around.
Oh yeah, I couldn't agree more. This is what we come and talk about, man. We love this stuff, and we hope you guys are enjoying the action just as much as we did. But for those of you who just joined us, where you been all day? Because we actually need to take a look back at what happened with all the groups. Well, from Group A down to Group H. And remember, this was only day one, so things are only going to get spicier from this point onwards. There you go. This is what Group A standing. Takamura took things by storm. I don't think this is what people are expecting. But guess what? Salvatore got a win on the board, taking it over Hot Dog, who's sitting at the bottom of the table alongside Itabashi with the same results, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Salvatore, extremely incredible showing, along with Takamura, able to take down Phenom in the process, one of the premier players in the bracket and one of the favorites to make it out. And of course, Punk had a great set as well, sitting at 1-0 with a +1 differential. And in Group B, we saw Salty Kid, baby, the Kimberly. People, you gotta wake up. If you didn't think Kimberly was real, now you know she most definitely is with a 2-0. Noah the Prodigy also a dominant performance over JB to give himself a +2 differential on a 1-0. So an incredible start for Noah, and we see NLJB and the rest followed up. Into Group C, Jammers, we got Kagaru and Tokido leading the way.
Yes, the Japanese are sitting pretty at the top on home turf, but Javi M, Dul Kevin, Zangi Pilado, and Gigi Halibel had good performances, showing signs of life, so maybe that's a good start, kickstarter for their day coming into tomorrow. But then Group D, Broski comfortably sitting at the top. Blast hasn't shown us all the characters yet in his array, but Umpra, Bravery, Idom, and VX Bao, not the results I'm expecting, but Group D is another tall order.
Yeah, absolutely. Umpra on the heels, right? Technically tied with Blast, but Bravery right behind them with a +0. And Broski has just been so impressive today on the Aki as we move along to Group E. Fudo in the building with a 2-0 +4. Mena RD, we only got to see him once today. The Red Bull and Weibo Gaming's Mena RD, but he had such an impressive showing as well against Grease CCH on the Bison. Mr. Crimson Diver and Limestone all to follow as well. But man, those two at the top looking strong as we get into Group F, where Chien has a +3 differential on the 1-1. Big Bird 1-1 on the +1.
Oh, Jack did get a good result against Lashar, and obviously losing to Oil King later. Lashar only played one game today, so 0-1 on day one, not a bad result. He can only pick things up from here. Euro Valorio, not the way he wants to play, but I reckon he can turn it around. But this is another tough group to call who's going to make it out, especially after looking at day one.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack being able to take down Lashar was such an impressive feat. And of course in Group G, Knuckle Do showing out up against both Nephew as well as Kills You, and then Xiaohai following up as well, busting out the Mai to make sure he stays undefeated on day one.
Looking good here in Group G. Shout out to Juicy Joe for getting the dub as well against fellow European Kills You. I'm a little bit upset, but it needs to be done here in competitive environments like this. But then when we transition over to Group H, what we just saw unfold and unpack in front of you guys, Shuto, another hometown hero here, sitting pretty in that winner position right now with 2 wins and 0 losses. Angry Bird on the 1-1, but has a better differential than Lex at the moment because Juninho Wrath got a good result against Seoul. But Kusanagi and Seoul are gonna have to ruminate over tonight, get some good food, get some good sleep, and we're gonna have to go again tomorrow, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Kusanagi still within striking distance, only a -1 plus differential, so not that bad. But Angry Bird on that 1-1 +1, just a testament, right? He dominated his win and then took Shuto to the very last round. So it was really good performance, even in the loss, getting second place.
This is what I was saying before, right? You need to value rounds in this game, not just games. You need to value rounds, not just for a round robin format, but to allow yourself some time, some adaptation, because the game moves rapid, fast. So you need to do that. But this in the long round, you better know your numbers, you better learn your mathematics tonight. But it's looking kind of crazy.
Indeed. Thank you all for joining us so much here on day one of Capcom Cup 11. We're going to throw it back to the host on stage to wrap things up for the day.
ということで、全試合が終わったわけですが、
いや、すごいことですかね。
すごかったね。
本当にもう面白い試合。多分戻って配信また見ます。すごかったので。
見たいね。
はい。
いやー本当に。1日あっという間に過ぎてしまった Day1 ということでしたが、まだね今日だけでは終わりませんので、このカプコンカップ11今後のスケジュールを確認していきたいと思います、お願いします。はい、このようにですね、Day2 はグループ D から、始まって、最後に A から C という形ですね。
そうですね。
はい、12時スタートと。
So all the matches for day one have concluded, and they were absolutely exhilarating. There were so many bumps and turns where matches could have gone either way, and we saw some amazing outcomes. And so, yep, but we're very far from it being all over. We've got another 4 great, amazing days of action to come, and this is just the beginning. So yeah, let's check the upcoming schedule for day 2, tomorrow's matchups.
そして、全ての、グループはですね総当たり戦を行ってまいりますので、今日惜しくもね敗れてしまったプレイヤーもまだまだチャンスはあると、大混戦になるかもしれないというところも、皆さんお見逃しないようによろしくお願いいたします。
So players will be back tomorrow. Players who didn't do as well as they wanted to today will have another chance to return tomorrow and redeem themselves. Of course, they're going to be doing crazy homework in the lab, getting prepared for all the matchups tomorrow. And the action is going to be fast and furious. You're not going to be able to take your eyes off the screen for a single second.
さあということで、カプコンカップ11電話はこれにて終了となります。会場の皆さん、まだ残ってくれてる人いるね。お疲れ様でした。
Thank you so much to all of you that stayed here to the very conclusion of the day. Thank you so much for being a part of it. I wouldn't be a show without all of you here and all of you watching at home on stream. So thank you so much for being a part of the show, and we'll see you all again tomorrow.
そしてたくさんのね配信でご覧いただいた皆さんも本当に長時間見てくださった方たくさんいらっしゃると思います。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
でも明日も長いから、明後日もあるから、会場の皆さんもそう5日間走り抜けましょうみんなで。ということで本日ご来場の皆さん、配信をご覧の皆さん、ありがとうございました。明日のデイ2もよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。皆様ご自身にも盛大な拍手お願いします。
お疲れ様。
お疲れ様ですね。
He's starting to scheme on it. Oh, he actually shuts him down on the quick spin knuckle. Oh, and he presses back the crouch medium punch. One of Ken's best buttons, especially as a counter poke like that. You buffer the drive rush behind it, and it's all she wrote for the first game. After the third string baits it out, that's the optimal starter. Another round in the books. Takamura 1 round away from taking this set.
Outside of the level 1, of course, he's not going to spend it to stop that drive impact. Takamura again with the lead.
Oh my goodness! Mizi's going to take the round. From my mouth to the gameplay itself, Salvatore. Oh, dog, oh my goodness, the neutral jump. Salvatore having the clutch read to close out the first game. Time again, or he tried to do it that time, but Salvatore, he empty jumped, able to block the Psycho Crusher in time. Level 3 for the set victory. That goes back to exactly what we were talking about before, right? The fact that I talked about, the dive kick having substantial landing recovery means you can respond with the Psycho Crusher, and even if she lands first, it'll usually be a punish. That's
no shot, no fear in this man's heart. Cold-blooded killer that is Takamura, as we had said time and time again. First game.
My goodness, Takamura, how are you always so right now?
Tatsuja Naicha, not gonna kill yet.
Oh my, oh.
What in the world?
And it's a glass cannon. What a sniper. I'm pretty sure that was a delay, and this should be a finish in. Proper Salty Kid, round number 1.
Lays a jab, was able to get the counter conversion.
He don't believe in Sagas.
And you see with that stand, light kick, and that sip of calamity. Daddy's home! Sianki brings it back from the brink. Before drive impact, can you survive the 4 fierce adamant fist? Don't miss, you're that close, bro. And Sianki.
That's kind of crazy. That's already 2 attempts that it failed on both of those attempts with the wake up level 2. Oh, what? That man hit him with pure athlete's foot.
You're going for a throw, but either way, lay him on the mat. One more touch.
Oh my God! No OS there from JB. Sometimes you just got to commit to the drivers regardless to avoid the opponent's counter. Yes. Force fed him. Yes.
1 punch, 1 hit. The stand fierce finally finds a connection.
Goodness. Sorti. We might sorti out this corner, please. I think it means exit. Yeah.
Exit sorti. JB knows it's 1 confirmed. Just like this. Blasting from above. This man down the hell.
What are we looking for? What punish?
Whoa! fight his demons up there.
I think he tried to do crouching roundhouse while blocking, and he got the tattoo by mistake. Unfortunate there from Cianique, but great. Like Davey's gonna react to a fireball drive rush with a reversal for the closeout. No, not even a clash in the favor of Anique.
Might be regretting it. He's high up above that level 1. Heavy mixer is enough to get it done. JB Ever Optimal. Burglar takes it 2-0 over Cianique.
He's been an overlooked player and undervalued.
And what's funny enough, nice block on the OD DP right there, but yes, but he is going to get chipped out if he's not ready for the next sequence here. Are we going to see a raw drive rush here, maybe?
From someone. Oh! No! What on earth was that? Bro, you can't do that here. Not on the. Oh.
No, it was a mistake. I see.
He needs to save that bar. Oh no, and that's going to be the game, I think.
That's so much damage. Optimal.
Oi, and the Dragon Lash Flame closing it out there for Tokido in a nail-biting set in this Group C match. Rejects Ro-OZ taking it over to Kevin.
What a huge difference in life leading, and the overhead is going to beat the low forward with the perfect going to Kakaru.
He's got to respect it. He's got to respect it until his drive gauge comes back. Oi!
He's respected enough.
I love that. Disrespecting the drive up. Hashogeki one more time. Oh, this is rough. Puts himself in a burnout.
Oh, whipping the night. What do you mean? Goes to the super. He blocks it out, and VX Foul's gonna take it. That scramble scenario.
No, sir. More than enough damage. Reducing the scaling, just immediate level 3 after the fears. Arbor taken down, former Capcom Cup champion. Domination 2-1 in the very last round.
Oh, he missed, but still been recovered and stay fine. Calls for recovery, the button hits him with the super to seal it. Bravery.
Wow, you get something like that?
Not dead. He's not dead.
Oh my God.
I tell a lie, he is. Oh!
That was ridiculous, and the crowd goes wild.
Don't DP, please don't DP. Ah, and he did bust the wolf instead. Oh, no.
Same thing. Good call.
I mean, don't do anything. Stuff with the medium kick to connect. There, that's what he needed to do. That's exactly what he needed to do. And he's going to get the conversion into the heavy cycle uppercut there to take it to a final round in game 1. Pin. Don't get caught. Do not get caught. Ah!
Bro, come on, man. I've been saying it all day like a broken record. It's consistent. All right, it wasn't a buffer. You got it. You got the eye. Whoa, no reset. He was ready for that.
No, this is Capcom Cup, dude. This isn't EU ranked. This is Capcom Cup. Oh, my word. Charge it, charge it.
Oh, there it is. He's trying to jump. No,
yeah, you know what? I think Chris is thinking, I wonder if I would have done level 2. Would that have worked? Watch out, Chris. Watch out, Chris. Chris!
Not on the million. Not on the million. That's definitely enough. And that is match point for Diver Daniel.
The DP. Oh, he whip throw twice. Uriel, no!
Not like this. Not the critical art damage too.
Oh, that is usually the classic, right? We always joke about it on commentary where the whip throw is +2.
Yeah.
The other person whips, you end up getting a punish counter, but Uriel, I think in a moment of panic, goes for another throw.
He actually meant to go for the throw. I think that's what happened. That's why he ended up doing the 2 throws, and that's. Here we go.
Oh! I wonder if he tried it. We saw the stock come out. That was most likely a super, right? Amazing reads from Jack. He's got level 3. That's it.
Holy.
Nice! Whoa, the late flash kick to be able to get the answer does get the 2-piece confirmed against the whip back throw. Beautiful stuff.
Oh my God.
The flash. Fireball for a fireball. The aerial tech lands, that dive kick hits. He tried the anti-air, but too sharp of an angle.
Not a reset. Don't even drive impact at this point. You just gotta go for.
Hey,
no reaction.
I'm that guy.
Are you serious?
I'm hitting you.
Now, mind you, I'm thinking that's what he's looking for the whole time.
Go for a reset right here, though. He's trying for the throw. No!
What the bar? Oh my God!
No drive impact. He does it right back. What else can he do? And Knuckle do with that DI bot.
What a reaction.
Oh.
I love Lex, the way he structured that offense right there. I think Amber woke up trying to challenge an overhead, but he gets stuck in the process, and Lex already looking clean on the Bison.
No.
Oh no! Lex, the humongous wrist right there. Thought he had the read on Angry Bird walking, and it was not correct.
Is Janini harassed? Before that jumping worked out, and he could have actually killed if he canceled into level 1.
Oh, and he jumps in again and catches the recovery. Also would have been dead. Oh my goodness, called out the charge at Shogeki with the DI.
All right, hang on. He might be able to take the round here. We're going to a final round, and it looks like he's going to have to do another Super Art 3 and slam dunk his way into potential set point here against Kusanagi. Again, he's not playing badly.
He's not.
Oh, no, Soul!
Dropped prematurely, and now he's in burnout,
Oh,
and the overhand
brother.
connected.
Oh,
Flex,
brother.
flex! Unnecessary roughness, throw the yellow flag. That's 15 yards, bro. Just slightly late on the whiff punish attempt. That would have been Angry Bird's life. Oh, and he does get the light kick counter hit into the dry rush. Shuto roaring back in the set. You even see him let out a battle cry as he gets on set point.
Prefer be a light.
Oh!
Prefer be a light.
Indeed, in the roundhouse, he was too close, not spaceful enough for that light kick to not reach, and Shuto takes it fully in, raises his arms. He knows Angry Bird was going to be one of the most difficult obstacles to get over, and he does so successfully.